What should one do when they find themselves in the wrong world? Transformed into Hermione from the Harry Potter universe, yet appearing in the realm of Marvel. A mysterious spellbook enables Hermione to traverse repeatedly between the worlds of Marvel and Harry Potter. Tony Stark, it is time to develop anti-wizard battle armor. Hermione, are you referring to that shoddy contraption of yours designed to counter whom? Hulk roar. Hermione, silence. Be wary, or I shall remove your trousers and your weapon. Ancient One, there are no sorcerers along the timeline. Hermione, repeat that. I am a witch. Nick Fury, where exactly do you hail from? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Hermione, come from Hogwarts. Chapter 1. What should one do when they find themselves in the wrong world? In New York, within a roadside barbecue establishment. Shawarma, oh shawarma, oh shawarma. A girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old and clad in a staff uniform, hummed a tune behind the counter while deftly assembling meat, fries, sauces, and wraps into bags. Her speed was so remarkable that it seemed to create afterimages. Here you go, take it. The girl handed the prepared food forward, her other hand skillfully sweeping across the counter to gather scattered coins. Next, the girl shouted in a fluent British accent. The person in front of her rambled in a language that sounded like Spanish. At this, the girl's brow furrowed slightly. Let's converse in English. The line outside the shop was lengthy, yet the girl served with remarkable swiftness, leaving the onlookers in awe. While the crowd marveled at the girl's astonishing speed, none noticed the knives floating beneath the counter, the fries leaping into the fryer, or the flying flatbreads. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the girl exhaled deeply. Finally, she had seen off the last batch of customers. Let me assess my proficiency in the Confundus charm and levitation charm. Indeed, I have improved significantly, she beamed, speaking to herself. Hermione. With the call, a middle-aged man clad in a tall chef's hat approached her. You've worked hard today. Here is your payment. The man handed her an envelope. The girl accepted the envelope without a glance, revealing a bright and cheerful smile. Thank you, uncle. Goodbye. With a wave and the golden rays of the setting sun illuminating her, the girl skipped away. Indeed, the girl's name is Hermione. Hermione Granger, a time traveler. What she was called before her journey is of little consequence, for there are far more pressing matters at hand. Why on earth did I transform from a standard handsome young man into a 12-year-old Hermione? Moreover, even if I have become Hermione, shouldn't I be in the world of Harry Potter? How on earth did I end up in the realm of Marvel? Hermione frantically rubbed her cheeks, gazing into the mirror at a visage that bore an uncanny resemblance to young Emma from her previous life, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although she had cherished the Harry Potter series in her former life, she never imagined that upon awakening, she would truly become a character from the original work. I merely admired this character. I never desired to become her. Just as she had begun to accept this harsh reality with great difficulty, her heart filled with joy as she sought out an owl and the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. She was stunned to discover that she was not in London at all, but rather in New York. Particularly when she spotted a billboard featuring Stark Industries alongside a photograph of Robert Downey Jr. Her mind went blank. In her recollections, she indeed resided in the grand city of London, with both parents present, but it was the 1990s, and that world lacked Stark. Furthermore, she had just received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. This indicated that, in her memories, the other side was indeed the world of Harry Potter. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, it was 2008, and she possessed no identity whatsoever. A complete void. After engaging in a brainstorming session and organizing the memories of her previous self, Hermione reached an obvious conclusion. She had entered the correct character, but had traversed into the wrong world. Fortunately, however, her thoughts began to clarify, and Hermione felt her consciousness descend. Within her mind, an ancient tome, intricately adorned with complex engravings, gradually materialized. It bore an air reminiscent of a classic spellbook from a literary masterpiece. With a mere thought, the book began to open under her control. The cover revealed several lines of text and various symbols. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV1, 132, 1000. She sequentially tapped on all the icons, which were categorized into 7 distinct types: spells, dark magic, ancient magic, alchemy, potion making, magical creatures, and artifacts. Upon selecting the first icon, the book automatically turned its pages, displaying several lines of text alongside the corresponding symbols. Spells: Levitation Charm LV1, 453 1000, Repairing Charm LV1, 148 1000, Ignition Charm LV1, 65 1000, Confundus Charm LV1, 388 1000. Next came the second icon, Dark Magic. Soul Harvesting. Talent reaps souls to gain energy. The pages for the remaining 5 icons were entirely blank. Indeed, this mysterious spellbook residing in her mind was her golden key. Ever since she discovered its presence amidst her despair, Hermione had understood its function. It enabled her to scan the spells recorded within the book and directly replicate spells that others had employed, thus categorizing them accordingly. The recorded magic could be learned by Hermione with ease. However, the proficiency of different spells would require repeated usage to enhance, consequently amplifying her own magical power. Regardless of innate talent, as long as she practiced diligently, the spells could be upgraded, enhancing their efficacy once she accumulated sufficient experience. The mechanism, while straightforward, proved to be astonishingly effective, akin to a tool for cheating. Theoretically, Hermione could effortlessly master any spell without limitation. The same principle applied to ancient magic, alchemy, and potion making. As for the final categories of magical creatures and artifacts, she remained utterly bewildered. Indeed, the deity of time, travel, treats every traveler kindly, especially those like her who sacrificed their younger brother. Her golden key was particularly potent. Whether in the Marvel or Harry Potter realms, in a world imbued with superhuman elements, one ultimately relies on their skills. One need only observe that ordinary individuals in the Marvel universe, though seemingly akin to life on the Blue Planet, actually coexist with an abundance of superhumans, extraterrestrials, and dimensional invasions. Here, the Blue Planet is akin to the epicenter of a cosmic whirlpool, where ordinary people might unwittingly encounter peril on the streets. The mysterious spellbook also instilled Hermione with the confidence to survive in this world. However, the spells currently accessible to me are still far too few, and I have no means to collect a compendium of other categories. Hermione's gaze returned to the only illuminated icon within dark magic, soul harvesting. This was also something the spellbook failed to elucidate. Reap souls to gain energy. That doesn't sound like a pleasant term, Hermione pondered as she scrutinized the soul icon on the dark magic page. Apart from this simple explanation, there was no further information available. Yet, a vague intuition began to form within her. I should find a time to test it, but for now, I expect the school year is approaching. It's time to make my departure. With that, she focused her thoughts, and the spellbook flipped to its final page. 2 icons materialized. One bore a capital, while the other resembled castle. The M was gray, whereas the castle was vibrant in color. Her consciousness selected the castle. In the next moment, a sensation akin to being swept away by a tempest enveloped her. Hermione opened her eyes once more. In a familiar yet vintage room, an owl perched on the windowsill, intently gazing at her with its head tilted. A slight smile graced Hermione's lips. What to do when one finds themselves in the wrong world? Fear not. Simply traverse back. Chapter 2. Arrival at Hogwarts. As she removed the envelope from the owl's beak, Hermione turned to soothe the agitated cat, whose fur had bristled at the sight of the owl. She opened the envelope. Dear Hermione Granger, thank you for your thoughtfulness, and I wish you a delightful new term at Hogwarts. Signed, Minerva McGonagall. Hermione mused. Goodness, Professor McGonagall is quite gracious. When she had first received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, Hermione had penned a brief thank you note for the owl that delivered it, merely out of politeness. Never did she expect that Professor McGonagall would actually respond. Shaking her head, Hermione's gaze wandered around the room. This was indeed the original owner's chamber within the world of Harry Potter. As for how she came to be in this place, it was all thanks to the final page of the spellbook in her mind. After acquiring it in the Marvel universe, a moment of clarity washed over Hermione. She realized that she was now in the Marvel world. Although Hogwarts had accepted her, she was unable to attend school. Under such circumstances, where could she possibly learn spells? Moreover, as a 12-year-old orphan, utterly alone, even the basic necessities of survival posed a significant challenge. Undeterred, Hermione flipped through the spellbook, only to discover 2 icons on the last page, M and a castle. The M was gray and unresponsive, while the castle was vibrant in color. Without a second thought, Hermione made direct contact with the castle icon. In an instant, she found herself back in the HP universe. The castle on the page had turned gray, while the M became colorful, accompanied by a progress bar below. Hermione swiftly grasped the situation. After numerous attempts, she ultimately confirmed that the spellbook could traverse between the Marvel and HP worlds, albeit requiring a cooldown period. Each crossing necessitated a waiting period of approximately 12 hours. Only once the progress bar was full could she travel again. Thus, after purchasing a wand and some books in Diagon Alley, Hermione immediately began to commit to memory the spells she could currently access, then hurriedly returned to the Marvel world to practice, separated by an entire universe. Surely the Ministry of Magic would be incapable of tracking her unauthorized use of magic. Having packed her belongings and declined her parents' offer to see her off, Hermione made her way to King's Cross Station. More specifically, she was headed to the concealed Platform 9, from which the train to Hogwarts departed. Upon arriving at the platform and witnessing the scene of students seamlessly passing through walls, Hermione instantly comprehended the use of a spell that obscured Muggle perception. Otherwise, the onlookers would surely be astonished by the spectacle of students colliding with walls. Recalling that the platform was only accessible for a limited time, she dared not linger. Gripping her ticket tightly, she stepped through the wall, aware that any delay could result in a painful collision. Upon emerging, she found herself in a special platform. Not far away, a steampunk-styled train stood quietly, with numerous young witches and wizards bustling about, loading their luggage. Once on board, Hermione located an empty compartment and settled in. Leaning against the window, her charming face reflected back at her, though she appeared to be an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Her eyes betrayed a maturity that belied her age. Thoughts piled up like a mountain. Harry Potter, Marvel, Dumbledore, Voldemort, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, and the enigmatic spellbook swirling in her mind and crossing over. Just as she fell into deep contemplation, the compartment door swung open unexpectedly. "Oh, I'm sorry," exclaimed a bespectacled boy upon seeing Hermione. "I apologize, but all the other compartments are full. May I sit here?" Hermione glanced at him, chose silence, and offered a slight nod. "Thank you." The boy took a seat. Hermione recognized him instantly. Harry Potter? Why was he here without Ron? Or had she inadvertently taken a seat in their original compartment? Hermione dismissed such musings. The original story, whether in film or print, merely showcased a fragment of this world. She had no knowledge of where those two were meant to sit. Indeed, she was uncertain of her own designated place as well. Before long, a red-haired boy entered the compartment, inquiring with the same words. "Ron Weasley." Harry glanced at Hermione, saw her lack of response, nodded, and patted the seat beside him. "That's Gar. You're Harry Potter." Just like in the original narrative, Ron recognized Harry's identity and exclaimed in surprise. The wealthy Harry showcased his financial prowess, leaving the impoverished Ron utterly astonished, and their friendship began to form, much like in the original tale. After the initial commotion subsided, both boys turned their attention to Hermione. It was then that they noticed the seemingly aloof girl before them, who displayed no reaction whatsoever to the name Harry Potter. It was worth noting that, due to the Dark Lord, Harry Potter was a household name in the magical community. Feeling their gaze, Hermione met Harry's eyes for a fleeting moment before her attention settled on his glasses, restored to their original state. With a flick of her wand, she cast a repair spell, mending the crack that ran across his glasses, thus greeting him and simultaneously alleviating her own compulsions. Repair spell proficiency level 1. Harry and Ron gasped once more, completely taken aback that a first-year student could wield spells with such proficiency even before attending school. Hermione turned her gaze back to the window, choosing to ignore the two boys. Unlike other young witches and wizards who might be fascinated or excited by Harry Potter, she felt none of those emotions. Firstly, having read the original works and seen the films, she was already well acquainted with the two boys. Secondly, she simply did not relish the idea of engaging in childish games, even if her current form was that of a young girl. As night fell, the train finally arrived. Disembarking, the new students boarded small boats, following Hagrid's guidance as they traversed the waterway to Hogwarts. Gazing upon the magnificent castle before her, even Hermione, who had seen countless towering structures in her past life, could not help but express genuine awe. Indeed, the experience of witnessing it in person far surpassed any visual representation. Ascending the staircase, they entered the Great Hall. As expected, Professor McGonagall stood at the edge of the stairs, clad in her green robes and pointed witch's hat, just as depicted in the original work. A faint murmur of excitement emanated from the doors behind her. Ron and the arrogant Draco Malfoy continued to exchange disdainful glances, engaging in a spirited back and forth that inadvertently drew Harry into the fray. After the brief tumult, the students filed in. As they passed Professor McGonagall, she turned to Hermione and suddenly spoke. "Miss Granger." Hermione halted, her mind racing. Unlike her original counterpart, who would have rushed to the front, she now found herself lingering at the back,
trying to avoid attention. To her surprise, she had been noticed. Turning to McGonagall, she replied, "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." McGonagall studied her for a moment, then returned a warm smile. "Miss Granger, thank you for your thoughtfulness. I wish you a pleasant new term." It was the same sentiment as in her reply. Hermione realized it was due to the letter she had previously sent. "I appreciate your kind words. And I wish you a successful teaching year as well," she responded with a polite smile. As she arrived at the center of the hall, apart from the upperclassmen flanking either side, the most conspicuous sight was the row of professors seated at the front, particularly the venerable figure in the middle. Reminiscent of Gandalf with his flowing white beard, the old man rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, pausing momentarily on Harry Potter before shifting directly to Hermione, who sat at the back. Hermione. Chapter 3, Slytherin? Gryffindor. Bushkaman, what is the matter with you two? Hermione's expression faltered, and she managed to force a stiff smile. Compared to the bizarre superheroes and organizations from the Marvel Universe, she was far more apprehensive about the seemingly safe, yet genuinely perilous professors at Hogwarts. Although she did not believe they would pose any threat to a 12-year-old girl, the matters of time travel and magic books remained her deepest, most closely guarded secrets she wished to keep from everyone. And within Hogwarts, there were masters of legilimency aplenty, especially Dumbledore. While it was unlikely he would use such abilities on a first year, there was still an inherent risk. Yet she had no choice. Her desire to systematically learn magic compelled her to attend Hogwarts, making it a necessary undertaking. A moment later, Dumbledore averted his gaze, as if his prior scrutiny had been mere happenstance. Had she overthought it? Goodness, that nearly frightened her to death, for reasons she could not quite comprehend. Hermione felt an oddity in the final glance he cast her way. Shaking her head, she dispelled the useless thoughts and focused on the present. Following the customary proceedings, Dumbledore introduced the new students to Hogwarts' must-visit locations, the Forbidden Forest, before announcing the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall, holding a list, began calling names for the public ordeal of sorting. Hannah Abbott, the stalwart Hannah, Draco Malfoy, Susan Bones, Ron Weasley, Harry Potter. The name resonated, and the hall erupted into a cacophony once more. As the renowned figure who had vanquished Voldemort, Harry's name was already widely known. Following a spirited duel with the Sorting Hat, Harry was ultimately placed in Gryffindor. The students of the Lion House erupted in cheers. "Ha! Harry Potter is one of us. Gryffindor. Hermione Granger." At last, her name was called, although she did not understand why she, who should have been sorted before Harry, was called last. This was not a moment for lingering doubts. She swiftly approached and placed the sorting hat atop her head. The hat seemed to be in a quandary, taking much longer to respond than it had for Harry. Courage, resilience, intelligence, ambition, seemingly all present, though ambition appears to dominate. It whispered in a voice audible only to Hermione. "Then it shall be S. Silence. Gryffindor." Hermione interrupted in her mind. She would not yield to reallocation. Gryffindor was her first choice. Good heavens, had her time travel nearly landed her in Slytherin? Thankfully, her quick thinking saved her. Did she truly exude the traits of a dark wizard? Hermione felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Although Slytherin may have aligned with her character, it was decidedly unsuitable for her. She was acutely aware of the disdain Slytherins held for wizards of Muggle descent. If she were to be sorted there, it would likely lead to conflict by the very next day. It was not that she could not handle those insufferable brats. Rather, the inconvenience was too great. Moreover, choosing Gryffindor held a significant advantage. It would allow her to keep a watchful eye on Harry Potter. Familiar with the original plot, she understood that once he began to stir trouble, she could take advantage of the ensuing chaos. This advantage was something the other three houses could not offer. Very well. Very well. The Sorting Hat conceded with a hint of resignation. While it could discern intelligence and character, it ultimately had to respect her wishes. With a resounding proclamation, it declared, "Gryffindor." Another new student was added, and Gryffindor erupted in jubilant celebration. Ron nudged Harry beside him. "Hey, look. That aloof girl from the box is also in Gryffindor. I thought such a prodigy would end up in Ravenclaw with her ability to cast spells so proficiently before even starting school." Harry, rubbing his forehead, managed a strained smile, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward the head table. Hermione knew that it was likely the scar Voldemort had left on Harry was reacting to Quirrell. But Harry's focus was fixed on Snape, who sat nearby. On the very first day of school, he was already shouldering the blame. It was just like him. Ron eagerly waved his hands at the empty seat beside him, beckoning Hermione over. She graciously accepted the invitation and sat down next to the two boys, finally having the opportunity to survey the front. Snape, clad in his black robes, indeed resembled a great bat. The shortest among the professors was likely Flitwick. "Dumbledore, my goodness. How did you transform from Jude Law into your current self? What have you endured through the years?" She pondered, The professor next to him was the one responsible for teaching broomstick flying, though his name eluded her. And then, her gaze fell upon the final figure. Dressed in what could only be described as a cosplay of the Godfather, his hat lacked a speaker, only housing Voldemort's presence. Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, willing to be a host for Voldemort. Voldemort, the antagonist of the first year. A rebirth in which he endeavored to seize the Philosopher's Stone, but met his downfall at the hands of first-year wizards. Both his life and reputation were lost. Poor Quirrell. What a tragic fate. She anticipated his performance with mild amusement. Hermione withdrew her gaze. With the sorting concluded, laughter and merriment filled the air as the feast commenced. Dumbledore raised his goblet, smiling in Harry's direction, who responded with a gentle nod. Yet Hermione could not shake the feeling that Dumbledore's gaze lingered on her, seated beside Harry. Pretending not to notice, she buried herself in her dinner. On the following day, Hermione awoke early and, after borrowing a few books from the library, made her way directly to the classroom. The time travel feature had fully charged overnight, yet she had not opted to return to the Marvel Universe. Instead, she dutifully remained in her dormitory, for she did not wish to miss her first magic class at Hogwarts. Whether or not she attended class was of little consequence to her, but she did not want to leave a peculiar impression on the professors, especially during her developmental years. While the Marvel side remained under consideration, at Hogwarts, Hermione had already established her persona, and her current task was to maintain this facade. The first class of the morning was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Hermione arrived early and, adhering to the customary practice from her past life, quickly sat in the last row, a privilege reserved for those who rose early, while simultaneously opening her copy of Hogwarts, a history. The book's contents, as the title suggested, narrated the history of Hogwarts, including the founders of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Her choice of this book stemmed not only from a desire to gain a comprehensive understanding of this world, but also for personal reasons. Regarding the classification of ancient magic within the magic texts, although the original work contained relevant content, her immediate association was with the game Hogwarts Legacy. She wondered if this world bore any elements from Hogwarts Legacy, perhaps finding clues within this book. As she immersed herself in her reading, new students began to trickle into the classroom in small groups. It seemed that after a night's time, the students had begun to forge their own small circles. A few attempted to approach Hermione upon noticing her, but sensing the aura of stay away that enveloped her, they ultimately retreated. At that moment, a mottled gray and white cat leaped onto the desk, striding gracefully towards Hermione. Chapter 4, Transfiguration. Hermione looked up at the feline. A cat? No. It's Professor McGonagall. Hermione momentarily froze before quickly coming to realization. The reason she comprehended the true identity of the cat was not due to a vague impression from the original text, but rather the sudden tremor of her magical book in her consciousness. Spell. Transfiguration, Animagus, cat, acquired. The unexpected transformation altered Hermione's gaze, a flicker of confusion and surprise passing through her eyes before she regained her composure. Oh, could it be that Mr. Filch's cat has gone astray? Hermione muttered to herself, then shook her head and returned to her reading. She chose to disregard it entirely. McGonagall was not surprised. After all, Hermione had never struck her as one particularly interested in fluffy creatures, so it was entirely normal for her not to have reached out for a petting. And her astonishment likely stemmed from her bewilderment at the presence of a cat in the classroom. Little did she know that her proud disguise had already been thoroughly seen through by the young witch before her. The feline professor seemed particularly intrigued by Hermione, tiptoeing around her hand. Moments later, it lowered its gaze to the open book on the desk, revealing a human-like perplexity. Hogwarts, a history? What could this little creature find interesting in such a tome? McGonagall pondered. Although the history of the school was essential knowledge for every new student, and even covered in the history of magic class, most newcomers typically favored more practical subjects like charms or potions, rarely showing interest in the school as history. Truly an amusing little being, McGonagall thought. Noticing Hermione engrossed in her reading, she refrained from further interruption and leaped to the front of the classroom, observing the students below. Before long, the class bell rang, plunging the room into an immediate silence. One could hardly deny the reputation of a wizarding school. Everyone was diligently engaged in their studies. Hermione reflected as she listened to the rustling of pages around her. Even the notorious trio of troublemakers in the distance were engrossed in their books. One could criticize their misbehavior, but one could hardly accuse them of being inept. The only exception, however, occurred suddenly when a commotion erupted from behind. The classroom door swung open, and Harry and Ron rushed in, breathless, only to find that Professor McGonagall was absent, prompting them to exhale in relief. Thank goodness. We barely made it. Otherwise, if we were caught being late, McGonagall's expression would surely be terrifying. Ron whispered to Harry. Although his voice was low, It resonated clearly in the quiet classroom. A chorus of first years turned to stare, including Draco Malfoy, who rolled his eyes in response. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the two boys, the cat on the podium leaped down, transforming midair into a human form, revealing Professor McGonagall. Ron and Harry were left utterly speechless. The expressions of the surrounding first years mirrored their shock. They were equally unaware that the cat before them was indeed Professor McGonagall. Simultaneously relieved that they had not arrived late or engaged in any inappropriate actions, such as petting a cat. Only Hermione remained unfazed. Remarkable. Once he regained his composure, Ron exclaimed, though the embarrassment on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. "Thank you for your feedback, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall replied with a stoic expression. "Perhaps I should transform you and Mr. Potter into a pocket watch, so at least one of you might learn to keep time." Harry quietly protested, "We got lost." "Then let us turn you into a map." Sensing McGonagall's lack of amusement, the two boys wisely fell silent. "Please take your seats." Upon hearing McGonagall's words, the two felt as if a great weight had been lifted, scanning the room until their eyes lit up, and they promptly settled beside Hermione, comfortably taking a seat. Hermione, engrossed in her reading, paid them no mind, and they, in turn, leaned in to see the book in her hands. Although Hermione maintained her aloof demeanor thus far, she was indeed the most familiar face among the new students to them. In this transfiguration class, McGonagall did not engage in any practical teaching, but rather provided an overview of the fundamental principles and various branches of transfiguration: animagi, summoning, transformations, cross-species transfiguration, and human transfiguration, while showcasing a bit of magic that elicited gasps of awe from the young witches and wizards. The first class concluded pleasantly. After class, as the young witches and wizards walked out, they animatedly discussed the astonishing events they had just witnessed. "Did you see that? A mouse turned into a glass," Ron exclaimed excitedly to Harry. Harry was equally astonished. This was the first time he truly felt as if he had entered a real magical world. Noticing Hermione's continued calm demeanor, he couldn't help but ask, "Hermione, didn't you think what Professor McGonagall just did was incredible?" He was puzzled as to why the lovely girl before him maintained her serene expression regardless of the situation. They were all roughly the same age. With this thought, Harry had a sudden realization. Could it be that you, like Ron, come from a wizarding family? Hermione shook her head. "No, both my parents are muggles." Ron's expression froze, feeling somewhat hurt. Here he was, a product of a prestigious wizarding lineage, yet he was the one shouting in excitement, while this girl, who had never encountered magic before, appeared far more knowledgeable than he was. "Well," Hermione paused, contemplating for a moment. "It is indeed impressive, but once you learn it, you'll realize it's not that extraordinary." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Ron, feeling indignant, retorted, "You say that as if you could do it too." "Well, I certainly can," Hermione replied with a nod. The two were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening as if they had heard the most absurd claim. Ron merely felt irked by Hermione's nonchalant attitude, intending to provoke her, but was taken aback when she straightforwardly agreed. This left him at a loss for words. Though Harry remained silent, skepticism filled his gaze. Hermione noticed their disbelief and, with a hint of amusement, asked, "What if I truly could?" Ron scoffed, "Fine. Then I'll eat this feather quill of Harry's. Is that satisfactory?" Harry, "Wait, why is my item being used as a wager in your bet?" "Very well." Hermione said no more, merely nodding gently as she drew her wand and aimed it at the feather quill in Harry's hand. Flipendo. As the incantation fell, the tip of her wand glimmered, and before their astonished eyes, the quill gradually morphed into a head, paws, and tail, ultimately taking on the shape of a mouse. No longer resembling a quill in the slightest, the mouse leapt from Harry's hand, as if imbued with life, scurrying up onto Ron's shoulder. The two stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the spectacle before them, particularly Ron, whose mouth hung open as if an egg could fit inside. He was genuinely taken aback by this display. Observing their reactions, Hermione's lips curved into a slight smile as she coolly uttered, "Enjoy." Chapter 5. Learning potions is less enriching than studying history. "No way, you really can't?" Ron exclaimed in bewilderment, staring at the mouse scurrying chaotically across him. Swallowing hard and casting a pleading glance at Harry, Harry quickly stepped back, averting his gaze, clearly signaling, "This bet is none of my concern. Don't drag me into this." The fragile friendship boat had capsized. Upon contemplating the prospect of consuming the mouse, Ron felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It was not merely the thought of devouring a living creature that disturbed him. Rather, it was the fact that he had a fondness for mice. Having even kept a pet mouse named Peter, no, rather, Scabbers. Hermione, though perplexed, respected his feelings. With a flick of her wand, she dispelled the transformation, and the mouse instantly reverted to a quill, gently descending to the ground. A light chuckle escaped Hermione's lips as she turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Ron and Harry exchanged incredulous glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They were acutely aware that there had been no mention of transfiguration in the books available for purchase in Diagon Alley prior to their enrollment, implying that Hermione had learned the spell merely by observing Professor McGonagall perform it once. How could they not be astonished? Even for Ron, who hailed from a wizarding family, this was far beyond his comprehension. Was this what one might call genius? As they observed Hermione's retreating figure, Harry and Ron hurriedly followed in her wake. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Hermione did not pause, but instead focused on the spells recorded in her mind. Having successfully subdued the two boys and established her initial authority in their eyes, she was now preoccupied with the two transfiguration spells she had just inscribed. Transfiguration LV1, 1000, and Transfiguration Animagus, Cat. The former she had already utilized, thus slightly enhancing her proficiency. She sensed that LV1 transfiguration was limited to small objects and that its duration was short-lived. An increase in proficiency would improve the effects, but would not allow her to transcend these constraints. It seemed that only upon reaching LV2 could she expect to unlock new capabilities, achieving a qualitative transformation. As for the latter, she had yet to experiment. The term animagus refers to a wizard capable of transforming themselves into a specific animal while retaining their magical abilities. One stipulation of this transformation is that the animal form must correlate with the wizard's physical characteristics and personality. It is not a matter of choice. And a wizard may only assume one animal form for their lifetime, with no possibility of alteration. Moreover, mastering this transformation is notoriously difficult and fraught with peril. The fact that only 7 individuals had registered as animagi throughout the entire 20th century in the Harry Potter universe underscores its rarity. However, based on the descriptions in her spellbook, Hermione should be able to transform directly into a cat, much like Professor McGonagall, as animagus transformations are permanent and thus do not involve proficiency levels. But if that were the case, could she also collect other animagus forms? As Hermione pondered this, she strode forward, flanked by 2 companions resembling bodyguards. Not a moment was spent mourning the blow dealt to the 2 boys. Her destination was none other than the potions classroom. In any classroom, the back row corners are fiercely contested territories, a fact Hermione had known for 20 years. Yet, at present, this seemingly inconspicuous corner had become the focus of the newcomer's attention, for Severus Snape, clad in his dark robes, was fixated on Harry's eyes with an ominous expression. "Mr. Potter," he intoned, his voice dripping with disdain, "the celebrity among the first years, tell me, what happens if one adds daffodil root powder to a mugwort infusion?" Harry felt uncomfortable under Snape's scrutinizing gaze and glanced helplessly at Ron, who merely slumped over his desk, feigning death. "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied, exasperated. "And where might one find dragon dung?" "Don't know? Then what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "Sorry." Clearly, mere fame was insufficient. A flicker of disappointment crossed Snape's eyes as he retorted in a sardonic tone, "Isn't that right, Mr. Potter?" His mocking words, combined with his indifferent demeanor, disheveled hair, and prominent aquiline nose, perpetually imparted a sense of ill intent. The classroom fell into an oppressive silence. Harry, already harboring a poor impression of Snape, could not suppress his irritation after such blatant targeting. He retorted, "Clearly, Hermione knows the answer. But you only wish to interrogate those who do not." The young witches and wizards widened their eyes in astonishment. What audacity! On the very first day, he had clashed with a professor, and not just any professor, but the notoriously difficult Snape. All eyes turned in unison toward Hermione, who was leaning against a stone pillar in the corner. Hermione thought, "What on earth? Am I being accused here?" I've retreated to the corner and Haven T made any gestures to raise my hand. Yet somehow I'm being dragged into this. This was, in fact, a misunderstanding on Hermione's part. Harry genuinely believed she had the knowledge. After all, her earlier display of transfiguration had left a profound impression on him, coupled with her aloof and haughty demeanor, which had begun to cultivate an impression of Hermione as an all-knowing entity in his mind. Upon hearing Harry's words, Snape instinctively turned his gaze toward Hermione. "Since Mr. Potter claims that you foolish girl, possess this knowledge, then you shall answer. Should you answer incorrectly, points will be deducted from Gryffindor." "What are you looking at?" Snape inquired, noticing the book on Hermione's desk, his brows furrowing. "Hogwarts, a History?" Upon seeing the title, Snape momentarily short-circuited, before erupting into sarcastic laughter. "Miss Granger, are you reading about school history in my potions class? Are you certain your eyesight is functioning properly? Or do you deem my potions class to be beneath your learning aspirations?" Which, in fact, was true. The entire potions textbook had already been inscribed into her spellbook. As long as she followed the procedures, bolstered by the spellbook's enhancements, success was assured, leaving no room for chance. Unless there were more advanced materials or Snape demonstrated something not included in the textbook, first-year potions class held little allure for her compared to history. Upon hearing this, the Slytherin students could not help but chuckle mockingly, reveling in the schadenfreude. Indeed, Gryffindor only produces brave souls. The Sorting Hat does not deceive me. As Hermione observed Snape's expression darkening like the bottom of a cauldron, she sighed softly and replied with calmness. Daffodil root powder and mugwort can create a potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Dragon dung is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat that can neutralize most poisons. Aconite and wolfsbane are the same plant. Am I correct, Professor? She lifted her gaze to meet Snape's. The spellbook could only inscribe potion-making processes, but even without it, Hermione's innate talent was exceptional. Coupled with her prior education, her memory was remarkably potent. This foundational knowledge was easily retained with a mere glance. With a single statement, she effectively stifled any further mockery from Snape. Correct, he replied begrudgingly, a flicker of satisfaction momentarily lighting his gaze before he seemed to recall something, lost in thought for a moment. When he regained his composure, he turned away with a scoff. Gryffindors do not respect their teachers, 5 points deducted. Yet he refrained from mentioning her extracurricular reading, tacitly accepting it. Although he had forcibly deducted points from Gryffindor, the young witches and wizards could clearly see that it was Snape who had suffered a setback. This incident firmly etched the name Hermione Granger into the minds of the first years, particularly among the Slytherins, who felt a collective discontent over their headmaster's loss of face. Throughout the remainder of the class, Snape occasionally cast furtive glances in Hermione's direction, seemingly begrudgingly searching for an opportunity to create trouble. This was the prevailing sentiment among all. Yet only Hermione understood that his gaze was not upon her. Such beautiful eyes, aren't they? In the days that followed, Hermione maintained her routine, attending classes punctually and devoting her spare time almost entirely to the library. She had mastered all the spells from her first-year textbooks, and although Quirrell, despite his current feigned demeanor of ineptitude, displayed a timid character, he was still competent and dedicated in his teaching of defense against the dark arts. Hermione gleaned a wealth of spells from him. Perhaps due to Harry's immense fame and his association with the notorious Voldemort, the first-year students were primarily curious about him. And apart from Ron, few sought to engage with him directly. However, neither of them had any intentions of expanding their social circles. As for Hermione, despite her somewhat aloof demeanor, she was patient in answering queries when approached. They could be considered acquaintances, if not quite friends. Notably, after discerning the schedule of the potions classroom, Hermione finally seized an opportunity devoid of others. On a moonless night, she executed an Alohomora to stealthily unlock the classroom door, where she discovered an old potions textbook nestled within a corner cabinet. Upon opening the first page, an elegant inscription caught her eye. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. A genuine smile spread across Hermione's face at this revelation. The magical book responded once again, Dark Magic. Disarming Charm LV1, 1000. Transfiguration Charm LV1, 1000. Half an hour later, after fully mastering the disarming charm and numerous advanced potion recipes, she returned the textbook to its original place and exited the classroom. A month swiftly passed, and the first-year students gradually acclimated to life at Hogwarts. Initially, Hermione attended her classes regularly, but upon realizing that a routine approach yielded little new knowledge, she began to skip classes more frequently. Aside from her keen interest in history of magic, where she often engaged in private discussions with the ghostly Professor Binns, her attendance in other subjects dwindled to the bare minimum. This left her professors in a state of exasperation, yet they could not harbor resentment, for this young girl grasped any subject with remarkable ease, demonstrating an extraordinary aptitude for magic. Accustomed to her solitary pursuits, Hermione's enigmatic nature made her somewhat elusive, particularly as she spent countless hours in the library. Engrossed in various historical texts, two monikers gradually circulated among the students, the library witch and the history enthusiast. In contrast to the original trio, the group that once centered around Harry Potter had transformed into the library witch and her two loyal companions. In the Marvel universe, within a shadowy alley, a diminutive figure materialized from thin air. She had finally returned. Hermione inhaled deeply. After nearly a month of diligent study, she had gathered every spell and potion knowledge accessible in the library and had proficiently honed most of her practical magic. Unless she dared to venture into the restricted section, her potential for rapid growth appeared limited in the immediate future. However, she speculated that the spells had not progressed from level 1 to level 2 primarily because her magical capacity remained stagnant at level 1, thereby capping her current spell limits. As for the traces of ancient magic, her leads were still scant. After a month of accumulating knowledge, she was no longer a novice in magic. She possessed a profound understanding of the wizarding world. For instance, given her innate talent, Her magical abilities would continue to grow as she aged, eventually stabilizing after reaching adulthood. Each practice session and pursuit of advanced spells contributed to her progress. This growth manifested numerically as her magical book's power level and experience points. And the closer she approached maximum experience, the slower her advancement became. Where she once gained 5 points of magical experience for every 10 spell practices, she now garnered only a single point. Unlike games, wizards did not possess a visible mana bar. However, excessive spellcasting could leave one feeling drained, particularly mentally fatigued, necessitating rest, which further restricted Hermione's training. Although she could endure and eventually level up, she felt the pace was unacceptably slow. Both the Harry Potter and Marvel worlds instilled in her a sense of insecurity, compelling her to rapidly enhance her abilities. At the very least, she resonated with Voldemort's assertion, magic is power. Fortunately, the magical book in her mind offered Hermione an alternative method for swift advancement. Unable to experiment at Hogwarts, she prepared to return to the Marvel universe after a month of preparation. Although she had returned, the question of where to go lingered in her mind as she murmured to herself while leaving the alley and walking in a particular direction. The Marvel world was also enveloped in night, mirroring the time in Harry Potter's world, with the only difference being the date. Despite having spent a few days here, Hermione was not well acquainted with New York, and she found herself at a loss regarding her next destination. As she passed by a building, she faintly heard the sounds of shouting from within. Hermione looked up and recognized this as the place where she had previously worked part-time at the kebab shop. On the surface, the law barely prohibited child labor. Although there were many loopholes, it was not appropriate for her to work under the public's eye. However, due to the confundus charm she had cast, Hermione had intentionally obscured this fact from those around her. After all, it was 2008 in the Marvel universe, and her 1991 currency was useless, especially since she only had pounds. She needed to earn some local currency. Uncle Elvin, the proprietor of the kebab shop, had treated her kindly, offering her a generous starting wage and helping her adapt to her new life, for which she was grateful. It was fortunate to encounter a good person so soon after her arrival. Yet, what was the source of the shouting coming from the shop? Had they run out of tomatoes for the shawarma? Hermione frowned, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, and hurriedly made her way inside the establishment. Chapter 7. A First Encounter with Dark Harvest. Alohomora. Standing before the locked door of the shop, Hermione waved her wand, and the lock fell away with a click. Casting a disillusionment charm upon herself, she slipped quietly inside. Deep within the room, by the bar, 2 figures were locked in a standoff. While a nearby window had been pried open, one was the familiar Uncle Elvin, and opposite him stood a man brandishing a gun. Hermione quickly grasped the situation. A classic American heist. Uncle Elvin raised his hands, anxiety etched across his face. "Don't shoot. I'll get you the money right now," he stammered. Beginning to move toward the counter, the armed man shouted vehemently, "Give me the money. I said give me the money. Don't move. I said don't move. Hurry up and get the money." The gun trembled slightly in his grip, poised to fire at any moment. Hermione could only sigh at the absurdity of the scene before her, reflecting the intelligence level one might expect from a traditional American robber. As Uncle Elvin hesitated, torn between whether to comply or remain still, the robber, seemingly incensed by Elvin's inaction, escalated his shouting, his finger tightening on the trigger. Sensing the imminent danger, Hermione no longer hesitated. She pointed her wand forward and whispered, "Accio." In an instant, an invisible force struck the chest of the black robber, sending him hurtling backward to crash against the wall with a heavy thud. The impact was so great that the wall bore faint cracks. The potency is quite commendable," Hermione mused with satisfaction. Although it was merely a level 1 repelling charm, its effectiveness, honed to full proficiency, was akin to a full-force strike from a top-tier martial artist. It surpassed the capabilities of many wizards of her own year and even some upperclassmen whose repelling charms might not achieve such a degree of force. "Ah, it hurts. Help me." The fallen robber groaned in agony, feeling as though his very organs had been displaced, unsure how many ribs he had broken. "Oh, he is not dead yet?" Hermione raised her wand once more. Shatter. A transparent wave sliced through the air, landing at the robber's neck. In the next moment, his throat burst open, revealing a gaping wound that sliced through flesh to the bone, blood gushing forth and pooling around him. Elvin, standing nearby, was utterly paralyzed with shock. Just as he had perceived the robber to be in a frenzy, preparing to fight back, the man inexplicably seemed to be struck by some unseen force, crashing against the wall before his neck snapped. It was akin to a scene from a horror film. Trembling, Elvin dared not move, questioning whether he was the one who had lost his mind. A gun came flying. Seizing the moment while Elvin was frozen in fear, Hermione quietly cast a summoning charm, drawing the firearm from the ground into her possession before exiting the shop without a backward glance. Dark Harvest. Current soul energy, 1, in the shadowy alley. Hermione observed the transformation of her spellbook with immense delight. Her suspicions had proven correct. Dark Harvest could siphon strength through death. Upon acquiring this soul energy, she immediately grasped its application. It could be infused into her being to enhance her magical prowess or utilized to bolster her spellcasting proficiency. Each point of energy corresponded to a singular enhancement in her abilities. Was this not compelling her to embrace the role of a wicked dark sorceress? A smile crept upon Hermione's lips, barely containable. Indeed, upon her return to the Marvel Universe this night, she held but one objective: to kill. Since Dark Harvest required death to harvest soul energy, she would take matters into her own hands when no one else was passing away nearby. Of course, her targets were not chosen indiscriminately. While she harbored no aversion to killing, she had no desire to prey upon innocent bystanders. That would be a true transgression of her moral boundaries. Even though this place was not the blue star of her previous life, she regarded everything as a mere game. And she had no wish to engage in such actions. Neither in her past nor present had Hermione ever been a paragon of virtue. Yet she was certainly not a madman pursuing chaotic evil. Moreover, and most importantly, Hermione had formulated her character arc within the Marvel realm. Should she engage in indiscriminate slaughter, it would undoubtedly attract the ire of various superheroes, a consequence far outweighing any potential gain. She sought to treat the Marvel Universe as a stable proving ground to bolster her strength, thus could not afford to make herself a target of universal disdain. At present, although she had taken a life, it was that of a robber intent on murder and robbery, an act she could easily justify as virtuous. This way, her killings could be legitimized, and given her age, even the likes of Captain America, with his overflowing sense of justice, would not hold her accountable. After all, which superhero had not engaged in the act of killing at some point, as long as it was done in the name of justice? Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV1, 988-1000. As she absorbed the soul energy, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, and Hermione felt her magical abilities visibly strengthen. 1 point of soul energy equated to a day's worth of diligent effort. How exhilarating. The Marvel Universe was indeed perfectly suited for her. Ha! Hermione could not suppress a chuckle within her heart. 3 hours later. Once again, it is you, America. Standing in the area known as Hell's Kitchen, Hermione reflected on the mere 2 experience points needed to reach full capacity. After departing the barbecue restaurant, she had inquired with passers-by about New York's most chaotic and crime-ridden neighborhoods, promptly hailing a cab to make her way there. She vividly recalled the incredulous expression on the driver's face when she announced her destination, as if to say, "What business does a child have going there?" As expected, within a mere 3 hours, she witnessed a myriad of spectacles, including but not limited to drug trafficking, armed robbery, shoplifting, and random shootings. Strangely, the pedestrians appeared unfazed. Embodying the essence of America, cloaked in her disillusionment charm, Hermione transformed into a shadowy assassin, targeting the most heinous criminals to practice her spells and utilizing Dark Harvest to convert them into soul energy. During this process, she stumbled upon a murder scene and discovered that it was not strictly necessary for her to take action herself, as long as someone nearby succumbed to death. She could complete the harvest. Now what should she do? Having toiled for so long, Hermione felt a tinge of fatigue, despite being a witch. Her physical endurance was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person, especially considering she was still a growing girl in need of rest. The area had been thoroughly cleared of potential targets, and there remained at least 8 hours before her next opportunity to traverse dimensions would arise. If only I could fly or apparate, Hermione mused. 3 hours of walking had been a dual test of her stamina and resolve. Fortunately, flying lessons were scheduled for the following week, so there was no need for undue haste. Hermione surveyed her surroundings, contemplating whether a figure like Kingpin existed in this world. Even if he did, she had no intention of engaging with him, as it did not align with the persona she had crafted for herself. Besides, what status did a street-level thug like him possess to warrant a wizard's attention? By merely judging from Tony Stark's presence, she deduced that this was indeed the MCU cinematic universe, and as the term Iron Man had yet to emerge, the timeline must be set prior to Tony's abduction. Suddenly, Hermione realized something crucial. It was the summer of 2008, and Iron Man had not yet been born, which meant a certain wealthy playboy had just been kidnapped. Chapter 8. On how to ride a broom without causing discomfort. This meant she could potentially buy in when Stark Industries stock plummeted due to Tony Stark's disappearance. Hermione felt a surge of excitement for a moment, only for her expression to fall once again. Setting aside the fact that she lacked funds, she also had no idea how to invest, and even if she did, what relevance would it hold for someone with no identity, a mere shadow? Frustrating. Muttering to herself that money was but a material possession, Hermione begrudgingly sought out a modest inn, placing a few bills she had scavenged from the criminals on the counter. The owner, encountering such a young child for the first time, hesitated before ultimately conceding and providing her with a room, motivated by the cash. Only then did Hermione discreetly set her wand down from her sleeve. She had been prepared to eliminate the owner if he had harbored any ill intentions. But to her surprise, he had not considered her age as a reason to act maliciously. TSK, how dull. The following morning, a group of men in black suits, their faces devoid of expression, arrived at the inn. The leader presented his credentials, and then a middle-aged balding man approached Hermione's door, gently knocking before carefully stepping back a couple of paces. Silence enveloped the room, with no response to be heard. The balding man furrowed his brow, retrieving the key bestowed upon him by the innkeeper, and swiftly opened the door, darting inside. The chamber was devoid of occupants. After scanning the surroundings to confirm there was no one concealed within, he reached out to touch the disheveled bedding. It still held warmth. They haven't gone far, you lot. Search the vicinity. The balding man commanded decisively, prompting the cloaked figures behind him to spring into action. 10 minutes later, they returned one by one, shaking their heads. Observing this, the man promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he stated succinctly, the target just vanished but has not left the room. I suspect they may possess some form of teleportation ability. After hearing a response from the other end, he nodded and replied, yes, sir, before ending the call and turning to leave. Meanwhile, in a spacious office, a bald African-American man wearing an eye patch placed down the phone, his gaze fixed upon the documents strewn across his desk, lost in contemplation. A knock resounded at the door. Enter. A young woman, impeccably dressed and seemingly a secretary, stepped inside, handing him a folder. Director, last night, a barbecue restaurant in a neighborhood of New York received a report of a homicide, but the details seem peculiar. Our surveillance team discovered it and deemed it necessary to report to you. The bald man perused the documents for a moment before setting them down. A photograph of a girl lay quietly at the center of the file. On the grass before Hogwarts Castle, dozens of young wizards stood in 2 lines, facing each other, each with a broomstick placed at their feet. Today marked Madame Hooch's flying lesson. Observing the eager faces of the Slytherin students, Hermione could not help but roll her eyes. Who was responsible for scheduling this class? Did it really have to be Gryffindor and Slytherin paired together? Even before the lesson commenced, tensions were already soaring, with both sides glaring at one another, each unwilling to back down, embodying a palpable sense of what are you looking at, and what about it? The professors were not oblivious to this, knowing full well that Gryffindor and Slytherin had always been at odds. Surely, this was not what they called motivational teaching. Perhaps it was simply a tradition at Hogwarts. When Hermione had read Harry Potter previously, she had sensed that the chaos within the wizarding world likely stemmed from a certain object known as the Sorting Hat. Throughout the entire series, rather than awarding it to Voldemort, she would prefer to attribute it to the Sorting Hat. Across 7 books, had that cursed object served any purpose other than to foster alliances among wizards? The first act for young wizards arriving at Hogwarts was to don a hat. You go to Gryffindor, you go to Slytherin. Those in the know recognized it as sorting, while the uninformed might think that the 4 houses were recruiting. If they were to divide students based on character, then they ought to tailor their education accordingly. What purpose did it serve, aside from exacerbating conflicts? It was almost as if they were eager for a brawl. In her view, while Voldemort was certainly no saint, the current state of affairs could also be attributed to Hogwarts itself to some extent. Growing up in the Slytherin environment, how could one's character possibly remain unchanged compared to those from the other 3 houses? However, despite her complaints, Hermione harbored no real objections. After all, this arrangement conveniently gathered together those with whom she could not interact amiably, sparing her the effort of sorting them out individually. It was not as if she stood to lose anything from it. Lost in her reverie, Hermione was finally roused by Madame Hooch's arrival. Good afternoon, students. Her robust voice resonated through the air. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch. The young wizards chorused in unison. Welcome to our first flying lesson. As you all know, flying is of paramount importance for a wizard, especially. Following the customary introduction filled with information and safety precautions, Madame Hooch, observing the eager expressions of her students, finally declared, all right, now place your right hand above your broom and say up. Instantly, a chorus of voices echoed across the grass. Hermione joined in, softly uttering, up. Nothing happened. Let us try again. Up. The broom rolled slightly, but showed no intention of taking flight. Hermione was at a loss. She was almost a prodigy in every aspect, save for broomstick flying. It was not that she completely lacked understanding. It was merely that, when compared to others of exceptional talent, her abilities in broomstick flying were merely average. The mysterious spellbook had not imparted this skill, leaving her to practice gradually. Meanwhile, Harry, who had summoned his broom to his hand with ease, was astonished to witness Hermione's struggle for the first time. Finally, After a third attempt, Hermione's broom successfully lifted into her grasp. Add some emotion, Madame Hooch called out, noticing many young wizards still struggling. After considerable effort, eventually, everyone succeeded in summoning their brooms. Madame Hooch nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "Now, on my command, everyone mounts their brooms and holds on tightly. Do not let go." Hermione hesitated as she observed her classmates straddling their brooms. Wait, the broomstick is so slender. Won't that be uncomfortable? Surely it won't be painful? Yet, in the next moment, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Yes, she had almost forgotten. She truly could not manage it. With her anger simmering, Hermione ultimately opted not to ride the broom, but rather sat sideways upon it. Ron, noticing her predicament, leaned in and whispered, "Hermione, Madame Hooch wants us to ride." "Shut up." "Oh." Chapter 9. For heaven's sake, go and get him. After receiving a scolding, Ron sulkily closed his mouth. Harry, too, wisely refrained from speaking. Since their acquaintance, Hermione had consistently exhibited a calm demeanor, her emotions unwavering. This was the first time they had witnessed her in such a flustered state. Fortunately, Madame Hooch remained oblivious to this minor episode, instead raising her voice. "When I blow the whistle, you will kick off the ground, stabilize your brooms, and after ascending, make a few circles before leaning slightly forward to return to the ground." Before she could finish her sentence, Madame Hooch's eyes widened in alarm. For unbeknownst to her, Neville Longbottom had somehow floated several feet off the ground, wobbling precariously in midair. "Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing? Come down at once." Neville, feeling himself ascend higher, wore an expression of panic and shouted, "Down, down." Alas, the broom disregarded his commands and insisted on climbing even higher. Having already reached dozens of meters in height within mere moments of their exchange, amidst Neville's frantic cries, the broom behaved like a wild stallion, careening through the sky. It appeared almost sentient, utterly indifferent to Neville's predicament, as it repeatedly collided with the castle's outer walls, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. Eventually, after a chaotic flight, Neville found himself ensnared upon a ledge above the castle wall. With a resounding rip, his robe could no longer withstand the weight and tore apart, sending him plummeting from several stories above. A gasp erupted from the crowd below. The timid wizards averted their gaze, unable to bear witness to the impending spectacle. At such heights, even a wizard, with a constitution far superior to that of a muggle, would surely sustain grave injuries from a fall. This surely qualified as a teaching mishap, thought Hermione, exasperated, were it not for the miraculous healing methods available to wizards. The toll of lives lost annually during mere driving tests would be staggering. Amidst the screams, Neville plummeted rapidly towards the ground. And just as everyone braced for a tragic scene, a clear voice resonated from behind. Deceleration charm. As the incantation took effect, Neville's descent abruptly slowed, as if he were enveloped by a powerful cushion, halting his fall just half a meter above the ground. The onlookers stood dumbfounded for 2 seconds before collectively turning around. There stood Hermione, wand raised, directed forward. Thus, a potential disaster was averted. Madame Hooch finally grasped the situation and let out a quiet sigh of relief, her gaze towards Hermione brimming with gratitude. Although incidents like this were not uncommon during flying lessons, an inevitable occurrence, it was still her responsibility to oversee the little ones. And even without facing reprimand, she felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, the swiftness of this young witch's response was remarkable. Was the deceleration charm truly a spell attainable in the first year? Given her execution, it seemed to surpass the proficiency of many upperclassmen preparing for their OWLs. However, considering Hermione's identity, Madame Hooch was not overly surprised. She had heard from other professors about a new Gryffindor student named Hermione Granger, whose genius was almost beyond belief. Who could have imagined that a wizard hailing from a muggle family would possess such extraordinary talent? As Hermione dispelled the spell and withdrew her wand, Neville's feet met the ground with a sickening crack. He had twisted his ankle, fracturing it on the spot. Hermione's lips twitched in annoyance, feeling her efforts had been in vain. "You're truly foolish," she thought. Madame Hooch quickly approached to assess the situation, shaking her head. "Mr. Longbottom, you owe a great deal of thanks to Miss Granger. Otherwise, it would have been far worse than a mere fracture." She then addressed the assembled students. "Remain where you are. I must escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. If I see anyone soaring through the air during this time, they shall find themselves expelled before they can witness a Quidditch match." With that stern warning, Madame Hooch took her limping charge away. Once the pair vanished from sight, Gryffindor students surged forward, encircling Hermione, clamoring excitedly. "Hermione, what spell was that? It was so cool. Where did you learn it? Can you teach us? You're amazing, Hermione." Overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the children, Hermione felt a bit suffocated and quickly replied, "I read about it in the library. You can look it up yourselves." With that, she withdrew a step, positioning Harry and Ron protectively in front of her. The library? The crowd suddenly recalled that the seemingly aloof girl had earned the nickname the Library Witch. Truly, she lived up to her reputation. In stark contrast to Gryffindor's fervor, Slytherin's demeanor was rather cold, most sporting expressions of displeasure. Even a few who appeared inclined to approach Hermione hesitated, deterred by the prevailing atmosphere. Hermione noted this with understanding. Were it anyone else, Slytherin might not have reacted so vehemently, but the fact that a Muggle-born wizard possessed such prowess undoubtedly irked these pure-blood elitists. Their dormitories' entrance and exit passwords were even steeped in pure-blood ideology, a telling sign of their mindset. However, they were wise enough to avoid provoking her. In recent days, several had tried to instigate trouble, only to be met with Hermione's ultimate defense, reporting to the teachers, which resulted in severe repercussions for them. Most Hogwarts professors were kind-hearted and held no prejudice against Muggle-borns, and coupled with their favorable impression of Hermione as a diligent student, anyone reported by her faced not only significant house point deductions, but also harsh punishments, leaving them lamenting their choices. After a few such incidents, no one dared to provoke her again. While the crowd surrounded Hermione, Draco Malfoy, ever observant, picked up something from the ground. This is Longbottom's memory ball. If he squeezes it, he might just remember landing on his backside. Malfoy brandished the transparent orb, basking in the attention it garnered. The onlookers' gazes shifted, and a few students erupted in laughter. While they dared not confront the formidable Hermione, Neville, perceived as the weakest and most foolish of Gryffindor, naturally became a prime target for Slytherin, particularly for Malfoy and his cronies. Harry, feeling a surge of righteous indignation, stepped forward resolutely. "Give me the ball, Malfoy." Malfoy, upon recognizing Harry, scoffed. "No, I'm going to hide it so Longbottom has to search for it." With that, he hopped onto his broomstick and took to the skies. Harry gripped his broom tightly, his eyes aflame with anger, glaring up at Malfoy yet hesitating to act further. Hermione, having waited long enough without seeing any movement, could no longer restrain herself and prodded him in the back. "What are you waiting for? Can you really let this slide? For heaven's sake, go after him." Harry. Chapter 10. Stay alert, you can do this, don't disgrace yourself. However, upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry hesitated instead. Initially, it was Hermione who discouraged him, while he remained determined to take action. Now, with Hermione urging him to act boldly, he found himself growing calmer. Unlike Hermione, who excelled as a student and would easily be forgiven for breaking a few rules, Harry knew the stakes were higher for him. What if he were truly expelled? Having tasted the joys of the magical world, he could not bear the thought of returning to his aunt's oppressive household. On the other hand, Malfoy, seeing Harry's indecision, taunted him from above. I knew you wouldn't dare. Looks like Longbottom will have to find his memory ball on his own." Observing Malfoy's provocative demeanor, Hermione felt an unexpected urge to confront the brat. At that moment, she was grateful not to have been sorted into Slytherin. Having to endure the sight of such a little pest flaunting his arrogance daily would make her want to punch him repeatedly. Frustrated with Harry's inaction, Hermione urged him. "Come on, what are you afraid of? It's just expulsion. You've taken down the Dark Lord. Surely you can handle a mere Malfoy. If you don't even think about acknowledging me in the future. I can't afford that embarrassment." Hermione continued to stoke the flames of his courage. Ultimately, still just children, Harry, spurred on by Hermione's encouragement and the expectant gazes around him, steeled his resolve and mounted his broomstick. In his eyes, Malfoy's figure morphed into that of his cousin Dudley, who had bullied him for years. With a fierce push, he soared into the air. "Harry, remember, we survived the Dark Lord. We emerged from the depths of danger. Don't let this moment slip away." Hermione shouted, her voice ringing with encouragement. "Yes, stay focused. You can do this." The Gryffindors echoed in support. Seeing Harry in pursuit, Malfoy turned and fled. It must be said, Harry's talent on the broomstick was remarkable. He quickly closed the gap between them. Yet, rather than panic, Malfoy's lips curled into a devious smile. He hurled the memory ball towards Professor McGonagall's office. Harry did not dwell on his thoughts. He accelerated past Malfoy, pursuing the golden snitch. Ultimately, he succeeded in intercepting the snitch right in front of Professor McGonagall's window, executing a breathtaking gymnastic maneuver to halt his flight. Good grief. Professor McGonagall abruptly lifted her head, momentarily taken aback. Observing this, Malfoy, instead of panicking, surreptitiously descended. Indeed, this scene had been meticulously orchestrated by Malfoy. After hearing Madame Hooch's warning about expulsion, he concocted this scheme to expel Harry, who had repeatedly slighted him. By deliberately provoking Harry, he aimed to lure him into pursuit, allowing the professors to witness his soaring antics firsthand. Even if he couldn't be expelled, such a spectacle would surely result in severe penalties for Harry. As for Malfoy himself, with his father being a Hogwarts governor, expulsion was a far-fetched notion. He would merely endure a few scoldings at most. Regrettably, The plan, while ingenious, overlooked two crucial points. Firstly, Dumbledore's protective stance ensured that Harry would never face expulsion under such circumstances. Secondly, Harry's remarkable flying skills and exceptional talent for catching the snitch led Professor McGonagall to recognize him as a Quidditch prodigy. As anticipated, Professor McGonagall promptly approached the lawn. Her expression grave. Harry Potter. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Harry's fervor instantly chilled. It was over. With a stern countenance, Professor McGonagall stated, "Mr. Potter, come with me." Malfoy smirked with malicious glee. This time, expulsion seemed imminent, and Harry's heart raced with dread. What would he do afterward? There was no way he would return to Aunt Petunia's home. Would he be forced to rely on Hagrid instead? Noticing Hermione, who was whistling and gazing at the sky with an air of indifference, Harry's swirling emotions coalesced into one thought. Hermione, you've doomed me. Aware of Harry's distress, Professor McGonagall glanced at Hermione and suddenly remarked, "I almost forgot about you. Miss Granger, you shall accompany us as well." Hermione. What? She was momentarily bewildered. She understood that McGonagall had recognized Harry's Quidditch talent and intended to recommend him for the team, but why involve her? Could it be due to her role in uncovering potential talent? Although confused, she did not feel particularly anxious and followed Professor McGonagall with a sense of calm. The trio soon arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Feeling the weight of many disapproving gazes behind her, Hermione could no longer bear it and whispered, "You're not going to be expelled. Look at how scared you are, you coward." At that moment, Harry realized that if expulsion were truly on the table, they would be heading to Dumbledore's office rather than the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. This thought provided him with a modicum of comfort, allowing him to finally pay attention to Professor McGonagall's intentions. Professor McGonagall leaned slightly forward and addressed the class in session. "I apologize for interrupting, Professor Quirrell. May I borrow wood for a moment?" Quirrell nodded weakly. Hermione peered in as well. Goodness, Voldemort himself was teaching defense against the dark arts. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. It was quite amusing. She regretted skipping this class and wished she had attended more often. Before long, a handsome young man emerged. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood," McGonagall announced with palpable excitement. "Wood, I found you a seeker." Harry, clutching his broomstick, was utterly perplexed. Upon seeing Harry's blank expression, Hermione playfully smacked him on the head. "You've been selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Hurry and thank Professor McGonagall." That was close. She almost let it slip. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could utter a word, McGonagall continued, "I've also secured you a beater." She then turned to Hermione. Hermione was taken aback. "Wait, are you serious? What have I done to deserve this?" She was genuinely baffled. Hermione understood that as her time at Hogwarts extended, the potential for significant changes would also increase. However, how could she be involved in this? It seemed absurd. She had not displayed any particular Quidditch talent. Observing Hermione's incredulous expression, McGonagall smiled. "Mr. Potter possesses exceptional flying skills and keen eyesight, making him ideal for the role of Seeker. As for you, Miss Granger, you are shrewd and adept at exploiting your strengths to identify your opponent's weaknesses, making you quite suitable as a beater." A beater, in essence, served as a protector for their teammates while creating trouble for the opposition. Hermione's expression darkened. "Are you certain that S meant to be a compliment?" However, she pondered. It was surprising to realize that the professors perceived her in such a light. It seemed her recent exploits against Slytherin had not gone unnoticed. "Isn't this a double blessing?" McGonagall exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in delight at having discovered two promising talents. "Double blessing?" Wood's face fell, displaying a look of dismay. "Professor McGonagall, isn't this a bit?" Wood appeared constipated. As the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he did not doubt McGonagall's judgment, given her history as a Quidditch medalist. However, even the best talents were merely first-year students. How could they possibly excel in these positions, especially with the upcoming matches just a month or two away? Gryffindor had indeed been struggling in Quidditch, consistently overshadowed by Slytherin. And the addition of two first years seemed a recipe for disaster, especially given that they could barely manage one. Though he hadn't planned on winning, he certainly didn't want to lose embarrassingly. Yet, seeing McGonagall lost in her dreams of glory, Wood ultimately chose silence, offering a smile to Hermione and Harry. "Welcome to the Quidditch team, freshmen." Harry was ecstatic, while Hermione merely shrugged. After McGonagall departed, Wood contemplated for a moment and suggested, "How about this? After class, I'll take you both outside to explain the rules of Quidditch and let you experience it firsthand." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the field was deserted, with students having long since dispersed. Hermione and Harry followed Wood to the center of the pitch, where a box hovered before them. Hermione cast a spell, and the box fell heavily to the ground with a thud. After class, Wood had promptly taken the initiative to secure time on the pitch and retrieve the Quidditch equipment. Observing Wood panting from exertion, Harry rushed to assist him. Being a gentleman, They refrained from asking Hermione to help, as she was a girl. Halfway through, Hermione could no longer hold her tongue. Wood, you do realize we're wizards, right? Of course, what is your point? Wood replied, puzzled. Couldn't we use a spell to lighten the load instead of doing all this heavy lifting? Hermione raised her wand, Wingardium Leviosa. Suddenly, the box felt considerably lighter in their hands. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Well, Wood cleared his throat. Well, we are wizards. We don't always have to use spells. It's important to exercise our bodies too. Hermione regarded him with a skeptical expression. Very well, I seem to have forgotten. Wood remarked, pinching his nose. It was evident he seldom employed spells. However, Hermione, your ability to levitate such a heavy trunk and move at considerable distances is truly remarkable for a mere first-year wizard, Wood exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated encountering two of the most renowned individuals among the new students, the boy who lived and the library witch. Upon opening the trunk, 3 balls were neatly arranged before them, with the central one noticeably larger than the other two. The rules of Quidditch are rather straightforward, Wood patiently explained. Through his elucidation, Hermione gained a basic understanding. Quidditch is a magical sport where wizards ride broomsticks in a competitive match involving 3 different types of balls. Each team consists of 7 players, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and 1 seeker. The chasers are tasked with passing the quaffle, aiming to throw it through the opposing team's hoops, akin to scoring a basket. The beaters protect their teammates from the bludgers, which fly across the field, while also directing them toward the opposing team. The seeker's responsibility is to locate and capture the smallest and fastest ball, the golden snitch. The role of the keeper is easily understood, as everyone is familiar with that position. Wood himself is the keeper for the Gryffindor team. As he spoke, Wood retrieved the largest ball in the center. This is the quaffle. Successfully scoring with it earns 10 points. He then handed Hermione a bat resembling a baseball bat, saying, "You are the beater, responsible for hitting these 2 bludgers." The remaining 2 smaller balls in the trunk bounced restlessly. Had they not been tethered by chains, they would have likely soared into the sky by now. Wood unfastened one of them, and it immediately sprang into the air, darting about chaotically. Remember, protect our players from the bludgers. As Hermione swung the bat with a whooshing sound, Wood grinned and sprinted several meters away, with Harry mimicking him. The two watched Hermione wielding the bat with such vigor that it appeared less like a game and more like a brawl. Feeling a surge of excitement as the ball approached, Hermione swung her bat with all her might. With a resounding thud, the bludger was sent flying directly toward the 2 onlookers. Harry gasped, his eyes widening, and ducked just in time as the bludger whizzed past his head. Unfortunately, Wood was not as fortunate. He was struck squarely in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, resembling a boiled lobster. Harry rushed over to confirm Wood was unharmed, letting out a quiet sigh of relief while feeling a twinge of anxiety. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have become the next Headless Harry. Wood struggled to rise. Well, you possess considerable strength, but could you aim more accurately? He managed to say in a halting voice. Hermione displayed a hint of remorse. Suddenly, Harry shouted, "Hermione, behind you!" Instantly alert, Hermione sensed the rush of wind at the back of her head, tilted her head, and instinctively swung the bat once more. Blimey! Seeing the dark shape hurtling toward them like a cannonball, Harry and Wood barely had time to utter an exclamation before they both dropped to the ground. "Look at what you've protected," Wood silently screamed in his mind. Yet, Hermione was lost in contemplation, and after a moment, her eyes lit up. "Wood, I've conceived an unbeatable strategy." "What?" Wood was taken aback. "Let's adjust our strategy. Instead of chasers and a keeper, we deploy 6 beaters solely to target the opposing players. Leaving only 1 seeker to catch the golden snitch," Hermione declared, as if she had struck upon a brilliant idea. "I shall call this strategy the Invincible 6 Protect 1. Wood's lips twitched. Each position has a fixed number. The rules cannot be arbitrarily changed. "Oh." Hermione's voice betrayed her disappointment, but suddenly she brightened again. "Could we not use spells to knock opponents off their brooms? Or perhaps employ a summoning charm to draw the golden snitch closer?" Wood swallowed hard. "Well, that too would violate the regulations. Using magic is prohibited in Quidditch, and all 3 balls are enchanted to be immune to spells." After a moment of thought, Hermione raised her gaze once more. "What if I brought several knives onto the field to throw at the opponents, or simply used the bat?" She waved the bat, closing one eye as she aimed at Wood's head. "You understand." Wood broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 12. The Ascendancy of Magic during the subsequent practice. Nearly every ball Hermione aimed at a player. Though she swore it was unintentional, the scenes were undeniably terrifying. Wood wore a mask of pain throughout, finally beginning to comprehend why Professor McGonagall had recommended her as a beater. It was quite alarming. "Harry, this is the golden snitch. You are the seeker. Your only task is to locate and capture it. Once caught, you will earn 150 points, and the match will immediately conclude." You two practice while I attend to other matters, Wood instructed, pulling a small, winged, golden ball from the trunk and thrusting it into Harry's hand. He then hurriedly explained at breakneck speed before fleeing the scene in haste, leaving Harry standing bewildered. Upon returning to the dormitory, while her roommates Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown were still absent, Hermione drew the curtains and began examining the magical book interface. While she had been seeking Harry's advice on practicing broomstick flying, the book trembled, and unbeknownst to her, her magical experience had filled to capacity. It turned out that riding a broomstick counted as a form of magical control training. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Hermione delved into meditation. In the next moment, a surge of magic erupted from within her, coursing through her limbs and filling her with boundless vitality. Her mind cleared significantly, as if she had entered a new realm. She felt entirely rejuvenated. Hermione Jean Granger, magic level, LV2, 110,000. Eagerly glancing at the magical book, she was delighted to discover her magic level had indeed risen to LV2. Hermione could distinctly feel the magic flowing within her more robustly, and her perception and control over it had become much more refined. Turning her attention to the other sections of the book. Spells, Levitation Charm LV2, 110,000. Repelling Charm LV2, 110,000. Full Body Bind Curse LV2, 110,000. Shield Charm LV2, 110,000. Dark Magic, Dark Harvest, Talent. Disarming Charm LV2, 110,000. Hanging Charm LV1, 138,1000. As expected, upon reaching magic level LV2, the spell she had already mastered naturally advanced as well. Shatter. A flash of blue light swept through the room as a vase shattered in response. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the LV1 shattering charm, the LV2 version was evidently more potent. Previously, it could only break objects into several pieces, but now it shattered them into granular fragments. Moreover, she sensed that the speed of casting, the distance, and the maximum target size had all increased as well. Estimating her prowess, Hermione realized she was now at a level comparable to fifth-year students, though still beneath that of full-fledged adult wizards. Magic levels among first to fourth years typically fell within the LV1 range, with only a handful of exceptionally gifted wizards reaching LV2. By the time students reach the 5th to 7th grades, they typically possess level 2 magical abilities, while adult wizards generally attain their final form at level 3. Among adult wizards, those who are particularly formidable, as well as the average aurors from the Ministry of Magic, may approach the level 4 threshold, whereas renowned elite aurors can indeed reach that level. As for figures of the caliber of Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald, it remains uncertain at this juncture, and Hermione's current capabilities render any estimation impossible. Calculating her prowess, despite being merely a first-year student, Hermione has mastered dozens of spells. And as long as her proficiency aligns with her magical capacity, she can undoubtedly unleash her full potential. Compared to her peers, she operates as if she possesses an unfair advantage. Even the most celebrated prodigies pale in comparison. It is essential to understand that even among those with level 3 magical abilities, the execution of spells can vary significantly. Factors such as physical constitution, affinity for specific types of magic, and practice can allow some individuals to wield their spells with power that exceeds their level, while others may perform at a level comparable to that of a student. This disparity leads to vast differences in combat effectiveness. Take, for instance, the infamous Gilderoy Lockhart. While he may be utterly inept in various forms of magic, his proficiency with the memory charm is so pronounced that it may even surpass the limits of his own magical capacity. Or consider the Weasley family's unique affinity for the shattering spell. In the original text, young Barty Crouch Jr., also known as Mad-Eye Moody, remarked that, given the level of these students, even being subjected to the killing curse would only result in a nosebleed. With the assistance of her spell book, Hermione, given a bit of time, could master any spell to its utmost potential, exhibiting no weaknesses. She is a versatile talent, with no area of expertise lacking. Having assessed her current abilities, Hermione repaired the vase and made her way to the restroom stall, silently invoking her means of transportation. In the next moment, she found herself in her hotel room. Hermione surveyed her surroundings, relieved that the room had not yet been occupied by new guests. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant inconvenience. Earlier, in her haste to return to Hogwarts for class, she had arrived late and had no time to ponder, promptly utilizing her means of travel back from the Marvel Hotel. Next time, she vowed to find a more suitable location for her return. She opened the door and traversed the corridor, arriving at the front desk. The hotel proprietor, upon seeing Hermione emerge, widened his eyes in surprise and quickly stood up. "Young lady, how?" "Oh, I just left something in the room and came back to retrieve it," Hermione replied nonchalantly. The proprietor's expression was a mix of concern and hesitation, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained. Is something the matter? Noticing the man's unusual demeanor, Hermione's curiosity was piqued. The proprietor glanced around cautiously, steeling himself as he leaned closer. Young lady, I don't know what trouble you've stirred up, but a few days ago, FBI agents were here looking for you. If you have any idea what's going on, it would be wise to resolve it promptly. What? Hermione was taken aback. FBI looking for me? Could it be that the operation from a few nights ago was discovered? That shouldn't be possible. I maintained the disillusionment charm the entire time. There's no way they could have traced it back to a 12-year-old girl like me. Wait a moment, FBI. Hermione's heart raced as recollections surfaced. She remembered that most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents concealed their identities as FBI operatives. You seem to be in the know, the hotel proprietor noted, observing Hermione's change in expression. Hermione nodded. I understand now. It's nothing serious, but I appreciate the warning. You're quite considerate. She produced a few bills as a token of gratitude, and then strode confidently out of the hotel. Half an hour later, Hermione sat in a quaint cafe by the street, leaning against the window as she sipped her cappuccino, lost in thought. At this hour, the cafe was rather sparse, with hardly any patrons aside from herself. Just then, a young couple entered, arm in arm, laughing and chatting merrily. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, they scanned the room and settled at a table not far from Hermione. Chapter 13. The emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D. The young couple, clearly in a romantic relationship, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter filling the air with an unmistakable aroma of young love. Hermione rolled her eyes, finishing the remaining half of her coffee before making her way toward them. Excuse me, could you make some space? She said, gently nudging the young man aside. In their bewildered expressions, she took a seat in his former spot, turning her gaze to the woman across from her. Hermione noted that she appeared to be in her 20s, with an alluring figure and striking features. Her fitted attire accentuated her curves, and her slightly wavy auburn hair added an enchanting touch that was undeniably captivating. Unfortunately, Hermione, now a budding beauty herself, felt powerless to act on her admiration. Excuse me, what are you doing? The red-haired beauty spoke first, her eyes filled with confusion. Before she could finish, Hermione interjected, let us not pretend. What do you want from me? The young man, still taken aback, frowned and retorted, what do you mean? What do you want? Why are you sitting in my spot? I don't have any change to spare. Clearly, he was insinuating that Hermione was there to beg. Hermione remained unfazed, merely observing the duo as she mused aloud. Could they be agents from the Ministry of Magic? But there's no trace of magical energy on them. Why would the Ministry send 2 muggles? I simply cannot fathom their reasoning. Her voice carried a blend of confusion and intrigue. She had already established her persona in the Marvel Universe, a clever, albeit somewhat cunning young witch with a hint of justice and a mysterious, profound background. All she needed to do now was maintain this facade and intimidate these individuals. You. The young man, annoyed by Hermione's disregard, began to raise his voice. Be quiet. Hermione pulled out her wand and lightly tapped him on the forehead, glancing up at the red-haired beauty. If you have something to discuss, let us get to it. Otherwise, I'll be on my way. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? How is it that a professionally trained adult is being chastised by a girl who looks no older than a middle schooler? The young man could hardly believe it. Wait, he began, but the red-haired beauty raised her hand to stop him. Agent Jensen, you should leave. I can handle this. The young man's expression shifted from anger to resignation, as though his previous demeanor had been a mere act. He stood up and exited the cafe, muttering to himself. How could a girl like that see through my facade? Once he was gone, the red-haired beauty finally spoke. Miss Granger, may I address you as such? Hermione was not surprised by this and replied with a cheerful smile. You can just call me Hermione. After all, a beautiful face is always a source of joy, even if she found herself devoid of romantic entanglements at present. Seeing this, the red-haired beauty's eyes sparkled with delight, evidently pleased that her target was more agreeable than anticipated. Very well, Hermione. May I ask how you discerned our true identities? She inquired, clearly echoing the same curiosity as the departing agent. As a premier agent, she possessed unwavering confidence in her ability to disguise herself. She mused that she surely had not been exposed, had it not been for her perplexity. She would never have set aside her mission to prioritize this inquiry. For a fleeting moment, she even began to question whether the little girl before her was a spy, cultivated by some clandestine organization from a young age. Hermione displayed a puzzled expression. Do you not know that wizards are quite sensitive to the gaze of others? Since your arrival, sister, you have covertly observed me 6 times, while that brother over there has sneaked glances at me 11 times. Is this how you conduct your courtship? Even couples on the verge of breaking up at Hogwarts show more consideration for one another. The red-haired beauty was taken aback. Are children today truly that perceptive, able to sense mere glances? Hermione chuckled inwardly. The notion of sensitivity to gazes was utter nonsense. Her recognition of the individuals stemmed solely from her prior acquaintance with them. Having seen them too frequently on screens in her previous life, they were all too familiar. Natasha Romanoff, the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Code name Black Widow. The Widow. Natasha pondered for a moment, reflecting on Hermione's earlier words, and suddenly felt a jolt as she grasped the key phrase. What did she just say? A wizard. Implicitly, the child had conveyed a singular message. She was a wizard. Simultaneously, within a towering edifice, in a spacious office, a one-eyed, bald African-American man experienced a similar shock, lowering his gaze to examine the girl's dossier. Several photographs lay before him, one of Hermione working in front of a barbecue restaurant, another depicting the corpse of a black robber, and several others showcasing the fates of criminals from Hell's Kitchen. Natasha smiled. Hermione, dear sister, it is not a good habit for children to tell lies. Before arriving, she had reviewed the target's profile, which indicated she was merely a girl with some unusual abilities. Although the term wizard surprised her, upon further reflection, it likely stemmed from the fanciful imaginings of a child with newfound superpowers. As for the claims of wizards and magic, she was resolutely skeptical. However, Hermione's subsequent reaction was entirely unexpected for Natasha. She had anticipated an outburst of indignation upon having her deceit exposed, or perhaps a childish tantrum, yet Hermione's brow furrowed, her previously cheerful demeanor shifting to one of confusion. If you don't even know this, could it be that you're really not from the Ministry of Magic sent to monitor me? Hermione's expression suddenly grew serious, and she anxiously scratched her head. Oh no, I've really messed up now. I've divulged these details to two muggles. I'm going to be lectured by Dumbledore when I return. Natasha fixed her gaze on Hermione, her expression somewhat rigid. She attempted to discern any signs of performance in Hermione's reaction, but was met with failure. Either the young girl was deeply immersed in her role, unable to distinguish fantasy from reality, or she was indeed speaking the truth. Oh, how bothersome. Hermione expressed her displeasure, leaning over the table and fiddling with her wand, when a sudden epiphany struck her. Right. Before the Ministry discovers anything, I should erase your memories. That way, no one will know I revealed the existence of wizards to muggles. Suddenly invigorated, Hermione clapped her hands. Yes, that's the plan. Haha, I'm a genius. What? Erasing memories? Upon hearing Hermione's words, Natasha felt a chill run down her spine. The small wooden stick in Hermione's hand pointed towards her, and Natasha observed the tip of the wand slowly glowing. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped her entire being. This was the instinct of a top-tier agent. Wait. Remembering the mission at hand, Natasha summoned immense willpower to suppress her innate urge to draw her weapon, exclaiming, Don't you want to know who we are? This question appeared to successfully pique Hermione's interest, as she gradually lowered her wand and inquired, Pretty sister, if you're not from the Ministry of Magic, then who are you, and what brings you to me? As the sense of crisis gradually dissipated, Natasha breathed a heavy sigh of relief, only to realize that her back was completely soaked. Chapter 14, Deception. Natasha, what happened? A voice tinged with anxiety crackled through her earpiece. Nothing to worry about. I can handle it, Natasha whispered quickly, pressing her ear. Her gaze shifted back to Hermione, and she said with a serious tone, I am from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, but you can call me Natasha. I have come to inquire about certain matters regarding you. Even though English had long since become the native tongue of this body, Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss upon hearing such a lengthy title. It dawned on her that S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to adopt an abbreviation. The what department? Natasha was no stranger to the bewilderment that followed. She had long advised Fury to adopt a more memorable name. Yet no change had been made thus far. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Natasha patiently reiterated. The what logistics? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. What logistics? Natasha stared into the clear eyes of the young beauty before her, feeling an unfamiliar sense of uncertainty about how to respond. Why don't you write it down? Hermione suggested, recognizing Natasha's plight. All right, I'll have a colleague bring over some paper and a pen, Natasha began, but was interrupted by Hermione. No need to go through all that trouble. With that, Hermione raised her wand and gave a gentle flick towards a nearby coffee cup. Flavito. In the next moment, to Natasha's incredulous gaze, the coffee cup twisted and morphed into a sheet of white paper and a pen. This is... Natasha looked up, astonished as she beheld Hermione. Her first reaction was to suspect she had been drugged and was hallucinating. Reaching out to grasp the paper and pen, she rubbed her fingers over them repeatedly, and after confirming their reality, Natasha was left in disbelief. It was indeed real. How did you do that? Natasha fixed her gaze intensely on Hermione. Hermione shrugged. Just a simple transfiguration spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The coffee cup before Natasha levitated, floated out from the table, and then plummeted to the ground, shattering into pieces. Reparo. The broken cup reassembled itself in a manner that defied the laws of physics, restored to its former state without a single trace of damage. See, Hermione placed her hands on her hips, a look of pride on her face. Witnessing this series of miraculous transformations, Natasha was rendered speechless. She had encountered various superhumans before, each with abilities such as fire manipulation, water control, and enhanced strength, all explainable within scientific parameters and notably singular in nature. However, in such a brief span, Hermione had showcased at least 3 distinct abilities: material alteration, telekinesis, and temporal, or state, reversal. These displays were beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Magic truly exists. Being a top-tier agent, Natasha forcibly suppressed her astonishment and accepted this new reality. As she reconstructed her shattered worldview, Natasha remarked, "Actually, we discovered a series of abnormal deaths occurring in the vicinity a few nights ago, and we mainly wanted to inquire if you knew anything about it." She had prepared herself for Hermione's denial, but to her surprise, Hermione nodded earnestly. "Oh, I certainly know. I was the one who killed them." Natasha's pupils constricted. Before she could respond, Hermione continued, "The National Bureau, well, I can't remember, so I shall refer to you as SHIELD. You must be the law enforcement agency of Muggles, right? I've vanquished the villains. Shouldn't there be a reward?" With a defiant expression. What on earth is wrong with this child? Natasha's face grew serious. She tentatively inquired, "Hermione, you're so young. Doesn't killing make you feel even the slightest discomfort?" Huh. Hermione tilted her little head, her expression innocent. "But I only kill the bad guys. Doesn't the book say we should punish the wicked and reward the good? That's how it's portrayed on television, where the protagonist eliminates those who do wrong, and no one ever says they're in the wrong." "Oh, just because it's portrayed that way on television?" Natasha couldn't help but twitch her lips. Truly, such a simplistic view of good and evil. However, just as she was about to say something more, a voice crackled through her earpiece. "Do not discuss right and wrong with her. Directly inquire about the wizarding matters." Natasha took a deep breath and put on a smile once more. "Could you share a bit about yourself? How did such a delightful child like you acquire these abilities? I'm genuinely curious." She then adopted a demeanor of eager curiosity. Through their previous exchanges, she had gleaned a basic understanding of the child's character. "How did I acquire them?" Hermione appeared troubled, pondering how to articulate this. The professors at school simply taught her. How else could she have learned? She seemed genuinely perplexed by the question. Huh. Natasha and the person on the other end of the line both voiced their confusion simultaneously. "The school's teachers can teach that? Are you joking? Which school is that impressive?" Yet in the next moment, both realized the truth. No. Hermione wasn't referring to the schools they envisioned, but rather a specialized magic school. A school capable of producing wizards. In an instant, they comprehended the more ominous implications. If wizards have schools, there must be numerous wizard students, and the teachers capable of instructing these students would undoubtedly be wizards as well. Reflecting on Hermione's earlier mention of the Ministry of Magic, it was easy to deduce that there were many wizards, seemingly with their own societal structure. The existence of such beings with supernatural powers hidden within society, unbeknownst to SHIELD, was a chilling thought. Natasha's hands trembled at the realization. The person on the other end of the line was not faring much better, their expression as dark as a pot's bottom, obscuring their emotions, yet their slightly quivering lips hinted at inner turmoil. Observing Natasha fall silent, Hermione displayed a look of dissatisfaction. "Hey, I've answered so many of your questions. It's my turn to ask one now. The professors don't ask as many questions as you do." Natasha snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "Go ahead and ask." Hermione rested her chin on her hands, blinking innocently. "When I defeated the bad guys, I was using the disillusionment charm. Logically, you shouldn't have been able to see me. How did you know it was me?" "We never claimed it was you," Hermione interrupted impatiently. "I'm just young, not a fool." Realizing she couldn't deceive her, Natasha had to speak the truth. "There were eyewitnesses. Uncle Irwin." Hermione shook her head. "Impossible. He's a muggle. He couldn't see through my disillusionment charm." Natasha nodded. "We understand that. But there were also surveillance cameras at the scene." "Surveillance? Are you kidding me? A level 2 disillusionment charm can't even be detected by thermal imaging. And you're saying it was caught on camera?" Seeing Black Widow's reluctance to divulge the truth, Hermione was becoming increasingly irritated. With a cold laugh, she declared, "Do you think your little gadgets can pierce my enchantments?" Sensing the girl's displeasure, Natasha quickly clarified. "It wasn't during the act of committing the crime when you were doing good. It was earlier when you were working in the shop. Based on Uncle Irwin's testimony and the traces at the scene, we deduced that a person with special abilities was involved. So we accessed the street surveillance directly facing that shop to see if there were any clues. We inadvertently discovered your presence while you were working there. You see, on the surface, The law prohibits employing child labor, yet you not only worked there, but appeared in broad daylight before everyone without anyone raising an eyebrow. Consequently, we specifically inquired with Erwin. He is aware of this law, knows you are a child, yet felt no qualms about your employment, as if his perception had been altered. Hermione suddenly understood. So you conclude that I must possess some special ability, and that two illogical occurrences happened in the shop. Thus there must be a connection. Natasha affirmed. Exactly. Therefore, we utilized facial recognition software to search for your identity in the database, but came up empty until a few days ago when your face was spotted in Hell's kitchen. However, by the time we dispatched someone to communicate, it was too late. You had already departed, only to reappear today. I see. As long as my magic didn't falter, otherwise, if it were known that a muggle could see through my spell, I would surely be the subject of ridicule from those in the other 3 houses. Hermione patted her chest as if relieved, praising, humph, just a mere muggle, surprisingly competent. Though the child's commendation came from a wizard, Natasha felt a complex mix of emotions. Well, I've answered your questions. Now it's time to erase your memories. Hermione raised her wand once more, her voice resonating with authority. Wait, we've been having such an enjoyable conversation. I thought we had become friends. Why must you erase our memories? Natasha silently screamed in her heart. Why are these children so difficult to deal with nowadays? Is it too much to ask to not forget your origins? You answer my questions just to have me forget everything? For a moment, even Natasha, a seasoned agent, felt her defenses crumble, an impulse to curse bubbling forth. Having accepted the existence of wizards, she no longer doubted that Hermione possessed the means to erase memories. Taking a deep breath, Natasha spoke earnestly. Hermione, I know you are a good child, which is why you actively eliminate those evildoers, and that makes me very happy. However, you must understand that it's not just you. We ordinary people are also striving to maintain world peace. Our homeland, S-H-I-E-L-D, is dedicated to aiding the good and combating evil. We are equally partners in justice. You can't be serious. Hermione almost lost her composure. This moment was truly a test of her acting skills. Since we are both working toward the same goal, aren't we comrades in arms? Would it not be excessive to erase the memories of your allies? On the contrary, retaining our memories would enable us to cooperate better as a righteous little hero. Helping us is helping yourself, isn't it? Natasha gently guided her, recalling every charming phrase she had learned to soothe children. But the Ministry of Magic forbids revealing the existence of the wizarding world to muggles. If it were discovered, you too would have your memory erased by the Ministry. And it wouldn't be someone as easy to talk to as me who would come for you. And I would have to face Dumbledore's wrath. Hermione appeared swayed. Her expression conflicted. Rest assured, our country, S-H-I-E-L-D, possesses formidable confidentiality capabilities. Even if, by chance, it were discovered, it would never be attributed to you. Besides, if you don't speak, I don't speak. Who could possibly know? Are you certain? Regarding this matter, I am quite eager to hear what Hydra has to say, Hermione mused inwardly. Observing how close Hermione was to being swayed by her words, Natasha seized the moment and added fuel to the fire. What if we consider this matter as a shared secret between us two? A symbol of our alliance as partners in justice? A shared secret? Hermione bit her lip, as if she had made a resolute decision. All right, but we must seal our pact with a promise to never betray each other. Seal it, Natasha thought with a smirk, amused by the child's belief in such a childish method of confidentiality, even among wizards. Through her interactions with Hermione, Natasha believed she had thoroughly understood her. Despite possessing extraordinary magical powers as a witch, Hermione was, at her core, merely a child, eager for admiration and praise, embodying the whims and peculiarities typical of youth, along with a hint of teenage angst and dreams. Unlike most children, however, she had the genuine ability to realize these aspirations. Perhaps it was her excessive television consumption or the peculiar cultural differences between the wizarding world and ordinary society that rendered her worldview subtly askew, leading her to exhibit behaviors atypical for someone of her age, such as the carefree act of taking a life. All right, let us seal it. Natasha extended her pinky, intertwining it with Hermione's pinky swear. For 100 years, no changing. She playfully ruffled Hermione's hair. It was then that she took a moment to closely observe Hermione, her slightly curly brown hair, her endearing visage, and her innocent, crystalline eyes. In a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beautiful young lady. Unable to resist, Natasha pinched her cheek. Hermione tolerated it, thinking, fine, since you're the Black Widow, I'll let it slide. I'll step outside to make a call and report this to our director. He will surely be delighted to hear about it. Reluctantly releasing her grip, Natasha rose to leave. I'll be back shortly. Hermione, wait for me. Hermione nodded in agreement. At that moment, a sudden remark from Hermione tightened Natasha's emotions once more. Oh, by the way, when we sealed our pact just now, I cast a spell. Anyone who breaks the promise will meet a dire fate. Hermione cheerfully uttered the chilling words. Natasha froze. I was just joking. I trust you, Natasha. Hermione flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Natasha turned back with a smile of her own, saying nothing as she quietly exited the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. Speaking with this little one was more exhausting than battling a terrorist. Outside the cafe, Natasha pressed her ear, whispering, Director, you heard everything on your end. What are our next steps? After a few seconds of silence on the other end, the response came. Agent Romanoff, you are on site. Your judgment is more accurate than mine. What attitude do you suggest we adopt towards her? Does she pose a threat that necessitates her apprehension? Without a moment's hesitation, Natasha replied, absolutely not. We must maintain a good relationship with her while gradually winning her over. The voice on the other end showed no surprise. And your reasoning? Firstly, she is the only which we can currently engage with, our sole conduit to the enigmatic wizarding world. Secondly, her mysterious magical capabilities merit our study. They may integrate with our technology to yield unforeseen results. Thirdly, although her personality is rather peculiar and unlike that of typical children, her overall demeanor is still aligned with justice. There is no need to push her into opposition. Moreover, her background seems substantial, making antagonism a counterproductive endeavor. Natasha hesitated slightly. And besides, she is just a child. It seems you hold her in high regard. Natasha nodded, harboring no desire to conceal her sentiments. Indeed, though interacting with Hermione can be taxing, I genuinely like this little girl and wish not to impose any undue harm upon her. The voice on the other end resonated with newfound affirmation. Then let us proceed, as you suggest. While maintaining a good relationship, we will subtly influence her, guiding her perceptions in line with our objectives. Invite her to our headquarters shortly. I wish to meet her personally and gather intelligence regarding the wizarding world. Understood, sir. Just as Natasha was about to turn away, something struck her. Oh, Nick, there's one more thing. She paused, finding the name Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attacks and Logistics Support rather cumbersome. I think the name S-H-I-E-L-D that Hermione mentioned is quite fitting. Perhaps you should consider it? After a lengthy silence, the response came. All right, let us proceed with that. A smile crept onto Natasha's lips. She hadn't anticipated that Hermione's first assistance to them would be the suggestion of such a suitable name. Upon returning to the cafe, Natasha halted. Where's Hermione? She quickly scanned her surroundings, only to find the hall utterly deserted. Approaching the table, she noticed the white paper lying silently before her, now adorned with additional scribbles. Dear Natasha, I have classes at school tomorrow morning, so I'm heading back to rest. See you another day. Gripping the note, Natasha hurriedly pressed the button on her earpiece. Hermione just left. Why didn't you report this? Soon, several voices relayed the summary. We didn't see her leave. Immediately access the nearby surveillance footage. Natasha commanded, and soon a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses delivered a tablet to her. The screen displayed footage from both inside and outside the cafe. Just as Natasha had been conversing outside, Hermione stood up from the table, pushed open the door, and exited with an air of confidence. Strangely, the agents stationed around the vicinity had collectively chosen to ignore her. Even more chilling was the fact that before leaving, she had waved goodbye to Natasha, who had also waved back, watching her depart. In the office, Nick Fury observed this horrifying scene, feeling a chill run down his spine. Back in her dormitory, Hermione lay on her bed. She hadn't anticipated being discovered by S-H-I-E-L-D so soon. While she had prepared herself, this was a bit quicker than expected. Clearly, she had underestimated these individuals. Their status as humanity's most formidable intelligence agency in a universe teeming with supernatural beings spoke volumes about their capabilities. Yet, she had the upper hand. The bait had been cast. It was merely a matter of waiting for the big fish to bite. She was certain that while speaking with Natasha, Nick Fury was undoubtedly eavesdropping. The snippets of information she had left behind were more than sufficient to ignite their imaginations. As a mysterious door to the magical world slowly opened before them, such power was enough to entice many, especially since the key to this door was firmly in her grasp, as the only which they could interact with, indeed, the only which in existence. Her value was exponentially magnified. Furthermore, Hermione had crafted a persona for herself as a child with a rich background, possessing little cunning yet a hint of justice, ensuring she wouldn't be perceived as a threat, a perfect candidate for collaboration and manipulation. Ironically, Hermione shared the same sentiments. However, the question of who would ultimately utilize whom remained uncertain. Fortunately, she had successfully advanced to the second tier of her magical abilities. While her raw power may not rival that of beings like the Hulk, her diverse array of skills would suffice to navigate the early stages of the Marvel Universe. provided she exercised caution and refrained from provoking hidden monstrosities. As for the Dark Harvest, having just made her acquaintance with S.H.I.E.L.D., she resolved to take a brief respite. If all went as anticipated, she would soon reap a significant reward. In the days that followed, Hermione dedicated herself to honing her spell-casting skills at Hogwarts, striving to enhance her proficiency, while also engaging in daily Quidditch practice alongside Wood and the others. Her skills on a broom improving remarkably. Before long, 2 weeks had slipped by. In the Great Hall, a throng of young witches and wizards were gathered at the long tables, enjoying their lunch. With rabbits' eyes that sparkle and a harp that sings, transform this clear water into fine wine. Beside Hermione, a student garbed in Gryffindor robes was brandishing his wand, reciting incantations while whimsically waving it over a cup before him. It bore little resemblance to spellcasting. Rather, it resembled a rhythmic tapping, as if he believed such actions would amplify his magical prowess. "Hey, mate. What on earth are you doing?" Hermione furrowed her delicate brow, shifting slightly away, wary of the wand that might inadvertently poke her eye. At that moment, Neville stood up from a distance, approached Hermione, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to speak. Hermione, thank you for last time. If it weren't for the slowing charm you cast at the crucial moment, I would surely still be lying in the hospital." Hermione glanced up at him, responding with a nonchalant before returning to her meal. Neville, unfazed, recognized that everyone had long understood Hermione's disposition, typically reserved and not overly talkative, save for her familiarity with Harry and Ron. Moreover, her evident aversion to disturbance caused many a young admirer, despite her striking beauty, to retreat in trepidation. After expressing gratitude to Harry for defending him against Malfoy, Neville had come, encouraged by Harry, to personally offer his thanks. "I'll head back now, Hermione. If you need anything, feel free to ask, and I will certainly oblige," he declared with determination. Just as he turned to leave, Hermione abruptly called out to him, "Wait." Neville halted in his tracks. "I just remembered, there is indeed something I need your assistance with." "What is it?" Casting a sidelong glance at Seamus Finnegan beside her, Hermione continued, "If you don't mind, could we swap seats?" Chapter 17. Tight-lipped as a reed, ah? Neville was taken aback by Hermione's unexpected request, momentarily stunned before nodding vigorously. Sure, all right." Hermione rose, promptly taking the seat Neville had vacated. Then, with 2 levitation charms, they exchanged their plates. Harry, Ron, and the others were bewildered. Yet accustomed to Hermione's peculiar behavior, they merely shrugged it off. "Don't ask, she has her own ideas." With rabbits' eyes that sparkle and a harp that sings, transform this clear water into fine wine. Seamus, oblivious to the changes nearby, remained absorbed in his tinkering. Across the table, Harry observed for a while before leaning toward Ron, whispering, "What on earth does Seamus intend to do with that cup of water?" He had been at it all afternoon, and Harry was utterly perplexed. Did I choose the wrong house? Gryffindor is full of oddballs, Harry mused inwardly. Ron stifled a laugh, covering his mouth as he whispered, "He wants to turn that cup of water into wine. He actually managed to conjure tea yesterday, but then, boom." Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion echoed through the hall. Instantly, the great hall fell silent, every eye turning toward the source of the sound. There stood Seamus, his expression dazed, his face blackened by the blast, with wisps of smoke billowing from the cup before him. The next moment, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Hermione, unable to contain herself, discreetly covered her mouth, a hint of amusement gracing her features. Although she had known from her past life that Seamus was one of Gryffindor's more eccentric members, capable of producing explosive results with any spell, seeing it unfold before her was still quite shocking. He was indeed a natural-born demolitions expert, undoubtedly gifted with an ability to cast explosive charms that exceeded his magical capacity. Fortunately, Hermione had sensed the imminent danger and made her escape in advance. Poor Neville, however, who sat closest to Seamus, bore the brunt of the explosion, his face equally charred, with even his hair singed away. Avoiding Neville's resentful gaze, Hermione averted her eyes, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Nearby, Harry and the other students who had noticed the seat-swapping incident could no longer stifle their laughter. "Just like you, Hermione." Amidst the merriment, the doors swung open automatically, and a flurry of owls swooped in from outside. Countless owls, homing in on their targets, dropped packages onto the heads of various young witches and wizards, causing a delightful chaos interspersed with cheers. It was that time again. Every 2 weeks, a collective delivery of parcels occurred. Parents would send various items to their children studying at Hogwarts, ranging from clothing and other necessities to magical implements galore, particularly for Hermione and Harry. They received the most substantial packages, clearly containing something of great value. All eyes turned toward them, eager to see what treasures awaited. In a flurry of activity, everyone scrambled to help unwrap the parcels, curious to discover the contents. Soon, two brand new broomsticks emerged before the astonished crowd. This is... Harry stood frozen in disbelief. Hermione, equally surprised, realized that this was the new firebolt sent to Harry by Professor McGonagall. How could she also receive one? Oh right, I forgot. I joined the Quidditch team. She recalled, feeling reassured. Wow, Ron exclaimed, this isn't just any broomstick. It's the latest model, the Firebolt 2000. The name Nimbus 2000 was inscribed on the tip of the broom. Wow. The surrounding young witches and wizards gasped in awe, casting envious glances their way. This item was extraordinarily expensive, holding a status in the wizarding world akin to that of a supercar in the Muggle realm. Ron bent down, caressing the broom with reverence. Utterly captivated, Hermione knew that one of Ron's dreams was to be a member of the Quidditch team and to win the Quidditch Cup. Even in the mirror of Ariste, he had envisioned himself as captain, holding the trophy aloft on the winner's podium. Unfortunately, he lacked any significant talent for Quidditch and could only watch enviously as Hermione and Harry played. Though Harry was also taken aback by the immense surprise. He did not lose his composure, but instead furrowed his brow, pondering, who could have sent this? At the head table, Professor McGonagall was gently stroking an owl, casting a knowing glance toward the two of them. Harry then realized, smiling warmly and nodding in acknowledgement, feeling a profound sense of warmth in his heart. Hermione, rising gracefully, offered a respectful bow toward the head table, her elegant demeanor drawing admiring glances. What poise, they murmured. Her flawless curtsy was beyond reproach. Could she truly be of Muggle origin? Perhaps this was the disparity between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Surrounding whispers swirled as the commotion caused by the two firebolts gradually subsided, and everyone began to unwrap their own packages. Ron remained enthralled with Harry's broom, unable to tear himself away, while Harry, with a resigned sigh, assisted him with the unwrapping. It turned out that Ron had received the latest edition of a newspaper. The wizarding newspaper was largely akin to its Muggle counterparts, save that the images featured dynamic videos, providing a more engaging glimpse into the events of the day. Harry promptly opened the newspaper, engrossing himself in its content. After a brief moment, he let out a soft exclamation, gently tapping Ron. Harry pointed to a headline above. Someone has illegally infiltrated Gringotts. Ron's attention was instantly captured once more, and he glanced at Harry with an air of tension. Gringotts, the sole bank for wizards, managed by goblins, serves as a vault for wizarding wealth. The Weasley family, already struggling financially, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this news, fearing that their meager possessions might be stolen away. Rest assured, it is not your family's vault, Harry quickly reassured him. The incident occurred in Vault 713, but that vault had already been emptied long before the event, so nothing was lost. Oh, Ron finally grasped the implication. Aren't you and Hagrid involved? Harry murmured. Just before coming to Hogwarts, Hagrid brought me to retrieve the money left by my parents, and he made a trip to Vault 713 to collect something, insisting I keep it a secret. Oh no. Realizing he had inadvertently let something slip, Harry hastily covered his mouth, glancing around to ensure no one had noticed, and sighed in relief. Hermione interjected, so, discretion is the better part of valor, I see. However, after 2 months of life at school, the main plot is finally about to unfold. Hermione was well aware of what Hagrid had taken, the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical creation by Nicholas Flamel centuries ago. It is the only one of its kind, renowned for its ability to brew a potion that transcends the limitations of mortality, granting everlasting life. Typically safeguarded in Gringotts by Flamel's ally, Dumbledore, the latter had received word of an impending theft, prompting Hagrid to retrieve it prematurely. As for the current whereabouts of the stone, could there be a place more secure than Hogwarts? Chapter 18, Coulson. As for those who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione was acutely aware of their identity, the esteemed defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. Years prior, Quirrell had traveled abroad and encountered a fragment of Voldemort's soul in the forests of Albania. In his quest for greater power, he willingly allied himself with Voldemort, allowing the dark entity to possess him. However, beings possessed by Voldemort gradually weaken and deteriorate until they perish, leading Quirrell to covet the stone for its life-extending properties. This, indeed, forms the crux of the storyline in the first Harry Potter installment. While Hermione knew nearly everything about this matter, she chose not to alert Harry, instead preferring to observe the developments and await the opportune moment to intervene. That evening, Hermione returned to the washroom. With a mere thought, the surrounding space shifted, and she found herself back in the Marvel universe. With the Nimbus 2000 in her possession, she now possessed the ability to travel swiftly, greatly enhancing her mobility. The magic book's interface materialized in her mind. Hermione Granger, magic level, LV2, 1463, 10,000. Through her practice of spells and broomstick flying over this time, her magical experience had significantly increased, yet she still had a long way to go before reaching LV3. unlike the leap from LV1 to LV2. Ascending from LV2 to LV3 required 10,000 experience points, a tenfold increase. This disparity illustrates the vast gulf between adult and underage wizards, a hurdle many wizards spend their entire lives attempting to overcome. However, Hermione was undeterred by this challenge. Her remarkable talent, combined with the power of the magic book, instilled her with formidable confidence. More surprising than her magical prowess was another alteration she had not anticipated. The Artifacts section of the magic book now displayed an icon of a broomstick. Artifacts, flying broom, Nimbus 2000, fully deciphered, collected. With a thought, a broomstick materialized in her hand. The first artifact she had recorded turned out to be a flying broomstick, and the fact that it could be classified as an artifact took her by surprise. Once designated as an artifact, the magic book would automatically analyze its composition, revealing its construction method and required materials. Provided all necessary elements were available, the magic book could synthesize the collected artifact. This meant that Hermione could now craft an identical flying broomstick entirely by herself, given she had the appropriate materials. The intricacies of crafting were rendered unnecessary. Fortunately, wands did not count as artifacts. Otherwise, given her wand-making efficiency, Mr. Ollivander would likely be in tears from frustration. However, the analysis of artifacts also required time. This broomstick, being a relatively common item, was analyzed within a single afternoon, whereas rarer items would take longer. Another advantage was that once classified as an artifact, it could be stored as an icon within the magic book, allowing for retrieval at any time through communication with the book, a unique form of storage. This feature greatly facilitated Hermione, sparing her from carrying the broomstick around. Having returned the broom to the book, Hermione exited the alley, purchasing an apple from a street vendor. She leaned against the wall and began to nibble at it. The streets today were eerily quiet. There were no agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. in sight, a stark contrast to Hogwarts. Perhaps all the agents had been dispatched elsewhere. The Philosopher's Stone remained secure, and Dumbledore was doing everything in his power to protect it. Keep up the effort, Hermione, she encouraged herself. The magical energy she had accumulated was not without purpose. Moving forward, as long as she kept advancing, the path would continue to unfold. Suddenly, a sleek black car roared towards her from the distance, screeching to a halt before her. No need to worry. There won't be any gunfights. A bald man with a Mediterranean hairstyle emerged from the vehicle, wearing a friendly smile. Miss Granger, I am Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. He introduced himself. There was no need for formalities. Hermione recognized him instantly. She nodded and inquired, "Ah, it's you. Where's Natasha?" Agent Romanoff has sustained some injuries while on a mission and is currently unable to be deployed. Thus, I was sent in her stead. My apologies, Coulson replied, a hint of regret in his eyes. This was not a falsehood. It was indeed true. After Hermione's departure, Natasha, who had not been able to locate her for quite some time, had taken on another assignment, tasked with apprehending an armed smuggler. Although she succeeded in capturing him, she had sustained some injuries and was presently recuperating at headquarters. Hermione understood. After all, despite Black Widow's formidable reputation and her status as a future member of the Avengers, she remained fundamentally a skilled yet ordinary human, unable to guarantee that every mission would conclude without incident. What happened to Natasha? Is she all right? Hermione's eyes reflected a perfectly measured blend of concern and worry. Seeing her genuine concern, Coulson felt reassured. Indeed, the relationship between this wizarding young lady and Agent Romanoff appeared to be quite harmonious. Originally, Natasha was meant to come, but due to her injuries, the director had to send someone else, and he was next in line. Having finally established contact with the wizarding miss, every interaction with her must be approached with caution. Among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s senior agents, the rather unsightly appearance of the Indian, the spectacled Agent Sitwell, and the menacing presence of Crossbones would likely frighten any children should they appear. The others were preoccupied with their own matters, leaving Coulson as the most suitable choice for this task. Some individuals possess a visage that immediately conveys an impression of benevolence, and Coulson epitomizes this notion, with a countenance resembling that of the quintessential friendly neighbor, eliciting an innate sense of goodwill. Miss Granger, rest assured, Natasha has merely sustained minor injuries. Her life is not in jeopardy, though she may be temporarily incapacitated, Coulson reassured her. Hermione gently patted her chest in relief. Observing her reaction, Coulson felt further reassured and candidly stated, "The purpose of our visit to you, Miss Granger, is to facilitate a dialogue as our director hopes to share intelligence with you as partners. I implore you to acquiesce." Without any circumlocution, he made their intentions clear. "Very well," Hermione replied readily, having anticipated the encounter with this troublesome individual. "However, I must first visit Sister Natasha. One must maintain their persona." Coulson nodded, having foreseen this eventuality, and added, then please, step into the vehicle, we shall escort you. Hermione promptly hopped into the car, seemingly unperturbed. Ah, the innocence of youth. She harbors no suspicions, Coulson mused, yet he acknowledged that S.H.I.E.L.D. bore no ill intentions this time. The naivety of children is both a blessing and a curse. While it facilitates engagement and guidance, it also renders them susceptible to manipulation. It is imperative to keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring she does not fall prey to deceit. The vehicle came to a halt before a towering edifice. As Hermione disembarked and looked up, she beheld a structure nearly 100 stories high, exuding a palpable sense of technological advancement. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. Upon entering the building, Hermione attracted a multitude of curious glances. Given that the existence of witches is a closely guarded secret, only a select few within S.H.I.E.L.D. were aware of her. Consequently, the agents were astonished to see Coulson, the director's right hand, escorting a young girl clad in a black cloak into headquarters. They stepped into the elevator and ascended to the medical floor designated for agents. Coulson guided Hermione into a lavish hospital room. Sister Natasha. Upon seeing Natasha in the hospital bed, Hermione rushed over and leapt into her embrace, affectionately nuzzling her small head against Natasha's chest. Savoring a moment reminiscent of her past aspirations for the Black Widow's skincare routine, Natasha winced at the sudden impact, her face paling and her mouth twitching slightly. Nevertheless, gazing at the exuberant girl in her arms, all her myriad emotions coalesced into a bittersweet smile. After a moment of nuzzling, Hermione withdrew and scrutinized Natasha. Sister Natasha, where are you injured? Allow me to see. Natasha shook her head slightly. Perhaps not. The wound is rather gruesome, and I fear it may frighten you. Hermione retorted. You seem to have forgotten that I once slit the throat of a fellow in a zero-sum scenario, killing a dozen in a single night. However, she could empathize. Anyone encountering a girl with such an adorably cherubic visage would likely be overwhelmed with compassion. No, I must see. Hermione feigned irritation. All right, fine. Natasha, unable to refuse her, reluctantly lifted the covers and slowly parted her clothing to reveal the side of her abdomen. Coulson, feeling the need for discretion, turned away. As Natasha unraveled the bandage, a deep, bone-visible gash marred her pale skin along her side. The surrounding blood had been cleaned, yet the sutured area still bled a dark crimson hue. Oh, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It's merely a minor injury, Natasha reassured her. Indeed, compared to the penetrating wound left by the Winter Soldier, this could be deemed relatively minor. Sister Natasha, how long until you recover? Hermione inquired suddenly. Natasha pondered this for a moment. Such an injury will require at least 2 to 3 months to heal. Can it not be expedited? Natasha rolled her eyes, exasperated. Do you think healing is a matter of willpower? Injuries simply take time to mend. She wished for a swift return to her former abilities, but the natural order of things was immutable. Fear not, I possess a solution, Hermione declared suddenly. Natasha paused, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, dismissing the notion that a child could possess the knowledge to remedy her injuries. You doubt my capabilities. Seeing Natasha's unconcerned demeanor, Hermione puffed out her cheeks in mock indignation. All right. Pray tell, how might I hasten my recovery? Natasha, somewhat weary, decided to indulge her. She was curious to hear Hermione's proposal, hoping it would not be as simplistic as drink warm water. Hermione produced her wand and remarked, these stitches are rather obstructive. They must be removed first. It may sting a bit. The wand was quite sizable. Please bear with me. Natasha, perplexed, questioned, wait, what are you planning to do? Initially believing Hermione would merely dispense common advice on wound care, she was taken aback by the girl's intention to intervene directly and remove her sutures. Leviosa. Without allowing Natasha to continue her query, Hermione waved her wand and recited the incantation. With the spell cast, the stitches on either side of the wound unraveled as if drawn by an unseen force, gently extracting themselves from the injury. Natasha winced. Hermione's method was rather crude compared to that of a professional physician. Despite the pain, Natasha stifled any sound, determined to maintain her composure. Once the stitches were fully removed, blood began to seep from the wound once more, staining the pristine sheets. Hearing the muffled groan behind him, Coulson sensed trouble and quickly turned to intervene. Heal as before. In the next instant, Hermione recited another spell, her wand delicately tracing the jagged wound. As the wand moved, the flesh surrounding the injury seemed to respond, drawing together as if animated by an intrinsic vitality. In the blink of an eye, the wound was completely mended. Natasha stared in astonishment at the miraculous scene before her, then hastily seized a towel to dry her abdomen. Her once pale skin, now exposed to the air, appeared flawless and unmarred. Is this your magic? Natasha exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. What else could it be? Hermione rolled her eyes. Unless you've suddenly developed self-healing superpowers? Realizing the folly of her question, Natasha chuckled awkwardly, springing to her feet and reveling in her restored physical state. Her spirits lifted. Coulson, witnessing this display of magic firsthand, was utterly astounded. At the same time, he elevated Hermione's significance in his mind several notches. By the way, should we address that scar? Hermione pointed at the mark on Natasha's waist, aware that it was the result of a bullet wound inflicted by Bucky Barnes, marking the end of her bikini days. Can that be healed too? Natasha's eyes sparkled with hope. Hermione said nothing, merely casting a low-powered spell on the scar. Following that, she invoked a healing charm. The scar vanished. Natasha, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Hermione once more, allowing her to experience the sensation of the Black Widow's skincare routine once again. While it may be true that the scars adorning an agent of her caliber are not the most noteworthy aspect, who among women does not cherish beauty? 10 minutes later, Natasha and Coulson escorted Hermione towards the director's office. Along the way, the medical personnel of SHIELD gazed in astonishment at the lively and agile Black Widow, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. After traversing an indeterminate distance, they finally arrived at a door. Upon pushing it open, a figure stood with their back to them, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling window. A bald head, stark and dark, was indeed hard to overlook. Welcome to SHIELD. Miss Witch, the figure turned around, introducing himself. I am Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. A black man, bald, and with an eye patch. Indeed, it's you, Black Egg. Hermione tilted her head to look at him, and suddenly remarked, Are you Natasha's boss? Nick Fury nodded. That is correct. Hermione blinked and said, Well, I trust Natasha. You are her superior, and she believes in you, so you must be a good person. Nick Fury felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Hermione's innocent logic nearly left him speechless. How simplistic the reasoning of a child can be. What more could he say? No, you misunderstand. I'm not that good. Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, nearly bursting into laughter. They had never seen Fury wear such an expression before. Indeed, sincerity was the ultimate trump card. An unsuspecting child had effortlessly bested the cunning king of spies. Chapter 20. The Search for Tony. Yes, I am a good person. Nick Fury's gaze drifted, and his demeanor became somewhat awkward. The very utterance of those words sent a shiver down his spine. However, he refrained from dwelling on that matter and directly inquired, Miss Witch, may I ask how many wizards like you exist in this world? Nick Fury posed the most pressing question. I'm not quite sure, but there are approximately 1,000 students at Hogwarts alone, not to mention Durmstrang in Northern Europe, Beauxbatons in France, and Ilvermorny in America. Oh dear. With so many magical schools, how could I possibly know? This question is too difficult. Hermione pouted, appearing somewhat embarrassed for not being able to provide an answer. Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the overwhelming shock reflected in the other's eyes. Multiple magical schools. Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, Ilvermorny. These certainly sounded like names of different institutions. Suddenly, Nick Fury realized something. What did the young witch just say? Ilvermorny in America? The existence of a magical school in America was indeed startling. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Nick Fury continued, Then what is the Ministry of Magic, and how is the Wizarding Society structured? Natasha frowned slightly. Nick's question seemed a bit hasty, and it would be prudent to cultivate a rapport before delving into such topics. Yet she empathized with his urgency. Previously, Nick Fury had meticulously analyzed their conversation and formed certain hypotheses. After all, the amount of information inadvertently disclosed during their last encounter was truly staggering. He was eager to confirm his suspicions with Hermione. However, ever since Hermione had departed, she had not reappeared, and even with all the resources of SHIELD at his disposal, her whereabouts remained elusive. Until today, when she appeared once more on the surveillance cameras, prompting Nick to immediately dispatch Coulson to retrieve her. Fortunately, Hermione did not seem particularly resistant to this. The Ministry of Magic should function similarly to your Muggle government departments, maintaining order within the wizarding world. Different countries have various names for their ministries of magic. For instance, your American ministry is called the Magical Congress. As for the organizational structure, I'm not entirely sure. I'm merely a student, but I suppose it's somewhat similar to yours. For that, you might want to ask Dumbledore. How could I possibly know? Natasha suddenly interjected. You Americans, Hermione, aren't you an American? Hermione was taken aback, thinking, with my authentic London accent, how could you assume I'm an American? I am a student from Hogwarts, hence I am undoubtedly English. Hermione looked utterly perplexed. Natasha chuckled awkwardly, having focused on the mysterious magical world and Hermione's extraordinary abilities. She had indeed overlooked this apparent detail. Hermione proceeded to share some fundamental knowledge about the magical realm. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, finding that his assumptions were nearly accurate. Muggles were the term wizards used to refer to ordinary people. Wizards cast spells using a tool known as a wand, and by reciting incantations, thereby producing various magical effects. The wizarding world had existed for millennia, concealed from ordinary eyes and technological means. This likely explained why, for so many years, the existence of wizards had gone unnoticed. While there remained many unexplainable aspects, whenever questioned, Hermione's responses were simply, "That is magic," leaving Nick Fury at a loss for words. When asked how one could access the Wizarding Society, Hermione's answer was even more straightforward: "You cannot." Under the influence of magic. Even if an ordinary person knew the precise location of the entrance, upon arrival, they would merely find themselves going in circles. "Since you study at Hogwarts, why do you always appear here?" Nick Fury detected a crucial point. "Because the Ministry of Magic has imposed restrictions on my movement, preventing me from leaving Hogwarts. And this place falls under the jurisdiction of the Magical Congress, beyond the Ministry's surveillance. Dumbledore secretly provided me with a loophole, allowing me to be transported directly to New York upon leaving Hogwarts." Why? Nick Fury already knew that Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts. But he could not fathom why the Ministry would impose restrictions on a child. It was akin to him being unable to comprehend under what circumstances SHIELD would monitor an ordinary child around the clock and restrict their freedom. Moreover, he recalled that during their initial encounter with the Black Widow, Hermione had inquired whether the Ministry had sent someone to watch her. At that moment, he found it peculiar. But now it seemed there must be a hidden secret behind it. Just as Hermione was about to speak, she suddenly fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she finally said, "I don't want to talk about it." Nick Fury and the others were taken aback. This was the first time they had seen Hermione so resolutely refuse. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere in the room, all three were acutely aware that although the girl before them was merely a student, her status within the wizarding community was undoubtedly significant, with great secrets lurking behind her. Nick Fury considered for a moment, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Today had already yielded significant insights, and it was unnecessary to provoke Hermione's displeasure. Moreover, SHIELD's immediate priority was not to uncover the secrets among wizards, but rather to ascertain their capabilities and the level of threat they posed. The seeds of intrigue had been sown, and Hermione chuckled inwardly. In the Marvel universe, she was the sole witch. She could weave her narrative as she pleased. And given the undeniable reality of the wizarding world, she was unafraid of any inconsistencies in her words, as she would have countless pieces of evidence to support her claims in the future. "By the way, the reason for inviting you here today, Miss Witch, was not merely for an exchange. I also have another matter I would like your assistance with." Nick Fury shifted the conversation. "Oh, what is it?" This was indeed something Hermione had not anticipated. Nick Fury waved his hand, and the large screen on the wall flickered to life, revealing a photograph. The individual in the image was Tony Stark, heir to Stark Industries, who had mysteriously vanished 2 months ago while on a business trip in Afghanistan, with all accompanying personnel presumed dead. "We suspect he has been abducted, yet to this day, there has been no news." Nick Fury stated thus, "I would like to request the assistance of Miss Witch to see if she might uncover his whereabouts." Hermione gazed at the familiar face on the screen, her mind swirling with questions. "Wait, why do you think I can help find Tony Stark? Do you consider me some sort of intelligence agency? Even if I knew he had been kidnapped by terrorists, who knows which cave he is hiding in now?" However, in the next moment, Hermione realized something. So that was it. This fellow had been probing her all along, adopting a swing and miss approach. Even if they couldn't find him, it didn't matter. If they did, it would not only resolve the kidnapping issue, but also reveal her newfound abilities. Clever indeed. Chapter 21, Hermione's Prophecy. Hermione turned to Nick Fury and inquired, "Is this Stark fellow a good person?" Nick Fury hesitated for a brief moment before decisively nodding. "Indeed, he is a good man. Though he deals in arms and flirts with women, he possesses a good heart. As one of the founding members of SHIELD, and the sole heir of Howard Stark, coupled with being a renowned genius scientist, Tony Stark is someone we must save. Although he was abducted by the military, SHIELD is fully cooperating in the search and rescue efforts." Hermione nodded. "All right then, I shall assist you. You have a solution?" Nick Fury exclaimed, surprised. He had merely been testing the waters, not expecting an actual response. "I cannot locate this person," Hermione stated candidly. This was the truth. The film only mentioned his abduction, indicating he was in a cave somewhere in the Afghan desert, but it did not specify the exact location. Then what? Nick Fury began, but Hermione interrupted. However, I can foresee his future outcome. Perhaps I might glimpse something from the future's visions, but I will need your assistance. What? The trio was taken aback. Foreseeing the future? Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson simultaneously stiffened, gazing at Hermione in disbelief. Each time they believed they had a firm grasp of Hermione's abilities. She managed to astonish them once more. What do you need us to do? Nick Fury was the first to recover. Prepare a crystal ball for me. One that is clear and pristine, devoid of any impurities, Hermione requested. A crystal ball? The thought of fortune tellers and their mystical orbs flashed through their minds. Surely, Hermione would not resort to such theatrics. However, they quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that despite her youth, she was a bona fide witch, far superior to those charlatans. Is there anything else you require? My magical energy is insufficient to foresee the fate of someone I have not encountered. Hence, I need the person to be present for the prophecy to unveil their future, Hermione explained. Nick Fury was perplexed. Are you jesting, Miss Witch? If I could bring Tony himself to you for a prophecy regarding his whereabouts, why would I need you at all? Seemingly aware of the inappropriateness of his words, Hermione sheepishly scratched her head, sticking out her adorable little tongue. I should have been clearer. Although I cannot see Stark's future, you could find someone very close to him. I could then foresee her future, and that would suffice. The three suddenly understood, realizing Hermione's intent. By predicting the future of someone dear to Tony Stark, if they could catch a glimpse of his presence in the future, it would indicate his safety. While they could not directly ascertain his location, they could indirectly confirm his future security. The outcome remained the same. Nick Fury's face flushed, but fortunately, his dark complexion concealed any changes. They had not anticipated that a young girl would outsmart them. It seemed that frequent exposure to magic had dulled their wits. Who is close to Tony Stark? Natasha pondered, her brow furrowed. He lost his parents at a young age, has no siblings, and with his arrogant demeanor, it is difficult to imagine who he might be close to. Surely, we aren't considering an ex-flame? Suddenly, Natasha seemed to recall something, whispering softly into Fury's ear. Nick Fury nodded in response, then let us invite her. After confirming that no further items were necessary, Coulson promptly arranged for the required preparations. A short while later, an agent entered the room, holding a crystal ball. Just place it on the table, Hermione instructed. The agent glanced at Fury, who responded, do as she says. The agent exited, and after a brief interval, a striking woman in a tailored suit with a weary expression was ushered into the room. I heard you can find Tony? She asked directly upon entering. Nick Fury replied, indeed we can, but we require your cooperation, Miss Potts. Pepper Potts nodded, her expression tinged with excitement. As long as we can locate Tony, I will assist in any way necessary. Just please ensure his safe return. A sense of unspeakable fatigue lingered in her demeanor. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, she had been unable to sleep, consumed by worry over his disappearance. Simultaneously, she had to manage the daily operations of the company, leaving her utterly exhausted and desperate for Tony's safe return. Moreover, she understood that the bond they shared transcended that of mere employer and employee. Rest assured, Miss Potts, Nick Fury assured her. Since SHIELD has made such a statement, we possess a certain level of confidence. However, we are not the primary force in this search, simply auxiliary personnel like yourself. Oh, if it's not you, then who? Pepper inquired, puzzled. Who else possesses the capability? The military? If they were reliable, Tony would never have been abducted in the first place. Nick Fury gestured toward Hermione, who was still examining the crystal ball. Pepper was taken aback. A girl who appeared to be no older than 11 or 12 stood before her, clad in a black robe. Was she cosplaying as some evil sorceress from an animated series? You mean she will be the one to find Tony? Pepper asked incredulously, her skepticism growing. How? Through magic. Nick Fury replied, unflinching. Taking a deep breath, Pepper suppressed the impulse to turn and leave, coolly stating, I have no time for jokes. Nick Fury, feeling somewhat exasperated, could only respond patiently. It is indeed her, she and her magic, to be precise, her prophecy, which can uncover Stark's fate. If you brought me here merely for amusement, congratulations, you've succeeded. There's still an abundance of work to attend to at the company, and if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Disappointment welled up in Pepper's eyes as she turned to leave. Just as she approached the doorway, the heavy entrance slammed shut with a resounding thud. Angrily pivoting around, she beheld a young girl clad in wizard attire, pointing a small black wand at her. All freeze. In the next moment, an inexplicable force immobilized her entirely. Though her mind remained clear, she found herself utterly unable to move, as if her very existence had been paused. Chapter 22. The Vision of the Future. Nick Fury, witnessing the scene, sighed helplessly. Miss Potts, we do not wish for this either, but if you seek to locate Stark, I would advise you to heed our counsel. In her heart, Hermione silently added, "You wouldn't want anything to happen to Stark, would you?" With a gentle flick of her wand, she dispelled the freezing charm, allowing Pepper to regain her agency, albeit with a slight stumble. Yet, she seemed unperturbed by such trivialities, hastening towards Hermione, kneeling to embrace her arms. Her eyes filled with anticipation. "Child, no, young sorceress, you possess a means to find Tony, do you not?" Pepper accepted this notion with remarkable speed. Hermione slowly nodded. "Beautiful sister, simply remain here and do not move." Pepper nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. The others observed Hermione, only to realize that she had closed her eyes, her wand directed skyward, gently rotating as she murmured an incantation in an incomprehensible tongue. Balabala, Makabaka, Bakabaka, Makabaka, Gunera, God of Darkness. A kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the room, casting reflections of the cosmos upon the ceiling. The mystical atmosphere imbued with a sense of ritual caused them to grow anxious, their gazes fixated on the unfolding events, fearful of missing any transformation. A minute later, Hermione opened her eyes and looked at Pepper. "Done. That's it." The four present were somewhat bewildered. They had anticipated some extraordinary imagery, yet nothing had seemingly transpired. It was all over before they knew it. "But there's nothing in there," Pepper exclaimed, pointing at the crystal ball, unable to suppress her bewilderment. "Isn't it supposed to conjure images like we imagined, after some grand display?" Hermione immediately discerned their thoughts and rolled her eyes dramatically. "The divination is performed by me, not the crystal ball. What I see of the future resides in my mind. How could it possibly manifest in the ball?" They fell silent, grappling with the logic of her words, left speechless. "Then what about this object?" Hermione, exasperated, replied, "The images in my mind. What do you expect to see them with? Of course, we need the crystal ball. Only it can withstand your magic and reveal what I perceive." Natasha interjected, "No, actually a television could work too, but I feel the crystal ball is a bit more stylish." Hermione lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting, her toes dancing on the ground, appearing somewhat bashful. "Black egg, Natasha, Coulson, Pepper. Thus, the crystal ball must be transparent and flawless simply because it looks good." With that, Hermione seemed anxious that Fury might change his mind, clutching the crystal ball tightly, declaring, "I don't care, this thing belongs to me now." "So, I've been swindled for funding?" Fury's expression froze. Having been the director of SHIELD for so many years, he had always been the one deceiving others for funds. It was the first time he had been duped. Calm down. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain of spending exorbitant amounts on an extravagant trinket, mentally reminding himself that she was merely a child. Hermione fondled the crystal ball, appearing quite enamored with it. The black egg's expression darkened further. "Wait a moment, I'll extract what I've seen from my mind." Hermione seized the opportunity, directing her wand to her temple, slowly pulling out several glowing strands and presenting them to the crystal ball. The strands floated like dandelion fluff, settling onto the surface of the crystal ball, seamlessly merging within. In the next moment, the crystal ball emitted a radiant glow, akin to a phone powering on. One by one, images began to emerge. Seeing that they all pertained to her, Pepper felt a surge of embarrassment, as though her privacy was being publicly scrutinized. Most critically, she was certain she had never experienced these events. Divination, could this be what is to come? The others gazed at the incomprehensible scenes before them, each lost in their thoughts. "Tony, I see Tony," Pepper suddenly exclaimed. The group snapped to attention. In one image, Pepper was dressed in a white women's suit, standing at an airport, her expression fraught with anxiety, as if awaiting someone. The scene shifted, revealing a figure emerging from an airplane across the way, one hand bandaged. Seemingly injured, yet appearing in good spirits. It was none other than Tony Stark. Despite being mere fragmented snippets, they provided enough context for analysis. Does this imply? Pepper glanced at Hermione, seeking confirmation. Hermione nodded, refraining from any more mischief. "Rest assured, this fellow is fine. Even if he faces challenges now, he will ultimately emerge unscathed. Because this is the future." Hermione spread her arms wide, mimicking a gesture of embracing the sun, quite juvenile. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to her antics. After a collective sigh of relief, they were overwhelmed by a profound sense of shock and awe. Initially, the other spells wielded by this young sorceress were somewhat within Nick Fury and the other's realm of comprehension, but the unveiling of this divination rendered him utterly unsettled. Foreseeing the future, while it seemed innocuous, in essence, it was the most terrifying of abilities. If one possessed such a power, what intelligence could SHIELD possibly be lacking? Regrettably, only sorcerers possess such capabilities. No matter how formidable Hermione was, she ultimately did not belong to SHIELD. If only SHIELD D could have its own sorcerer. At this thought, Nick Fury shuddered, a notion taking root in his mind. His gaze towards Hermione grew somewhat fervent, resembling that of a predatory uncle eyeing a young girl, which sent shivers down Hermione's spine. As for the divination, it was, of course, non-existent. Even if it were, it was not something Hermione could currently command. She merely extracted portions of the scenes from her past life as Iron Man, projecting them from her memory. It sounded sophisticated, yet was merely a rudimentary application of the art of memory extraction. Unfortunately, memory extraction was one of the most advanced forms of magic, among a select few composite spells encompassing memory extraction, projection, intrusion, mind-reading, disguise, and brain-closing techniques. The library contained only books discussing memory extraction and projection. Memory extraction, incomplete projection. Extract a portion of one's memories and project them onto a reflective medium. There wasn't even a proper ranking. However, even such a simple application sufficed to deceive the S-H-I-E-L-D trio. After all, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the cinematic imagery represented, to some extent, their true future. Having just been elated, Pepper suddenly seemed to recall something. Her expression once again clouded with concern. That may be the case, but what should we do now? They were merely aware that Tony would ultimately be rescued. Yet they remained uncertain about the means necessary to effectuate his salvation. They resolved to act as though today's events had never transpired. Hermione interjected suddenly, cautioning against the temptation to exploit their foreknowledge of the future to engage in actions that ought not to be taken or, conversely, to neglect actions that should be undertaken simply because the future seemed predetermined. It was imperative that they not allow prophecy to sway reality. Her expression was grave, a stark contrast to her usual vivacity. It was crucial to understand that the future is not immutable. Chapter 23, A Plea for Sympathy. The lesser the connection between prophecy and reality, the more fixed the future becomes, and the more accurately one perceives what is to come. Although Hermione's words might have seemed somewhat cryptic, those present were no ordinary individuals and quickly grasped her intent. The moment the future becomes known, it undergoes a transformation. Thus, they must strive to maintain the course of the original future to ensure that the outcomes they desired remain unchanged. In essence, S-H-I-E-L-D should proceed with the standard protocol for locating Stark, avoiding unnecessary actions while remaining diligent. Fury's mind was clear. This approach would surely lead them to discover Stark's whereabouts, notify the military for his rescue, and ultimately secure his safe return. In summary, they should simply proceed with their tasks as if nothing had occurred. Bingo. Hermione wore a look of teachable innocence, causing Fury's lips to twitch. However, the question lingered. How long would they have to wait? Pepper remained somewhat anxious. Having witnessed Hermione's extraordinary abilities, she could not afford to be complacent regarding Tony's fate. To her astonishment, the conclusion they reached was to wait in silence. Hermione pondered. My current magical prowess allows me to foresee events approximately a month into the future. If all goes smoothly, the scene I witnessed will certainly unfold within that time frame. The others exchanged glances, their hearts settling slightly. A month was a wait they could endure. Seeing that her companions accepted her reasoning, Hermione felt a wave of relief. Although she was somewhat misleading them, she did not wish to jeopardize the future that was meant to transpire due to unforeseen butterfly effects. The memory of the future was indeed one of her significant advantages. Moreover, who knew what kind of monstrous entity representing the world's will might descend upon her if she interfered with such a pivotal moment? Until she became undeniably powerful, she was not prepared to tamper with the narrative. Furthermore, Hermione had her own plans for Tony Stark. Whether he perished or failed to become Iron Man would be a substantial loss for her. While the others discussed the particulars, Hermione suddenly gasped, clutching her head in apparent agony. What's wrong? Natasha and Pepper rushed to support her. Hermione's complexion had turned pale, her body swayed, her features contorted in distress, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. This was reckless. Hermione struggled to utter a few words. The group was taken aback. Could it be that the art of prophecy was, in fact, detrimental to her health? The young witch was enduring this for their sake. A wave of gratitude washed over them. Prophecy was one of the forbidden magics. The strain of magical energy was secondary, for improper use could inflict severe harm on one's body. Otherwise, anyone would be able to glimpse the future and chaos would ensue. Hermione explained in fragmented sentences. Even throughout the entire history of wizardry, few have mastered the art of prophecy. At this point, she lifted her chin, seemingly proud. Yet, presented with her pale and weakened visage, it evoked a mixture of exasperation and sympathy among her companions. Even in her state, she sought to boast. They felt a sense of helplessness. Natasha and Pepper, already susceptible to Hermione's endearing nature, instinctively embraced her tightly. Particularly Pepper, who felt a wave of guilt. If it weren't for the need to locate Tony, such an adorable child would not have to endure such hardship. This thought ignited a spark of resentment towards Tony within her. It was all his fault. When he returned, she would ensure he personally expressed his gratitude and made amends to the young witch, even if it meant allowing Hermione to take her frustrations out on him. Fury contemplated. This young witch has suffered for the sake of S-H-I-E-L-D. Should she require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, and we will do our utmost to accommodate. Initially, the old coin thought, surely she wouldn't be trying to exploit them, but in the next moment, he dismissed the notion. From Hermione's pallor, it was evident that the backlash from her prophecy had inflicted genuine harm. This was no mere act. Moreover, she was simply a child. How could she possess such cunning? Really? Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. Fury felt a sense of foreboding. I require a dragon's heartstring, a phoenix's feather, unicorn blood, and the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider, Hermione recited without hesitation, her fingers counting off the items. Indeed, she was attempting to exploit them. Wait. The old coin interjected, alarmed. Where am I supposed to find dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns? These creatures are clearly from the realm of the mystical. This was an unreasonable demand for S-H-I-E-L-D. Oh dear, Hermione's eyes dimmed, her expression one of disappointment. Her pitiful demeanor triggered Pepper's maternal instincts. She had transformed herself for their sake, and they could not even fulfill this modest request. The very notion made Nick Fury's lips twitch. Would you care to hear what she requires? Yet, observing Pepper's overflowing compassion, Fury understood that reason would not prevail. He could only sigh and say, I apologize, young witch. But what you seek is beyond our capabilities. However, how about this? As long as it is not such extraordinary items, we will exert every effort to assist you in finding anything else you might need on Earth. What do you say? Nick Fury felt resigned. After today's upheaval, it would be challenging to receive any favors from this young witch in the future, and likely Natasha would agree. Humph, Hermione chuckled inwardly, transitioning from frugality to extravagance. Having tasted the convenience and wonder of wizardry, she was unafraid of their potential fall. Once entangled with a witch, how could they escape? If they wished for her assistance in the future, they should be prepared to serve her tirelessly. After feigning a moment of recovery, Hermione stood, a broomstick materializing in her hand. To the astonishment of all 4 onlookers, she mounted the broom, grasped the crystal ball, and soared out of the window. You can fly? The old one-eyed creature exclaimed in disbelief. Can you walk? Hermione countered. The creature nodded. Hermione regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Then why would you think that, as a witch, I cannot fly? The creature was at a loss for words. Goodbye, Sister Pepper, Sister Natasha. Just as the creature pondered the meaning of life, Hermione waved, and the broom shot into the sky, quickly becoming a mere speck in the distance. After Hermione's departure, Pepper and Natasha exchanged glances, particularly Natasha, who thoroughly assessed Pepper. Despite her weary demeanor, she was undoubtedly a woman of exceptional grace, exuding a unique charm in her movements. Moreover, it seemed that Pepper held a deep fondness for Hermione. This sparked an inexplicable sense of unease within Natasha. Little Hermione had always favored beautiful older sisters. Would she be swayed by her? Chapter 24, The Arrival of the Giant. Hogwarts. The annual celebration of Halloween has finally arrived, and in accordance with tradition, a jubilant feast is being held in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Hermione gazes at the myriad of sweets adorning the tables, a slight grimace crossing her face. If one does not master magic, they might very well succumb to diabetes before they learn. At that moment, the doors of the hall burst open, and Quirrell rushed in, his demeanor frantic as he shouted, Troll! There's a troll in the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, Quirrell's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor. A moment of silence was followed by a cacophony of terrified screams echoing throughout the hall. The young witches and wizards were utterly petrified by the news. What a joke it is to claim that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Amidst the uproar, Hermione delicately wiped her mouth, her movements slow and graceful. Has it finally arrived? Casting a glance at Quirrell sprawled on the floor, she shook her head slightly. The act was far too theatrical. No matter how timid one might be, one is still a professor of defense against the dark arts, a subject that primarily teaches how to confront dark creatures such as trolls. Yet here he was, frightened out of his wits. If she were Dumbledore, she might already be harboring doubts. No, upon further reflection, Hermione narrowed her eyes. Perhaps he had been suspicious all along. Observing Quirrell's fallen form and the anti-gravity scarf still draped around him, a thought suddenly struck her. What would happen if she yanked the scarf off him right now? Silence. A commanding shout resonated throughout the hall. Dumbledore rose slowly from his seat. Prefects, please escort your students back to their dormitories. The teachers and I will proceed to the dungeons. Upon hearing his calm yet authoritative voice, The students instinctively ceased their cries, a sense of reassurance washing over them. Gryffindor. Follow me. Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, called out. A throng of students followed him out of the hall. Not to be outdone, other houses quickly mimicked his actions. Hufflepuff. This way. Ravenclaw, come with me. Slytherin. Suppressing her urge to act impulsively, Hermione followed the crowd outside. The atmosphere felt heavy with tension. How could a troll have entered? Finally, Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, "How did it get in here?" Trolls are rather dim-witted. They wouldn't find their way to Hogwarts on their own. Perhaps someone is playing a prank, Ron replied nonchalantly. Want to find out? Hermione suddenly inquired. Harry nodded vigorously, his eyes lighting up. Hermione, do you know something? Hermione glanced at the line ahead and deliberately slowed her pace, signaling to the two boys. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing looks. And soon the three successfully fell behind the group. Let us go see for ourselves, Hermione said, tossing her hair back with a mysterious smile. But, no more talking. Are you two coming or not? I am, Ron replied, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as Hermione turned to stride down the corridor. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, unperturbed by Hermione's behavior, and shrugged as they hurried to catch up. Outside, rain poured down, thunder rumbled, and the corridor ahead was eerily empty, creating a chilling atmosphere. Hermione, Ron stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Maybe we should turn back. Fine, if you want to leave, go ahead, Hermione replied, nodding but not pausing in her stride, marching forward with the determination of someone who might be late for class. Harry glanced back at Ron, unable to suppress his curiosity, and chose to follow her. Ron hesitated, but seeing the two venture further away, he steeled himself and chased after them. After rounding a corner, Hermione abruptly halted. Just as Ron was about to ask what was wrong, he noticed Harry's eyes widen in alarm, and he quickly shushed Ron. A flash of lightning illuminated a massive shadow lurking at the end of the corridor. The shadow loomed tall, dwarfing the three of them, its colossal form nearly filling the passageway, brandishing a massive wooden club. I think the troll has left the dungeon, Ron muttered. It's headed for the girls' bathroom. Wait, Hermione. What are you doing? Harry exclaimed as Hermione dashed toward the restroom, wand drawn. In a panic, Harry rushed in behind her, teeth gritted. You're both insane, Ron grumbled. Yet he found himself following suit. Sensing their presence, the troll slowly turned, revealing the three small figures standing before it. Harry and Ron's faces paled in fear. The troll's instinct to destroy prompted it to raise its club, and as it swung down with terrifying speed, Harry and Ron felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. Hermione, help! In that instant, all they could think about was their regret. Why on earth had they allied themselves with someone who appeared so composed yet was so wildly unpredictable? They ought to have never spoken to her since their first day at Hogwarts, let alone shared a compartment on the train. In that critical moment, Protego, a deafening crash reverberated above them. Expecting to be crushed, the two boys finally opened their eyes to see a translucent, spherical shield flickering around them. Hermione's wand was raised, emanating waves of energy. The club met the barrier's edge, unable to penetrate, leaving the troll baffled as it could not fathom why its actions were thwarted. Humph! Hermione scoffed quietly. Infuriated by being disregarded by such a diminutive human, the troll roared and lifted its club once more. Leviosa! The spell took effect, and the club soared from its grip, hovering above the troll's head. Hermione wielded her wand as if playing Quidditch. With a swift motion, the club came crashing down upon the troll's head. Bam! With another swing, the club was sent careening into the troll's temple. Having spent a month as a seeker, all her skills were now put to use. Bam! Another strike. Bam! And again. Bam! 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 The relentless barrage rendered the troll as lifeless as a puddle, blood oozing from its orifices as it collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Harry and Ron huddled together, trembling in fear, terrified that Hermione might be caught up in her excitement and turn her wand on them. Stowing her wand away, Hermione retrieved a syringe from her robes, turning her back to the boys as she plunged it into the troll's body. As the blood was drawn, the syringe gradually faded from view. Magical creatures. Dark creatures. Troll, collected. Incredibly strong, aggressive temperament, low intelligence. Simultaneously, dark magic. Soul harvesting, talent. Current soul energy, 10. Well, this trip wasn't in vain, Hermione thought. Her spirits lifted as she perused the spell book in her mind. Just as she was about to say something to the boys, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Professor McGonagall and the other teachers rushed in, visibly relieved to see Hermione and her companions unharmed. The scene was in utter disarray, and when she beheld the grotesque, mud-like corpse of the troll, her pupils dilated sharply. Behind her, both Snape and Quirrell wore grave expressions. Can someone enlighten me on what transpired here? Professor McGonagall inquired, directing her gaze toward the trio. Hermione was about to speak when Ron interjected, It was me. I wanted to see what a troll looked like, so I insisted on bringing them along. Hermione paused, momentarily taken aback. Noticing the look in Ron's eyes, Harry chimed in. Yes, that's exactly it. But what about the troll's corpse? Snape observed the glaring inconsistency. The large club that belonged to the troll lay on the ground, stained with blood, indicating that it had succumbed to its own weapon. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Hermione. This was something they couldn't explain. It was me. Hermione stated succinctly. Snape scoffed. You, a first-year student, possess such capabilities? Best to tell the truth. Perhaps you might salvage a few points for Gryffindor. Hermione shrugged, raised her hand, and quietly uttered a spell. A club, thick as a person, began to levitate, gracefully soaring through the air under Hermione's command, seemingly mocking Snape's earlier remarks. Snape's expression darkened, yet he refrained from further comment. Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione with astonishment, but in the next moment, her demeanor shifted to one of sternness. A most foolish act. I hope you realize how fortunate you are, particularly you, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter. Had Miss Granger not been present, the consequences could have been dire. She then turned her gaze to Hermione. And you, Miss Granger, I had thought you were always prudent in your actions. Yet here you are, violating regulations alongside them. All three of you shall lose 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall was genuinely incensed. It was astonishing how these first-year students could be so reckless, playing with their lives. However, she quickly added, Miss Granger's defeat of the troll ensured the safety of the other Hogwarts students and demonstrated exceptional magical prowess. Thus, Gryffindor shall gain 10 points. I knew it, Hermione thought, rolling her eyes internally. As expected, Professor McGonagall favored Gryffindor. Yet as punishment for their rule-breaking, the three of you will assist Hagrid. Before McGonagall could finish her sentence, the caretaker, Filch, appeared, dragging someone towards them. Filch tossed Malfoy to the ground and shouted, This fellow was lurking nearby, spying on us, and I caught him red-handed. It seemed Malfoy had followed Harry, hoping to create some trouble. Hermione regarded the dejected Malfoy, contemplating that another rule-breaker had joined the ranks. 5 points deducted from Slytherin. And you four are to assist Hagrid tonight, McGonagall declared. Malfoy looked utterly defeated, while Harry shrugged, accustomed to such occurrences. Hermione was indifferent. Let them deduct points. For Dumbledore would surely find a way to restore them. Was she to be like a primary school student, desperately striving for gold stars? On the way to find Hagrid, she ignored the bickering between Malfoy and Harry and focused on her spellbook. Similar to oddities, collecting the blood of magical creatures would unlock corresponding illustrations, which was precisely why she had made this special trip. It was one of the few legitimate opportunities to encounter magical creatures at Hogwarts, and she was determined not to miss it. What astonished her even more was the realization that she could use the blood of magical creatures to alter similar beings, granting them magical attributes as well. Another delightful surprise was that defeating the troll had yielded 10 points of soul energy. Could it be that the quality of the harvested souls determined the amount of energy gained? While Hermione pondered this, Ron quietly approached. Hermione, he began hesitantly. You see, today I kind of took the fall for you. Could you do me a favor? Noticing Ron's awkward demeanor, Hermione's guard went up. You're not about to confess your feelings, are you? She was aware that the original Hermione and Ron were a couple, but now she was Hermione, wholly unprepared for such matters. Wouldn't it be better to embrace the sisterhood and camaraderie? Fortunately, Ron quickly revealed his true intent. So in light of this, could I borrow your Nimbus 2000 for a few days? So he merely wanted to borrow her broom. Just waiting here for me, huh? Well, that is fine. You can have it. Hermione nodded readily. Since you're so loyal, after Quidditch, I'll gift you a matching one. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was about to say more, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. After explaining the situation to Hagrid, he looked down at the small group with a resigned shake of his head. You lot really know how to stir up trouble. Well, I need to venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight. You can accompany me. As the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds, one of his duties was to prevent students from wandering into the Forbidden Forest. However, the school strictly prohibited students from entering. Upon hearing the words Forbidden Forest, Malfoy promptly shrank back. Hagrid reassured them, no need to worry. We're merely investigating the edges of the forest. I know the area well enough. There shouldn't be any danger. Then why are you still loading the crossbow? Don't concern yourself with such trivialities. The others exchanged glances. The Forbidden Forest, though deemed off-limits and fraught with peril, was essentially a nest for various dark creatures. For adult wizards, it posed little threat. There were far more dangerous places in the wizarding world. However, for younger students, it was certainly not a suitable locale. As Hagrid walked ahead, he suddenly spotted something and hastened toward it. What is this? Harry asked, gazing at a pool of liquid resembling mercury. Unicorn blood, Hagrid replied gravely. That is precisely why we're here. A few days ago, I discovered a dead unicorn, murdered by someone, concerned that there might be more victims. I've been patrolling daily, and it seems we've finally encountered one. However, This one appears to be merely injured, not dead. Let us search the vicinity. Watching Hagrid and the others depart, Hermione crouched down and retrieved a syringe. Hey, an unexpected find. Malfoy frowned. What are you doing? Harry refused to partner with him, and Ron felt the same, leaving Malfoy with no choice but to team up with Hermione. Hermione ignored him and quietly collected a vial of blood. Magical creatures. Unicorn collected. Symbol of purity. Possesses a horn on its forehead. Its blood can extend life. Chapter 26. A wild shot at Voldemort. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you even listening? Malfoy scowled. The illustrious Malfoy, heir to one of the sacred 28 pure-blood wizarding families, had commanded respect among the Slytherin first years since his arrival, with nearly everyone eager to curry favor with him. Except for that detestable Harry Potter, it was the first time someone had so blatantly disregarded him. I heard you. Stop shouting. Hermione didn't lift her head. If you keep talking, I'll leave you here all alone. A chilling breeze swept through, and sensing the eerie atmosphere around them, Malfoy shivered and instinctively edged closer to Hermione. In the next moment, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he retorted defiantly, "Humph. You're off to search for a unicorn now? I won't hold it against you. But when we return, you'd better be prepared for a duel of wizards." "Oh, are you certain?" Hermione shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with amusement. Draco's expression faltered as he recalled that he was in the presence of no ordinary witch. The vivid memory of Hermione ruthlessly dispatching a troll in an extraordinarily brutal manner was still fresh in his mind. Not only was he no match for her, but even most upper-year wizards would clearly falter against her prowess. A single ironclad charm had rendered him utterly powerless. Who knew how she had managed to master such advanced spells merely through her studies? "Let us go. I believe I've discerned the direction." Hermione rose from her spot. Through her analysis of the surrounding evidence, she could surmise the path the injured unicorn had taken in its flight. She gazed at the direction in which Hagrid and the others had departed, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over her. They were completely off course. Most wizards were so engrossed in their magic that they overlooked the most fundamental elements of observation and deduction. After all these years as a gamekeeper, he had made no progress whatsoever. It was no wonder he had been ensnared twice in the same incident concerning the Chamber of Secrets, despite the time that had passed. As they walked for a while in silence, Draco's boldness began to resurface. "How do you know the unicorn will flee this way? Are you sure we haven't gone astray? You aren't leading us into a labyrinth, are you? Had I known, I would have preferred to stay put and wait for Potter and the others to return." "You." Hermione was exasperated by his incessant prattling and turned to glare at him. "What does it matter to you? Be quiet. With your intellect, it's challenging to explain anything. If you don't wish to continue, you may simply return on your own. Spare me your incessant whining." Stunned by Hermione's audacity to scold him, Draco stood frozen. She dared to reprimand me? Throughout my life, not even my father, no, apart from him, no one has ever dared to scold me. Stop reveling in your arrogance. You are nothing but a lowly. In the next instant, his words caught in his throat as he beheld a figure cloaked in black, resembling a specter, hunched over a dying unicorn, greedily draining its blood. The half-visible face beneath the hood bore a sinister smile, silver liquid oozing from the corner of its mouth. "Ah!" Draco let out a terrified shriek. Attracted by his scream, the cloaked figure lifted its head, gliding toward the two of them like a wraith. As Draco turned to flee, he stumbled over a vine, forced to retreat step by step until his back collided with a tree, helplessly watching as the dark figure approached ever closer. Boom! Just as the cloaked figure lunged forward, a thunderous roar echoed through the forbidden forest. The figure faltered momentarily, then stumbled and collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain even its floating form. Boom! 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 A series of gunshots rang out as Hermione, wielding a handgun, fired several rounds at the shadow, emptying the magazine in an instant. The figure convulsed violently, emitting a pained growl, before twitching a few times and falling still. Glock wand, solid steel core, 9mm magic. Young man, have you ever seen one like this? Hermione remarked nonchalantly, extracting a fresh magazine and methodically loading golden bullets into it. She then raised her handgun again, aiming at the lifeless body. The shadow, unable to maintain its composure, let out a desperate curse before suddenly flipping over and scrambling to escape with astonishing speed, rivaling that of Bolt. "I knew you were just pretending to be dead." Hermione snorted, refraining from firing again. She had no intention of killing the creature, nor did she believe it would be that simple to do so. Watching the shadow vanish into the depths of the forbidden forest, Hermione turned her attention to the crumpled Draco, aiming the gun at his head. "By the way, what were you saying about being lowly? I didn't quite catch that." Draco gulped, his eyes filled with dread as he looked at Hermione. Slowly, she lowered her handgun, not wanting to frighten him into a state of utter panic. "Harry, this is far more effective than a wand." At that moment, Hagrid and Harry came running from a distance. "What happened?" Hagrid inquired immediately. They had heard the loud explosion from afar and rushed over, worried about Hermione and Draco's safety. Having spotted a dark figure fleeing in a hurry along the way, Harry felt a sudden pain in his scar. Nothing much, just encountered the perpetrator attacking the unicorn. I managed to scare it off, Hermione replied calmly. I see. Harry and Ron accepted this explanation without hesitation, having witnessed Hermione's ferocity. They were imbued with an unexplainable confidence in her capabilities. A mere assailant was no match for Hermione. It was only natural that she had driven it away. Compared to that one, Hermione gestured with her chin. Following her gaze, Hagrid spotted the unicorn's lifeless body. After a brief examination, he shook his head. Who could the culprit be? He muttered through gritted teeth. Voldemort, of course. Who else? Hermione mused internally. He had deliberately released a troll into the school to create an opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone from the third-floor forbidden area, only to be thwarted by Snape. Failing to achieve his goal, he resorted to the Forbidden Forest to sustain himself by consuming unicorn blood. It was uncertain whether it was Quirrell or Voldemort himself, or perhaps the properties of unicorn blood that allowed him to survive after being shot multiple times. Truly remarkable. What is wrong with him? Harry finally noticed Draco, who appeared utterly stunned. He's just a coward, frightened out of his wits, Hermione shrugged. Harry and Ron exchanged disdainful glances. That vile fiend, Hagrid exclaimed angrily, marking Quirrell down yet again. At that moment, Hermione noticed that the soul energy stored in her spellbook had unexpectedly increased by a staggering 500 points. It seemed that when Quirrell had slain the unicorn, she had inadvertently triggered the Dark Harvest while standing nearby. Excellent. You bear the blame while I reap the benefits. What a good soul. Hermione felt deeply moved, wiping away non-existent tears. However, considering that one unicorn yielded 500 points, if she could eliminate 20, wouldn't that be? No, stop that thought, Hermione. She forcefully expelled the dangerous notion and quietly departed alongside the group. Chapter 27, Stark returns. It is noteworthy that Draco was escorted out of the Forbidden Forest by Harry and Ron, his legs too weak to support him and his mouth quivering, unable to utter a word. Snape, upon witnessing this, erupted in anger, directing his ire at Hagrid and claiming he would report the situation to Dumbledore, while also delivering his customary jibes at Harry. Seeing the terrified look Draco cast her way, Hermione could only shake her head in resignation. Look at how terrified the child is. Voldemort, you are truly heinous. Harry, however, did not argue much but seemed to have realized something, eyeing Snape thoughtfully. New York. Barely a minute after returning, her phone buzzed in her arms. Upon answering, Natasha's voice came through the line. Little Hermione, Stark was found weeks ago, thanks to your assistance. I intended to inform you, but I couldn't reach you these past few days. No worries. I've been quite busy with schoolwork and haven't had much opportunity to leave. Hermione explained, then added with a hint of vulnerability, Sister Natasha won't hold it against me, will she? On the other end of the line, listening to the sweet, tender voice of the young girl, Black Widow felt a slight tremor in her heart and hurried to reassure her. Sister would never blame you. I simply miss you. When shall you come to S-H-I-E-L-D for a visit? After hanging up, Black Widow sighed deeply. Indeed, forging a profound connection was not as simple as she had anticipated. She now understood that, despite the girl's tender age and innocent disposition, she was by no means naive. In fact, she possessed a remarkable shrewdness. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a little fox. Despite the seemingly close relationship with Hermione, the truth was that Hermione rarely shared details of her life, leaving Black Widow in the dark about what her counterpart was occupied with. Until she became someone Hermione could trust completely, like the Dumbledore she often mentioned, the little one would not open her heart to share everything. Fortunately, S-H-I-E-L-D had specifically arranged a phone for Hermione. Otherwise, even reaching out to her would have posed a challenge. After ending the call, Hermione clicked her tongue in annoyance. It's not that you miss me. You're likely just trying to extract information, she mused. And did she think I was oblivious to the listening device in my phone? Truly, some habits die hard. However, it mattered little. Separated by two worlds, even the most advanced technology would prove ineffective. Hermione retrieved another phone, and instantly, dozens of messages flooded in. A cursory glance revealed that, apart from informing her of Tony's safety, they primarily consisted of expressions of gratitude and inquiries about her well-being. She scrolled through her contacts, locating the sole entry, and returned the call. This phone had also been gifted to her, not by S-H-I-E-L-D, but rather slipped to her by Pepper Potts during one of their encounters. Pepper, I'm back. Upon connecting, Hermione greeted her with vibrant enthusiasm. Little Hermione. On the other end, Pepper's voice brimmed with surprise. I haven't been able to reach you these past few days. I was beginning to worry something had happened. I inquired at S-H-I-E-L-D, but they claimed they had no information, just told me not to worry. Although you possess extraordinary abilities, you're still just a child. How could I not be concerned? Hermione felt a warmth in her heart. Natasha's care for her was genuine, yet it was often intertwined with the demands of SHIELD's missions. While Hermione understood this, it did not mean she could readily accept it. In contrast, Pepper's affection was far more sincere. Beyond her expressions of gratitude, Hermione sensed that Pepper truly cared for her well-being. Don't worry, I've been back at Hogwarts. There has been a lot going on at school. So I haven't been out much, Hermione replied. This was indeed true. With the Quidditch matches approaching, she and Harry were engrossed in intensive training. Subjected to the relentless drills of Wood, who seemed to take particular pleasure in tormenting Harry while she found her own amusement in teasing Wood. The title of Torturer of Witches was beginning to take shape. Hogwarts? What kind of place is that? Pepper inquired, intrigued. And where exactly are you studying? I couldn't find your name in any of New York's schools. Hermione cursed in her mind. Nick Fury, you rascal. It was infuriating that despite knowing Pepper was worried about her, he had provided no information, leaving her to fret. I'll explain everything when we meet. It's a long story. Where are you now? I'll come to find you. Pepper insisted. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hermione scratched her head. I'm not quite sure where I am, so perhaps I should come to you instead. Just hold on a moment. With that, she summoned her broomstick, hopped on, and cast a disillusionment charm, soaring into the sky, heading straight for Stark Tower. Stark Tower. In the president's office, Pepper was on the phone, incessantly speaking. The last thing she heard was Hermione's declaration, I'm coming to find you. After that, no matter what she said, Hermione did not respond. And all that could be heard through the phone was the sound of fierce winds howling. Just as she pondered whether to hang up, a series of tapping noises sounded from behind her, akin to someone knocking on glass. Startled, Pepper initially thought she must have misheard. After all, she was dozens of floors up, hundreds of meters above the ground, and the room was empty save for herself. There was nothing but the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her. How could anyone be knocking at the glass? Turning around, she was taken aback to find a petite figure clad in a black cloak perched on a broomstick, hovering outside the window. Upon seeing her, the girl waved cheerfully. With a beautiful face, her eyes curved like crescent moons, complemented by a sweet smile and two adorable dimples, she was utterly charming. In that instant, Pepper felt her heart melt. Little Hermione. Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Pepper sis. The faint sound of Hermione's voice drifted into the room, her lips moving as if she were saying something. Pepper was baffled. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the broomstick to sway wildly, and Hermione lost her balance, tumbling down with the broom. Ah! Pepper screamed. Before she could react, Hermione floated back up, albeit this time with her legs hooked around the broomstick. Hanging upside down in a rather comical fashion, Hermione pointed at herself and then at the room. Finally grasping the situation, Pepper hurriedly opened the window, allowing Hermione to swiftly right herself and glide into the room with fluid grace. As soon as she landed, without waiting for words, Pepper rushed forward and enveloped her in a hug. You little rascal, Pepper exclaimed, her eyes flashing with concern. How could you do something so dangerous? Dangerous? Hermione looked puzzled. Such acrobatic feats were nothing compared to what she had done during Quidditch training. Yet, seeing Pepper's worried expression, she softly acquiesced. Oh. Observing that Hermione seemed unfazed by the gravity of her actions, Pepper sighed. She wondered what kind of upbringing had led this child to be so reckless. Chapter 28. The First Encounter with Iron Man. Where have you been these past few days? I couldn't reach you by phone, and you weren't responding to messages. After squeezing Hermione in her embrace for a moment, Pepper finally asked. Of course, I was at school. Hermione replied cheerfully. But I've checked. There are no records of you in any schools in New York. I'm not studying in New York. I'm at Hogwarts, Hermione clarified after pondering for a moment. Adding, it's a wizarding school. Oh, so it's a wizarding school, Pepper nodded, suddenly exclaiming in astonishment. What? A wizarding school? Hermione tilted her head, saying, I'm a witch. So naturally, I must attend a wizarding school. Otherwise, where would my magic come from? Pepper was taken aback. During her time at SHIELD, she had referred to Hermione as Miss Witch purely because of her attire resembling that of a TV wizard, never genuinely believing she was a witch. She had always thought of Hermione as a child with some extraordinary abilities, merely indulging in childhood fantasies by calling it magic. But now, it appeared there was truth to it. You can't be serious. There are really wizards? Pepper exclaimed in disbelief. Hermione, feeling exasperated, demonstrated a few spells, and eventually, Pepper began to accept this astonishing reality. So, that means you usually stay at, Hogwarts, and only return when you're not in class? Hermione nodded, taking the opportunity to enlighten her about the wizarding world and the realm of the mystical, providing details akin to what she had shared with SHIELD, but with greater depth. Phew, Pepper absorbed this mind-boggling information for a while. After a moment, she seemed to recall something, and her expression softened with a hint of apology. Apologies, little Hermione. After Tony's safe return, I had intended to personally express my gratitude to you. However, I have been unable to reach you. Furthermore, Tony, that fellow, is quite skeptical about the notion of foresight and even suspects that S-H-I-E-L-D may have employed some trickery to deceive me. These days, he has been wholly engrossed in his laboratory, diligently working on the development of his armor, which is why he is yet to convey his thanks to you. Hermione nodded, understanding perfectly it was quintessentially Tony Stark. However, she bore no resentment. On the contrary, she expressed empathy, for, in essence, she had done little to warrant such thanks. Standing in Tony's shoes, after enduring a prolonged ordeal of abduction, suffering countless torments, and ultimately relying on his own ingenuity to craft the armor, with Ethan's assistance, who even sacrificed himself, his escape was hard-won. Thus, upon his return, to be told that his freedom was merely a result of someone else's prophecy, that his future was assured and entirely disconnected from his own efforts, would be unacceptable to anyone. Just as you have returned. When Tony returns from testing the armor in the Middle East, I will ensure he expresses his gratitude to you in person. At this point, Pepper's face betrayed a clear sense of frustration. During Tony's absence, she had been consumed with worry for him, all while tirelessly maintaining the normal operations of the company. She had hoped that upon his return, Tony might exhibit some restraint, yet not only did he insist on shutting down the weapons development department, he also assumed the role of a hands-off manager, devoting his attention solely to those armors, leaving her with the remnants of a mess to clean up. This left her more overwhelmed than before. She understood that these armors had saved his life, yet it was undeniably excessive to expect her to shoulder the burden entirely. I am merely your secretary, not your caregiver. Wait. Words spoken without intent were heard with significance. Stark has gone to the Middle East? Hermione suddenly inquired. Pepper nodded. Yes. This morning, for reasons unknown, he insisted on heading to such a perilous location. He has just escaped danger, and now he wishes to return. Hermione's understanding deepened. The plot had progressed to this extent. During his abduction, Tony had witnessed firsthand the terrorists employing Stark Industries weaponry and reflected on how his creations had been misused to take countless lives. This realization compelled him to close the weapons division. However, this decision threatened the interests of many, especially that of his uncle, Obadiah Stane. The latter continued to sell weapons in secret, unbeknownst to Tony, and upon discovering that terrorists were still utilizing Stark Industries armaments, he transformed into Iron Man, delivering a decisive blow to them with his Mark III. With a glint in her eye, Hermione suddenly said, Pepper, I have a matter to attend to. I shall return shortly. Without awaiting Pepper's response, she mounted her broomstick and vanished in the blink of an eye. After ascending into the sky, Hermione flew at full speed, circling the entire city before heading in a specific direction. Before long, a golden-red silhouette streaked across the sky towards her. Hermione's eyes lit up. Up close, it was indeed the Iron Man armor. Due to the disillusionment charm, Tony Stark had not noticed Hermione's presence. Adjusting her broomstick to fly parallel to the armor, Hermione could not resist extending her hand to touch it. In her previous life, she had owned Iron Man figurines and had fantasized about soaring through the skies in such armor. Now, the real thing was before her. How could she not feel elated? Though she had acquired a more elevated power system, her fondness for mechs had never waned. After all, mechs epitomized the romance of boys and children. Inside the armor, Tony was contemplating how to improve it upon his return. His recent tests at the terrorist camp had yielded satisfactory results, meeting expectations, yet numerous shortcomings remained. Just then, the voice of his artificial intelligence, J-A-R-V-I-S, interrupted his thoughts. Sir, there may be a sensor error, but I believe it is necessary to inform you. Tony paused. What is it? It seems that something was just touching the exterior of your armor. J-A-R-V-I-S, replied candidly. Really? Tony's face contorted in confusion. Are you sure it wasn't a bird colliding with it? Negative. J-A-R-V-I-S, countered. Based on temperature and shape distribution, it appears to be. What is it? Tony interjected impatiently. Why are you hesitating? You've never acted this way before. A human hand. What? Tony was initially startled, then relaxed, decisively stating, Impossible. You must be mistaken. We're flying at 1,000 meters. Where would a hand come from to touch my armor? Besides, I'm not blind. If someone were up here, I would have seen them. However, the data indicates otherwise, J-A-R-V-I-S insisted. Then it must be a data error, Tony replied nonchalantly. Some parts likely malfunctioned during the recent battle. J-A-R-V-I-S fell silent. After a moment, the voice returned. Sir, while your reasoning is sound, there is a what? Tony furrowed his brow. What was wrong with JARVIS today? Was the malfunction not in the armor, but rather in the AI itself? Yet, that hand seemed to consistently roam, exploring every inch of the armor. Are you talking nonsense? Tony exclaimed. I'm certain the issue lies with you, JARVIS. I'll be sure to thoroughly check your code when I return. Tony sighed. However, the very next moment, an event unfolded that caused his heart to race and his breath nearly to cease. A bright, melodious voice chimed in from beside him. JARVIS is correct. I'm right here beside you. Tony turned his head stiffly, his pupils dilating instantly. There, a little girl clad in a black robe was seated on a broomstick. Flying parallel to him at a mere few feet away, her robes fluttering violently in the wind. Sir, I have just detected a heat source. There is a humanoid being on your right side, approximately. I've already seen. Tony whispered tersely. Sir, analysis confirms that this being is the one who just touched your armor. Enough with the analysis, Tony replied, feeling weary. It's blatantly obvious. Though seeing was believing. He still found it difficult to accept the reality before him. An 11 or 12-year-old girl dressed in a cosplay wizard outfit, flying on a broomstick in the sky. And having touched his armor? Moreover, she had done so for quite some time without him noticing. Unbelievable. Hey, Hermione waved cheerfully. She even greeted him, taking a deep breath. It took Tony a full minute to calm his chaotic thoughts before he managed to ask, Who are you? Hermione extended a finger, poking her cheek as she gazed upwards in contemplation. That's a rather challenging question to answer. Are you inquiring about my name, my identity, or why I am here? I want to ask all of that. Tony silently screamed in his mind. My name is Hermione Granger. I am 12 years old and reside in the suburbs of northern London. I am a witch and attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I return to my dormitory by 8 o'clock at the latest, do not eat sweets, occasionally indulge in beverages, and go to bed by 11, ensuring I get a full 8 hours of sleep. Before sleep, I drink a warm glass of milk and practice spells for 20 minutes as a warm-up. The professors all say I am quite normal. Hermione began her lengthy self-introduction. What a nonsensical monologue. Tony was utterly bewildered. Hermione, that name rings a bell, as if I have heard it somewhere before. And wizards, wait a moment. Is she not the precognitive agent from SHIELD? That Pepper mentioned? Observing Hermione casually flying beside him, Tony's worldview began to waver. Could it be that magic truly exists? Even a genius like him requires high-tech armor to soar, yet this young girl accomplishes it effortlessly? No. Tony shook his head. Such things as magic absolutely do not exist. There is nothing that science cannot explain. I must have overlooked something. His gaze swept over the broom on which Hermione sat, and suddenly, a light dawned upon him. Of course, this broom must be some secret, high-tech flying apparatus, deliberately disguised as a broom to deceive the untrained eye. The mystery lies here. Magic is a mere illusion. Yet, there remain inexplicable aspects. This is several thousand meters above ground, traveling at speeds of at least several hundred kilometers per hour. How can this little girl withstand such fierce winds, speaking and breathing so leisurely, her voice resounding clearly? And what of the technology that just rendered her heat signature invisible? Watching Tony muttering to himself, lost in his thoughts, Hermione realized he had become quite obsessed. Hey. Hermione waved her hand in front of Tony's eyes, regaining his focus. Tony scrutinized Hermione with a piercing gaze. Are you perhaps a young agent groomed by SHIELD from childhood? The current government agencies are truly misguided, even employing such young children for underhanded tasks. Tony sighed, then continued slowly. At your age, you ought not to be engaged in such work. Pepper often speaks of you. It seems she holds you in high regard. Otherwise, why not simply leave that wretched SHIELD behind? Stark Industries would gladly cover your future tuition. Find a good school and focus on your studies. Hermione scoffed, dismissively retorting, SHIELD? They can't afford to take care of me. Just as Tony was about to say more, the long silent JARVIS suddenly chimed in. Sir, Colonel Rhodes is calling. It seems there is an urgent matter. Tony pondered for a moment before reluctantly replying, Connect me. On the other end of the line, the voice of his friend, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes, echoed. Rhodes here. What are you doing? It's quite noisy on your end. Are you in a convertible? Just get to the point. A terrorist stronghold has been destroyed, mere kilometers from where you were kidnapped. Do you have any leads? It appeared someone had done their job for them. Sensing something amiss, Rhodes cautiously inquired, Is there truly nothing you need to inform me about? No, why do you ask? Because I have something in front of me that is about to be blown to bits. Just as Rhodes finished his sentence, a powerful, whistling sound approached from behind Tony. Sir, 2 F-22 fighter jets are rapidly approaching from behind. JARVIS timely warned. Thank you for yet another late reminder. Tony's heart raced as he hastened to evade the jets. In the next moment, each of the two aircraft launched a projectile, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Missiles incoming. A massive, glowing red alert flashed across the display of his armor. Tony intended to deploy flares to trigger the missiles early, but suddenly remembered Hermione was behind him. He swiftly turned to fly backward, aiming to divert the missiles away from her. Hermione watched as Tony, moving at supersonic speed, grew increasingly distant, her cheeks puffing in frustration. Flying fast is quite impressive. Though the Firebolt 2000 is the latest model of flying broom, its maximum speed barely reaches 200 kilometers per hour. While that is indeed fast, it pales in comparison to the Iron Man suit. Just as she raised her wand, preparing to trip Tony, she noticed him abruptly turning back, waving his hand to signal her to move aside. Realizing something was behind her, Hermione glanced back to find a missile rapidly approaching. Remaining calm, she pondered briefly and quickly understood the cause. It seemed Tony initially intended to flee, but returned out of concern for her safety. Not entirely devoid of conscience. Since this is for Pepper's sake, I shall lend a hand. Hermione accelerated, zipping past Tony to position herself behind him. Tony, relieved that Hermione was safe and preparing to escape, was suddenly confronted by the missile, which was now mere moments away from impact and imminent detonation. There was no time left to evade. Damn it, this little girl is going to get me killed, Tony lamented internally. With the Mark III's defensive capabilities, it could barely withstand a tank shell, and the blast wave from a missile explosion at close range was manageable. But it could never withstand a direct hit. Damn it, here goes nothing. Just as Tony braced himself for the impact, a shout rang out from behind him. Armor. Shield me. Tony spun around to see Hermione closely following him, the tip of her wand emanating a faint glow as a translucent spherical shield enveloped both of them in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, the deafening sound reverberated, followed by a blinding flash of fire. The shield instantly became riddled with cracks and shattered moments later. Tony was hurled 100 meters away by the shockwave, only regaining his balance afterward. He barely had time to contemplate the nature of the shield before he began searching for Hermione's whereabouts. Unfortunately, despite scanning the area, he found no trace of her, no remnants of her clothing, not even a fragment. Tony's eyes widened in despair, tinged with red as he glared at the two fighter jets. Although Hermione was affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., she bore no enmity towards him, nor was she a villain. The most pressing concern was that she was merely a child. Now, she had been struck directly by a missile, and if he, clad in his Iron Man armor, had nearly lost his life, what chance did Hermione have without any protection? She was likely nothing more than a lifeless corpse now. In an instant, a wave of regret surged through Tony. Had he not been so ostentatious, flaunting himself in the skies, would the military have dispatched jets, leading to Hermione's demise? In the cave, he had already caused Ethan's death, and now. Whoa, damn, that scared me. I almost lost it. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Tony. He widened his eyes, turning in surprise to see a familiar figure. Dressed in black robes, on a broom, was the adorable Hermione. She patted her chest, her expression one of relief. Thankfully, the Iron Man suit had absorbed most of the shock, or else she would have truly plummeted. However, the limits of the level 2 armor charm's defense had nearly been reached, although it had only withstood the impact for an instant before disintegrating under the missile's explosion. It had nonetheless absorbed a significant portion of the force, Hermione mused. You're not dead, Tony exclaimed. Hermione shot him a fierce glare. You're the one who is dead. What are you saying? If it weren't to help you, would I be in such a predicament? The missile wasn't aimed at me. Yet, she also recognized Tony's earlier actions and understood that his return was indeed to assist her. The resentment in her heart dissipated considerably, and her demeanor softened. Rhodes. Tony quickly contacted Rhodes. Once connected, his first words were, "What you saw up there was me. I'm flying in the armor. Quickly, order the jets to cease their attack. There's a child beside me." After a moment of stunned silence, Rhodes replied, "My goodness. You're the one inside the humanoid flying apparatus? You always manage to come up with something new. However, what child? The pilot saw nothing but you. On the radar, you are the sole target. Impossible." She was clearly right there. Tony glanced back, only to find the space behind him utterly vacant. Hermione had vanished once more. Just then, feeling a sudden, forceful slap on his shoulder, he immediately understood the implication. Damn it, not this again. Shattered to pieces. Shattered to pieces. Shattered to pieces. He heard 3 low hisses beside him, and not far away, a fighter jet emitted a series of creaking sounds, before, to Tony's astonishment, it disintegrated mid-air. The pilot was left with nothing but the seat beneath him, as if he were streaking through the skies, utterly bewildered. In the next moment, a parachute deployed, and the pilot began to drift downwards unsteadily. "Tony, what are you doing?" On the other end, Rhodey was beside himself with anger. He had already called off the attack, yet an F-22 had inexplicably disintegrated in the air without warning. This was an F-22, not some worthless toy. How could it possibly fall apart like that? With only Tony present, it had to be his doing. In retaliation for the missile just now, wrongfully blamed, Tony quickly responded, "I'll cover all your losses this time." With that, he decisively hung up the phone. Another fighter jet circled for a moment, seemingly receiving some command, before changing direction and departing. Tentatively, Tony called out, "Hermione?" Right here, a melodious voice floated through the air, and her figure gradually materialized beside him. Although Tony was at a loss as to what had transpired, he connected the earlier scene and realized Hermione had employed some sort of magic. Recalling the sudden appearance of the transparent shield, he directly asked, "What did you just do? Why did the fighter jet suddenly break apart? And what was that energy shield that could withstand a missile attack? And your invisibility? You are truly obstinate." Hermione shot him a glance, saying, "I told you. I am a witch. Everything you just witnessed was magic. Do you not comprehend human speech?" With that, she pointed her wand at Tony. "Repair to its original state." Tony heard a series of delicate sounds, and to his astonishment, the damaged areas of his suit began to gradually restore themselves. Moments later, it was as good as new. "Sir, the damage to the suit has been repaired due to unknown reasons. Current integrity is 100, Jarvis's voice chimed in. After all these events, Tony found himself swayed. This miraculous phenomenon, akin to a reset, became the final straw that broke his resistance. Magic truly exists. How could there be witches and magic in this world? "This is impossible," Tony murmured, his worldview severely shaken. "What is so strange? There are many things you don't understand. You haven't even fully studied science. Yet you dare to make claims about the mysterious side of things." "Pepper is right. You are indeed arrogant," Hermione shook her head and remarked. After a long pause, Tony finally came to terms with it and sighed. "I now believe you. You are not one of S.H.I.E.L.D. They certainly cannot afford someone like you, a witch. I am Hermione, Hermione Granger." Tony nodded, Tony Stark. After a moment of contemplation, he felt that merely stating his name seemed somewhat lacking, as though he were overshadowed by this young witch before him. So he added, "Renowned genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist." Hermione looked at him in silence and added dryly, "And a narcissist." A critical hit. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched. His usual accolades seemed trivial in the eyes of this mysterious young witch. In her gaze, he felt like a child, boasting about his so-called impressive achievements, which, in the eyes of adults, were merely a joke. He, Tony Stark, heir to Stark Industries, a genius scientist, was looked down upon by a mere child? Deemed lacking in vision? This left Tony, who was usually the center of attention, feeling quite uncomfortable, yet he could only endure it in silence. The two flew in silence towards Stark Tower. Suddenly, Tony realized something. The speed at which this young witch was flying on her broomstick seemed to be no match for his suit. With this thought, a brilliant idea struck him, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 31, A Race? A contest of skills. "Hey, little witch," Tony suddenly called out. "How about a race to see whose magic is superior, yours or my suit?" Observing his eager demeanor, Hermione felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Clearly, he was trying to reclaim his dignity after being mocked by her, desperate to regain some semblance of pride. After all, he was the head of a top-tier military-industrial conglomerate. A capitalist mogul, nearly 40 years old. Why was he acting like a child? Looking at the youthful spirit of Tony, Hermione nodded. "All right. But the loser has to shout, 'I am a little dog' 3 times in front of Pepper. If you agree, I'll race you. If not, go play by yourself." "No problem." Tony, filled with playful spirit, felt a sense of relief and joy, having not experienced such treatment since becoming the head of the conglomerate. "Given that you can amuse this genius, I suppose I'll let you win slightly. I won't let you lose too badly," Tony thought. Hermione, observing Tony's confident expression, easily deduced his thoughts and smirked inwardly. This was entirely his own doing. The finish line would be Stark Tower. Whoever arrived first would be the victor. With this declaration, the Iron Man suit suddenly accelerated, instantly breaking the sound barrier and creating a series of sonic booms. Hermione understood that no matter how fast she tried to accelerate her broomstick, it could never catch up to the Iron Man suit. Yet, she remained completely unfazed. After all, her magic was never limited to just one flying broomstick. The Iron Man suit surged forward. Hermione raised her wand, aiming at Tony's back. As Tony soared ahead at high speed, he glanced back, seeing Hermione lagging far behind, and felt a surge of triumph. "Looks like your magic isn't all-powerful. My suit is superior." In the next moment, just as Tony was reveling in his victory, his body suddenly halted, feeling an inexplicable force tugging him backward. Although he was still flying forward, his speed plummeted, dropping back to the speed of sound. "Sir, something is pulling the suit backward." Jarvis's late reminder chimed in again. Thanks for the useless reminder. I already felt it. Tony turned around, realizing that not only was he slowing down, but Hermione had inexplicably gained considerable speed. It felt as if an invisible rope was tethered to the back of his suit, with the other end tied to Hermione, making it seem as though he was dragging her along. What on earth is happening? The distance between them gradually closed, and Hermione's figure became clearer. Upon seeing her enigmatic smile, Tony immediately reacted, shouting, "Cheating! You're using magic to cheat." Hermione let out a light snort, pointed her wand at her throat, and cast an amplification spell before saying, "You said it yourself. You wanted to see whether my magic is mightier or your suit is stronger. How is it cheating if I use magic?" It turns out that the illustrious genius Stark is rather fragile in spirit. Tony was rendered speechless. His intention was to engage in a race of speed, yet he had forgotten that Hermione's magic encompasses far more than mere flight. The confrontation between magic and technology was a challenge he had himself proposed, and Hermione's actions could hardly be deemed a breach of rules. He found himself unable to counter her, left to begrudgingly accept his silent defeat. Witnessing Tony's predicament, Hermione's heart swelled with delight. The power of the Iron Man's suit was overwhelming. With her level 2 levitation charm, she could not summon it nor even halt its momentum, only significantly slow its pace. However, there was no need for an actual summoning. As long as the spell remained unbroken or the summoning condition unmet, the levitation charm would persist, akin to a stronger force holding back a weaker one. Consequently, the Iron Man's suit inadvertently propelled Hermione forward, making her labor for his benefit, an unconventional application of the levitation charm that neither had anticipated. Though a simple spell, it posed an insurmountable challenge for Tony in that moment. Observing the situation, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Jarvis, redirect all power to the thrusters. Even if this little girl has a few tricks up her sleeve, she can only maintain her distance. She cannot truly catch up with me. As long as I reach Stark Tower first, victory is mine." As his words faded, the suit's afterburners flared with renewed intensity, propelling him to greater speeds. Moments later, spotting Hermione trailing far behind, yet unable to close the gap, Tony again wore a smug grin. Ha ha ha. After all, it was merely a trivial trick. It would hold no sway against such a vast disparity in capability. This assertion was not without merit. Hermione could indeed only manage to prevent the distance from widening, but lacked the strength to close it. Yet, she had never intended to truly overtake him. Those familiar with Initial D know that winning a race does not solely hinge on outrunning one's opponent. Causing them to lag behind is also a valid strategy. For instance, a sudden misstep or a tire that flies off, or perhaps even a catastrophic engine failure. Such scenarios are all too plausible. The Devil Commander would undoubtedly commend such cunning. A smile gradually spread across Hermione's face. Tony, noticing this, felt his grin fade. Hermione slowly raised her wand. Tony's eyes widened in alarm. Here we go again. Obstacles abound. With an emphatic thud, Tony felt as though his suit had collided with an unseen barrier, causing him to jolt and decelerate abruptly. Had he struck a bird? Regaining his composure, he quickly inquired, "Jarvis, what was that?" The AI replied instantaneously, "No, sir, there are no detected obstacles ahead." Just as Tony was about to question further, another thud echoed. Obstacles abound. Thud. Another impact. Obstacles abound. Thud. Obstacles abound. Thud. Poor Tony was reduced to crashing against an invisible wall of air, careening through the empty sky, feeling as though he were ensnared in a glitch of Earth Online. This was undoubtedly the most excruciating race of his life. He vowed that once this was over, he would travel to Monaco, seek out a proper F1 car, and reacquaint himself with what a legitimate race felt like. Time passed, and at last, Stark Tower came into view. Finally, he had arrived, tears streaming down his face, just as he contemplated a final sprint to clinch victory. He noticed Hermione had somehow positioned herself beside him. With a swift motion, she surged ahead, darting into the president's office. Dismounting her flying broomstick, Hermione turned, waved at Tony, and flashed a sweet smile. Confronted by that infuriating grin, Tony nearly choked in disbelief. Failing to halt his momentum, he crashed through the reinforced glass, careening into the office. In an instant, chaos erupted within. Walls cracked, furniture flew, and unfinished documents scattered through the air just as Pepper entered the room. "Tony Stark!" Pepper shrieked with a piercing cry, followed swiftly by an indignant roar. Lifting the helmet of his suit, Tony glanced at Pepper, his face pale, mouth agape as if to utter something. Yet, in the next moment, he could not find the words, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "Woof, woof, woof." He then turned and fled the scene as though pursued by demons. Pepper. Chapter 32 Hermione. Can I kill him? In the Middle East. At the Ten Rings camp, several sleek black vehicles entered the camp and came to a halt. From one emerged a bald man clad in a suit, accompanied by several aides who, rather than mere assistants, bore the appearance of mercenaries. The members of the 10 Rings observed them with wary eyes. At this moment, another bald giant exited a tent, flanked by 2 subordinates. Unlike the suited bald man, this one exuded an aura of menace, his body reeking of blood. With half his face scarred, a clear indication of a life spent on the edge of mortality. The 2 bald men faced each other, with the imposing figure speaking first. "Welcome." The suited man nodded in response. "Raza." If Hermione were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly scoff at the absurdity of their names. What a ridiculous name. Raza? With a name like that, who could possibly survive? Obadiah, the bald giant replied. The newcomer was none other than Obadiah Stane, a major shareholder of Stark Industries. A confidant of Tony's father, Howard Stark, and akin to an uncle to Tony. He was also the mastermind who sought to eliminate Tony, the principal antagonist in Iron Man, in a bid for absolute control of the company. He colluded with the 10 Rings to orchestrate Tony's demise during his journey to the Middle East. Fortunately, the 10 Rings leader, Raza, deemed the deal unfavorable, opting instead to kidnap Tony and compel him to assist in missile production, which inadvertently led to the creation of Iron Man and all subsequent events. Who would have thought you were the cornerstone of the Marvel Universe, bald brother? Nick Fury should truly pay homage to you for the Avengers' inception. Raza pointed to his scarred face, stating, "This is a gift from Tony Stark." Obadiah scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "Had you followed the original plan and killed him, you wouldn't have burned your face." After a moment of silence, Raza remarked, "Your offer is too low." Obadiah, unwilling to engage in further debate, waved his hand dismissively. "Take me to see the weapons." Aware of his own shortcomings, Raza refrained from pressing the matter, recognizing that they still had business to conduct and did not wish to tarnish their appearances. The 2 bald titans entered the tent while their subordinates stood guard outside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a striking silver-gray suit of armor, Mark I. "This is what Tony Stark left behind when he escaped. My men have gathered its fragments and reassembled it," Raza boasted. Gazing at the imposing armor, Obadiah's eyes shimmered with awe. Though merely a crude prototype, it represented the nascent form of something far greater. Seeing the desire in Obadiah's expression, Raza smirked. "Once we have a dozen of these suits, we can dominate all of Asia. Dream on." With such scrap, even the New Yorkers might not be defeated, let alone ruling Asia. It is a pity that neither Raza nor Obadiah grasped the depths of the world's complexity, remaining blissfully unaware as they indulged in fantasies of wielding the suits, envisioning themselves as invincible conquerors, with nations bowing before them. Obadiah snapped back to reality, turning his gaze toward Laser, nodding as he said, "Let us engage in a transaction." Laser revealed a sinister smile, replying, "I can offer you this battle armor without charge, but in exchange, once you have derived your results, I require you to provide me with a steel warrior." Obadiah patted his shoulder while discreetly activating the sonic paralysis device concealed in his hand. Suddenly, Laser's eyes widened in shock, his body uncontrollably collapsing into the chair, his complexion turning ashen, with the veins in his neck visibly bulging. He found himself momentarily incapacitated. At that moment, Obadiah finally displayed a knowing smile. He had never intended to conduct a genuine transaction. His arrival was both to engage in treachery and to eliminate a witness. As he exited the tent, a barrage of gunfire erupted, silencing all members of the 10 Rings gang. In the darkness of night, the black convoy departed as if it had never existed. At Stark Tower, within the laboratory, Tony was busy modifying his suit while glancing at Hermione, who was lounging on the adjacent sofa, playing with a controller. "So, you wizards have a dedicated school for magic. What's it called?" "Ho ho. Hogwarts," Hermione corrected. "There are many wizarding schools, not just Hogwarts. However, it is the most renowned, akin to your Stanford or MIT. Tony expressed surprise. "So you are a student from a prestigious institution. Quite impressive, though still a far cry from my accomplishments. Nonetheless, it is the pinnacle for an ordinary person." Hermione rolled her eyes and, noticing Pepper entering with a fruit platter, deadpanned, "Sister Pepper, may I slay him?" Naturally, Pepper had overheard Tony's previous remarks and wore a helpless expression, casting Hermione an apologetic glance. She was well aware of Tony's character. Although he had changed somewhat following the kidnapping incident, one's nature is not easily altered. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to it, but she was concerned that Hermione might be upset. Fortunately, Hermione merely offered a sarcastic comment, exhibiting no inclination to act, clearly having understood what sort of person Tony was. Approaching Hermione, Pepper gently patted her head. "Do not lie around playing games. It is bad for your eyes. Come, have some fruit." Hermione complied, springing up with a fish-like motion, opening her mouth. "Ah, young ladies should not perform such coarse gestures. Be cautious, or you may find it difficult to attract a boyfriend," Pepper remarked, observing Hermione's exuberant demeanor with a sigh. She then picked up a piece of cantaloupe and fed it to Hermione, her eyes brimming with affection. Hearing Pepper's words, Hermione's expression darkened, and the cantaloupe suddenly lost its sweetness. I am quite charming. Never mind, never mind. Tony interjected, watching the two with a hint of jealousy. Pepper had never shown him such affection. Since Hermione's arrival, his standing had significantly diminished, and he could only find solace in upgrading his suit to soothe his wounded pride. After losing the last competition, Pepper had eventually discovered the reason behind his mimicry of a puppy, which had elicited a hearty laugh from her. Seeing his assistant so joyfully amused after a prolonged period, Tony begrudgingly endured it. Consequently, Pepper frequently invited Hermione over, even insisting that Tony express his gratitude, which left him somewhat exasperated. After all, it was his own effort and sweat that had led to their escape. How had it suddenly become the cleverness of this little imp? However, upon hearing that Hermione had paid a hefty price for her prophecies, even jeopardizing her health, Tony fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, he obediently expressed his gratitude. In recent days, Hermione's visits had become more frequent, and their relationship had blossomed. Although this little girl's sharp tongue could sometimes infuriate him to the point of wishing to don his armor and give her a good thrashing, he still found her presence enjoyable. By the way, what is the principle behind your magic? Why must you recite spells, and how is it released from those so-called wands? Noting Hermione reclining on Pepper's lap, seemingly unwilling to budge, Tony smirked and inquired once more, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Magic is essentially the manipulation of one's own magical energy, with spells serving as a medium to leverage the rules of the world. As for wands, they facilitate a more stable delivery of magical power. Never mind. Explaining this to you muggles is too cumbersome. I'll bring you a first-year textbook on magical theory. You are such a genius. I am sure you will comprehend it. Hermione replied absent-mindedly. Tony's lips twitched in annoyance. Damn it. I've been scorned by this little imp again. Sooner or later, I will unravel the principles of magic and create an anti-wizard suit. Just wait and see. I'll make you cry for your mother. Tony muttered under his breath. By the way, Pepper, are you busy lately? I need a favor. After a moment of silence, Tony seemed to have recalled something. Abruptly halting his work and looking up at Pepper. What is it? Tony handed her a device resembling a USB drive. I need you to go to my office. Hack into the corporate servers and retrieve all the recent shipping lists. They should be in the execution documents or perhaps on the ghost drive. He had come to realize that the Stark Industries weapons had fallen into the hands of terrorists due to someone within the company secretly selling them behind his back. He aimed to uncover the evidence of these transactions and identify the culprit. As Tony continued to elaborate on the details, Pepper suddenly interrupted. If I retrieve the information, what do you intend to do? Her expression grew serious as her eyes fixed intently on Tony. Unfortunately, Tony was oblivious to the shift in Pepper's demeanor and continued. The same as always, there are clandestine operations at play. I must stop them, recover my weapons, and destroy them. Pepper's gaze turned inscrutable, her voice gradually lowering. Tony, you know I would do anything for you, but if you continue on this reckless path, do not blame me for not being able to assist you. The atmosphere had inexplicably grown heavy. Hermione quietly extricated herself from Pepper's embrace, remaining silent as her eyes flickered between the two. Whether she failed to sense the suffocating tension or was deliberately ignoring it, Tony persisted. Aside from this, there is nothing else. No art exhibitions, no charity galas, no signing events. This is the only mission I am focused on, nothing more. His tone gradually turned cold, and his expression became somewhat terrifying as he suddenly fixed his gaze on Pepper, seemingly enraged by her refusal. However, Pepper was unfazed. Instead, disappointment and sorrow radiated from her eyes. Is that so? She replied softly, then I resign. Tony shouted. All these years, you have been by my side, witnessing my weapons harm innocent people. Now that I wish to protect those who have fallen into danger because of me. You want to leave? Pepper shook her head. You will endanger yourself, Tony. I do not care. Tony's voice became somewhat hysterical. Pepper fell silent, merely casting a deep glance at him before turning away. Hermione had also risen at some point, shaking her head slightly. Hermione, are you leaving too? Tony's voice sounded somewhat helpless, a life winner adorned with countless accolades, yet he evoked a sense of pity. Tony, why would you think I would choose you over Sister Pepper? Hermione understood that his mindset had strayed, and with a sigh, she resolved to deliver a potent dose of reality. If you do not care, then go die. Do not drag others down with you. Seemingly struck by Hermione's sudden and unyielding demeanor, Tony's mind momentarily short-circuited, causing even Pepper, who had just reached the doorway, to halt her steps and exclaim, Hermione, extending her hand in an attempt to draw her back. Sister Pepper, you need not speak. Hermione raised her head, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority as she gazed calmly at Tony. You aspire to be your own superhero, to rescue the world. This is commendable. However, what you remain oblivious to is that during your absence, Sister Pepper has tirelessly endeavored to navigate your company through turbulent waters, enduring countless challenges in silence. Not only are you unaware of her sacrifices, but since your return, you have not once inquired about her well-being, nor expressed gratitude. Day after day, you bury yourself in your so-called battle suit, numbing your conscience. Initially, it was hoped that upon your return, she might find some respite, yet due to your negligence, she bears the weight of innumerable pressures, managing both your personal affairs and the company without a moment's reprieve. My frequent visits to you do not stem from a desire to be here, but rather because only my presence allows Sister Pepper a brief respite from her burdens. If you suspect there are traitors within the organization, you ought to investigate yourself, for should any repercussions arise, it would not implicate others. Sister Pepper is merely an assistant, not your girlfriend or wife, nor a superhero like yourself. She is simply an ordinary person, risking her life solely out of her feelings for you. Even for her unwavering efforts and sacrifices, you should cherish the life that Ethan so selflessly salvaged for you. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Tony's complexion drained of color. Do you genuinely wish to protect the world, or are you merely attempting self-destruction out of guilt? If it is the latter, I can assist you right now. With a casual flick of her wrist, Hermione unleashed a formidable, invisible strike that cleaved the nearby table in two. Tony stammered, extending his hand as he stepped forward, eager to speak. In the next instant, Hermione's wand was pressed firmly against his chest. Her expression remained impassive, her wizarding robes billowing as if caught in a tempest. Her eyes aglow with an eerie blue light. A ferocious whirlwind spiraled around her, causing the objects in the room to tremble violently, some bursting apart in rapid succession. She radiated an aura of terror and unparalleled pressure. Hermione's youthful appearance and charming demeanor often led them to underestimate her power. But now they were confronted with the true weight of the term witch. Flames erupted with fervor. Columns of fire, as thick as barrels, shot forth from the tip of her wand, weaving through the air under her command like serpents, encircling Tony and forcibly isolating him from the outside. The raging inferno consumed everything within the laboratory. After executing this display, Hermione turned to Pepper and said, "Sister Pepper, let us depart. Allow him to contemplate what he truly desires." She then grasped Pepper's wrist and led her away. Pepper opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, merely casting a calm glance back at Tony, encircled by flames, and stated, "I will retrieve the documents for you." As they reached the doorway, she paused and added, "Then I will resign." Watching Pepper and Hermione vanish beyond the threshold, Tony felt as though all his strength had been sapped, collapsing onto the floor. His expression despondent as he stared vacantly at the flaming suit. Once outside, Pepper could no longer contain herself and glanced back toward the room, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Hermione, will your flames pose a danger to Tony?" Chapter 34. Tony, as long as I can reach that place. Hermione shook her head and smiled. "Do not fret. He shall not be in peril. I am not employing dark magic, merely ordinary flames that will extinguish themselves shortly, causing him no harm." Dark magic? Initially, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize she had just encountered something rather alarming, prompting her to refrain from further contemplation. Although it was her first time witnessing Hermione's fierce side, Pepper felt no fear. Instead, her gaze was filled with gratitude. She had not anticipated that the one who understood her best and stood up for her would be this young girl. Tony, alas, Pepper sighed deeply. Hermione, too, silently shook her head. There was no escaping the burdens that friends and family of superheroes must endure. After all, Pepper was the sole individual in the Marvel universe who harbored no ulterior motives and genuinely cared for her. She did not wish for her to be tormented by Tony's current state, so she intervened, hoping he would sooner recognize the issues at hand. With this thought, Hermione stifled a chuckle and leaned closer, whispering, "Sister Pepper, do you still hold a candle for that narcissist? Oh, do you fancy him?" The secret was laid bare in such an unembellished manner that Pepper's heart skipped a beat. Realizing Hermione's teasing smile, she finally reacted, shooting her a glare and retorting, "You little imp, how dare you jest with an adult at your tender age?" Despite her words, Pepper felt her cheeks flush. Hermione rolled her eyes and muttered, "As if no one could see through your facade. You are the only one in this entire building who believes you are adept at hiding." Pepper found herself at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, she turned to Hermione once more. "Do you think what we just discussed was too harsh?" Understanding she referred to Ethan's demise, Hermione gently shook her head. "Not at all. Why not?" Upon hearing Hermione's certainty, Pepper's curiosity was piqued. Individuals like him require a strong remedy. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take him to rectify his behavior. Hermione replied coolly, "Rest assured, he will be fine." "And Sister Pepper, have you forgotten?" At this, Hermione lifted her gaze to Pepper, enunciating each word. I have already glimpsed the future. That night, feeling disheartened, Tony returned home and collapsed onto the grand sofa, leaning against the backrest as he stared up at the towering ceiling of his opulent mansion. The events of the day had profoundly impacted him. He was not oblivious to Pepper's intentions, fully aware that she acted out of concern for his safety. Previously, he had indulged in a life of excess and superficial encounters, deliberately evading genuine emotions. Yet today, Hermione's blunt confrontation left him no choice but to confront the truth. It was in this moment that Tony recognized how much Pepper had selflessly contributed behind the scenes, while he had failed to appreciate her efforts, betraying her trust and endangering her in the process, none of which were her responsibility. He was undeniably a hopeless cad. Moreover, Pepper's concerns were not unfounded. He had sensed the self-destructive tendencies lurking within him since the kidnapping incident. Each time he recalled Ethan's final moments, or the lives lost due to his weapons, a pang of agony gripped his heart, compelling him to atone with his own life. Thus, he labored tirelessly on his suits, relentlessly pursuing the annihilation of terrorists, disregarding his own safety until one day he might truly perish, believing that only in such a manner could his guilt be alleviated. It was time to seek an opportunity to apologize properly. Resolving to do so, Tony rose and wiped his face. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. A familiar face appeared before him. "Relax, Tony," Obadiah said, holstering the sonic paralytic device. "This gadget proves quite useful, does it not? Unfortunately, the government has yet to approve its mass production. When I initially commanded the hunt for you," his tone was nonchalant as he retrieved an extractor from his pocket, fretting over the prospect of killing a golden goose. Tony, upon hearing this, gaped incredulously at Obadiah. He could scarcely fathom that his once respected uncle was indeed the traitor within Stark Industries, the genuine architect of his demise. Obadiah aimed the extractor at the miniature reactor nestled in Tony's chest and forcefully extracted it. "Yet, I had not anticipated that your fate was not sealed. For you still had one last golden egg to lay for me." Holding the fist-sized reactor, gazing at its cerulean glow, a look of obsession flickered in Obadiah's eyes. As the reactor was removed, Tony trembled, anguish etched across his face. After a prolonged silence, Obadiah suddenly smacked his forehead, stowing away the reactor, chuckling. "I forgot you can no longer speak. It was not a prudent choice to send Pepper to seek evidence of my clandestine arms dealings. I had intended to keep her." At this revelation, Tony's expression turned frantic, veins bulging, his eyes reflecting boundless regret. Observing Tony's desperate struggle for survival, Obadiah shook his head and turned to leave. After several minutes, Tony finally regained his mobility. However, having long been deprived of the reactor's magnetic force, the tiny shrapnel was now burrowing into his heart, rendering him unable to stand, forcing him to crawl laboriously away. He understood that if he did not replace the reactor soon, he would surely perish once the fragments completely penetrated his heart. Fortunately, Obadiah had not anticipated that the storeroom still contained a makeshift reactor he had crafted in the cave, which might just suffice. Recalling Hermione's words from earlier and Pepper's disappointed gaze, Tony had never felt such an overwhelming desire to survive. Most critically, Pepper was in danger. He had to rescue her. Struggling into the storeroom, Tony spotted the reactor on the shelf and reached out desperately. If only he could reach that place. If only he could reach that place. However, at that moment, his body finally reached its limit, all strength seemingly drained in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Left to gaze at the reactor tantalizingly close, feeling life ebb away. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a voice suddenly pierced the air. "Oh, need a hand?" Hermione floated down on her broomstick, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Oh, need a hand?" This voice, which usually irked him and provoked his desire to banter, sounded like celestial music in Tony's ears at that moment. Leviosa. With a flick of her wand, the reactor levitated, aligning with the gaping wound in Tony's chest, and inserted itself. The reactor illuminated automatically, and moments later, Tony surged upright, gasping for air. It appeared he was alive. That was close. Tony silently rejoiced, foregoing any leisurely expressions of gratitude or inquiries about Hermione's presence. He exclaimed, "Hermione, Obadiah is the one trying to kill me. He has discovered everything. And Pepper is in danger. I need to don my suit now. Please go rescue her. I understand I was wrong, but right now, I can only rely on you." Chapter 35, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. "Wow, who would have thought I'd hear an apology from you? Truly a rare phenomenon," Hermione remarked, astonished. Tony's expression was frantic. "If you enjoy that, I'll say it 10 times a day from now on, but there's really no time." Hermione waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry. I care for Pepper even more than you do. She is currently with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and is relatively safe." Pausing, she continued, It's not that Pepper didn't trust you after learning of Obadiah's scheme. She asked me to check on you. I didn't expect to find you in such a dire state. I should have recorded this. Ha ha ha. Tony's face stiffened at her teasing. Yet he felt a sense of relief. As long as Pepper was unharmed, he could breathe easier. In that case, I'm going to settle the score with Obadiah. A steely glint flashed in Tony's eyes. Descending to the lower levels, with J.A.R.V.I.S.S. assistance, Tony quickly donned his armor. Hermione nodded, unable to deny that the gold and red suit of armor was undeniably striking. Are you sure you don't need help? She inquired, observing Tony clad in the suit. With only his face exposed. Adult battles are not for children. You should return to Pepper and keep an eye on her, Tony replied confidently, his eyes shining with newfound assurance. Hermione scoffed. The sun is shining. The rain has stopped, and you think you're invincible now. I wonder who was just cosplaying Dio. Well then, take care of yourself. Be cautious not to get beaten to a pulp. Otherwise, you might just call for me to rescue you. With that, Hermione mounted her broom and soared away. That little rascal. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Tony felt a twitch in his eye. Conversing with her always left him exasperated. He couldn't help but wonder why she was so obedient to Pepper yet so acerbic towards him. If Hermione were to hear this thought, she would undoubtedly scoff in disdain. Pepper is a beautiful sister with a generous heart, while you are merely an odd uncle expecting me to be compliant. Dream on. In the dead of night, the skies over New York echoed with thunderous roars and explosions. Amidst the flames and the clashing of steel, citizens observed two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a fierce battle on the streets. From a distance, Pepper and Coulson looked on anxiously at the fiery spectacle, fully aware of Obadiah's treachery and his creation of a colossal armored beast surpassing Tony's own suit. Due to their distance, they could not discern the specifics of the conflict, relying solely on the sounds to gauge the intensity of the encounter. Tony, you must not be harmed, Pepper murmured. Coulson's expression mirrored her concern. S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed the capability to neutralize the armored behemoth. Yet given its location in the city center and the vast number of civilians, certain methods were simply untenable, leaving them to await good news from Tony. Pepper, I'm back. Hermione's voice chimed from behind. Pepper's face lit up, and she rushed towards Hermione. Coulson stepped forward, smiling. Miss Witch, good to see you again. I remember you. Your name is, Company. Hermione strained to recall. Coulson. Yes, indeed, Coulson, she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Coulson smiled slightly, evidently pleased that Hermione remembered him. How is Tony? Is he all right? Pepper inquired, her concern palpable. I don't know. He is too proud to let me assist him, insisting on handling it himself, so I came back, Hermione replied, crossing her arms and leaning against her broom, shrugging helplessly. A heavy silence fell among them. After a pause, Pepper suddenly said, I'm a bit worried about Tony. Can we get a little closer? I want to see how he is doing. Coulson looked conflicted. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. The challenge lay in the danger of approaching. Despite being elite agents, they were still merely human, far from a match for Ironmonger, and the risk was simply too high. They were not afraid for their lives, but worried about being unable to protect Pepper. Pepper's pleading gaze turned to Hermione. Hermione nodded, no problem, but I'm not particularly adept at apparition. Transporting someone through spatial leaps can lead to unforeseen accidents, so I can only ask Sister Pepper to endure a bit on it. She patted the broomstick. Coulson's eyes widened in astonishment, silently committing the terms apparition and spatial leaps to memory. The information was overwhelming. However, Pepper paid little heed to it, simply nodding and sitting down. To her surprise, she found it quite easy to perch upon the broom. It seemed as though an unseen force was securing her in place, akin to sitting in a car seat. Wait a moment, Miss Witch. Coulson suddenly reacted and shouted. Although the abilities of the witch were remarkable, information compiled by S.H.I.E.L.D. suggested that they did not lean towards combat. The only means of offense she possessed appeared to be ineffective against steel. He was genuinely concerned that Hermione might get caught in the crossfire of the battle between the two armored suits, risking injury or even death. This would not only be a significant loss for S.H.I.E.L.D., but could also provoke enmity with the ominous wizarding community. Unfortunately, Hermione was not inclined to heed his worries. In an instant, the flying broom whisked the two of them into the skies. Seeing this, Coulson steeled his resolve and hastened to lead his agents toward the battleground. Wow, Pepper exclaimed, overwhelmed by the exhilarating sensation of flight for the first time. After a moment of adjustment, excitement shone in her eyes. Hermione, look, there's Tony over there. In an instant of enjoyment, Pepper's focus shifted to locating the battlefield. Quickly identifying Tony's position, Hermione maneuvered the broom closer until they could discern the clash between the two combatants. A colossal mech, towering 2 or 3 stories high, was engaged in a fierce struggle with Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit. This behemoth, known as Ironmonger, was a crude imitation of Tony's armor, piloted by Obadiah himself, with the only technological advantage being the reactor extracted from Tony's chest. Without that, Ironmonger would have been incapable of movement. The two were brawling on the street, exchanging punches and kicks, occasionally hurling motorcycles and smashing cars, creating a cacophony of sound. After an extended bout, neither had sustained serious injuries. Only innocent bystanders bore the brunt of the chaos. For 30 years, I've sustained you. Obadiah bellowed in rage, delivering powerful blows to Tony. I built this company from the ground up, and no one will stand in my way. Especially not you. As he spoke, a missile the size of a forearm launched from Ironmonger's back, hurtling towards Tony. Boom. While Tony remained unharmed within his armor, the explosion left him disoriented, swaying in midair until he finally regained his balance and took to the skies once more. Chapter 36, Icebound. It seems you've upgraded your armor. Obadiah's tone was tinged with surprise, but he quickly shouted, however, I've made improvements as well. As his words fell, enormous flames erupted beneath Ironmonger's feet, propelling the massive figure skyward like a rocket. Sir, it appears he can fly. Jarvis's voice echoed within the iron suit. Thank you for the useless warning, Tony exclaimed as he observed Ironmonger approaching. The two continued to soar higher, and as they gazed at the billowing smoke, Hermione felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. What precisely have you improved? Did you merely increase the displacement? They battled from the heavens to the earth and back again, ultimately landing in an open area devoid of spectators. At last, Tony knelt on the ground, unable to rise again. He wasn't defeated. Rather, his reactor's energy had dwindled, leaving the suit without power. In layman's terms, it had run out of juice. Ha. Tony, my armor is superior. Obadiah's maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky. Tony lifted his head, glaring at his opponent. No, it's not superior at all. Hermione thought, mentally preparing a list of grievances to voice. What have you done besides increase the displacement and armor thickness and attach a ridiculous Gatling gun? The core reactor isn't yours, nor is the artificial intelligence. You merely won because you had sufficient energy. How audacious of you to boast. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath about the sheer ugliness of their fighting styles on both sides. Pepper, entirely focused on the battlefield, felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Tony's predicament and turned to Hermione for reassurance. Meeting Pepper's pleading gaze, Hermione slightly nodded, signaling her to remain calm. Just as Tony found himself at a standstill, watching Obadiah prepare to deliver a fatal blow, a voice rang out from above. Thunderous explosion. Boom. Suddenly, without warning, a violent explosion erupted from Ironmonger's chest, sending a massive fireball into the sky and causing Obadiah to stumble and fall. Then, to Tony's astonishment, Hermione descended on her broom, diving towards the ground. Pepper hurried to Tony's side, relieved to see he was unharmed. Embarrassed by his vulnerable state, Tony wished he could vanish into a crack in the earth, but quickly regained his composure, disregarding his pride as he shouted at Pepper, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay away?" He then turned to Hermione. Pepper insisted on coming with me, Hermione explained. Just then, Coulson and the others finally arrived, their expressions relaxing upon seeing everyone safe. Huh, look at you, pretending to be tough. What's this about adult battles? Looks like someone failed miserably at that. Hermione lifted her chin, observing Tony with amusement. His face darkened as he turned to Obadiah, while Hermione eagerly stepped forward. Allow me to handle him. As she approached Ironmonger, a wave of tension washed over the group. While Pepper and Tony held a degree of confidence from witnessing Hermione's ferocity, Coulson couldn't shake his anxiety, fearing for her safety. At that moment, Obadiah had risen from the ground, bewildered to see a small girl in a black cloak standing before him, claiming she would defeat him. Initially stunned, he soon erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! Where did this child come from? Could she be Tony and Pepper's illegitimate daughter? Hermione sighed softly, raising her wand. The earlier explosion had not inflicted any significant damage on Ironmonger. It merely charred the armor slightly. It seemed the layered metal had some merit, at least in terms of durability. As Obadiah stared at the girl pointing a stick at him, confusion clouded his mind. What is she planning to do? Beat me with a stick? I heard everything you said. Dear uncle, Hermione pointed at Tony. Firstly, I have no desire to be the daughter of this narcissist. Tony's expression darkened further. Secondly, I must admit, after hearing your words, I am left with only one sentiment. What? Obadiah instinctively replied. How can someone as foolish as you exist in this world? Hermione shook her head, her expression one of bewilderment, clearly exasperated by his ignorance. What did you say? Obadiah shouted in fury. You can't even create a reactor, and yet you dream of selling iron armors? The very thing in your chest was taken from him. And you wish to kill the only person who knows how to create it. I'm curious, once Tony is gone, What will you use to mass-produce your armors? Moreover, after such a tumultuous evening, even if you were to eliminate Tony, what is your plan for resolution? Do you truly believe you can continue to steer the Stark Industries ship? The thought of you languishing in a cell until your last breath is a mere trifle. Have you completely lost your senses? Such a fundamental truth is comprehensible even to a child, yet you remain ensnared in your delusions. It is astonishing that someone like you could attain a high position within Stark Industries. I am convinced I could do just as well. Hermione taunted ruthlessly. Oh, you little brat, you shall pay for this. With each piercing remark from Hermione, Obadiah roared in furious exclamation, raising his fist to strike. Observing Obadiah's enraged outburst, Tony felt an unexpected thrill in hearing Hermione speak so boldly for the first time. Yet, witnessing Ironmonger's impending action, he immediately shouted, "Watch out! Obstacles ahead!" As Ironmonger charged, it seemed as though the very air had tripped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Obadiah, bewildered, picked himself up, shook his head, and, with a sinister grin, charged at Hermione once more, only to stumble again. What could be causing this? Obadiah pondered in confusion. Rising again, he pressed on, only to fall yet again. As Tony observed this eerily familiar scene, memories he wished to forget began to resurface, his eyes widening in realization. Here it comes. That familiar feeling, it has returned. After repeated tumbles, even Obadiah, despite his dim wit, began to piece together the situation. Pointing an accusatory finger at Hermione, he bellowed, "It's you. What have you done?" Each misstep rendered Ironmonger, once formidable, now akin to a half-paralyzed giant. This bizarre spectacle had begun to instill a flicker of fear within Obadiah. "It appeared that you had no intention of approaching," Hermione remarked with a half-smile. "Then stand there and relish the moment." "Frostbite," she commanded sharply, and instantly, a thick shell of ice enveloped Ironmonger, freezing everything within a 5-meter radius. Even those nearby felt a chill creeping in. Despite being encased in his armor, Obadiah sensed his blood chilling. Yet, more terrifying was the realization that this young girl possessed such formidable power. What in the world is this? Magic? Superpowers? Cold. Hermione observed Obadiah, who was on the verge of freezing. "Then let me warm you up." "Fiery inferno," she cried, unleashing torrents of flames that erupted from the tip of her wand, transforming into serpentine fire that surged towards Obadiah from all directions. In an instant, the flames illuminated the night sky. Chapter 37, Disarmament. The fiery tongues licked and scorched Ironmonger, rapidly turning the silver-gray armor a fiery red, with the outer layer beginning to melt. The searing heat enveloped the onlookers, making it difficult to breathe. If they felt such discomfort, Obadiah's suffering was even more pronounced, as anguished screams erupted from within his armor. "No more burning. Spare me, please." Coulson's gaze shifted dramatically as he observed Hermione. He had initially assumed the young witch was inept in combat, believing her magic to be merely supportive. Yet, he now realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. From the inexplicable trip to the initial explosion, followed by the frost, and concluding with the inferno, each spell wielded extraordinary power, far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Is this the nature of a witch? Coulson mused silently. Hermione's expression remained impassive, her figure illuminated by the flames, resembling a sorceress of fire. The crowd stood in silent awe, none daring to utter a sound. Moments later, Hermione dispelled the freezing and flame spells, plunging the night back into darkness. "Disarm," she declared, and with a resounding explosion, Ironmonger's armor shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions, leaving a disheveled Obadiah standing in the aftermath. Feeling the cool breeze around him, Obadiah, barely clinging to life, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Where is Ironmonger? What has become of my massive suit?" Not only Obadiah but Hermione too was left agape, internally exclaiming in astonishment. Could it be that the disarmament spell has a special effect on steel armor? Had she known, she would have employed the spell from the outset, avoiding all this trouble. While the disarmament spell typically rendered mere weapons useless, it had proven utterly devastating against an entire suit of armor. With a single incantation, the suit had disassembled completely, without a trace. She could already envision the future scenario with Tony, standing there bewildered, utterly defenseless. "Disarm, disarm, disarm." Again, again. The scene was so ludicrous that Hermione nearly burst into laughter. Tony, too, stood with wide eyes, in shock. What manner of magic is this? He thought in a frenzy. Compared to the previous flames and frost, this silent yet effective spell of disarmament sent shivers down his spine. It was more efficient than Jarvis removing the armor. Would he be at the mercy of this girl from now on? Such a fate must be avoided. Is this all the power I possess? Hermione's expression shifted to one of dissatisfaction. Were it not for Dumbledore's prohibition against dark magic, this heap of scrap metal would have long been reduced to mere ashes. Scrap metal? Tony felt a surge of disbelief. I suspect you were subtly mocking me. Is this truly what you consider a paltry display of power? This is already quite formidable. Coulson offered a strained smile, yet suddenly grasped the implications, his pupils dilating in alarm. Dark magic? That does not sound promising. Could it be the kind of dark magic he feared? Taking a deep breath, Coulson approached, saying, Miss Witch, since you are unharmed, I must return to the office to report. I shall not intrude any further. We will manage the aftermath, so please do not worry. With that, he gestured for everyone to depart. The wealth of information gathered today necessitated significant updates regarding the young witch in their files. Tonight had been expected to showcase Tony Stark and his iron suit, yet it had unexpectedly evolved into Hermione's stage. Once Coulson and the others had departed, Tony, with Pepper's assistance, approached Obadiah. The man lay lifeless, his wide-open eyes still reflecting a deep-seated resentment. It appeared less like a death by fire and more akin to a death by rage. Hermione received a notification, Dark Magic. Dark Harvest, Talent. Current Soul Energy, 50. To her astonishment, Obadiah, an ordinary human, had amassed 50 points of soul energy, equivalent to that of 5 trolls. While it paled in comparison to a unicorn, it far surpassed the meager single point typical of an ordinary human. Yet Obadiah was not a formidable individual in his own right. Surely, the prowess of Ironmonger could not be counted as his own strength. Perhaps it was not solely his innate qualities, but also the significance he held in the world. Hermione speculated inwardly. Minutes later, Pepper observed Tony from a distance, concern etched on her face. He had already shed the iron suit, standing lost in thought not far away. All that had transpired tonight required careful contemplation. Obadiah, Pepper, Ethan, Stark Industries, the iron suit, and, not least, himself. Gently patting Pepper's hand, Hermione offered her a reassuring glance before stepping forward to stand beside Tony. I am a man who has long deserved death. Seemingly aware that the visitor was not Pepper, Tony spoke first. Had it not been for that kidnapping, I would still be the oblivious playboy, unaware of my own shortcomings. Before Ethan's demise, I promised him I would not squander my second chance at life. Thus, I dedicated myself to the relentless pursuit of developing my armor, striving to save lives without pause. Without that motivation, I would have found it impossible to continue living. I am not mad. I have simply come to comprehend my mission, and deep down, I know this is the right path. His voice resonated with a profound solitude. Hermione shrugged. Then you should live well to fulfill that mission. Those who play games know the saying, one must be alive to have an impact. Tony nodded appreciatively. You are quite right. Thank you for the wake-up call regarding this morning's events. What nonsense are you spouting? Hermione shot him a glare. If it weren't for Sister Pepper's concern for you, I wouldn't bother with your narcissistic self. You ought to thank her. I will, Tony replied, as if finally realizing something. Turning to Hermione. Let me reintroduce myself. Tony Stark. He paused. Genius, playboy, billionaire, philanthropist. As Tony extended his hand, Hermione reciprocated with a light tap on his palm, saying, Hermione Granger, from Hogwarts, an ordinary witch. After a brief silence, Hermione suddenly recalled something, tilting her head and squinting at Tony. By the way, I remember someone mentioning that I should receive 10 apologies from you each day. Let us start now. I enjoy hearing them. Come on, apologize. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your armor every day. With that, she waved her wand threateningly. Tony's cheek twitched. You little devil. Hermione was still the same, capable of driving someone to the brink of exasperation in mere moments. They were clearly not destined to get along. The next day, Iron Man, I quite like that name. Tony mused as he perused the newspaper while Pepper assisted him with his makeup. Though, strictly speaking, the armor is made of titanium alloy, not iron. At that moment, Coulson entered, handing Tony a card. Just read what's on this. We've taken care of the aftermath. Just say that your robot bodyguard was the one who appeared yesterday. Following last night's explosive events, the public required an explanation, and fortunately, SHIELD had crafted a suitable narrative. This was the day of Tony's press conference regarding the previous night's incident. As long as he recited the lines on the card to the reporters, he would successfully brush it aside. Pepper stood up, adjusting his suit and smiling. After all, you're not Iron Man. Why should you care? Tony nodded. Indeed, if I were Iron Man, my girlfriend, who knows my true identity, would undoubtedly be worried sick, fearing that I might perish one day. Gazing at Pepper, Tony suddenly inquired, what were you thinking that night? Which night? She asked. The night we danced together. On the rooftop. With that, neither Pepper nor Tony spoke further, their gazes locking in a deep, intimate moment, oblivious to the world around them. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet, tinged with a subtle tension. Coulson averted his gaze, awkwardly staring at the ceiling. The ceiling truly was a ceiling. Suddenly, A rustling noise pierced the quiet room. Huh, what is that sound? Tony frowned, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss. The sound persisted, almost as if it were emanating from below. Pepper and Tony exchanged glances before looking down. There stood Hermione, wedged between them, engrossed in devouring a large apple. Sensing their stares, she glanced up. You, when did you arrive? Tony exclaimed, astonished. Hermione, equally surprised, gaped. Oh my gosh, I came with you too this morning. I was sitting right between you in the car. Are you blind? Tony shook his head in disbelief. How could that be true? How had he not noticed? It had clearly been just him and Pepper all the way. Hermione was equally baffled. You seem as if you've been hit with a confundus charm. But I certainly didn't cast one. Her gaze flitted between Tony and Pepper, and recalling the intense looks they had exchanged, Hermione's expression shifted to one of fury. Oh, so it's Tony Stark, who only has eyes for Sister Pepper, is it? A heartless creature with no regard for the opposite sex. Had I known, I would never have saved you. The moment she uttered those words, Pepper immediately turned away, her face a mask of embarrassment. With a crunching sound, Hermione vented her frustration on the apple. Enough, Tony. Amidst the cacophony of crunches, the previously charged atmosphere dissipated, and Pepper regained her composure, adjusting her collar. It's about time. You need to make your appearance. Seizing the opportunity, Tony shot a glare at Hermione. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You absolutely did. Hermione merely stuck out her tongue in response, playfully making a face. Hermione Granger. With the declaration, I am Iron Man, Tony could no longer contain himself and revealed his identity to the world. Watching the smug expression on the television screen, Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. Believing she was still upset over the earlier incident, Pepper enveloped Hermione in a comforting embrace, softly murmuring, You know how Tony is, you shouldn't take it to heart. Noticing Hermione's silence as she idly twirled her wand in her palm, Pepper sighed. This time, you not only saved his life, but also transformed Tony's future. He truly ought to be grateful to you. By the way, if there's anything you desire, just say the word. I'll ensure he complies. Hermione lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with interest. Pepper quickly added, except for dragon heartstrings or phoenix feathers. She recalled Hermione's previous remarks at S-H-I-E-L-D. Oh. Hermione's head sank back onto Pepper's shoulder. Fearing Hermione might misinterpret her words, Pepper clarified, It's not that I don't want to help you, but we've never encountered those items, so finding them on short notice is impossible. Well, there's one thing. Could you ask Tony to modify my flying broomstick? I'd like to add some enhancements. The moment for rewards had arrived. After feigning goodness for so many days to gain the acceptance of these superheroes, Hermione was acutely aware that she was no true paragon of virtue. Having conferred a favor, she expected a return. Otherwise, her true nature might reveal itself. After all the effort, whether in building rapport with Pepper or aiding her through challenges, Hermione had successfully carved out a significant place in Tony's heart. Even if she were to do nothing, Tony would merely engage in playful banter, his regard for her unwavering. The plan had succeeded. A sly smile crept across Hermione's lips. The Stark Industries was already half hers. By leveraging Pepper to manipulate Tony, this worker bee was destined to serve her until the end of his days. As Tony exited the conference hall, he was filled with a sense of triumph. Pepper and Hermione, today marks the official inception of the superhero Iron Man. Let us find a place to celebrate. Pepper's inquisitive gaze turned toward Hermione. Is there anything you wish to eat? Hermione pondered for a moment before replying, Chinese cuisine, perhaps. Having traversed through time for so long, she found herself genuinely yearning for the flavors of her homeland. The meals at Hogwarts were not unpleasant, yet they undeniably bore the mark of British cuisine, as one might expect. Pepper nodded in agreement, as she too had developed a craving for Cantonese dishes from her days at university. Oh, by the way, Hermione suddenly recalled something and hastily added, If we are to eat, let it be authentic. Let us not indulge in such abominations as General Tso's chicken. I cannot fathom how you Americans can stomach such fare. You, a Brit, dare to voice such sentiments? Both Tony and Pepper simultaneously rolled their eyes in silent exasperation. I am a university student from Tokyo. Never mind, never mind. Hermione discerned their thoughts, sensing their unspoken frustrations. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony suggested, How about this? There is no need to go out. I shall summon a chef to Stark Tower to prepare dinner specifically for tonight. Utterly detestable capitalist, Pepper thought with disdain. However, that evening, atop Stark Tower, the man donned a tuxedo while the woman remained in her pristine white suit, and the child sported the ever-unchanging wizard's robe. Dressed in pure white, Pepper expressed her desire for Cantonese cuisine. They raised their glasses, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. Hermione, unable to bear the romantic tension, buried her head in her plate, choosing to eat in silence. She hoped to sneak a drink amidst the chaos, only to be swiftly restrained by Pepper, who ignored Hermione's resentful glare and simply remarked, "Children cannot drink alcohol, you know?" After the meal, the group drove back to Tony's residence. In the Marvel universe, Hermione found herself without identity or resources. Thus, Pepper generously offered her a place to stay. Since Pepper and Tony had officially confirmed their relationship, it was only natural for Hermione to reside there as well. Just as they entered the house, Hermione abruptly halted, gazing into the darkened foyer. Chapter 39, The Avengers Initiative. "What is it?" Pepper inquired softly upon noticing Hermione's unusual stillness. Hermione remained silent, her eyes fixed ahead. Tony, sensing something amiss, instinctively shielded Pepper behind him. In his estimation, their witch companion's temperament could be volatile. Yet her abilities were beyond question. Clearly, something lay ahead. "It's nothing, just an acquaintance. There's no need to be anxious," Hermione said with a subtle smile. Raising her wand, "Illuminate." In an instant, the entire foyer was awash in light, revealing a figure clad in black from head to toe, frozen mid-motion. The figure had not anticipated the sudden brightness, caught in the act of rushing toward the sofa, rendered immobile under the scrutinizing gazes of those present. A conspicuously bald head stood out starkly in the vast expanse of the hall. It was none other than the Black Egg. Unable to contain herself, Hermione burst into laughter. It was evident to her what the Black Egg had intended to do: infiltrate Tony's home early, await the signal from the operatives outside announcing Tony's return, and then dramatically take his place on the sofa, only to turn on the lights and make a grand entrance, leaving Tony utterly astonished. Crafting an air of mystery, showcasing power, and seizing the initiative. This was the modus operandi of operatives on television, and the Black Egg was no exception. What he did not anticipate, however, was being discovered by Hermione before he could assume his position, leaving him embarrassingly exposed. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Tony's face darkened as he demanded to know. At that moment, Pepper recognized the intruder but harbored no fondness for H.I.E.L.'s audacity to invade their home, allowing Tony to take the lead without interference. After a brief moment of awkwardness, the Black Egg quickly composed himself, pretending as though nothing had occurred, casually strolling toward Tony. "Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he stated with an unflinching demeanor. Truly, one must commend the audacity of a leader. His thick skin was unparalleled, Hermione thought with an inward chuckle. "I have come to discuss the Avengers Initiative," Fury began, only to be interrupted by Tony. "Not interested. Whoever you are, leave my home now." Clearly, it was time to bolster security measures. Obadiah too. How could anyone just waltz in here uninvited? He showed no regard for decorum. "Mr. Stark, I still advise you to listen," Fury said, furrowing his brow, exercising patience. He understood Tony's temperament well. Though the encounter had begun poorly, the task at hand must be addressed. Just as Tony was about to interject, Hermione suddenly raised her hand. "Hey, Egghead. Good evening, Miss Witch," Fury replied, seeing Hermione speak. After a moment's thought, he decided that her priority superseded Tony Stark's. "What about that Egghead moniker?" Fury quickly grasped what Hermione meant, his cheek twitching slightly. "How did you end up here? Where is Sister Natasha?" Hermione inquired. "Agent Romanoff is on a mission." "Oh." Hermione nodded, opting for silence. Nick Fury's expression faltered. "Huh, is that it? What does O mean? This reaction is off. Isn't Natasha your favorite pretty sister? How would you know she was on a mission without a hint of concern?" Catching a glimpse of Pepper holding Hermione's hand, Fury's eyes widened in realization. "Oh no, the worst-case scenario has come to pass. The witch has been stolen. No matter how formidable a sorceress, she remained but a child. And children are fickle. They gravitate towards those who treat them kindly." It was no wonder that Hermione had not been seen at S.H.I.E.L.D. lately, spending her days in the company of Tony Stark. Initially, he believed she had formed a bond with Stark, so he did not worry too much. After all, no matter how close they became, he could not replace Natasha's role. Yet now it seemed they had miscalculated. The one with whom Hermione shared a connection was none other than Pepper Potts. Stark was merely a bystander, a strategic blunder of monumental proportions. "Tony, perhaps it would be prudent to listen first," Pepper suggested, patting Tony's back. "Regardless, when you were kidnapped, they did their utmost to assist. Had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.D., I could not have ensured your safety, nor would I have had the pleasure of meeting little Hermione." Listening to Pepper's words, although aware she spoke out of goodwill on their behalf, Fury couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It felt as though the current partner was implying gratitude towards the former partner, as if to say, "If it weren't for your past, we wouldn't have met. So we ought to be thankful," all while holding the former partner close. Indeed. Let us first hear what the Egghead has to say. After all, they did protect Aunt Pepper well last night, Hermione chimed in. Translation, let us be a bit kinder to your predecessor. After all, they covered our hotel expenses last night. Oh no. Fury felt darkness enveloping his vision. Little Hermione was clearly deeply affected. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning the mission altogether, calling back Natasha to figure out how to resolve the situation with Hermione first. Yet, ultimately, reason prevailed. Seeing that both Pepper and Hermione were so insistent, Tony could only suppress his irritation and prepare to hear what Fury had to say. Fury forced himself to remain composed and stated, "I am here today to discuss matters regarding the Avengers Initiative." The Avengers? Tony furrowed his brow, pondering whether S.H.I.E.L.D. was seeking revenge on someone. Fury paused momentarily before continuing. "It's not about vengeance. Rather, it's a strategy to assemble a specialized team, a contingency squad composed of individuals with extraordinary abilities, designed to confront future crises that ordinary humans cannot manage. I have dubbed this initiative the Avengers Initiative." "What a ridiculous name," Tony muttered, suddenly realizing that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearly here to recruit him. It seemed his identity as Iron Man held considerable weight. With this thought, he reverted to a smug expression. "You have good taste," Tony declared, puffing out his chest, "but Iron Man alone is sufficient to ensure global security. There is no need for me to join your so-called Wonder Boy squad." Fury replied, "That's to be expected from Tony Stark." "Is it?" Fury retorted coolly. "Then why was the seemingly omnipotent Iron Man last night soundly defeated by Obadiah, only to be saved by Miss Witch's formidable magic?" Tony's breath hitched. The one-eyed man had struck directly at his Achilles heel, and it was difficult to counter this truth. Had it not been for Hermione's presence, he and Pepper might have already met their demise at Obadiah's hands. "That was only because Obadiah stole my work. He was effectively using my armor against me," Tony stubbornly defended, reminding himself that in the end, it was still Iron Man who triumphed. At that moment, Pepper tugged gently at his arm, her expression turning serious. "Tony, I believe you should seriously consider his proposal." Tony looked at Pepper in astonishment. "You can't handle everything on your own," she said earnestly. "The iron suit is indeed formidable. But you are not just the suit. You are prone to errors and oversights. If another incident like Obadiah's arises, you may not have enough time to save yourself." She wished for him to have a group of like-minded individuals to rely upon, not wanting him to face challenges in solitude. This would not only enhance his safety, but also alleviate his loneliness. Tony fell silent. In truth, he had come to a realization the previous night. The iron suit could effortlessly overpower ordinary foes, such as terrorists, but when faced with supernatural adversaries or those possessing similar powers, the armor would prove to be considerably ineffective, like in the case of Ironmonger. "Miss Potts is correct," Fury stated. "This world is far larger than you can imagine, harboring countless unknown entities lurking beneath the surface. We must unite. Take Miss Witch, for instance. Without her, we would be oblivious to the existence of magic and the entirety of the mystical realm. I sense that something awaits us in the future, making the formation of the Avengers imperative." Listening intently, Hermione couldn't help but admire Fury's astuteness. Despite his gruff demeanor, his instinct and insight were remarkably sharp. Whether it was the formation of the Avengers, being the first to detect issues within S.H.I.E.L.D., or discreetly retrieving the helicarrier during the Ultron incident to resolve the critical situation in Sokovia, he had demonstrated remarkable foresight. "I need to think it over." After a moment of contemplation, Tony spoke again, but his resistance had waned. Fury nodded, having not expected to achieve his goal outright. Today was merely a prelude. "Additionally, there is another matter," Fury continued. "S.H.I.E.L.D. sincerely invites you to serve as our technological consultant." Tony scoffed lightly, "You can't afford my salary." Yet he quickly shifted his tone. "However, given your discerning eye, I might consider offering some assistance as a favor." He added, "Don't get the wrong idea. I am agreeing solely because you protected Pepper last night and contributed during the rescue efforts." Though he emphasized this reason repeatedly, it conveyed an air of unintentional pride. With Tony secured, Fury turned his attention to Hermione. "Miss Witch, regarding the Avengers." Before he could finish, Tony immediately tensed, shooting him a wary glance. "What is it? Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is recruiting children? Do you expect a child to risk their life for you all when we adults cannot even safeguard the world?" Fury thought to himself that he wished it were possible. But given how seriously they regarded Hermione, there seemed to be no opportunity. He merely mentioned it as a jest, regardless of the merits of asking for Hermione's assistance. It would be difficult for many adults to accept the notion of a 12-year-old girl being thrust into battle. "You misunderstand, Mr. Stark," Fury corrected. "I merely wish to invite Miss Witch to serve as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., but not in the capacity of technology, rather, in the realm of mysticism." "Huh, what about me?" Hermione pointed to herself, surprised. "Indeed," Fury affirmed. Your background in the wizarding world and your knowledge of the mystical realm are crucial for global security. With your assistance, SHIELD could more effectively protect citizens, combat malevolence, and uphold justice. No matter what, he was laying it on thick. Just a consultant? Tony questioned skeptically. I assure you, once Miss Witch joins, she will enjoy considerable autonomy and only be required to impart knowledge. Hermione suddenly perked up with interest. So, I could teach others like a professor at Hogwarts? She rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if a child was finally given the opportunity to become a teacher. Fury nodded, absolutely. Can I punish foolish students? Hermione's expression turned devilish. Fury hesitated. As long as you don't endanger our agents, I suppose. He rarely found himself uncertain, but he ventured cautiously. It would be even better if you could teach them a spell or two. The truth was revealed. Hermione shook her head. It's not that I'm unwilling to teach. But those with magical abilities are exceedingly rare, and the Ministry of Magic has specialized methods for monitoring the world. If they discover a child who meets the criteria, they will be promptly recruited by various magical schools. Although he had suspected as much, Fury still felt a twinge of disappointment. Is there no other way to enable someone to possess magic? None, Hermione replied decisively. However, it is possible to allow muggles to cast spells. Although it is quite cumbersome and yields poor results. Fury's eyes lit up with interest, and he eagerly inquired, Can you do that? I can't, and even if I could, I wouldn't. Hermione shot him a disapproving look. Do you want the Ministry's orders to storm SHIELD and arrest your agents? Fury fell silent. Tony suddenly interjected. Are you truly considering becoming their mystical consultant? Hermione's large, expressive eyes turned to Tony. Yes, I find it quite intriguing. This was indeed true. In her mind, the existence of wizards should be acknowledged. Why not take this opportunity to reveal a portion of it? Tony nodded and turned to Fury. How much are you planning to pay her? Fury responded with a perplexed expression. Tony narrowed his eyes. You aren't suggesting that SHIELD intends to employ child labor without compensation, are you? Fury's face darkened. That was indeed what he had been thinking. However, when Tony spoke so directly, he found it difficult to articulate notions of sacrifice for the sake of the world or justice. Given Hermione's worth, how much do you think she should be paid? Tony pressed. $1 million? Fury inquired tentatively. Tony scoffed. How about I offer $10 million a month to hire her as a consultant for Stark Industries? What do you think? Fury's expression darkened further, and he could only look to Hermione for assistance. Hermione poked her finger at her cheek, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she suddenly had an idea and said, How about this? The television shows say that organizations like yours possess many intriguing items. Why don't you grant me sufficient access to explore your fascinating collections and information? Upon hearing this request, Fury was taken aback. Chapter 41, The Quidditch Match. Fury was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to refuse. The essence of SHIELD lies in the confidentiality of intelligence and the stringent authorization of its agents. If Hermione were granted access, wouldn't all secrets be laid bare? Yet, in the next moment, he halted his words. Initially, it was merely an instinctive thought, but upon further reflection, it seemed feasible. Hermione was likely only interested in the novelty of such items and did not pose a substantial threat. Furthermore, there were many ambiguous matters within SHIELD, such as Object 084, which Hermione might be able to elucidate. After considering this, Fury finally nodded. Very well, I agree to this arrangement. When can you return to SHIELD, so I can select a few promising students for you? He was becoming increasingly eager. Since the previous incident involving divination, Hermione had not returned to SHIELD, and their intelligence on that front had been interrupted. Although the powerful magic she displayed yesterday was quite noteworthy, the knowledge pertaining to the mysterious side was ultimately more significant. I'm rather occupied these days, Hermione stated, placing her hands on her hips. The Quidditch match is about to take place, and I'm still the Gryffindor beater. Let's discuss this afterward. Quidditch? All three exclaimed in unison. Oh, I haven't mentioned it to you? Hermione blinked and offered a brief explanation. To her surprise, both Tony and Pepper expressed immense interest in Quidditch. This uniquely wizarding sport intrigued them greatly, and the gameplay sounded quite entertaining. Pepper even asked, Can we watch you play? That might be difficult. You can't enter Hogwarts. Wait, I have an idea. Hermione's eyes lit up. Minutes later, observing Hermione and Tony engrossed in animated discussion, Fury sighed with concern and tightened his grip on the pager he carried. He had a foreboding feeling that with Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man revealed, increasingly more superpower-related crises would emerge, making the formation of the Avengers imminent. Hogwarts, Quidditch pitch. Today marked the annual inter-house Quidditch match, where Gryffindor faced off against Slytherin. As the venue was being prepared, Hermione and her 6 teammates donned their red and gold uniforms. Each member held a broomstick, and Hermione and George additionally wielded a bat. Stealthily unleashing a mini-drone, Hermione felt a sense of assurance when no one noticed. At that moment, Harry quietly approached, tugging at Hermione's sleeve, and whispered, "Do you have a moment later?" Hermione replied coolly, "Speak if you have something to say." Harry spoke directly. "Ron and I have discovered something recently, and would like your help to investigate." "Sure," Hermione agreed. "Meet me in the library after the match." With her response, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had been troubled by numerous perplexing issues lately, and despite discussing them with Ron for an entire night, they had reached no conclusions. In the midst of his confusion, Ron suddenly suggested, "Why not ask the brilliant Hermione?" Just that one sentence illuminated Harry's mind. Indeed, consulting Hermione when faced with uncertainty was their style. Contemplation? What a waste. Instead of gossiping with Ron, wouldn't it be more delightful to exchange a few harsh words about Snape? Hermione shot Harry a glance. She too was uncertain of his intentions. But today, everything had to take a back seat. Her singular focus was to win the game and leave her opponents in disarray. As the preparation time concluded, both teams were about to take the field. The entire Oval Stadium was filled with students and faculty, and upon seeing the two teams ready for battle, an eruption of excited cheers and calls erupted. Gryffindor, 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 Slytherin, Slytherin, Slytherin. Immersed in the fervent atmosphere, Hermione couldn't help but marvel at the genuine affection Hogwarts students and faculty held for Quidditch. Harry patted Hermione on the back while pointing towards the Gryffindor stance. Ron, Neville, and Seamus were waving their arms, shouting excitedly at the two of them. Although the deafening roar surrounded them, Hermione could still discern their words. Go for it. Listening to the cheers around her, Hermione felt her spirits lift, a surge of adrenaline filling her chest. It was as if she were reliving a moment from a past life, watching a World Cup match. Hermione tightened her grip on her broomstick. She had thought that after her transmigration, she would never again experience such emotions, that her life would consist solely of acting and a relentless pursuit of power. Yet it was only now that she realized this was not entirely true. Wood glanced at Harry, nervous. Harry nodded. It's fine. I felt the same way during my first match. And then, I don't remember. I was knocked out by a bludger just 2 minutes into the game and was in the hospital for a week. Harry swallowed hard. That was a rather poor consolation. Please refrain from offering such comfort next time. I absolutely refuse to be knocked out by a bludger again. After Wood spoke, his gaze fell upon Hermione, only to find that she was not paying attention to him, but was instead swinging her bat, eager to face the opposing team. Wood suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, Hermione had not forgotten that the beater's duty was not only to disrupt the opposing team, but also to protect their own players, right? She must not have forgotten. Welcome, both teams, to the field, boomed the voice of the commentator, Lee Jordan, as he held a megaphone. As the announcer's voice faded, both teams mounted their flying broomsticks and soared into the air, spinning several times before hovering above the pitch in confrontation. Today's match features the Gryffindor team against the Slytherin team. Commentator Lee Jordan began to introduce each player. With each introduction, the crowd erupted in cheers. When it was Gryffindor's turn, he exclaimed in surprise, "In this match, Gryffindor has boldly included 2 first-year students, namely Harry Potter." He paused dramatically. "And the renowned library witch, Hermione Granger." Upon the utterance of library witch, the stands erupted in an even greater frenzy of cheers, with all houses, save Slytherin, joining in. Wood chuckled. "It seems you have quite the fan base." The Weasley twins beside him teased, "Of course. The most beautiful and talented girl among the first years. Who wouldn't he be enamored? Our Ron certainly is." Hermione shot them both a fierce glare, though she did not consciously cultivate any reputation. Her striking beauty combined with unparalleled magical prowess inadvertently garnered her a multitude of admirers. While she typically exuded an air of aloofness and refrained from engaging in conversation, many found this enigmatic demeanor irresistibly intriguing. The more mysterious and unattainable she appeared, the greater the allure. Chapter 42. First place in the competition, second place in the contest. After the introductions of both teams were completed, the traditional banter commenced. Across the field, a buck-toothed boy from Slytherin cast a challenge toward Wood, taunting, "What is this? Has Gryffindor run out of players that they're sending 2 first years onto the field?" Wood, undeterred, glanced at the boy's green and white uniform and retorted with a scoff, "I hope you'll still be saying that after we win." At his words, the opposing team erupted into laughter. When has Gryffindor triumphed over Slytherin in recent years? Have you not yet recovered from that last match, Wood? The boy jeered. Ever since the legendary Charlie Weasley served as Seeker, Gryffindor had not claimed the championship title. Wood chose not to respond, instead turning to Hermione and the others, offering reassurance. "It's all right. Don't feel pressured. Just perform at your best." What is the saying? Friendship first, competition second, victory isn't actually what matters. Haha, what nonsense. That's merely an excuse for those who can't win, the buck-toothed boy guffawed. If competition isn't about winning, then what is its purpose? It should be competition first, friendship second. Before Wood could interject, Hermione suddenly spoke up. Exactly. You're absolutely right, senior. If a competition isn't about winning, it is utterly meaningless. Why lose when you can win? Harry silently observed her back, noting her unexpected alignment with the Slytherin perspective. You think that way too? The boy asked, taken aback. This was the first time he'd heard agreement from a Gryffindor. Of course, but you've made one error, she replied. What is that? It's not competition first, friendship second. Hermione slowly lifted her gaze, her smile turning icy. It should be competition first, competition second. Each word fell from her lips with conviction, just as the opposing team was left in stunned silence. A resounding whistle pierced the air, and several balls of varying sizes shot skyward. The match had officially begun. New York, Stark Tower. Tony, look. Little Hermione is on the field, Pepper exclaimed, pointing at the large screen with delight. The image displayed the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Recently, Hermione and Tony had collaborated on a research project, devising numerous methods to successfully enchant a drone, allowing it to transmit footage across worlds via a magical tome, rather than traditional signals. Clearly, reading had its merits. In addition to Tony and Pepper, there was another observer, a certain black-haired man who would never miss a chance to delve into the mysterious realm. For Tony, this match might merely be an exciting sporting event, but for him, it was an invaluable source of intelligence. As he watched the wizards soaring through the sky and the audience resembling Hermione's usual attire, Fury was finally convinced of the existence of the wizarding world. Every detail was impeccably authentic, far from a mere fabrication. Library witch, he mused, listening to the announcer's introduction, exchanging glances with his companions. I didn't realize Hermione had this nickname, he remarked. Is she really such an avid reader? She doesn't seem like it. Instead of the studious type, she appeared more like an athlete, a wild, spirited girl. They suddenly realized that, despite their good relationship, their understanding of Hermione was still woefully inadequate. Little Hermione seems to be quite popular, Pepper noted, smiling at Tony as they heard the cheers of which Hermione echoing through the stadium. Earlier, she had worried that Hermione frequently ventured outside of school due to peer exclusion, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. As the whistle blew, 14 players instantly raced toward their objectives. In an instant, the silhouettes of both teams crisscrossed the sky, soaring at speeds of hundreds of kilometers per hour. The battle between scrambled eggs and tofu salad was about to commence. Slytherin's Blatch and Gryffindor's Angelina, as chasers, darted among the crowd, and ultimately, Angelina seized the quaffle first, soaring towards one of Slytherin's hoops. However, Blatch was not to be outdone. He accelerated in pursuit, positioning himself alongside Angelina. Noticing her distraction, Blatch smirked and suddenly collided with her. Angelina let out a grunt and nearly lost her balance, her quaffle slipping from her grasp. Fortunately, Elia swooped in just in time to catch the ball and resumed the offensive. Yet, the buck-toothed boy, Slytherin's Captain Marcus Flint, had been lying in wait. Seeing the quaffle in Elia's possession, he suddenly lunged from the side and kicked her in the stomach. She spun several times in the air but managed to stay aloft. Though the quaffle slipped from her grasp again, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, largely in response to Slytherin's repeated underhanded tactics. While not strictly a foul, such behavior was undeniably unsportsmanlike. Professor McGonagall clenched her fists, her anxiety palpable as she monitored the unfolding situation. Marcus, however, remained unfazed, even reveling in his actions. In his eyes, as long as he achieved his goals, the means were irrelevant. The good news was that among the spectators, there was another who wholeheartedly agreed with his perspective. The bad news was that this individual was on the opposing team, known as Hermione. Oh, so we're playing dirty now? Hermione mused, her smile widening instead of narrowing as she observed the two boys' antics. You all saw that, right? They struck first. With that, she accelerated towards a Slytherin player, leaping off her broom midair. Rider kick. The Slytherin player was caught off guard by Hermione's sudden move. Watching helplessly as she executed a flying kick, her shoe rapidly enlarging. With a swift strike, she connected with his nose, sending him and his broom crashing into the stands. Leaving him unconscious, Hermione landed gracefully on her broom below, and the arena fell into a stunned silence. The next moment, Gryffindor erupted into laughter, while Slytherin howled in protest. However, the pent-up Gryffindors showed no mercy, retorting with witty jibes. You're allowed to bump and kick, but we can't have Hermione's rider kick. Look at that. Even her kicking style is more elegant and effective than yours. The announcer found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though he was narrating a martial arts film rather than a Quidditch match. A swift blow had been dealt. Glancing at the incapacitated Slytherin player, Hermione wasted no time, seizing her broom and charging at her next target with singular focus. Chapter 43, Cyberpunk 2077. As Blaise from Slytherin turned his gaze towards Angelina, Hermione stealthily approached from behind. Just as he was about to reenact his previous antics, he suddenly noticed the presence of another individual beside him. Hermione displayed a mischievous grin reminiscent of a dragon. Sensing impending doom, Blaise hastened to distance himself, only to hear a resounding shout nearby. Man! In an instant, Hermione delivered a sharp elbow to Blaise's left rib, eliciting a searing pain that felt as if several bones had been fractured. The force of the blow sent him spinning several times before he crashed into the sand. Bravo! The Weasley twins, reveling in the spectacle, showered Hermione with applause. You! From a distance, Slytherin Captain Marcus witnessed the scene unfold, momentarily forgetting about the quaffle, utterly stunned and inadvertently allowing Aaliyah to seize the ball and score. Gryffindor scores. Lee Jordan's voice rang out, exuberant and loud. Marcus, momentarily dazed, found himself questioning whether this was truly the Gryffindor he knew. How could this new student, Hermione, possess a cunning that rivaled even that of Slytherin? Surely, she must be in the wrong house. In the blink of an eye, Slytherin had lost 2 players, doubling their pressure as they shifted from offense to defense. As Hermione made her way towards her next target, Marcus's eyes widened in alarm. Here she comes again. He shouted a warning. Be careful. The other players, having noted the previous events, immediately heightened their vigilance towards Hermione. One player, seeing Hermione charge towards him, steeled himself, determined to confront her head-on. I'm tall and strong. I can't possibly be outmatched by a little girl. He bolted forward, charging at Hermione. Just as their paths were about to intersect, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, akin to a train's horn blasting directly in his face. The sheer force nearly ruptured his eardrums, leaving him disoriented as his broom lost control, plummeting to the ground. Hermione removed her earmuffs and glanced back at Marcus. I was worried about colliding with someone, so I installed a horn on my broom to alert your players. No need to thank me. In the ensuing half-minute, Hermione replicated her tactics, utilizing high beams, honking, and even emitting smoke trails, sending the remaining Slytherin players retreating, leaving only the buck-toothed Captain Marcus on the field. By this point, he was thoroughly intimidated, his mind occupied solely with one thought. He must not let Hermione near him. With that, he turned and fled, accelerating on his broom. Yet Hermione found herself unable to catch up for the moment. Both riders were on Firebolt 2000, with no speed advantage. Instantly, Hermione pressed a red button on the side of her broom. Ahaha, here comes the nitrous. In the next instant, a small inconspicuous module at the end of her broom expanded rapidly, releasing a jet of blue flames akin to a rocket booster. Boom. As the broom lit up with a dazzling array of red and blue neon lights, Hermione's speed surged dramatically, and in an instant, she was right behind Marcus. His heart raced in panic as he shouted, Impossible! We're both on Firebolt 2000. Why is your broom so fast? Hermione let out a cold laugh. A mere Firebolt 2000? My broom has long surpassed that. It now bears a far more advanced name, Cyberpunk 2077. The shifting red and blue lights reflected on Marcus's face as he helplessly watched Hermione draw nearer. 1, 2, 3. Elbow. Smack. As he stared in bewilderment, Hermione gave a thumbs up to Wood, winking one eye in triumph. Oh, by the way, I'm a violent motorcyclist. Marcus lay on the ground, surveying the desolation around him, struggling to rise as he pointed at Hermione, his hands trembling with rage and despair. You're still human. Then, with a final gasp, he fainted. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Even the other Gryffindor players ceased their actions, with only Harry, oblivious to the chaos around him, still diligently pursuing the golden snitch. Hermione shrugged. In sports, a few casualties are quite normal. Once, a fellow committed the atrocious act of killing the referee during a match back in 1357. She believed she had been rather restrained. On the teacher's podium, even Quirrell was left speechless, momentarily forgetting about his plans to curse Harry. 3 minutes later, under the silent gaze of all, Harry finally caught the golden snitch. Holding it aloft, he felt a surge of excitement, ready to shout, only to realize that around him, an eerie quiet had settled, with everyone regarding him with complex expressions. The Slytherin players lay in disarray, unconscious. Harry glanced at the scoreboard. No problem here. I caught the snitch. We won. Why isn't anyone reacting? Hermione flew over to Harry, patting his shoulder. Congratulations on catching the snitch. That's 150 points for us. We won. You're amazing. Sensing the bizarre atmosphere, Harry cautiously inquired, did we really win? Yes, indeed. Really? Absolutely. And they? Hey, don't sweat the details. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. On the observation platform, the professors exchanged glances. Was there a foul? Not that I can tell. No magic was used, nor did anyone throw anything harmful. All actions were within the bounds of physical contact, which is unavoidable, even if some moves were excessive. Slytherin initiated the aggression, so they should be penalized first. The headlights were merely for visibility, and the horn and lights were to warn against collisions. Hermione claimed that the broom's exhaust didn't violate any rules regarding modifications. Everything seemed quite normal. Yet, why did the outcome feel so strange? Madame Hooch pondered for a moment, glancing towards the commentary box and giving a slight nod. The commentator understood and announced loudly, "Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch, and the match concludes with a score of 160-0, marking a glorious victory for Gryffindor. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Gryffindor." With a beaming smile, Harry raises the golden snitch high, basking in the adoration of the crowd. After a brief moment of silence, an eruption of thunderous cheers fills the air. Hermione, Hermione, Hermione. Harry stands bewildered. What is happening? Did I not just capture the golden snitch? Why is everyone so exhilarated, chanting Hermione's name? Observing Hermione, tossed up and down by the jubilant crowd, Harry's expression turns blank. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I supposed to do? From the stands, Professor McGonagall is visibly elated. Gryffindor has triumphed once more. Only Snape, surveying the disheveled Slytherins, displays a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, though his gaze towards Harry betrays a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dumbledore covers his weathered face with one hand, lost in contemplation. Aside from the Slytherin students, the other three houses are reveling in jubilation, their voices tinged with a sense of vindication. Finally, it is your turn. Having endured the Slytherin team's antics, they now relish the opportunity to witness the same tactics used against them. Consequently, no one deems Hermione's actions as inappropriate. Rather, they wholeheartedly support her. It is a moment of collective approval. In New York, at Stark Tower, Tony and Pepper stare agog at the screen, with even Fury appearing profoundly astonished. Is the situation truly this wild? Initially concerned for Hermione's safety upon witnessing Slytherin's behavior, Pepper wondered if this delicate and charming young witch would be bullied by them, fearing for her well-being. Yet, Hermione seems to thrive, effortlessly handling multiple opponents as if wielding her broomstick like a seasoned warrior. How ferocious! It is no wonder that wizards are so scarce. It seems not solely due to talent. Wait, so Hermione had me modify her broomstick for this? Tony's expression shifts into one of complex realization. She had even contemplated adding a 6-barreled Gatling gun, and I am fortunate I vehemently refused, otherwise. The three of them gulped in unison. Suddenly, the footage cuts out. What is happening? Fury is the first to react, realizing he is yet to gather more information. It must be that Hermione, fearing detection, did not dare to remain in the air for too long and dispelled the magic, Tony surmises. Fury can only accept this with resignation. After all, he is the one seeking assistance, with the initiative resting in another's hands. Just then, a ringing sound interrupts, and Fury pulls out his phone to answer, his expression shifting dramatically. My apologies, but I must return to the office to address a matter. With that, he hastily departs. Tony gazes at Fury's retreating figure, perplexed. At Hogwarts, in the library, Hermione is engrossed in a history of modern magic, seated across from Harry and Ron. They exchange glances, and Harry speaks first. Hermione, there's something we wish to inquire about. Do you happen to know of Nicholas Flamel? Indeed, Hermione replies without looking up. A flicker of excitement crosses Harry's face. Who is he? An alchemist? Why do you ask? Hermione glances at the two, sensing they have uncovered some secrets during her absence in the Marvel universe. Harry stammers, clearly hesitant to divulge information. It appears that you two have had quite the eventful time lately. Hermione decides not to pry further, assuming they have merely stumbled upon the hidden treasures on the 4th floor. Hagrid, I will absolutely not disclose that I lent the 3-headed dog to Dumbledore for guarding the Philosopher's Stone on the 4th floor. Harry feels a twinge of guilt, believing that their adventure without Hermione seems somewhat disloyal. It is not a matter of distrust, rather. They fear that Hermione's character might compel her to storm the forbidden area upon learning the truth. They are not yet prepared for such a grand escapade. Do you know of any significant inventions by Nicholas Flamel? Harry's eyes widen at the mention of the alchemist. The key may very well lie here. I do not know. The library contains no records, Hermione replies nonchalantly, before placing a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. However, if it is something of great importance, there may be one place to find out. What place? Harry's eyes brighten. The restricted section. With a meaningful glance, Hermione turns to leave. The first snowfall of winter arrives quietly, and after the snow settles, Hogwarts Castle dons a silvery cloak. As Christmas approaches, most students depart the castle to spend the holiday at home. Night falls. Cloaked in invisibility, Hermione stealthily approaches the restricted section, quietly opening the door. She has eagerly awaited this day. As a gesture of gratitude for enlightening Harry, Hermione borrowed his invisibility, cloak upon receiving it from Dumbledore. What she intended to do with it, Harry neither knew nor dared to ask. For Hermione, the castle's intrigues, Quirrell, Dumbledore, Snape's machinations, are of little consequence. The only thing that matters is her unimpeded access to the restricted section for study. As one of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak renders her impervious to the enchantments guarding the restricted section. Days pass in silence. Eventually, Hermione thoroughly peruses the restricted section, acquiring a wealth of powerful spells previously unknown to her. Within the magical tome, her name appears, Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level LV2, 5370, 10,000. Spells. Disarming Charm LV2. Fire Spell LV2. Freezing Spell LV2. Oblivion Charm LV1. Legilimency LV1. Shield Charm LV2. Disillusionment Charm LV2. Transfiguration LV2. Hermione beams with satisfaction, continuing to scroll down. At last, her greatest discovery has emerged. Dark Magic. Dark Harvest. Talent harvesting souls to gain energy. Reverse Gravity LV1. Killing Curse LV2. Cruciatus Curse LV1. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. The victim will be in a state of stupor, unable to resist the caster's commands. Torture Curse LV1. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. The victim feels intense pain deep within their soul. Avada Kedavra LV1. One of the 3 unforgivable curses, the victim's soul is obliterated, resulting in instant death. Eureka! At long last, I have obtained them. For anyone familiar with the Harry Potter series, these 3 dark spells are widely recognized as the most formidable, each embodying the attributes of control, torment, and slaughter. For Hermione at this stage, they are undoubtedly powerful weapons. Although at LV1, they might only affect small creatures or cause minor injuries to a person, the potential for practice is immense. However, she must ensure to find a secluded location for her training. While this is manageable in the Marvel Universe, in the Harry Potter world, any use against others may lead to immediate incarceration in Azkaban. As for the Fiendfire Curse and the methods for crafting Horcruxes that Hermione has long desired, she found no mention of them in the restricted section. She distinctly recalled having seen it in the restricted section while Voldemort was still at school. Could it be that this was the reason it was destroyed? It is worth mentioning that the invisibility cloak was also categorized as a peculiar object. Although Hermione lacked the necessary materials to create one at the moment, deep within the restricted section, Hermione descended a spiral staircase leading underground. A massive mirror stood majestically in the spacious basement. Inscribed at the top of the mirror were the following words: Eris stra eru oit ube kaffer oit on woser. Chapter 45, The Quick Passage. The Mirror of Eris? Hermione suddenly realized. If she hadn't known that Dumbledore would ultimately conceal the Philosopher's Stone within this very mirror, she might have forgotten its existence altogether. The inscription above the mirror appeared nonsensical, but in truth, it was a matter of reading it correctly, backward. What I show is not your reflection, but rather your innermost desires. Hermione gazed into the mirror. After a moment of silence, just as she was about to leave, a voice came from behind her. I imagine with your intelligence, you have already deduced its purpose. Hermione's expression shifted slightly. She had not noticed anyone behind her. When she turned slowly, her gaze heavy with contemplation, she found a white-haired old man standing silently behind her, Dumbledore. Hermione offered a slight bow, quickly regaining her composure. How astonishing that the mirror could reveal a person's deepest longing. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, which is why this object is unsuitable for public display. Otherwise, those of wavering resolve might succumb to false illusions. So, my dear child, would you be so kind as to share with me what you saw within? Hermione smiled and replied, I saw myself returning home. I suppose I've been away for too long and long to go back. Dumbledore regarded her with a profound gaze for a moment before slowly responding. The rules of Hogwarts are not so stringent. Occasionally taking a leave of absence is permissible, and London is not particularly far. Hermione smiled but remained silent. After a while, she ventured to ask, And you, headmaster, what did you see in the mirror? Me? Dumbledore chuckled softly. I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Hermione nodded. It seems the weather has indeed turned quite cold. Even you feel the chill in your feet. Dumbledore's expression momentarily faltered. Then he shifted the topic. If you wish to read, you may directly request permission from the professors. There is no need to sneak around borrowing Harry's invisibility cloak. Hogwarts does not hinder those who seek knowledge. The restricted section merely exists to prevent certain individuals from succumbing to the allure of forbidden knowledge. Oh, you think I can resist temptation? Hermione asked, somewhat surprised by Dumbledore's confidence in her. I believe so, Dumbledore affirmed. No, rather than resisting temptation, I would prefer to indulge in it. Hermione observed the bemused expression on Dumbledore's face and suddenly said, A few days ago, Harry asked me about Nicholas Flamel. He wanted to know what famous alchemical works Flammel had produced, but I did not disclose anything to him. It seems you have deduced correctly. Dumbledore nodded, his tone unperturbed. Hermione shrugged, just simple reasoning. No need to fret. If he inquires further, simply tell him, Dumbledore said, turning to leave, but then recalled something, adding, by the way, do try not to skip classes too often. Although those lessons may not hold much utility for you, I would prefer not to have to compensate for too many lost points for Gryffindor. With that, his figure vanished at the staircase's end. Hermione muttered, fine, fine. No need to put on an act. You're impressive, but if that's the case, everything must have already been preordained. In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry exclaimed excitedly, holding a book, the Philosopher's Stone. It turns out it is the Philosopher's Stone. Gringotts was safeguarding it, and it was later moved to the restricted section on the 4th floor by Dumbledore. He had uncovered the truth. So, Ron asked, puzzled. The Philosopher's Stone can produce the elixir of life. Only those on the brink of death desperately need it. The murderer who drinks unicorn blood is Voldemort. Harry proclaimed like a detective. So Snape must be trying to steal it to prolong Voldemort's life. He deliberately released the troll that day to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Although this reasoning had its flaws, it was evidently beyond Ron's capacity to discern, and he was quickly convinced. We must stop him, Ron said, his expression conflicted. ISNT this a bit. I mean, can 2 first-year students truly handle something this significant? Shouldn't we inform a teacher? He had learned Hermione's knack for reasoning. Harry pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, let us find Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. 10 minutes later, the 2 dejected boys returned to their dormitory. What do we do now? Dumbledore is not here, and Professor McGonagall will not believe us. They must have been deceived by Snape. He will undoubtedly try to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight, and we cannot let him succeed. We will act tonight to thwart his scheme. Harry resolved firmly. Ron glanced at Harry, forcing a grim smile. Do you really think the 2 of us can succeed? Upon hearing this, Harry's spirits sank, and he felt disheartened. Should we find someone to help? Ron suggested, thinking of recruiting assistants. The question was, who would believe them and also possess the capability? Wait. At that moment, their eyes brightened simultaneously. Hermione. Marvelous Hermione. No. Do you have PTSD from Voldemort? You're linking everything to him. Many desire immortality. I certainly do too. Listening to Harry's flawed reasoning, Hermione felt somewhat exasperated. However, this time, he had indeed stumbled upon the truth. So how do you know it's Snape? Hermione asked, eyeing him skeptically. I just know, Harry replied stubbornly, lifting his head. After a lengthy silence of 20 seconds, Hermione continued, you just know. Fine then. What else is there to say? Regardless, sneaking around Hogwarts at night had long become a routine for the 3 of them. Let us go. Under the cover of night. The trio stealthily made their way to the restricted section on the 4th floor. Hermione, unwilling to squeeze under the invisibility cloak with the others, cast the disillusionment charm on herself. Alohomora. Arriving at the entrance to the restricted section, Hermione promptly unlocked the door. The first guardian, the 3-headed dog Fluffy, lay soundly asleep, with an automatic harp playing nearby. Oh no, Snape has already passed. Harry exclaimed anxiously. I heard Hagrid say that the way to deal with a 3-headed dog is through music. But before Harry could finish, Hermione boldly advanced, plunging a syringe into Fluffy's neck, then leapt through the trapdoor below, growling. The pain jolted Fluffy awake, his fierce gaze fixed on Harry and Ron. Hermione, you couldn't have warned us before waking the beast. The 2 scrambled in haste, and barely managed to jump through just in time. First challenge, completed. Bright as day. During their descent, Hermione cast a light charm to illuminate the space below. The devil's snare, stimulated by light, recoiled entirely, allowing the 3 to descend to the ground without impediment. They successfully navigated the second challenge and continued deeper, arriving at a cavern. Keys with wings fluttered through the air, while a flying broomstick hovered above the ground beside a locked door. Surely, there exists a key that can unlock this door. I surmise this challenge requires us to ride the broom and capture the highest key. Before Harry could fully analyze the situation, he was interrupted by a spell. Leviosa. A rope floated from Hermione's grasp, twisting and darting through the swarm of keys like a serpent, swiftly ensnaring the target key. After seizing the key, Hermione unlocked the door and strode confidently inside. The third challenge was complete, all in a mere 12 seconds, akin to returning home. Chapter 46. The Emergence of Ancient Magic. Witnessing Hermione's fluidity, akin to a routine return home, Harry and Ron stood in stunned silence. Hurry up, don't dawdle, Hermione urged, her patience wearing thin as she noted the sluggishness of her companions. Voldemort awaited them ahead, and she longed to finish and return to rest, feeling fatigued. She briskly approached the enormous wizard chessboard, leaping onto a stone knight to issue commands. In this game, having more players is a disadvantage. Fortunately, She had observed 14 million potential outcomes and discerned the singular path to victory, albeit mistakenly. d5, e6, c3, checkmate. With the movement of the pieces, the opposing king was shattered, and the grand door swung open. Marvelous. No potions to contend with, no need for contemplation. In a flash, they completed a game of chess, and both Harry and Ron gazed at Hermione, as if she were a marvel. As Harry regained his composure, he grasped Ron and prepared to rush forward. Sleep now. A flash of light surged, and Ron collapsed unconscious. Staring at Hermione, who brandished her wand, Harry exclaimed in shock, "Hermione, what are you doing?" He expected a confrontation. Knowing Ron was a liability due to his lack of skill, he intended to escort him back. With that, he summoned a zombie to carry Ron away. Vanishing down the path they had come, Harry stared blankly at Hermione's retreating form, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Wait, I don't appear to be any stronger. Am I not in danger either? Besides, you are the best fighter here, why aren't you joining? However, regret was futile now, and Harry clenched his teeth, pressing onward. At the deepest recess of the corridor lay a secret chamber. Within, a colossal mirror stood at the center, the mirror of Ariste. If traversing the earlier challenges was akin to peeling away the wrapping of the Philosopher's Stone, this challenge revealed that the contents were actually a formidable safe. Before the mirror, Quirrell slowly turned. If one were to inquire why he stood there motionless, the answer was simple. He was at an impasse. "It's you," Harry exclaimed incredulously. He had always believed that Snape was after the Philosopher's Stone, only to discover it was Quirrell all along. Faced with this incongruity, Harry found it difficult to accept. The biases harbored within the human heart are indeed like a mountain, Hermione mused, concealed at the doorway. Reflecting on Harry's astonished expression as Quirrell began to explain his nefarious plot in accordance with the rules of the underworld. Having spoken, he compelled Harry to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. The mirror had been enchanted by Dumbledore. Only one who sought the stone without the desire to exploit it could truly extract it. Instinctively, Harry patted his bulging pocket, and to divert Quirrell's attention, he resorted to idle chatter. "How are you?" "I'm fine, thank you, and you?" "I'm fine too." After several exchanges, Quirrell finally realized that their conversation was of no assistance in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone aside from fostering a teacher-student bond. The cunning boy, Harry, was impenetrable to his inquiries, either refusing to speak or fabricating tales, leading to a deadlock. Observing his subordinate's lackluster efficiency, Voldemort ultimately decided to intervene personally. Quirrell turned, unwrapping the scarf from his head. In the next moment, another face began to emerge from the back of Quirrell's head. The nightmare of the wizarding world, the beacon of pure-blood ideology, a fervent collector, and the charmingly sinister antagonist, Voldemort made his grand entrance. Harry met his gaze and felt a sharp pain in his forehead scar, causing him to faint instantly. As Harry lay unconscious, a haunting voice emanated from behind Quirrell. "The Philosopher's Stone is in that child's pocket. Retrieve it." This voice was raspy and entirely distinct from Quirrell's. Just as Quirrell prepared to reach out, another voice rang out from the doorway. "It seems you're recovering quite well, Professor Quirrell." Hermione entered with a cheerful demeanor. "It's you." Quirrell recognized her immediately, the first-year girl who had wounded him in the Forbidden Forest with a peculiar weapon. A Quidditch fanatic. Had he not consumed a sufficient amount of unicorn blood coupled with his master's enigmatic powers, he might have perished on the spot. Filled with loathing at this recollection, Quirrell snarled, "You're seeking death." Raising his wand, he prepared to strike. "Stand down, Quirrell." Voldemort's voice resonated, causing Quirrell to tremble and display an expression of agony, clearly subjected to some form of punishment. Turning to Hermione, Voldemort slowly declared, "Little girl, you possess great talent. Why not join me? Whatever dreams you harbor, I can help you realize them." His voice bore a hint of seduction. "Enough, enough. Given your current state, you ought to prioritize your own well-being." Hermione waved dismissively. "And I desire the Philosopher's Stone. Are you willing to part with it?" Voldemort's gaze darkened. "Quirrell, kill her and seize the Philosopher's Stone." Faced with failure to seduce, Voldemort acted decisively, without hesitation. A thunderous explosion erupted. Quirrell directed his wand at Hermione, only to have it thwarted by her shield charm. Assessing the potency of the blast, Hermione shook her head. As she surmised, Quirrell, having been parasitized by Voldemort, had siphoned off most of his magical power and life force to sustain his existence. His current strength paled in comparison to even the upperclassmen at Hogwarts. "If this is all you are capable of, then today shall be your last." Her words ignited Voldemort's fury. The figure that had instilled fear in the wizarding world for years was now belittled by a mere 12-year-old girl. In an instant, Quirrell's expression contorted as he emitted a harrowing scream. "Master, no, please. I am utterly devoted to you." Following a final wail, Quirrell fell silent. Voldemort's visage, previously at the back of Quirrell's head, gradually shifted to the front, covering Quirrell's original features. "How peculiar, he actually has a nose." Hermione inquired, tilting her head. It is his honor to be devoted to me, Voldemort replied coldly. He acted out of desperation. Who could fathom how this girl, so young, wielded such formidable magic? From their earlier skirmish, he sensed that in Quirrell's current state, he could not possibly contend with her. Yet, if he missed this opportunity, he feared he might never have another chance to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, the only option was to sacrifice Quirrell, extracting the scant remnants of his life force and magical energy to temporarily restore himself to the level of a normal wizard. Voldemort extended his wand, declaring, "Now, I offer you another chance. Pledge your loyalty to me, or else." With a thunderous explosion, without hesitation, Hermione unleashed a blasting curse. In the aftermath of the explosion, Quirrell stood unharmed, encased in a protective shield of iron armor charm. Hermione understood that Voldemort at this moment was not as easily dealt with as Quirrell, though confident in her ability to delay him until he faltered, or to simply seize the Philosopher's Stone and escape to Marvel. She resolved to eliminate him outright. Avada, Voldemort raised his wand, executing a classic attack. Leviosa, Hermione preempted him. In a bold maneuver, she used the levitation charm to grasp Harry's clothing and hurled him towards Voldemort. Harry charged, having nurtured Harry for 1,000 days. Now was the time to utilize him. As Voldemort prepared to deflect him, he was suddenly struck by an excruciating sensation deep within his being. What is this? What is happening? In that instant, he was reminded of the moment when the killing curse rebounded upon him. No, in his anguished cries, his body began to disintegrate into ashes from the point of contact. From the ashes emerged a wisp of mist, showcasing Voldemort's remarkable ability to escape. Before vanishing, he cast a gaze filled with hatred. Even in such dire straits, you dare to glare at me? Hermione met his glare unflinchingly. You ought to reflect on how you lost. The Horcruxes remained, and old soldiers never die. She neither attempted to stop him, nor could she. Stepping forward, Hermione intended to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, but paused mid-motion. Ancient magic. Ancient magic. Sacrifice level 1. Sacrifice life to generate a magical protective effect against a specific source, during which no damage can be inflicted from that source. If touched by the specific source, it will inflict severe backlash, with the strength and duration of the effects varying by individual. Chapter 47. The Philosopher's Stone in Hand. Blimey. Gold coins galore. Ancient magic. To her astonishment, the ancient magic she had sought for a whole semester had fortuitously revealed itself here, and she had successfully recorded a spell. Sacrifice. Hermione mused over the spellbook's description and began to piece things together. She knew that Harry bore the magic of love from his mother, Lily, while Voldemort himself remained oblivious to this, thus solidifying her confidence in dispatching Voldemort on the spot. Empowered by the magic of love, before Harry came of age, any harm originating from Voldemort could not kill him. Rather, it would result in severe backlash against Voldemort, a pure counter to Voldemort's artifacts. However, indeed, it was ancient magic, Hermione contemplated. Long ago, she had suspected the nature of the magic of love. Dumbledore had described it to Harry as the magic of love merely to facilitate Harry's understanding and soothe his emotions. In essence, it was a form of ancient magic. On the night Voldemort sought to kill Harry, the intense emotions protecting him triggered the sacrifice magic, which in turn reflected the killing curse back at him. Hermione was convinced that Lily must have encountered ancient magic early on. Otherwise, in a world where individuals willingly sacrificed for love abounded, none had triggered any protective magic. This spell-less effect was utterly useless to her. Who would willingly employ such a thing? What she desired was ancient magic, not a sacrificial spell. Nonetheless, today marked a promising beginning. Casting a glance at the unconscious Harry, Hermione stepped forward to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. As anticipated, the spellbook reacted once more. Curious object. Philosopher's Stone, alchemical substance. Function. Through alchemy, it can produce the elixir of life, transmute any metal into pure gold, and serve as a substitute for most alchemical materials. There was no need to elaborate on the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel had used it to survive to this day, now several centuries old. However, it granted longevity, not immortality. It did not confer the ability to defy aging, as evidenced by Flamel's own appearance. For Hermione, at this stage, it was of little utility. As for the transmutation into pure gold, aside from causing a market crash, it held no significant purpose. Was she to transform Captain America's vibranium shield into a gold shield? What delighted Hermione was the third function, the substitute for alchemical materials. The Philosopher's Stone could be deemed a universal substance, capable of substituting for nearly any material in alchemy. For instance, Hermione had mastered the process of crafting an invisibility cloak but lacked the necessary materials, leaving her to lament over the spellbook. With the Philosopher's Stone, she could directly replace some exceedingly rare or critical materials, expending only a small portion of the stone's energy, significantly facilitating the final output and alleviating her material concerns. This artifact was truly tailor-made for alchemists. No wonder Flammel became the greatest alchemist after creating it. While his innate talent was undeniable, the stone's assistance was pivotal. Just as she was about to stow the Philosopher's Stone in her book and take her leave, a familiar voice broke through the stillness. "Miss Granger, good evening." The voice was calm and serene, imbued with a power that instilled tranquility. Upon seeing Dumbledore's sudden appearance, Hermione was not taken aback. She had long suspected that he was fully aware of the entire Philosopher's Stone affair. From the very beginning, his early withdrawal of the stone from Gringotts indicated he was privy to someone's intentions to steal it. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Moreover, the seemingly trivial challenges he orchestrated at Hogwarts were clearly designed to lure out the thief. He could have either safeguarded the stone or destroyed it. Surely there were safer alternatives than this. If he was unaware of Quirrell's treachery from the start, Snape must have informed him after the troll incident. Furthermore, Hermione did not believe that Voldemort, in his current state, could remain hidden from Dumbledore for long. The reason he had not immediately apprehended Quirrell and feigned ignorance was twofold. Firstly, to provoke his opponent into taking action, and secondly, to cultivate and train Harry, the prophesied child, purely to nurture Harry, the dumpling of jealousy. As expected, Harry resisted the allure of the Philosopher's Stone. He desired it, but did not wish to exploit it, only to thwart Voldemort. However, while Harry had managed to resist, she had not. Were it not for the fact that she could not retrieve it, coupled with the need for Harry to bear the brunt of Voldemort's ire, she would have rolled up her sleeves and jumped in long ago. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." Hermione returned a courteous greeting, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I understand we have trespassed into forbidden territory, violating school rules. However, Harry discerned Voldemort's plot, and as a friend, I could only accompany him to prevent any mishaps. In summary, it's not my fault." A silky deflection. Yet, the truth remained. Prior to this night, Hermione had not set foot in the fourth floor forbidden area, had not initiated any investigation, nor displayed any ulterior motives. All conspiracies were uncovered by Harry himself, who had invited her, making it appear as though she was reluctantly drawn in. As for the Philosopher's Stone, she would not mention it at all. Dumbledore smiled knowingly and cast a significant glance in her direction, saying, "It's of no concern. You need not explain yourself to me. As for the Philosopher's Stone, it has arrived." Hermione's eyes flickered with an array of emotions. She had already prepared herself, should the topic of the stone arise. She would express her keen interest in alchemy, aspiring to become an alchemist akin to Nicholas Flamel, wishing to study and perhaps elicit some sympathy. After all, her insatiable thirst for knowledge was well known throughout Hogwarts, and admitting to coveting the stone for utilitarian purposes was hardly a grave sin, merely an academic pursuit. Moreover, having accomplished such a significant feat tonight, risking her life for the safety of Hogwarts and the peace of the wizarding world, was indeed a noble and righteous endeavor. How could they possibly deny her such a modest request? However, Dumbledore's next statement caught Hermione completely off guard. "The Philosopher's Stone was originally intended for you." "What?" Hermione blinked in astonishment, gazing at Dumbledore in confusion. From his words, it seemed that even if she had not attended tonight's events, he would have still bestowed the stone upon her. Had all her efforts been in vain? Was it truly possible to receive such treasures without leaving the comfort of one's home? But why? Did they share such a close relationship? It was worth noting that since her enrollment, Hermione had deliberately avoided Dumbledore, wishing to maintain a distance, and he had shown her no particular regard except on the day of her arrival. They had exchanged fewer than 10 sentences. If Professor McGonagall had made such a statement, she could have understood, but Dumbledore? Were it not for her understanding of the old wizard's character, Hermione might have thought he was akin to a benevolent priest offering her sweets. The little witch, Hermione, trembled slightly, ignoring her wary expression. Dumbledore produced a tattered notebook from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is Nicholas Flamel's alchemical journal. He asked me to deliver it to you as well." Chapter 48, Nicholas Flamel's alchemical journal. Wait, are you implying that Nicholas Flamel is aware of my existence, and that this matter involves him as a co-conspirator? If Hermione had merely been surprised moments ago, she was now utterly astonished. In an instant, she found herself contemplating the notion of pledging her allegiance to him as a father figure. "However, these items are not given freely," Dumbledore continued. "I hope you will agree to a condition of mine." Hermione immediately became suspicious. "What do you intend to ask of me? If you dare utter anything peculiar, I might just flee back to Marvel and never return." Observing Hermione's alert demeanor, Dumbledore shook his head gently. "It's nothing insurmountable, rest assured. I will inform you in due course." After a moment's thought, Hermione nodded. "Very well, thank you, Professor." Trusting in Dumbledore's integrity, she acquiesced, primarily swayed by the allure of the alchemical journal and the Philosopher's Stone. After pondering for a moment, Hermione seemed to recall something, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. If the stone is given to me, then what of Nicholas Flamel? Although she was aware that he was preparing for his demise, she felt the need to express her concern. Do not worry, Dumbledore replied. He has adequately prepared potions for himself, sufficient for his final arrangements. At this juncture, Dumbledore himself seemed somewhat melancholic, filled with nostalgia for an old friend and a sense of resignation towards the inevitable passage of life. Hermione, too, fell silent, contemplating whether she could bear to part from life if she knew her end was approaching. She was uncertain. Casting a glance at the unconscious Harry, Dumbledore remarked, "It appears you are aware of the protective enchantments surrounding Harry." Hermione nodded. "I've read extensively, and I've heard some accounts from Harry about events of the past. If my deductions are correct, this should be a form of ancient magic." "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed. "This is also the protection bestowed upon him by his mother, Lily. Regrettably, I have only heard of it. I have never witnessed it firsthand." Sensing Hermione's thoughts, he elaborated. In her student days, she could discern traces of ancient magic. It seems she had some remarkable experiences at Hogwarts. "How unfortunate," Hermione lamented. Hogwarts, Great Hall. The day for the annual awarding of the House Cup had arrived once more. With students and faculty gathered in the banquet hall, the atmosphere vibrant and jubilant. The year-end festivities could not be halted. Yet, as Harry surveyed the feast before him, he found no appetite. To him, the tumultuous academic year had finally drawn to a close. But the more distressing reality was that he would have to continue residing at the Dursleys before the new term commenced, enduring the discomfort of family life. He awoke in the school hospital wing, his last memories being the horrifying visage of Voldemort. Although Dumbledore had reassured him that the matter was resolved, it felt as though everything was detached from him. Reflecting on this, he turned to Hermione. Not just her, but most of the Hall's occupants were fixated on her. The reason was simple. Dumbledore had recently announced that Professor Quirrell had harbored ill intentions, plotting within Hogwarts, ultimately revealed by Harry and his friends, and defeated in a duel by Hermione, suffering a fatal backlash. The news had sent shockwaves through the entire school, as everyone suddenly understood why Professor Quirrell had been absent during his final days. What shocked them further was the revelation that a first-year student had vanquished Quirrell in a wizarding duel, the very defense against the dark arts professor. Even if the opponent was the formidable Hermione, such an achievement seemed excessively astounding. It was common knowledge that although Quirrell typically appeared timid, he was indeed a fully fledged adult wizard, a professor in a subject that required considerable skill. The fact that he had infiltrated Gringotts and escaped unscathed attested to his capabilities, making it inconceivable that a first-year wizard could triumph over him. Yet Hermione had achieved the impossible. Initially, Harry found it hard to believe, but he soon reconciled himself with the outcome. It seemed perfectly reasonable after all, given Hermione's remarkable nature. Yet, while Hermione was the center of attention, her feelings were less than pleasant. Dumbledore's words had thrust her into the limelight. It wasn't that she was unwilling to accept their admiration. Rather, she felt that this would draw unwanted attention away from Harry. With this news circulating, the lurking Death Eaters would undoubtedly take action. Her hopes of continuing to discreetly follow in Harry's wake to reap the benefits had been dashed. However, considering the gaze Voldemort had cast upon her before his departure, she felt somewhat indifferent. After all, the Master had taken note of her. What did she have to fear from a few minions? With her magical tome in hand and a bit of time to develop her skills, she felt confident that even if Voldemort were to return, she could compel him to kneel in submission. Should he dare seek trouble, she would vanquish each and every one of them. With this thought in mind, Hermione felt a sense of relief. Grabbing her broomstick, she patted Ron, who was busy devouring a chicken leg. He turned to her, his mouth full. Hermione had explained to him that she had been ambushed from behind by Quirrell, and he had believed her without question. As for why Quirrell had not chosen to attack Harry or Hermione, or why he had not employed a more powerful spell, merely stunning him, why bother with such queries? Just by accompanying Hermione and Harry on this journey, Ron had inexplicably garnered a fair share of admiration. A true windfall, especially from Hermione's roommate. What was her name? Lavender Brown, who seemingly harbored a fondness for him. "I accept your terms." Hermione tossed the broomstick at Ron, leaving him momentarily stunned. Clutching the brand new Firebolt 2000 in his hands, he recalled how, after he took the blame for Hermione, she had promised to gift him a flying broomstick. Initially, he thought this was merely a casual remark, yet it appeared she was truly fulfilling her promise. How noble of her. However, as his excitement waned, Ron began to hesitate, feeling reluctant to accept such a lavish gift. He remembered that it seemed quite expensive. "Don't think too much of it. This is my own work. Merely an experiment in alchemy," Hermione remarked nonchalantly. "You can perform alchemy?" Ron's eyes widened, only to be swiftly followed by the realization that it was only natural for the remarkable Hermione to possess such a talent. "Hermione, I adore you." Overjoyed at receiving the new broomstick, Ron was about to embrace Hermione when, in an instant, the tip of her wand pressed firmly against his forehead. Noticing the flicker of menace in Hermione's eyes, Ron awkwardly chuckled and obediently sat back down, a glimmer of disappointment flashing across his gaze. Seeing Ron comply, Hermione slowly withdrew her wand. In truth, setting aside everything else, Hermione admired Ron more than Harry, who still harbored some weaknesses. Despite Ron's usual demeanor, he was undeniably a fierce individual, unafraid to put himself in peril at the tender age of 11. Moreover, during their flight from danger, it was Ron who had suggested taking decisive action against the approaching Death Eater, reasoning compellingly to Hermione. If we don't eliminate him now, he'll just wake up and kill us later. However, it seemed this fellow harbored some feelings for her, which complicated matters. Chapter 49. The Silent Spell and Wandless Magic. At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly rose, and the hall fell into silence. The venerable headmaster proclaimed in a booming voice, "Another year has passed, and it is time to present the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with a total of 313 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with a total of 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with a total of 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with a total of 472 points." Cheers erupted from the Slytherin table, while Gryffindor hung their heads in dismay. They had lost so many points primarily due to the frequent clashes between Harry and Professor Snape, which led to deductions, compounded by Hermione's penchant for skipping classes. Although the professors held Hermione in high regard, the rules remained firm, and points had to be deducted where warranted. Yet, how could they truly blame the two? They had not only contributed significantly to Gryffindor's Quidditch team, but had also thwarted Quirrell's nefarious plot. Wait a moment. That's right. We achieved something. Realization dawned on Gryffindor's students, their spirits rekindled. In the next instant, their hopes were validated. First, Mr. Harry Potter demonstrated remarkable analytical and deductive skills, uncovering the hidden conspiracy beneath the surface, for which I award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Next, Mr. Ron Weasley, disregarding his own safety, fought valiantly for his friends, adding another 50 points to Gryffindor's total. Lastly, Miss Hermione Granger, in her duel with Quirrell, exhibited remarkable composure, showcasing her exceptional magical prowess and battle acumen, earning Gryffindor an additional 60 points. Thus, Gryffindor's final score stands at 473 points, securing the House Cup in 1st place. As the announcement concluded, the entirety of Gryffindor rose to their feet in jubilation. In stark contrast, the faces of Slytherin's students darkened. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had both slipped in rankings, with Hufflepuff descending to the bottom. Yet, inexplicably, both houses applauded even more vigorously than Gryffindor. Clearly, Slytherin had not been shy in provoking them throughout the year. At the head table, Professor McGonagall wore a look of elation, while Snape wore an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it all along." Harry lowered his gaze slightly, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. His deductions, while seemingly correct, had ultimately led to an erroneous conclusion. However, seeing everyone so joyous, he decided it was best to act as if nothing amiss had occurred. Hermione could no longer contain herself. "What? No, Voldemort? You're only worth 60 points? Moreover, with Slytherin's score just 1 point higher, the insult was both severe and humiliating. This was undoubtedly a farce. Old Dumbledore, you truly are not even pretending." As Dumbledore sat down, he cast a knowing glance at Hermione, who responded with a roll of her eyes. Returning to the dormitory, Hermione Granger noted her magical level. Magic level LV3, 672, 50,000. In the confrontation with Quirrell, Hermione had harvested a staggering 5,000 points of soul energy, propelling her to level 3 in magical prowess. Now, in terms of magical ability, she was undoubtedly on par with an adult wizard. Thanks to Quirrell. Thanks to Voldemort. In truth, Quirrell's soul did not possess such a vast amount of energy. The majority was contributed by Voldemort. Due to the nature of his Horcruxes, Voldemort's main soul, floating outside, would not dissipate, but that did not imply it could not weaken, since he shared a body with Quirrell. The moment Quirrell's body turned to ash, Voldemort was effectively considered dead once again. The Dark Harvest triggered instantaneously, ripping Voldemort's fragment of a soul apart, transforming him from a mere remnant into a nascent soul. What delighted Hermione even further was that the spells section had once again responded. However, this time it was not a newly inscribed spell, but rather the automatic emergence of spells following her advancement to level 3 magic. Silent Spell LV1, 1000. Wandless Magic LV1, 1000. Silent Spell, Wandless Magic. In comparison to the powerful spells, Hermione felt these two were the true divine skills she had long desired but had not known how to learn. While wizardry appeared formidable, it hinged upon the wizard's ability to wield it. Magic that could not be executed was as good as non-existent. Most wizards, when deprived of their wands or silenced, could not perform any magic, rendering them no different from ordinary individuals. This was a significant vulnerability among wizards, with only a select few exceptionally powerful ones being exceptions. Among these, the loss of one's wand was the most critical issue. Many wizards understood the silent spell. The distinction lay in proficiency and effectiveness. However, the vast majority of wizards, when deprived of their wands, could not perform any magic whatsoever. Attempting to force it would only lead to magical backlash, causing harm to oneself. Through her observations and reflections over time, Hermione identified three primary fears of wizards. First, disarmament. Second, silencing. And third, ambush. The first rendered them incapable of channeling magical energy. The second prevented them from articulating spells to transform magic into effect, and the third meant no one would continuously cast protective spells around them. This time, the spellbook directly addressed two of these significant challenges. Although the level 1 silent spell and wandless magic meant she could only execute spells at most at level 1 effectiveness when silent and wandless, the advantage lay in their applicability across all spells. Even Dumbledore, when using wandless magic, could only perform a limited number of highly familiar spells. Attempting unfamiliar ones could be perilous. Yet, she could wield all spells without a wand, free from safety concerns. Moreover, this marked a promising beginning. As her proficiency increased, the effects would naturally improve. Additionally, wandless magic held profound significance for her. Imagine this: when she is disarmed, her wand slipping from her grasp. Her adversaries believe victory is assured, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the wand is merely a decorative accessory to her. In an instant, she extends her hand, unleashing 5 formidable spells that could terrify even the most stalwart opponents. One might wonder if the Dark Lord Voldemort, renowned as the foremost expert on spellcasting in the wizarding world, could achieve such feats. Though her magical prowess may currently be at level 3 in a real confrontation, even the elite aurors of the Ministry of Magic could find themselves swiftly dispatched by her. In the vast training facility of S.H.I.E.L.D. Within the towering Triskelion building, Hermione surveyed the neatly arranged agents before her, casting a sidelong glance at Nick Fury. "Is this truly the caliber of student you have procured for me?" Fury furrowed his brow slightly. These were the creme de la creme of S.H.I.E.L.D., meticulously selected. Was there something amiss? What seems to be the problem? He inquired, perplexed. Nothing, Hermione replied with a subtle shake of her head. While the agent's competence was undoubtedly commendable, it was the presence of certain individuals that raised her eyebrows: Grant Ward, Brock Rumlow, Jasper Sitwell, Clint Barton, and a handful of others who appeared less familiar, likely engaged in administrative or fieldwork roles. As she scrutinized each one with her penetrating gaze, a startling realization dawned upon her. Aside from Hawkeye, they were all Hydra agents. Where was Natasha? Where was Coulson? Where was Maria Hill? On what basis had these selections been made? Chapter 50, Hermione's Magical Classroom. Hermione stifled her urge to voice her frustrations. Very well, let it be, she thought. After all, the burden of disappointment was not hers to bear. Unbeknownst to her, Fury had his own rationale for not selecting Black Widow and the others. Natasha and Hermione already shared a rapport, and Coulson had established a degree of connection. Both could engage in private learning without the need for formal arrangements. More critically, Fury's most trusted aides were few, and other pressing assignments required their attention, making it impractical for them to devote themselves entirely to the acquisition of arcane knowledge. Both Hermione and the assembled agents found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, each registering the confusion reflected in the other's eyes. Fury had gathered them under the pretense of a significant mission, one of utmost confidentiality, warning them against any disclosure. Yet, they found themselves face to face with a peculiar young girl in outlandish attire. Hermione, who seldom made public appearances and often remained at Hogwarts, was now thrust into the limelight. Her interactions had been limited to Pepper Potts, and with Fury permitting only a select few to engage with her, there existed no official documentation. Consequently, the number of individuals aware of the existence of witches was exceedingly sparse. From this day forth, you shall be students of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Mystical Knowledge Academy, destined to become the cornerstone of our supernatural and mystical response team, Fury proclaimed, gesturing toward Hermione. And she will be your instructor. Henceforth, all matters pertaining to the classroom will be under her purview. I hereby grant her level 9 S.H.I.E.L.D. clearance. Regardless of your respective ranks as agents, you must heed her instructions within the classroom. The revelation left the agents momentarily stunned. A girl of merely 11 or 12 years was to be their teacher, and they were obliged to comply with her directives. The most astonishing aspect was her possession of level 9 clearance, an authority shared only with Maria Hill, the highest-ranking operative in S.H.I.E.L.D. Aside from directors Pierce and Fury, Alexander Pierce had long overseen the World Security Council, signifying that this young girl was, indeed, second only to Fury himself. Surely, this was a jest. Observing the agent's incredulity, Fury clarified, "She will unveil to you a perspective of the world that you have yet to encounter. And she will impart the intricacies of magical arts." Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if affirming that they had not misheard. Magic? They were familiar with superhumans, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had secured many such individuals, but magic? This was a revelation entirely new to them. "Hello, everyone." Hermione waved, her face breaking into a sweet smile. "I am Hermione Granger, a witch, and I have been invited by Fury to serve as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mystical consultant. From this day forth, I shall be your teacher. I look forward to your cooperation." Fury's expression twitched. The agents exchanged glances, suppressing laughter with great effort. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they collectively grasped the absurdity of the situation. A witch? Surely this was not an April Fool's joke. Had it not been for the agent's professional demeanor, they might have turned to leave. With a swift motion, Hermione cast a gravity spell. In an instant, a tremendous force pinned everyone to the ground, rendering them immobile. Rumlow, attempting to rise, found himself as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, no matter how valiantly he struggled. As the pressure intensified, their bones began to creak, and blood trickled from their noses. "Which?" Fury shouted urgently, alarmed at the sight. These were elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. If Hermione were to inadvertently harm them, it would represent a significant loss for him. "Humph." Hermione huffed, reluctantly lifting the spell. "Were it not for Fury's intervention, I would have little interest in imparting knowledge to such ignorant muggles, especially when it encroaches upon my personal time." She placed her hands on her hips, her expression one of indignation, as Barton and the others struggled to their feet. A tinge of trepidation filled their gazes as they regarded Hermione. The mere flick of her wrist had rendered them, seasoned agents, utterly powerless. "Magic, magic." They murmured in disbelief. "Miss Witch, it is an honor to attend your lecture. We were foolish, and we sincerely hope you will not hold it against us." Sitwell, the bald agent, was the first to recover, bowing slightly with a hint of flattery in his eyes. Hermione, eyeing the bespectacled agent with a demeanor reminiscent of her past, nodded in approval. "Well done, Agent Sitwell. You can call me Jasper," he added. "Noted, little Jasper," she replied, seemingly satisfied with the acknowledgement. Seeing that the agents were now thoroughly intimidated, Fury exhaled in relief. It appeared that establishing authority quickly required a demonstration of power. However, he was left pondering, was that yet another new spell? Each encounter with Hermione seemed to unveil a new facet of her abilities. How many spells could she possibly possess? Even if she were a witch, was it truly feasible for a student to master such a breadth of knowledge? Hermione, however, paid little mind to Fury's musings, leaving him to speculate. "Now, I shall distribute 2 textbooks for you to peruse. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me." As she rummaged through her diminutive backpack, the agents exchanged exasperated glances. The bag was so small that one could easily see its contents. Why was she pretending to search for something? If she had forgotten to bring anything, she could simply admit it rather than feign a search. Ultimately, despite possessing extraordinary magical abilities, she remained, at her core, a child. Wait a moment, what was happening? Hermione had suddenly upended her backpack, causing its contents to spill out in a chaotic cascade. Before their astonished gaze, the contents of the backpack tumbled out one after another. Books, brooms, jars, crucibles, flower pots, clothing, pillows, chessboards, and snacks. Within a mere 10 seconds, a veritable mountain of items had accumulated on the floor, nearly towering to the height of a person. Not only were they dumbfounded, but even Fry, who considered himself accustomed to Hermione's antics, stood in disbelief. How on earth did all these items fit into such a small backpack? Is this bag some sort of fourth-dimensional pocket? Furthermore, what madness compels you to cram everything inside? What on earth are crucibles, flower pots, and brooms doing in there? Amidst the chaotic heap resembling a mountain of junk, Hermione was half buried, her small legs flailing wildly. Just as Barton could no longer bear the sight and was about to lend her a hand, Hermione finally emerged from the pile, gasping for breath. Phew, that was nearly suffocating. She then triumphantly raised several books, shaking them with a beaming smile. Found it. Chapter 51, The Devourer. Observing her dusty little face, still adorned with joy, the others fell into a contemplative silence. This young, which is truly exceptional. This is, Fry inquired. The unseen expansion charm, a simple spatial enhancement spell. So there is no need for such astonishment. Hermione waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. The others responded with silent incredulity. Yes, indeed, we are astonished. You've just emptied a veritable mountain from your backpack and dare to accuse us of overreacting. Is this still the world we recognize? Hermione raised her hand, causing several books to float gracefully in the air before gently landing in each person's hands. Witnessing this enchanting spectacle, they hurriedly opened the books, eager not to waste a moment. Hermione, meanwhile, pulled out an apple and began to nibble. The books she provided were abridged histories of magic and foundational magical knowledge, printed in multiple copies using a duplication spell. There was no need for excessive complexity. Only the essential information she wished for them to grasp mattered. Seeing that they were finally on the right track, Fry felt a wave of relief. As long as they could cultivate their own team of secretive strategists for S.H.I.E.L.D., it would all be worthwhile. After a while, the bald man, Sitwell, raised his head and spoke softly. Miss Witch, I have finished reading and would like to inquire about a few matters. I hope you can enlighten me. Noticing that the others were still diligently flipping through their books, Hermione was somewhat surprised. She had expected Hawkeye to finish first, yet it was the little bald man. It seemed that despite his low combat prowess, he managed to reach level 8 as an agent, indicating he possessed some skill. Recalling that his eventual fate was to be casually tossed from a vehicle by the Winter Soldier and struck by a car, Hermione pondered silently. Should she perhaps safeguard him? What a pity for such a talent, and certainly not merely because he was adept at flattery. Let us hold off for a moment. Wait until everyone has finished, she suggested. After a while, they gradually completed their readings. Hermione turned to the little bald man. Agent Sitwell, feel free to ask your question. Sitwell nodded and inquired. Miss Witch, the book states that mages are divided into 3 types, the first being wizards, the second being sorcerers, and the third being dimension mages. I wish to understand the distinctions among these 3. Excellent question, quite valuable indeed. Gryffindor, Agent Sitwell earns 5 points. Hermione acknowledged, glancing at the group. She mused that apart from Hawkeye and Barton, the rest were likely all Slytherins. Slytherin, a veritable nest of serpents. Upon receiving praise, little bald Sitwell straightened his posture, a hint of pride illuminating his face. Well done, you certainly know how to provide emotional value. With your perceptiveness, you're unlikely to fall victim to the Winter Soldier. Hermione cleared her throat and spoke earnestly. Wizards are inherently magical beings, wielding spells as a medium to channel their magical energy into spells and release them. This innate ability cannot be acquired later in life. Their strength largely depends on talent, with a low baseline and a high ceiling. Wizards typically reside in their exclusive spaces hidden from reality, known as the Wizarding World, and do not easily appear before muggles, lacking any absolute leader. Sorcerers, on the other hand, draw energy from the real world, using mental strength to construct spells. Ordinary individuals can become sorcerers through rigorous training, but talent remains crucial. Apart from the Ancient One, the rest are rather inept. They dwell in Camartage, led by the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, who is one of the most powerful mages in existence. One can only wonder how she honed her skills. Camartage was promptly sold out. As for Dimension Mages, they are essentially a subset of sorcerers. However, they do not practice sorcery and are more reliant on drawing power from non-reality dimensions, deeply binding themselves to the dimensions they draw from. Their numbers are exceedingly rare, with only a few scattered across the globe. I believe Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, and Agatha Harkness fall into this category. The group listened intently, nodding along as their worldviews were thoroughly upended within a matter of minutes. I heard you say you are a wizard? Langley inquired cautiously. He, too, noticed that the little girl seemed to resonate well with Sitwell's inquiry and decided to mimic him. Indeed, Hermione nodded, though wizards are the most numerous. Our interactions with the real world are the least frequent. Are the powers of wizards like yours equally formidable? How could that be? Hermione beckoned them closer and whispered, Let me share a little secret. I am among the most powerful wizards in the world, but shh, don't tell anyone. The group exchanged incredulous glances. Good heavens, the child is at it again. A 12-year-old girl claiming to be one of the most powerful wizards in existence? They all rolled their eyes internally, but dared not show it, fearing that Hermione might become irate and subject them to another overwhelming display of power. Only Fry, listening to her words, felt a subtle inkling that she might indeed be telling the truth. Just as they were about to pose further questions, a cat's meow echoed from the doorway of the training room, and before they knew it, a cat had slipped in. An orange tabby cat, adorned with a name tag that read Gus. As the cat nonchalantly wandered among the group, the agents fell silent. Indeed, a cat's power over humans knows no bounds. Regardless of age or gender, one single cat could immobilize a cadre of elite agents for several seconds. Only Hermione's expression shifted dramatically with a flick of her wand. A gust of wind surged forth, instantaneously separating the group from the orange cat. Following this, numerous fire dragons soared into the air, encircling the feline intruder. The searing heat caused ripples to dance in the air. As Hermione faced her newfound adversary with utmost seriousness, the agents were left bewildered. They could not fathom what had provoked the young witch's sudden intensity. Was she averse to cats? And this blazing inferno, was it indeed a manifestation of wizardry? How astonishing! The eyes of the agents sparkled with envy, while Ward, Langley, and others exchanged glances, contemplating their next steps. Only Fry froze momentarily, his gaze fixed on Hermione in shock. Hermione shot him a glance. The Devourer, you lot at S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly have a penchant for raising all sorts of creatures. Clearly, she recognized it. Do wizards possess such keen eyesight? Fry rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment crossing his stern features. My apologies, Miss Witch, Gus means no harm. Please, retract your flames. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hermione lifted the spell, and the fire dragons dissipated. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. I understood that this little creature harbored no malicious intent. However, its instinct to consume was indifferent to notions of good or evil. Personally, I held no reservations. Should I inadvertently end up in its belly, I could still find a way out. Yet, the agents nearby. Hermione cast a glance at several agents, remarking that if anything were to go awry, they shouldn't expect her assistance in rescue operations. The Devourer? Sitwell stepped forward, first glancing at Fury, who showed no sign of dissent, before turning to Hermione, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Chapter 52, The Obelisk. Fury felt quite helpless. Goose had been masquerading as an orange cat within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years, typically posing no threat, which was why he had allowed it to roam freely in the facility. Who would have anticipated that Hermione would recognize it at first sight? Now, even if he insisted it was merely an orange cat, others would need to believe him. The witch had even summoned a damn fire dragon for its sake. How could he now claim it was just an orange cat? Absurd. The Devourer, one of the most fearsome creatures in the universe, bore an exterior indistinguishable from a feline. Yet its belly contained an infinitely vast space. Although it usually exhibited a docile demeanor, once swallowed, the consequences were dire. Hermione huffed, either you possess the Tesseract, or you are adept in spatial magic. Otherwise, you shall remain trapped within it for eternity. Upon hearing the term Tesseract, Fury's heart sank. Noticing Hermione's lack of reaction, he felt a slight easing of his anxiety, albeit a rare flicker of discomfort crossed his otherwise stoic features. Many present were aware that the Tesseract resided within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground base and exchanged discreet glances with Fury. Hermione, of course, noticed their subtle gestures, but chose not to expose them. Stepping forward, she gently cradled Goose. Magical creature. Devourer. Its stomach connects to a parallel universe. Countless tentacles can extend from its mouth to consume any object. And the inflicted damage is irreparable. No indication of collection. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione retrieved a syringe from her pocket. While holding Goose, she softly scratched its chin. Meow. It purred, seemingly enjoying the attention, its eyes fluttering shut as it began to purr contentedly. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione swiftly injected the needle and withdrew it. Devourer, collected. Meow. Goose protested loudly, clearly displeased, but soon calmed under Hermione's soothing touch, even giving her cheek a gentle lick. What are you doing? Fury observed, his heart racing. Even drawing blood from Goose was a bold move, should it become irate. Yet, upon reflecting on Hermione's identity, Fury found it somewhat reasonable. Extracting a sample for further study was sensible. Devourers were a rarity. Hermione cradled Goose leisurely, prompting Fury's eyelids to twitch, pinching Goose under its forelegs. She raised it toward the television. Come on, little Goose, show them a trick. In the next instant, Goose's mouth gaped wide, transforming into a cavernous maw, from which an array of tentacles emerged, seizing the television and drawing it into its depths. In the blink of an eye, the cat's mouth snapped shut, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had occurred. The only evidence of the bizarre event was the vanished television, confirming that the onlookers were not hallucinating. Meow. Goose called out once more, smacking its lips, casting a look at Hermione that seemed to seek praise. What malice could a cat possess? Aside from fury, the expressions of the others appeared somewhat rigid. The realization that they had stood unguarded before the feline only moments ago filled them with dread. They collectively turned their gaze toward Fury, their eyes brimming with resentment. Seriously, you allow such a dangerous creature to roam freely in S.H.I.E.L.D. every day? Hey, can I have that cat? I promise I won't charge you for future lectures. Hermione clutched Goose tightly, reluctant to let go. Fury's expression was one of discomfort, unable to part with even a single cat. Well, It's a hazardous devourer. No, it's clearly just a cat. What you just said about it. It is a cat. They all heard her, and the agents exchanged glances. Rumlow stared at the ceiling. Sitwell scrutinized his palm prints. Barton organized his quiver, which lacked arrows. Nick Fury interjected, "Did I say that?" Hermione regarded them with an expression devoid of emotion, shaking her head vigorously. "Very well." Fury sighed in resignation. "All right, remember to bring it back often." Hermione nodded, placing Goose on her shoulder and softly stating, "You'll come with me now." Meow? As if comprehending her words, Goose responded with a meow, not even casting a glance at the agents as it departed, showing no signs of reluctance. "Ouch, that hurts." An agent clutched his chest in dismay. After so many years of raising that cat, it was snatched away at their first encounter. Today's lesson concludes here. We shall explore the earlier matters another time, Hermione declared, dismissing the assembly. Fury remarked, "Miss Witch, I have some items I would like you to identify, to see if you recognize them." Having just taken someone else's cat, Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment, but replied graciously, "Of course." The two proceeded to Fury's office. He produced a stack of photographs and handed them to Hermione. As she examined them, a silver-gray object, adorned with mysterious patterns and irregularly shaped, came into view. A mere glance was sufficient for Hermione to recognize it. Maya the obelisk. "Ah, I know it. But what does the designation 084 signify?" Fury explained. The 084 designation in the agency denotes an unknown object of unconfirmed origin. "Wait, you know about it?" Hermione nodded. "Yes, it's the Inhuman obelisk." "How did it come into your possession?" Fury perked up. "Inhumans? Are they a magical race of some sort?" You didn't know?" Seeing Hermione's puzzled expression, Fury began to doubt himself. "Should I know? Hey, shouldn't the Inhuman race be under the purview of Muggles? How are you the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and unaware of this?" Hermione was taken aback. Unfazed by her critique, Fury remained undeterred. Having endured numerous awkward moments, his resilience had become impervious. "I can't shake the feeling that partnering with you all was a grave mistake." Hermione shook her head. "Long ago, the Kree visited Earth and conducted experiments, leading to the emergence of the Inhuman race. In essence, they are humans influenced by extraterrestrial technology." She paused momentarily. "Isn't it true that those who touched the obelisk ended up turning to stone?" Fury's eye narrowed. "How do you know that?" Hermione shrugged. "Well, that confirms it. The obelisk contains Terrigen crystals. Normal Inhumans possess no special abilities, and only by interacting with it can they undergo transformation and awaken their powers. Ordinary individuals without Inhuman genes will turn to stone upon contact. I'm not well versed in Kree technology. After all, I'm merely a witch. In any case, just avoid tampering with it. It's best not to return it either. Those foolish Inhumans, with a little power, love to stir trouble, much like their creators, the Kree, who claim to possess supreme wisdom. What a bunch of fools. So that's how it is." Fury finally grasped why so many had been petrified upon contact. The root of the issue lay here. However, it seemed that Miss Witch harbored a profound disdain for the Kree, a sentiment he wholeheartedly echoed. Recalling the incident from over a decade ago, at that moment, he became acutely aware of a particular detail. "Are you familiar with the Kree?" Chapter 53, The Hydra Strikes. Hermione gazed at him with feigned innocence. "Am I not supposed to know? This is universal knowledge." "My apologies," Lu Dan replied. "It appears I am rather unsophisticated." He was indeed aware of the Kree, yet it was only after he had experienced that fateful event with Carol during his tenure as an ordinary agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. that he gained a modicum of understanding regarding the vastness of the cosmos. Nevertheless, he chose not to divulge this to Hermione. Hermione's inner monologue. "Do you think I am unaware?" Subsequently, he presented Hermione with several items, all of which she adeptly elucidated. This greatly uplifted Lu Dan's spirits. Indeed, investing in Miss Witch was undeniably worthwhile. Hermione herself was a veritable treasure trove, akin to a living encyclopedia. Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually begun to adopt a mindset akin to that of two young witches from another world. When in doubt, ask Hermione. As he prepared to leave, Fury cast a lingering glance at Gus, who obediently perched upon Hermione's shoulder. Until her silhouette faded from view, Gus did not cast a single glance back at him. Ultimately, it was a misplaced investment. Upon departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., the sky had already begun to darken. Hermione strolled along the street, contemplating her forthcoming actions. As she passed a narrow alley, she abruptly halted. Surveying her surroundings, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, the street had become deserted, an eerie ambience gradually permeating the air. Bang! A gunshot shattered the serene night. Clang! Hermione was enveloped in a spherical shield, a bullet clattering to the ground. Bright as day, the night sky abruptly illuminated, and Hermione discerned that a cadre of heavily armed mercenaries had stealthily encircled her. The blinding light caused several of the nearest individuals to collapse to the ground, tearing off their night vision goggles, shielding their eyes, and emitting anguished cries. "We've been discovered. All units engage." A shout erupted from a walkie-talkie as more armed personnel approached, their footsteps rustling in the distance. Drones appeared overhead, encircling her, their gun barrels trained on Hermione. Upon witnessing the transparent shield before Hermione, the leader's eyes widened in astonishment. "Open fire," he commanded decisively. In an instant, countless gun muzzles erupted in flames, crackling like firecrackers. Regrettably, the transparent shield merely rippled upon being struck by the bullets, showing no signs of shattering. Hermione let out a cold snort. It was absurd. The level 2 iron armor charm had been capable of withstanding much of a missile's force, and now, having progressed to level 3, it was inconceivable that mere bullets could breach it. Impossible. The surrounding armed personnel gasped in disbelief. Prior to their arrival, they had been informed that they might be confronting a superpowered individual, but upon realizing she was merely a young girl, they had failed to take her seriously. A strike team of at least 40, boasting formidable firepower and drone support. What could a mere superpowered individual do against that? They had taken down superpowered beings before, after all. Yet the scene before them was beyond their comprehension. Continue the assault. I refuse to believe her shield can persist indefinitely. Observing Hermione standing leisurely, her expression unchanged. The leader gritted his teeth and bellowed, "RPG." As his words fell, multiple trails of flames streaked from the rooftops, hurtling towards Hermione. Boom. Several RPGs detonated beside her. Dozens of armed personnel ceased fire and cautiously approached. As the smoke began to dissipate, Hermione's figure gradually emerged, unscathed, not even a speck of dust upon her. The mercenaries stared wide-eyed, momentarily forgetting to fire their weapons. While Hermione could wholly disregard their firepower, passively enduring was never her style. Thunderous explosions. Boom. In the aftermath of the cacophony, a massive fireball erupted amidst the crowd, obliterating those nearby in a sudden explosion. Its power surpassed even that of the RPGs. Yet this was merely the beginning. Like a maestro conducting a symphony, Hermione's wand traced intricate patterns in the air. Fragmentation, thunderous blasts, flames roared, dust and debris flew. In an instant, firelight, explosions, howling winds, sand, and splattered blood intertwined across the battlefield as Hermione became a human artillery platform, indiscriminately unleashing a myriad of spells. She felt an unparalleled exhilaration within her heart. For so long, she had practiced remarkable restraint, never having the opportunity to unleash a torrent of lethal magic. Yet she had always yearned for a day when she could fulfill this desire. Little did she know that her wish would be granted so swiftly. Only when the cacophony of screams began to subside, leaving but one individual standing, did Hermione choose to seize her onslaught. As she sensed the souls of the fallen being inexplicably torn apart, transmuting into pure energy flooding into her body, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Combat was exhilarating. The last remaining individual, though Hermione had intentionally spared him, was now slumped on the ground, his gaze fixed upon her as if she were a demon. Hermione approached him slowly, each step resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat. "No, please don't come any closer." The mercenary, evidently terrified, flailed his arms wildly. "Very well. I shall not approach. You may come to me instead." Hermione halted, indulging his wish, and then cast a summoning charm that drew him towards her. Gazing at the suspended mercenary before her, Hermione scrutinized the emblem on his chest. The 10 rings? Why would the 10 rings attack me? If vengeance was their intent, they ought to seek out Tony instead. Could it be due to my frequent association with Pepper lately? Who are you? And why? Never mind. I shall investigate myself. Hermione observed the mercenary's mouth moving in a futile attempt to articulate words, reduced to a stammering mess, and decided against interrogating him further. Mind probe. In an instant, Hermione felt as though her soul had detached from her body, directly entering his mind. Countless images flashed before her, revealing his life experiences. Moments later, Hermione opened her eyes, finally grasping the situation. The 10 rings were a mere facade. These individuals were, in fact, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, a guise for Hydra. Their efficiency was astonishing. Just this morning, she had been lecturing them, and by the afternoon, they were already mobilizing to confront her. Disguised as the 10 rings, they aimed to ensure that if their mission failed, they could conveniently shift the blame onto terrorists, as this group remained deeply concealed. Needing to operate under the auspices of S.H.I.E.L.D., they could not afford to make too large a move, lest Ludan take notice. Unfortunately, they had gravely misjudged her capabilities, underestimating her defenses while overestimating the potency of firearms. After all, in the Forbidden Forest, Hermione had been able to gun down Voldemort primarily because he was unfamiliar with such weaponry, and by the time he reacted, he was already riddled with holes. Had Quirrell instantly cast the Iron Armor charm, she would have been at a loss, having sent the last individual to their fate. Hermione was preparing to turn and depart when a subtle disturbance in the air behind her caught her attention. Suddenly, a syringe materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at her neck. Chapter 54, Ghost Ava. Just as the needle was poised to pierce her skin, Hermione's figure abruptly twisted into a swirling mass, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, and vanished into thin air. In the next moment, a syringe hurtled through the space she had just occupied, causing the individual behind her to stumble precariously, nearly losing their balance. Almost immediately, the fabric of space distorted once more, and Hermione reappeared at her original position, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Goodness, that startled me, she murmured, lightly patting her chest. Just moments ago, her magical senses had detected an unusual disturbance behind her, followed by a rush of wind. Acting in haste, she had executed a silent disapparition, disappearing from sight. Due to her lack of a predetermined destination, she found herself reappearing at the same spot. Fortunately, her spell work had been reinforced by her studies, ensuring success regardless of her mental state. Thus, she avoided any mishaps that could have led to her being split apart. This abrupt reappearance successfully evaded the ambush. Only then did Hermione turn her attention to the individual before her, clad in a light gray combat suit, exuding an aura reminiscent of an assassin's creed. The masked figure appeared to be a woman, despite her features being obscured. The masked assailant, having missed her strike, seemed equally astonished, pausing for 2 seconds before launching another attack. Keep your distance, Hermione thought to herself. The initial oversight had allowed her opponent to approach undetected, nearly succeeding in a stealthy assault. Now, fully prepared, she would not allow such arrogance to prevail. A beam of white light struck the masked woman in the chest, as if she had been dealt a heavy blow, sending her spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth erupted, unleashing a torrent of debris that hurtled toward the masked figure at speeds comparable to bullets. Just as the onslaught was about to make contact, the woman's form flickered, becoming ethereal and almost insubstantial. The projectiles passed through her as if she were mere air, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The woman advanced towards Hermione with purposeful strides, her body shimmering in and out of focus, as though experiencing an electrical malfunction, shifting between the tangible and the intangible. Hermione furrowed her brow. Flying sand and stones, thunderous explosions, fragmentation, spells surged through the woman's form, yet they did nothing to impede her movements. Arriving before Hermione, she raised the syringe once more. In a swift counter, Hermione vanished, reappearing behind her to evade the attack. Observing the opponent's half-visible state, reminiscent of a poorly executed disillusionment charm, an idea struck Hermione. Reveal your true form. The incantation left her lips, and a mysterious wave emanated from Hermione, sweeping over the masked woman, solidifying her previously insubstantial figure. The woman stood frozen, staring at her hands in shock. No matter her efforts, she could not revert to her earlier incorporeal state. As Hermione raised her wand, the woman finally spoke, her voice trembling. Wait. Petrification. In an instant, the woman felt a chill run through her veins, her limbs rigid and unyielding, her posture stiffening as if turned to stone, and she collapsed to the ground. The mentally alert girl stood at attention, her eyes the only part of her body still capable of movement, helplessly watching as Hermione approached. How extravagant, Hermione remarked, gazing down at the woman with a dispassionate expression. Tapping the woman on the forehead with her wand, the mask fell away, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, one that could easily be deemed attractive, though her features bore more resemblance to those of a Latina than a typical Westerner. As the tip of the wand hovered above her head, the woman appeared to wish to speak, yet her mouth remained sealed, her eyes betraying a mixture of longing and excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione spoke. I will lift the spell shortly, but you must remain still, otherwise my next action shall not be so gentle. Understanding her directive, the woman blinked fervently. In the next instant, she felt a release, regaining her ability to move. Is this what you call gentle? She thought, casting a surreptitious glance at the surrounding devastation. The ground was littered with dried blood, severed limbs, ruins, ashes, and charred corpses. Though she harbored her own disdain, it was of little consequence. She turned and knelt before Hermione. My name is Ava. I was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to apprehend you. Without hesitation, she divulged the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hermione listened intently, grasping the unfolding narrative. The armed individuals she had encountered were merely bait. Ava was the true trump card, The orchestrators had understood that capturing Hermione would not be a simple task. Thus, they had dispatched a strike team to act as sacrificial pawns, while Ava lay in wait, prepared to ambush Hermione when she let her guard down. The unfortunate strike team members remained blissfully unaware of their betrayal, still reveling in their misguided confidence. "Why did you betray S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Hermione inquired. Ava, likely oblivious to Hydra's machinations, believed she was executing a mission for S.H.I.E.L.D. Her eyes sparkled with fervor. "Because your abilities can stabilize my condition." Hermione nodded in understanding. It was precisely as she had surmised. After dismantling Ava's phasing powers, she refrained from delivering a lethal blow, recognizing her identity as the villainous ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp. Having acquired the ability to quantum phase due to exposure to a quantum explosion in her youth, Ava had suffered greatly from the uncontrollable nature of her powers. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. that had found her and promised to assist in her treatment, and in exchange, she had pledged her allegiance to them. Alas, Hydra had no intention of relinquishing such a valuable asset, perpetually delaying any help while exploiting her as an assassin. With her loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. already tenuous, the moment she witnessed Hermione's ability to force her into a stable form, she had immediately turned traitor. After so many years of S.H.I.E.L.D. yielding no results, this young girl had effortlessly restored her normalcy with a mere flick of her wrist. What more was there to ponder? Meeting Ava's pleading gaze, Hermione's response was cool. "Why should I assist you? You just attempted to harm me." Ava, in a flurry of desperation, stepped forward and grasped Hermione's sleeve, her expression earnest. "If you can restore me to my normal state and relieve me of the torment of quantum phasing, I vow to serve you faithfully henceforth." Years of anguish had led her to this glimmer of hope. She would do anything to secure it. Hermione pondered for a moment, silently acquiescing. This deal was indeed worth pursuing. The offer was presented to her on a silver platter with no cost involved. She had no reason to refuse. Moreover, with Ant-Man Scott and Hank Pym currently unable to harness quantum energy, Hermione was the only one capable of stabilizing Ava's condition, leaving no fear of betrayal. Even without her phasing ability, Ava possessed the qualities of a top-tier agent. It was a win-win situation. Upon receiving Hermione's consent, Ava was elated. However, Hermione cautioned, "My magic cannot provide a permanent solution. I will need to renew the spell periodically to maintain your stability." Ava hesitated, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. But she quickly regained her composure. "No problem." Chapter 55, Ancient One. Although it would not be a complete resolution, it was certainly preferable to having no solution at all. Ava had grown accustomed to being under someone else's control. Even if she could be entirely cured, the thought of betraying Hermione had never crossed her mind. With the grim circumstances surrounding them, one moment of treachery could lead to one's demise. What good would it do to be free if she could not even afford to drool? Wait a moment, what did she just say? Ava suddenly stiffened, her expression shifting. Magic? After the initial surprise, she finally grasped the reality. Gazing at Hermione in astonishment, Hermione casually flicked her wand, sending a sparkler into the air, and cheerfully declared, "I am a witch." Ava's mouth fell open in disbelief. Huh? After a moment, she gradually absorbed this astonishing revelation. A witch? No wonder she possessed such formidable abilities. This was simply marvelous. The stronger Hermione became, the greater her hopes for a complete recovery. What was S.H.I.E.L.D. to her now? From this moment forward, she would be a devoted follower of the witch. Hermione cast another charm of manifestation, even at the peak of her magical prowess. The charm could only solidify the effects of magic on Ava for about 7 days. This implied that the spell needed to be recast every week. Ava, however, took it in stride. It was the first time in her life she experienced such an effortless sensation. Was this what it felt like to be normal? She nearly shed tears of joy. "Thank you, esteemed witch. My name is Hermione Granger. You can simply call me by my name." "No need for esteemed witch. That sounds rather silly," Hermione replied, indicating a more casual approach. This shift was not due to any notion of a beautiful sister, but rather because Ava had become one of her own. "Ava," Hermione suddenly stated. You should return to S.H.I.E.L.D., huh?" Ava was taken aback, stammering, "A little Hermione. What do you mean by that?" Observing Ava's startled expression, Hermione clarified, "It's not that I wish to abandon you. It's just that having you by my side serves little purpose. It would be better for you to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. as an undercover agent, so you can secretly relay any information to me." She had yet to figure out how to arrange things with Ava. Only then did Ava exhale in relief. Suddenly, she remembered something, her face contorting with concern. "But your magical effects are still active, and I can no longer quantumize." No worries. Hermione had anticipated this dilemma. Producing an item from her hand, she handed it to Ava. This is an invisibility cloak. Once you don it, you can switch between invisibility and visibility at will, continuing to feign that your abilities are intact. This item was also crafted based on Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes, which contained a plethora of peculiar inventions. With this alone, she had already become an absolute master of alchemy. Of course, this was merely a practice piece and could not compare to Harry's Deathly Hallow, the ultimate invisibility cloak, but it would suffice for Ava. Ava marveled at the cloak, putting it on and discovering that she could indeed become invisible, her joy evident. All right. Oh my goodness, it seems you have your work cut out for you. As she surveyed the ruins around her, Hermione mused. Just as she prepared to leave, everything before her shattered like glass. Flames, corpses, everything was frozen in place. As if she had entered a realm beyond reality. A mirror dimension. Hermione gasped, the disapparition spell instantaneously vanishing. However, the next second, she found herself directly beside a glass-like spatial barrier. Bang! A clear sound of collision echoed. Escape failed. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hermione clutched her nose, tears welling in her eyes. Level 3 disapparition was insufficient to breach the mirror dimension's confinement. She had teleported, but only within the space. And colliding with the barrier forced her to reappear. Commonly referred to as blink and hit a wall. Hermione had her suspicions as she rubbed her slightly reddened nose, cautiously turning around. Indeed, not far behind her stood a bald woman clad in a yellow mage robe. Hermione, with a sweet smile. She quickly approached Ancient One, gently taking her hand and shaking it as she said, "Oh, to think the Supreme Sorcerer herself has come. I've long admired you, and today I finally meet you in the flesh." Ancient One allowed Hermione to hold her hand, responding nonchalantly, "Then why did you run just now?" That was merely a reflex, a reaction to being startled, Hermione thought, stealing a glance at Ancient One while focusing her thoughts on her spellbook. Prepared to flee back to Hogwarts at a moment's notice. I refuse to believe you can enforce the law across dimensions. Noting Ancient One's lack of response, Hermione's mind raced. And she continued, "I wonder what business the esteemed Ancient One has with me. I'm just a humble witch, not comparable to those from Camartage." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. The sorcerers of Camartage are all quite inept. Who knows how Ancient One is trained? Ancient One remarked with a hint of amusement. Hermione's smile froze on her face. "Esteemed One, what is your status that you enjoy eavesdropping so much?" "Ancient One, please understand. I am but a child with no malicious intent. I was merely boasting. Do not take it seriously." Hermione wiped away non-existent tears. Ancient One glanced thoughtfully at the surrounding corpses. "Well, they attacked me, and according to the Constitution and the Juvenile Protection Act, I have the right to self-defense." Observing the look of amusement on Ancient One's face, Hermione's expression fell as she surrendered. "If you have something to say, just say it. I won't run. You need not worry. I harbor no ill will toward you. I merely wish to meet you," Ancient One replied calmly. "Besides, if you truly wanted to leave, I couldn't stop you." Hermione's heart sank. How could she be sure? It seemed Ancient One, sensing Hermione's unease, nodded slightly. "Indeed, though the future has become less clear. Your shadow has always lingered in this ambiguity." Hermione had more questions, but Ancient One suddenly said, "Little witch, someone will arrive here shortly. Why not come to Camartage for a visit?" After a moment of hesitation, Hermione nodded. "All right, thank you, Ancient One." Having already been discovered, she decided to be forthright. And she was curious about the marvels of the Marvel sorcerers. Seeing Hermione's agreement, Ancient One waved her hand, and a portal shimmering with orange sparks appeared. Stepping through the portal, Hermione found herself in a square. Looking around, she recognized it as the very place in the film, in front of the Camartage Palace, where sorcerers practiced together. Observing the mages in front of her, diligently honing their spells, raising shields, slashing, and wielding whips. Hermione was at a loss for words and turned to Ancient One. "Are you sure these people are sorcerers? Without the special effects, I would think they were Spartan warriors." Ancient One chuckled. "To unleash long-range spells, one requires immense magical power. Not all sorcerers can achieve that." Hermione shrugged, non-committal. In her view, sorcerers were meant to act as spell cannons, blasting away, not engaging in close combat. Ancient One said no more and led Hermione indoors. Shortly after, a mage brought in tea. Hermione took a sip and her eyes lit up. Delicious. She felt a refreshing sensation coursing through her brain, significantly boosting her mental acuity. The tremor of her spellbook only heightened Hermione's elation. Proficiency in mind control, 111. Proficiency in brain sealing, 111. Although her magical power didn't increase, her proficiency in mental magic grew considerably, and more importantly, her control over magic became more refined. For instance, the art of memory retrieval in the past. She would sift through memories as if perusing a book aimlessly, taking an eternity to uncover the desired information. Now, however, she can swiftly locate answers with her inquiries. As long as she enjoys it, that suffices. The serene smile remained on the face of the Ancient One. So, Miss Sorceress, might you enlighten me as to your true origins? Chapter 56. The Free Use of Spells. Here it comes. Hermione felt a jolt of realization. She had long anticipated encountering the Ancient One. After all, she possessed the Time Stone and the ability to observe the timelines. The probability of her detecting an intruder in the Marvel Universe was exceedingly high. Yet, she hadn't expected to be approached so swiftly. In response to the Ancient One's question, Hermione had pondered her answer, arriving at a singular conclusion. It was simple. Honesty was the best policy. She could weave outrageous lies to a lesser being, as the disparity in knowledge was vast, but the Ancient One was not easily deceived. Her understanding of this world was far more profound than that of the lesser being, and unnecessary fabrications would only backfire. Thus, she stated, "I hail from another world." Hermione laid her cards on the table. The Ancient One nodded slightly, unsurprised by this revelation. That world bears resemblance to this one, yet it lacks superhumans and sorcerers. Only wizards exist. Wizards have an organizational structure, societal norms, and dedicated magical institutions. I am a student of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. My arrival here was entirely fortuitous. While clandestinely delving into certain forbidden magics, I inadvertently connected to this realm, unwittingly creating a passage that only I can traverse. Therefore, Hermione added, a touch sheepish, I often come here for leisure. However, it was hardly mere amusement. She could assert that she had told no lies, merely omitting mention of the spellbooks, transforming her journey into a magical experiment. The Ancient One inclined her head slightly. Her suspicions were confirmed. If a wizarding community existed in this world, she would certainly be aware of it, the only possibility being that it did not belong to this universe. Yet, the child was not entirely untruthful. The wizarding realm was indeed real for her. Thank you for your clarification. You are always welcome to visit Camartage. The Ancient One stated slowly. Is that all? Hermione asked, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, what else would you expect me to do? The Ancient One smiled faintly. Hermione thought to herself, perhaps she was to be treated as some dimensional demon or a foreign invader to be expelled from Earth. Sensing Hermione's thoughts, the Ancient One remarked, the passage exists within you. I cannot prevent your arrival, and I am certain you are human, unlike some dimensional being that seeks to consume worlds. Why would I expend effort to banish you? Moreover, while the future has indeed been altered, its clarity remains fragmented. I can assert that your arrival may lead to significant casualties, yet this is not necessarily detrimental to the world. Many will perish, and it's not a bad thing. The conclusion appeared contradictory, yet Hermione swiftly comprehended. The Ancient One was undoubtedly a protector of Earth, but she had never fixated on a singular life, or even millions. Her concern lay with the future as a whole. She could sacrifice everything for one pivotal individual or remain indifferent to the deaths of countless, provided that the overarching future remained favorable. Had she truly valued human life during the Chitauri invasion, with her abilities, she could have effortlessly dispatched the enemy upon their arrival, avoiding the need to stealthily eliminate the minions while witnessing massive casualties unfold. Such a future, in her view, was deemed the best. Furthermore, the implication in the Ancient One's words was clear. Hermione's presence had disrupted the timeline and would likely result in numerous fatalities, yet the ultimate outcome would benefit Earth. Hence her indifference, even to the extent of forming a friendship with Hermione. Understanding this, Hermione felt an instant sense of relief. The two sat across from one another, exchanging silent glances, neither choosing to break the quiet. The Ancient One felt no discomfort. Having lived for over 8 centuries, she had witnessed far more. Hermione, on the other hand, felt fidgety, reminiscent of an awkward family gathering with distant relatives, seated at the same table yet devoid of conversation. Moreover, the dilapidated surroundings were more suited for ascetic monks than someone of her disposition. If Master Ancient One has no further business, I shall take my leave. Hermione chuckled awkwardly. The Ancient One nodded, rising to open a portal, revealing the rooftop of Stark Tower. Hermione turned to step through the portal when a thought struck her, and she hurriedly turned back to inquire, by the way, may I visit the library at Camartage to read? The Ancient One paused momentarily before responding. That is permissible. Hermione turned once more, suddenly recalling something else, and asked, may I consult you regarding the magic of the mystic arts in the future? The Ancient One gave a slight nod. As Hermione prepared to depart, she abruptly turned back. Oh, do you still have that tea from earlier? It was quite delightful. Could I take 10 or so pounds back with me? The Ancient One's lips twitched, but she remained silent, merely observing her. Right, that Agamotto, Hermione began. But before she could finish, the portal snapped shut, leaving no trace of a spark behind. Fine, if you want tea, lend it. There's no need to slam the door, you miser. Hermione huffed. Spell. Magic transformation, level 1. Condense magical energy into various forms. Portal level 1. Open and maintain a portal connecting 2 distinct spatial nodes. Mirror dimension level 1. Create a mirror dimension and control all changes within it, isolating it from reality and blocking low-level spatial magic effects. A bountiful harvest. Hermione gazed at the spellbook, her smile broader than the horizon. Truly, the golden opportunity had proven fruitful. She had effortlessly acquired the Ancient One's skills, while magic transformation and portals held limited utility for her. The mirror dimension was undeniably a remarkable technique. It encompassed control, offense, confinement, and various other effects, serving as a versatile tool. However, it demanded immense magical expenditure, and controlling the internal changes required additional output of magic. Hermione finally understood why Dr. Strange utilized the mirror dimension sparingly, employing it solely as an aid rather than relying on the internal changes to confront foes. It was simply too costly, with her experience at Camartage yielding abundant rewards. She could afford to pause here for now, intending to return to the Ancient One for further insights in the future. Currently, her priority was to instill a sense of trepidation in certain individuals. To think they dared to act against her, truly underestimating her resolve. Washington, D.C. Alexander Pierce returned home after departing the World Security Council, leaning against the sofa, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Perhaps dispatching a phantom to capture that sorceress was not the wisest choice. He had been aware of her existence, but only as a suspected superhuman. Hence he had not devoted much attention. Nick Fury had already made initial contact with her, possessing knowledge that he had not shared with anyone. Had it not been for his sudden whim to form a secretive task force, recruiting the likes of Crossbones, the sorceress's presence would have remained unknown even to him. The director. He could not allow any aspect within S.H.I.E.L.D. to remain uncontrollable by Hydra. Although his intelligence on sorcerers was incomplete, she was merely a child. No matter her prowess, she could not possibly escape a meticulously orchestrated capture. Once the Hydra could master the wondrous power known as magic. A voice suddenly echoed from behind him during his reverie. Did you send someone to attack me? Chapter 57, An Unexpected Visit. Who goes there? Alexander Pierce gasped in shock, immediately turning to draw his firearm, only to find nothing but empty space behind him. Was it an auditory hallucination? No, there had indeed been someone lurking just behind him. Pierce squinted his eyes. As a seasoned operative who had entered this line of work during the Cold War, even now, in his advanced years and elevated to a high-ranking government position, his instincts as a spy had never dulled. Did you not wish to meet me? Why is it that you seem frightened now that I have truly arrived? The voice echoed once more, this time from his side. Pierce hastily turned to gaze alongside him, where he observed faint ripples in the air, gradually revealing a girl clad in a flowing black robe. Witnessing this supernatural spectacle, Pierce's pupils constricted as a realization dawned upon him. You are the young witch? Bingo. Hermione snapped her fingers. Though she appeared merely as a young girl, Pierce dared not underestimate her, tightening his grip on his weapon. Put that down. It is of no use to me, Hermione remarked calmly. Oh, so the young witch has graced me with her presence. I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour. Pierce seemingly disregarded her words, observing his stubbornness. Hermione shook her head in exasperation. Drop your weapon. A flash of crimson light surged, and Pierce felt his hands involuntarily loosen. His gun propelled away in an unnatural trajectory. Experiencing magic firsthand caused his breath to quicken as he raised his hands in surrender. All right, young witch, I admit I overreacted, but you must understand. As a professional operative, Enough with the theatrics. I know you sent someone to capture me, Hermione interrupted, her impatience evident. If you wish for a fight, I shall grant your desire. Prepare to meet your end. With that, she raised her wand, the tip glowing with an eerie emerald light. Wait, young witch. As Hermione prepared to strike, Pierce finally panicked. Are children nowadays so impatient? He had initially hoped to engage in small talk to glean information, but it seemed clear that she was certain of his involvement in this affair. How had this information leaked? Pierce was utterly perplexed. Hold on, do not act yet. I confess it was indeed my doing, but I did this for the sake of ordinary people and the magical community. In a flurry of thoughts, Pierce began to fabricate an excuse. Hermione nearly burst into laughter. What a ludicrous rationale. However, she chose not to expose him, tilting her head in curiosity. Why? Pierce exhaled a sigh of relief and continued. Nick Fury is manipulating you, young witch. He seeks to extract as much intelligence from the magical realm as possible. Yet he never considered that you wizards have remained hidden for so long. Other wizards would surely resist exposure. Should you divulge too much information, it would undoubtedly incite conflict between wizards and S.H.I.E.L.D. potentially igniting a war between ordinary humans and wizards. And you would certainly face retribution from your peers. He spoke rapidly, subtly gauging Hermione's reaction. He intentionally exaggerated the consequences, knowing that as a child, she would fear adult reprimand, hoping to divert her focus from the act of capture itself. That does sound rather plausible, Hermione mused inwardly, though she maintained an appearance of deep contemplation. A breakthrough. Pierce's eyes brightened. Very well, for now, consider yourself spared. Hermione feigned naivety. From now on, I shall never divulge any information to you again. Alas, Pierce felt as though he had just shot himself in the foot. He had concocted that tale merely to save his skin, and now that his life was spared, he found himself stripped of vital intelligence. It seemed that the true loss was for S.H.I.E.L.D., but in reality, it was all Hydra-S information. Unbelievable that the formidable leader of Hydra could be so outmaneuvered by a mere child in a matter of words. Excuse me, young witch. How did you come to know of my involvement in this matter? Pierce attempted to shift the conversation while also inquiring about his most pressing concern. Your people told me. Pierce's brow furrowed in disbelief. It was impossible. These were devoted Hydra members who had undergone brainwashing, and they would never leak mission details, even at the cost of their lives. Hermione rolled her eyes. I am a witch, you know. Did you send people to me without even understanding what I am capable of? Observing the confusion on Pierce's face, Hermione resolved to enlighten him. Soul extraction. As the words left her lips, Pierce suddenly felt his mind blank, an overwhelming sense of bliss slowly enveloping him. Now dance the tap dance for me. Yes, Pierce replied, his eyes vacant, responding mechanically. He then earnestly began to dance, perspiring profusely, yet he did not cease, seemingly oblivious to his own suffering. With a flick of her wand, Hermione restored his consciousness, and he gazed at her in terror, his chest heaving, gasping for breath, unsure if it was from dancing or from fear. What have you done? The soul extraction curse. I believe you have grasped its effects quite well, Hermione shrugged. Upon hearing this, Pierce was struck with horror. Just moments ago, it felt as if he had lost his very self, his mind consumed with a singular thought. Obey Hermione's commands, no matter the task. Mind control. She possessed such an ability? No wonder Hermione was aware. Someone from the assault team must have been compromised and revealed everything. After the initial shock, Pierce's gaze toward Hermione brimmed with fervor. If Hydra wielded such power, they could easily dominate the world. By the way, that person mentioned he was part of Hydra. What exactly is Hydra? Hermione cocked her head, looking at Pierce. Is it some special division of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Pierce's pupils dilated momentarily before returning to normal. I suppose so, he replied, striving to keep his expression neutral. But that is classified information within S.H.I.E.L.D. I would appreciate your discretion, young witch. Fortunately, it seems she did not know much. All right, but it appears S.H.I.E.L.D. has quite the talent pool. I never expected someone could escape from my grasp. Hermione nodded. There's a fellow who can shift between realities. He's quite difficult to capture. The ghost, Pierce thought, his eyes flickering. Little did he know that her abilities could confound even witches, indicating that he would need to cultivate her like the Winter Soldier as a trump card for Hydra. However, to think that she dared to set an ambush for him, she would need to be taught a lesson. Unseen blade. Pierce felt a chill at his ear, glancing down to find his left ear severed and blood streaming. Let us see if you dare to provoke me again. Hermione smiled triumphantly, and with a ripple in the air, she vanished without a trace. Chapter 58. The Emergence of Contradictions. Pick up your ear. I command you to pick up your ear. From a distance, on a high-rise building, Hermione watched as Pierce bent to retrieve his severed ear, and a voice echoed in her mind. Memories from her past life began to assault her. Having been attacked tonight, Hermione recognized that she must take action, or else it would not suffice to deter her adversaries, but would only embolden them to send even more assailants. After this encounter, Hydra would likely refrain from causing any further trouble for her until they discover a method to counter the witch. Even though she still finds utility in their presence and has no immediate plans to eliminate them, they have indeed crossed the line, and a proper response is warranted. Thus, the unannounced visit this evening was set in motion. The ability to annihilate all their dispatched personnel is not truly alarming. What instills genuine fear in them is the capacity to accurately locate their leader. In any organization, the value of a leader far exceeds that of mere foot soldiers, as does their fear of death. The following day, at the 3 building, Nick Fury met with Pierce. Although they worked within the same establishment, their offices were situated on different floors. Fury, preoccupied with his myriad responsibilities, seldom sought out Pierce. What brings you here? Pierce inquired with a smile upon seeing Fury. Noticing the bandage wrapped around his ear, Fury candidly stated, I heard you sustained some injuries last night, so I came to check on you. Pierce feigned nonchalance. It's nothing serious, Just a minor fall at home that left a scratch. I've bandaged it up, and all is well. However, his demeanor shifted slightly as he turned away, revealing a hint of darkness in his expression. After losing part of his ear to Hermione's magic, he had indeed rushed to the hospital in hopes of reattachment. Yet, despite the doctor's best efforts, the wound continued to bleed profusely, impervious to any method of cauterization. Pierce soon realized that this was a result of Hermione's magic, obstructing the healing process. Ultimately, he had to endure the pain of excising another layer of flesh to cover the old wound, employing laser treatment to achieve hemostasis. Reattachment of his ear was no longer an option. Henceforth, he would have to bear the peculiar stares of those around him, living as a man with one ear. Fury, upon hearing this, refrained from comment. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly asked, "There was a gunfight 3 blocks away last night. I wonder if you heard about it?" The scene was utterly devastated, littered with corpses and drone wreckage. Strangely, despite the gunfire, it appeared that only one side had suffered casualties. Pierce remained still, gazing out the window. "I heard. It seems a group of terrorists infiltrated the city and were neutralized," he replied. Fury pressed on. "What sort of terrorists can clear an entire block while causing all nearby surveillance systems to malfunction? This is DC, not their Middle East stronghold." Pierce took a deep breath, weary of the cryptic exchange, and stated, "Just speak plainly." Fury nodded. "The relationship between Miss Witch and S.H.I.E.L.D. took a long time to improve. Why would you choose to act against her?" Upon seeing the aftermath of the incident, he had already surmised that Hermione was behind it. While he was equally astonished by her formidable power to effortlessly eradicate dozens of armed personnel, what enraged him more was the realization that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. had acted against Hermione without his knowledge. Only within this organization could such a thing occur, just as Fury sought to uncover who had issued the order. He learned that Pierce had suffered a mysterious injury at home, losing an ear. This prompted a sudden realization. Pierce must have secretly ordered Hermione's capture, grossly underestimating her power, leading to the complete annihilation of the assault team, which in turn provoked Hermione to retaliate directly, resulting in Pierce's ear being severed. Given Pierce's reaction, Fury's suspicion was all but confirmed. Pierce, infuriated by Fury's demeanor, was taken aback that someone he had personally elevated to a position of power was now questioning him. "Let me clarify, she is a threat, as is the entire enigmatic world of witches. S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to eliminate such threats," Pierce exclaimed vehemently. Fury, seemingly astonished by Pierce's attitude, furrowed his brow. "Hermione's power is extraordinary. We need her. Only through her can we truly comprehend the unknown. Moreover, I do not perceive her as a threat to the world. Most crucially, her identity is complex. Her background within the wizarding world may be profoundly significant. We should not act rashly." Pierce retorted. "Are you aware that she possesses the ability to control minds?" Fury's eyes widened in shock. This was news to him. Could it be? Pierce nodded. "Indeed, she employed it on me. You cannot fathom how terrifying it is to have one's will completely manipulated by another. No agent could withstand such a tactic. You might even be under her control without realizing it. Why do you think she has concealed this aspect of her magic from you?" Fury pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "Even so, that does not justify your direct aggression towards her. I firmly believe that had she not been provoked, she would not have acted in such a manner." Pierce replied coolly. "You are correct. Therefore, I do not intend to pursue this matter further. The affairs concerning the witch will fall under your purview. But do not obscure the information so thoroughly. Do not forget, I am also alpha level and entitled to know all matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing Pierce's erratic behavior, Fury felt an unsettling dissonance, but could not articulate it. However, he had never recorded Hermione's information in the database. How did Pierce come to know of it? A few familiar faces flashed through his mind. As Fury departed, Pierce exhaled a sigh of relief. He was well aware that Fury would come to inquire, so he feigned vulnerability in hopes of diverting Fury's suspicions elsewhere. After all, such actions were far from the norm for him, and Fury certainly understood that. Nick Fury, the wizard. Pierce was beginning to sense the complexities of the former. It was imperative to accelerate the Insight program. Fury was clearly slipping from control, and it was time to prepare for his removal. Returning to the world of Harry Potter. The holiday was not yet over. Hermione unusually spent some time with her biological parents. After all, they were her true parents. And while the experience felt somewhat surreal for her as a time traveler, she could not say she disliked it. In any case, they were kind people who treated Hermione well. After a few days together, she grew accustomed to their presence. "I can't use magic. My hands are itching," Hermione lamented as she lay on her bed, idly waving her wand. The Ministry of Magic had placed tracking charms on wands belonging to underage students, prohibiting the use of magic outside school. In the Marvel universe, she could wield magic like a machine gun. Here, she could only behave like a well-mannered child. Furthermore, the Muggle technology in this world was truly lacking, particularly for the late 20th century. While she could surf the internet and play video games in the Marvel universe, here, she was relegated to playing on a simple console. Chapter 59, No Disturbances. Gus was sprawled at the edge of the bed, seemingly sensing Hermione's boredom. He raised his head and meowed before burying it back into sleep. After coaxing him away from Fury, Hermione was astonished to discover that the magical creatures she had collected could be contained within her book. Consequently, she decided to bring Gus along into this world. Just then, a shadow darkened the window, casting the room into dimness. Hermione swiftly rolled off her bed, raising her wand towards the window with one hand while cradling Gus protectively with the other. "Hey, be careful," came a startled voice from outside. Ron was seated in a classic, vintage blue car, suspended in midair, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. He assumed Hermione had never seen a flying car before and intended to surprise her, so he bypassed knocking and went directly to the second floor of the villa. To his astonishment, Hermione reacted so dramatically. "Hi, Hermione." Beside Ron, George Weasley, who was driving, leaned out, greeting her, while Fred Weasley occupied the passenger seat. It wasn't just Ron. The Weasley twins had arrived as well. "What brings you here?" Hermione inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Shouldn't they be out rescuing Harry, rather than visiting her?" "Hey, could you put your wand down for a moment?" Ron muttered, a trace of annoyance evident in his voice. "Why do I always get the impression that you're ready to brawl at any moment? And what with the cat pointed at us? Is it going to eat us or something?" After this succinct exchange, Hermione finally grasped the situation. It turned out that not long ago, the Ministry of Magic had detected the use of magic near number 4, Privet Drive, and the only wizard residing there was Harry. Consequently, Harry was deemed to have cast spells outside school and received a warning from the ministry. This incident was brought to the attention of Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, who worked there. Upon discovering that Ron had written numerous letters to Harry during the holidays without receiving a reply, he assumed Harry might be confined by his uncle and suggested that they bring him to stay at their home for a few days. "This reminds me that you haven't replied to my letters either. I thought I'd come check on you," Ron remarked, his gaze falling on a stack of unopened envelopes on the windowsill, his eyes widening in realization. "These are all the letters I sent you. I thought you hadn't received them. Turns out you didn't open a single one." Hermione touched her nose, her demeanor slightly awkward. There was something more embarrassing than being ignored. It was the do not disturb status lighting up the chat box. She had been caught in the act. The Weasley twins erupted into laughter. After bidding farewell to their parents, Hermione accepted Ron's invitation, primarily due to the encouragement from Molly and Arthur, and they set off for the Weasley residence. Coincidentally, she was eager to see the infamous Weasley abode, which was certainly preferable to spending time with Gus, who was, admittedly, a source of endless amusement. The flying car soon ascended into the sky. Hermione, seated in the back, initially expected it to be cramped, only to discover that the interior was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, clearly enhanced by a charm of seamless expansion. However, the speed was rather lackluster. It paled in comparison to her Cyberpunk 2077, and even failed to match the pace of a regular flying broomstick. After nearly an hour of travel, they passed through a barrier resembling a magical boundary, unveiling a dilapidated structure of 4 or 5 stories, reminiscent of a chimney, nestled amidst verdant hills and clear waters. "Hey, Hermione." Upon entering the house, Harry sprang up from his seat at the table, greeting her enthusiastically. "Have you eaten?" Hermione promptly offered the customary social nicety. "Not yet, Mrs. Weasley is preparing lunch for us, so we'll be eating shortly." Harry, unaccustomed to Eastern cultural norms, replied earnestly. "Oh, by the way," Harry seemed to recall something. "It's not that I didn't want to reply to your letters. I just never received them." Dobby intercepted them all. "It's all right. I didn't write anything," Hermione replied. "Huh." Harry's expression faltered. He had assumed Hermione, like Ron, had penned him numerous letters during the holiday. The boat of friendship was rocking precariously. Hermione shrugged, explaining that most of her holiday had been spent in the Marvel universe, either studying alchemy or enjoying tea with the Ancient One, leaving little time for trivial matters concerning a young child. Ron, realizing he wasn't the only one experiencing neglect, felt a wave of relief wash over him and turned to Harry to voice his grievances. "It's not just you. I sent this girl letters too, and she didn't even bother to open them. How rude." The two exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. While they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her indifference, they couldn't help but acknowledge that this was the Hermione they knew. As they settled down, watching Hermione survey her surroundings, Ron suddenly felt a bit bashful and glanced at her furtively. "Our family isn't very wealthy. We can't compare to your parents' villa." Hermione patted his shoulder reassuringly. "What are you talking about? This magical architecture is so fascinating. If I could, I would certainly create something like this myself. It holds far more value than any ordinary Muggle building. Seeing that Hermione didn't seem to mind, Ron breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits lifting considerably. The Weasley twins, meanwhile, observed him, stifling their laughter. Harry wore an astonished expression, taken aback that Hermione could be so understanding. "Hermione, it's wonderful to see you." Suddenly, a voice echoed from around the corner. Molly Weasley, dressed in a homemaker-esque attire and exuding warmth, approached Hermione swiftly and enveloped her in a hug. "I've heard about you from Ron and Harry. If it weren't for you protecting them, they might have fallen victim to that Quirrell fellow." She cast a stern glance at Ron. "I hope next time you think twice before acting so impulsively and consider your own capabilities." Ron looked aggrieved. It was Harry who, still making excuses. Molly retorted. Harry, at such a young age, demonstrated incredible courage by confronting a villain without regard for his own safety. You should take a page out of his book. Hermione thought to herself. Ah, the familiar essence of this scene. She hadn't anticipated encountering such a classic moment in this alternate world. Her journey had not been in vain. Ron shifted his gaze back and forth between Harry and Molly, feeling like a mere accessory while Harry basked in the maternal affection. After admonishing Ron, Molly turned her attention back to Hermione, grasping her hands and scrutinizing her with a motherly gaze. Hermione felt a shiver run down her spine as she instinctively pulled her hands away, forcing a smile. Just as she was feeling restless, a small girl clad in pajamas came rushing down the stairs. Upon spotting the gathering, the little girl abruptly halted, her eyes widening as if witnessing something extraordinary. After a moment of staring, she suddenly turned and dashed back upstairs. Chapter 60, The Principle of Tracking. Harry looked bewildered. Did I do something to upset her? Ron whispered. That's my sister Ginny. She has been talking about you all summer. It's been quite annoying. Harry lowered his head, aware of his notoriety among wizards. A scenario he had encountered before and was gradually becoming accustomed to. It was akin to a fan meeting their idol. Just as the meal was served, the front door swung open once more. A stout, middle-aged man with a shock of red hair entered. He nodded at Harry, indicating they had met previously, and upon seeing Hermione, beamed widely. You must be Miss Granger. Thank you for protecting Harry and Ron. Additionally, defeating an adult wizard as a first-year student, especially a professor of defense against the dark arts, is an unprecedented achievement. Even the ministry is abuzz with tales of your exploits. It was just defeating a fool like Quirrell. Is it really that significant? Hermione replied, slightly taken aback. She considered vanquishing Quirrell to be quite mundane, forgetting how extraordinary her age made the feat appear to others. Well, it was quite impressive. Quirrell was in a bad state at the time. Hermione defended herself. I've also heard that you played as a beater for Gryffindor, leading them to victory against Slytherin to claim the Quidditch Cup. Well, actually, Harry caught the golden snitch. All the points were his. I didn't contribute much. Oh, come now, Hermione. Harry has stated that you were the one who made the biggest contribution. Molly's gaze towards Hermione grew increasingly warm. And regarding the final examinations, I've heard you are the only student to achieve a perfect score. That part is indeed true. In Hermione's eyes, the first-year wizarding examination was akin to a senior student tackling elementary mathematics, a starkly disproportionate challenge. However, Mrs. Weasley, how is it that you seem to possess an even greater awareness of my actions than I do myself? Hermione exclaimed inwardly. If you were to venture into the Marvel universe, would you not uncover every secret I hold? Where on earth did you acquire such intelligence? You are more formidable than S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing Hermione's accomplishments, Molly suddenly turned to Ron. Look at Hermione. In just her first year, she has achieved so much. What about you? You haven't even earned a single O on your exams. Ron, preoccupied with shoving a chicken leg into his mouth, was caught off guard by the remark. His expression one of utter despair. In truth, I have not fared much better, Harry instinctively thought to defend his friend. But he opened his mouth only to swallow his words back. Hermione feigned ignorance, resolutely focusing on her meal. The atmosphere at the table was filled with a jovial air. After the meal, Mr. Arthur Weasley retrieved a briefcase and extracted a box from within. Upon opening it, Hermione discerned a collection of items. These are alchemical materials? She inquired. Arthur nodded, explaining, Hermione, since you gifted Ron a flying broom, and I've heard of your remarkable proficiency in alchemy, I leveraged some connections at the Ministry of Magic to retain a portion of confiscated alchemical materials, which I thought would be perfect for you. Is your entire family this generous? It makes me a bit uneasy, Hermione admitted, a chilling thought suddenly crossing her mind. Heavens! What if? She felt an overwhelming urge to flee. The wizarding world is fraught with treachery. I want to return to Marvel. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione accepted the box, then produced an object and placed it on the table. The glossy black item caught Arthur's attention, his eyes widening in recognition. This is... He stammered. Indeed, The table bore a handgun. Hermione was aware that Arthur worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and had a penchant for collecting Muggle artifacts, often leveraging his position to acquire various items. His fondness for Muggle products was evident. "How on earth did you come into possession of this?" Arthur asked incredulously. "This was no ordinary Muggle item. It was exceedingly perilous. I stumbled upon it," Hermione replied succinctly. "This gun is a gift for you." Excitement flickered in Arthur's eyes. He had long desired to add such an item to his collection, but had never found a way to do so. "What is this?" The Weasley family gathered around, intrigued by Arthur's reaction. Harry recognized it immediately and shot a glance at Hermione. "Should we consider it a Muggle's wand?" Hermione pondered, somewhat uncertain. Arthur clarified. "This is a Muggle weapon. Not everyone is deemed worthy to wield it, even among Muggles." "What kind of magic can a Muggle wand perform?" Ron queried with growing interest. Hermione glanced at him and replied coolly, "Avada Kedavra." The room fell into a profound silence. Hermione felt the tension in the air thicken. Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins instinctively recoiled a step. Ron managed a weak smile. "Hermione, please don't jest." The three unforgivable curses were well known, with the killing curse being the most notorious, regarded as one of the most malevolent spells in existence, a definitive taboo among wizards. "It's not that dramatic. I was merely teasing," Hermione reassured, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense. Arthur interjected with a smile. "While it does possess some power, it pales in comparison to the killing curse. Nevertheless, it is indeed a dangerous item, so refrain from handling it carelessly." "Not to worry," Hermione said, as she picked up the handgun. "I can simply remove the spell from within." With that, she swiftly pulled the slide, ejecting the bullets, then removed the magazine, confirming it was empty before replacing it. With a click, the gun was restored, and she placed it back on the table. "Now it's safe." Witnessing Hermione's practiced efficiency, Arthur and Harry felt compelled to speak, yet they remained silent, wary of delving deeper into the matter. Molly and Arthur exchanged glances, as if silently questioning. "Are you certain this is the daughter of a dentist? Her family, doesn't he appear to be involved with the Mafia at all?" The following morning, with Ginny peacefully slumbering beside her, Hermione quietly rose. The burrow was not small by any means, yet the sheer number of Weasleys, combined with the presence of guests like Hermione and Harry, rendered the space a bit cramped. Thus, Hermione found herself sharing a room with Ginny while Harry shared with Ron. Observing the room's decor, Hermione noted that the Weasley family clearly favored their only daughter. Stepping outside, Hermione began to practice her wand movements vigorously. Bone-breaking curse, disarm, stupefy. Now in this haven, she could finally hone her skills without restraint. The trace was not concerned with whether magic was being used, but rather determined the location of underage wizards and detected nearby magical activity. If any magical activity occurred near the trace, and the wand's owner was the only registered wizard in the area, then they would be deemed in violation. This was also why the house elf Dobby was more adept at apparition than Harry, who bore the brunt of the consequences. In Chapter 61, Flu Powder, Hermione reflected that this method had numerous flaws. However, given the Ministry's approach, it was likely the best solution they could devise. Thus, upon arriving at the burrow, Hermione could use magic without hesitation, as there were plenty of registered wizards nearby, making it impossible for her to be detected. Impressive silent spells. Just as Hermione was diligently practicing, Molly's voice called out from behind her. "Little Hermione, you truly are a once-in-a-century prodigy, able to cast so many spells silently. Not only are you gifted, but your diligence is commendable. It's no wonder you possess such high magical proficiency." The multitude of silent spells was a feat even Molly found challenging, and to witness it in a child was unexpected. "You flatter me," Hermione replied modestly. "I have yet to master wandless magic." If silent casting could still be considered within the realm of essential wizarding skills, wandless magic was indeed extraordinary. Hermione had no intention of practicing wandless magic in public, fearing it might alarm the Weasley family, and also because it was her secret weapon that she preferred to keep under wraps. "Sister Hermione." Little Ginny had risen and was scampering toward her in her pajamas. Initially somewhat shy, after a night of interaction, Ginny had grown comfortable with her beautiful sister, and upon learning of Hermione's many accomplishments, her gaze now held a great deal of admiration. At breakfast, Ron complained to Hermione, "Could you please keep an eye on your cat? It's constantly lurking around Scabbers, and Scabbers is too frightened to leave his cage." Hermione glanced into the corner to see Crookshanks outside the cage, glaring hungrily at a small mouse inside. The mouse was hairless, missing a toe, and currently curled up in the cage, trembling with fear, its beady eyes betraying a distinctly human-like terror. Hermione smirked slightly, bemused by Ron's peculiar affinity. What kind of good person enjoys keeping a pet mouse? A pet mouse is one thing, but this one is practically a giant rat. Yet, it did act quite well. She mused, fully aware that Scabbers was none other than Peter Pettigrew, a former friend of Harry's father and an animagus who had transformed into a mouse. It was indeed he who betrayed his friends, divulging the whereabouts of Harry's family, which ultimately led to the tragic demise of his parents at the hands of Voldemort. When pursued by Sirius, he orchestrated a ruse of faking his own death and thereafter dared not show his face, living in the guise of a rat and even becoming Ron's pet. Ordinarily, he would have no fear of cats, as he was not a genuine mouse. However, to avoid exposure and the risk of being discovered anew, he had to maintain this charade. Just then, a thought struck Hermione. This cat seemed genuinely frightened. Were it not for Hermione's stern prohibition against Gus indulging in indiscriminate snacking, Gus would have likely devoured him along with the cage, whisking them away to the ends of the earth. "Gus!" Hermione called out. "Meow?" Gus turned back, casting a reluctant glance at the cage before leaping onto Hermione's shoulder, licking his paw. Only then did Ron feel a sense of relief. Time passed, and a few days later, the start of the school year approached. It was once again the day for procuring textbooks. Hermione gazed apprehensively at the fireplace and cautiously inquired, "Might we consider an alternative mode of transportation?" "What are you talking about?" "Floo powder is the quickest and most convenient way to reach Diagon Alley," Molly replied with a smile. "As long as you pronounce your destination correctly, you'll arrive in an instant." Hermione fell silent. Although she longed to experience floo powder, the coal-dusted fireplace was far too filthy, and she genuinely wished to avoid getting covered in soot. Ron boldly stepped into the fireplace, grasping a handful of floo powder, and shouted, "Diagon Alley." As he scattered the powder, boom, a plume of green flames enveloped him, and Ron vanished without a trace. "All right, Harry, it's your turn. Remember to enunciate clearly." It was Harry's first time, and he appeared noticeably anxious. To the foot of the boom, the flames dissipated, leaving the fireplace eerily empty as the others exchanged bewildered glances. "Did he just say, yes?" They all fell into silence. "Isn't it a bit hasty to leave like that? Couldn't he practice a few more times to ensure he gets the place right?" Hermione sighed in exasperation. "And to the foot of the... Why didn't he say Nocturne Alley? Why not Tafflete's foot? We should hurry along. Let's go find Harry. Even if we end up in the wrong place, it shouldn't be too far off," Lily suggested promptly. One by one, they set off. Although Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety, she too succeeded in arriving at her destination moments later. Speaking of which, was there not a security concern with this method? As she observed person after person emerging from the fireplace, Hermione mused to herself. The entire Floo network lacked any form of access control. If one were to simply announce a stranger's home, wouldn't that allow them to waltz right in? She recalled that Harry had once barged into Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley as if it were an uninhabited realm. Regardless, she resolved to retrieve him first. Without waiting for the Weasleys, Hermione strode towards Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley, as a neighbor to Diagon Alley, was a veritable melting pot of the good and the nefarious. If Diagon Alley was akin to a bustling shopping district, then Nocturne Alley represented the wizarding black market, teeming with shops peddling dark magic. Among them, Borgin and Burke's stood out prominently. No sooner had she ventured a short distance than Hermione felt countless eyes fixated upon her. There were glances of prying, malice, and covetousness, all too palpable. With her level 3 legilimency, she could discern the emotions conveyed through these gazes. "Humph." Hermione waved her wand, and in an instant, several flames materialized, transforming into the menacing form of serpents that coiled protectively around her. Although merely an illusion of fierce fire, it was enough to convey a sense of danger. With a hint of lethal intent in her eyes, Hermione surveyed the surrounding crowd. This young girl was not to be trifled with. Sensing the chill of her murderous aura, the peculiar wizards around her lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. As she retracted the flames, Hermione approached Borgin and Burke's, only to spot two figures emerging from within. One was a man with long white hair, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, his complexion pallid, Lucius Malfoy. The child accompanying him was none other than Draco Malfoy, whom Hermione recognized as well. Her eyes flickered as she waited for the two to depart before stepping into the shop. "Shopkeeper," she said, approaching the counter where the shifty-eyed Borgin awaited. "Did Lucius Malfoy just pass you something?" Borgin initially assumed Hermione was there to sell something, but upon hearing her inquiry, his expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "That is a matter between me and my clients. It is none of your concern. If you're not here to make a purchase, kindly take your leave." Indeed, Lucius had come to sell something, though it was not a conventional item, but rather contraband dark magical artifacts. "Oh," Hermione leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Shall I remind you that the Ministry of Magic prohibits the private trade of dark magical artifacts? Should you be caught?" Chapter 62, A Dark Turn of Events. How does she know this? Borgin was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "My shop deals only in legitimate magical commerce. All items on display have been reported to the Ministry. Aside from that, There are no dark magical artifacts here. Hermione nodded. If that is the case, then we have nothing more to discuss. Arthur Weasley from the Ministry is currently outside and will be conducting a search shortly. If he finds no dark artifacts, you may lodge any complaint you wish. However, should he find any, I needn't inform you of the consequences, I presume? Borgin's expression darkened. While the Ministry prohibited the circulation of dark magical items, it was challenging to completely halt their trade. As long as one managed to dispose of them before being discovered, there would be no repercussions. However, if caught, the penalties were severe, potentially costing him an entire year's revenue. He had heard of Arthur Weasley, who had recently been tasked with cracking down on dark magical artifacts, particularly targeting the Malfoy family repeatedly. Now, he had no time to dispose of the items. While Arthur Weasley was mere steps away, should the transaction they had just completed come to light, not only would he face penalties, but Lucius would also seek retribution, tarnishing the reputation of his shop, leaving no one willing to trade with him in the future. What do you want? Borgin's gaze turned hostile. I want everything from that transaction. Hermione extended her hand. This is extortion. Borgin fumed. Extortion? I am merely assisting you in voluntarily surrendering the contraband. This is called confiscating ill-gotten gains. I have a good relationship with Uncle Arthur. Consider this your voluntary confession, and the Ministry will spare you the fines. Hermione maintained her composure. This is called connections. Do you understand? With me facilitating the introduction, you will have someone to lean on, significantly reducing your troubles with the Ministry. A businessman must possess foresight, Hermione advised earnestly, gesturing above her head. There are influential people up there. Borgin's eyes twitched violently. He did not believe a word of her nonsensical chatter. What connections? Anyone who believed that was a fool. This was clearly a case of dark dealings. Yet, she had a point. If the girl before him truly decided to report him, the losses would far exceed a mere box of goods. Should he eliminate her now? Borgin's thoughts raced, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Noticing his murderous intent, Hermione remained unfazed, casually leaning against the wall with an air of nonchalance. Just a moment ago, at least 20 individuals witnessed my entrance into your establishment. I am merely a second-year student from Hogwarts. Can you imagine if I were to vanish in this very locale? Who would arrive first to investigate? The Ministry of Magic or Dumbledore himself? Upon hearing the name Dumbledore, Borgin shuddered involuntarily. It was then that he noticed the young girl before him was indeed clad in Hogwarts robes, the insignia revealing her affiliation with Gryffindor. Wait a moment. Observing Hermione's unyielding demeanor as she casually twirled her wand, Borgin suddenly recalled something. Hogwarts, second year, Gryffindor, a girl, audacious beyond measure. You are Hermione Granger. Do you know me? Hermione blinked in surprise, realizing she had been recognized. Oh no. I might have just pilfered his merchandise only to be promptly discovered and reported to Hogwarts. A miscalculation. I should have donned a mask. Borgin nodded. Who doesn't know you outside? Your fame is nearly rivaling that of Harry Potter. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, since it is you, consider this little item a gift, a token of our acquaintance. Do remember to frequent this shop. I shall gladly accept anything you bring. Taken aback by Borgin's sudden shift in attitude, Hermione felt somewhat bewildered. A minute later, as she departed, Borgin sighed softly. While others merely regarded Hermione as a magical prodigy who had triumphed over Quirrell, he was privy to the deeper truth. Hermione had not just bested Quirrell, but Quirrell possessed by the Dark Lord himself. The distinction was monumental. Though Voldemort had been silent for over a decade, his terrifying legacy was well known. Even a mere fragment of his soul, diminished as it was not something an ordinary which could confront. Yet, Hermione had single-handedly vanquished him with such ease. What sort of extraordinary individual could accomplish that? You call her a first-year student? Borgin was certain that Hermione was an unparalleled force of nature, destined to rise to Dumbledore's stature. What is a mere crate of goods in the face of such potential? If a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber were to patronize his shop regularly, it would be an unparalleled boon for business. His establishment would become renowned throughout the wizarding world. Why bother with the dark arts when honest wealth could be amassed instead? In that moment of clarity, Hermione transformed in Borgin's eyes into a figure of almost ancestral reverence. Moreover, considering her cunning demeanor, he couldn't help but feel an unsettling sense of absurdity. Is this truly a Gryffindor? It feels rather divergent from his preconceived notions of the house. Surely, the Sorting Hat must be in disrepair. Exiting the shop, Hermione spotted Harry waiting patiently at the entrance. It seemed he had stealthily slipped out while she was busy negotiating with Borgin. Harry gazed at the box Hermione cradled in her arms, feeling an overwhelming urge to express his incredulity, yet unsure where to begin. A champion of justice, please refer to me as a concerned citizen, Hermione replied nonchalantly. Then why did you stow the box in your backpack? Wasn't it agreed to be handed over to Mr. Arthur? And when did you learn the undetectable extension charm? Aren't you supposed to report its use to the Ministry? You certainly don't appear to have done so, Harry remarked, observing Hermione's seamless disposal of the goods. His cheeks twitching. Despite his myriad of questions, Harry felt an instinctive trepidation under Hermione's unwavering gaze, as if speaking would lead to a dark alley where he might be turned into dumpling filling. Thus, he wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts. In truth, Hermione was equally baffled, having absently taken the items with her. She understood that Borgin, after weighing the pros and cons, would ultimately relinquish the box to her, albeit begrudgingly. Never did she anticipate his sudden cheerfulness in gifting it. Regardless, she thought, it could simply be that he was overwhelmed by her presence. Perhaps an opportunity for collaboration would arise in the future. Not wishing to dwell on it, Hermione decided to relish her fortune, having acquired an impressive cache of high-quality alchemical materials. Thank you, Master. I shall be sure to be less irritating in the future. Chapter 63, Gilderoy Lockhart. Mrs. Weasley. I have found Harry. After leaving Knockturn Alley, Hermione and Harry entered Diagon Alley, immediately spotting the Weasley family, who were bustling about, questioning passers-by. Oh, thank goodness. I was beginning to fear that little Hermione had also been misplaced, Molly exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. Where did you go just now? Ron inquired of Harry. Knockturn Alley, Harry replied, having already heard Hermione mention the place. Molly gasped in shock. You went to Knockturn Alley alone to find Harry? Without waiting for Hermione to respond, she pulled her into an embrace, gently stroking her back. Goodness, you ventured into such a place without us. What if something had happened to you? My poor little sweetheart, you must have been terrified. Harry and Ron exchanged bemused glances. Hermione terrified? They could hardly fathom it. Sweetheart. She and that term had little in common. Borgin might have a different opinion, Harry mused silently, having witnessed Hermione's rather bold actions. Yet, Molly seemed to view Hermione through a charming lens, somehow perceiving her as an innocuous little girl, regardless of her impressive magical prowess and accomplishments. After fussing over Hermione for a while, Molly finally released her, and the group made their way to Flourish and Blots. Along the way, Hermione noticed Ginny's face was covered in dust from the Floo powder, prompting her to pull out a handkerchief. Purity of water. Water flowed from the tip of her wand, soaking the handkerchief, and Hermione proceeded to wipe Ginny's face. Ginny jumped in surprise, but accepted the gesture, soon revealing a much cleaner visage. Much better now. You look positively coal-dusted. While Ginny had shed her earlier shyness, being caught in a disheveled state still embarrassed her. This encounter was a meeting of two socially anxious individuals, social anxiety meeting a social dynamo. Upon arriving at Flourish and Blots, they found the shop already teeming with patrons. After some effort, they squeezed inside, and Harry turned to Ron, asking, why are there so many people? He distinctly remembered it not being so crowded the previous year. Ron shrugged, expressing his ignorance. Molly eagerly explained, it's Gilderoy Lockhart. Her excitement was palpable. Today is Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Who? Don't know, do you? Not a clue. They communicated in a silent exchange, rapidly exchanging information. He is a well-known author in the wizarding community, a recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly. As Molly gazed starry-eyed at the mention of Lockhart, Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a figure of adoration for middle-aged witches in the wizarding world. Grabbing a copy of his book, Hermione glanced at the cover. Me, the great wizard. Oh, I mean, the wizard who can do magic. On stage, Lockhart, impeccably dressed, beamed at the audience, occasionally striking flamboyant poses for the camera. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he turned to the crowd with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. To his astonishment, it was none other than Harry Potter. Without hesitation, Lockhart seized the retreating Harry, forcibly drawing him beside him. Look, the illustrious Harry Potter has come specifically to purchase my autobiography, he exclaimed, leaning in to whisper to Harry, come on. Smile a bit more, Harry, we're bound to make the headlines. Faced with the camera, Harry could only muster a polite, yet awkward smile. Additionally, at the invitation of Professor Dumbledore, I am thrilled to announce that I will be teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts starting this year. Lockhart proclaimed to the assembly. No way, he is our new professor? Whereas Hermione? Ron blurted out in shock upon hearing this startling news, only to realize that Hermione had stealthily retreated to a corner in the back row. What? Hermione? Lockhart exclaimed, his body jolting as he followed Ron's gaze to locate Hermione. Hermione Granger? The one who defeated Quirinus Quirrell, the so-called genius of a century? Lockhart's heart soared with joy. Fortune favored him as two celebrities had come to bolster his fame. Come now, let us take a photo together, the three of us. It's sure to set the wizarding world ablaze. Lockhart beckoned to Hermione. I'm afraid I have a phobia of cameras, Hermione replied coolly. Whenever I see a flash, I can't help but unleash spells uncontrollably. So unless you wish to disrupt your signing event, it's best not to involve me. Very well, what a pity. Lockhart lamented, prioritizing the signing event over the photo op. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that when Hermione heard he would be teaching defense against the dark arts. A strange pity flickered in her eyes. Molly and Arthur exchanged astonished glances. Did Hermione really have such a condition? After a while, Lockhart finally released Harry, who appeared thoroughly exhausted and overwhelmed by the camera flashes. Exiting the crowd, he happened upon Draco Malfoy. You must be enjoying this, Potter. Malfoy sneered. The famous Harry Potter can make headlines even while perusing a bookstore. Despite his mocking words, envy and jealousy lurked behind his gaze. Keep your distance. Ginny stepped forward, glaring at Malfoy as she defended her idol. Just as Malfoy was about to retort, he felt a hand on his shoulder, gently patting him twice. He turned abruptly and was met with the visage of his worst nightmare. Why you? He stammered, momentarily losing his ability to speak, his voice trembling. It seems my last encounter left quite the psychological scar on him, Hermione mused inwardly. Oh well, seeing him this pitiful, perhaps I should offer a bit of consolation. Don't be so agitated. If you wish to join us for a photo op, I can speak to Lockhart on your behalf. Rest assured, you may go ahead. Hermione endeavored to soften her tone. However, Malfoy trembled even more violently. He vividly recalled how, during their last interaction, this woman had smiled sweetly while unleashing a tempest of spells, leaving him haunted by her boundless madness. When that uniquely styled black wand had been pointed at his head, he had felt the chilling breath of death for the very first time. What on earth did Hermione do to terrify Malfoy so? Harry and the others pondered, bewildered. Ginny's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Hermione. Noticing Malfoy frozen in place, Hermione approached Lockhart and whispered something to him, to which he nodded enthusiastically. Returning to Malfoy's side, she declared, All right, I've spoken to Lockhart. The moment he learned you were the heir of the pure-blood Malfoy family, he instantly agreed to your photo wish. Turning around, she noticed Malfoy lagging behind, puzzled. Well, are you coming or not? I'll go. Malfoy finally uttered after a moment of silence. He had spent an eternity upstairs watching Lockhart pose for photos with Harry, feeling indignant that this scar-headed boy could steal the spotlight anywhere he went, while he, the noble Draco Malfoy, was forever relegated to the role of an accessory. Yet, with Hermione's encouragement, the temptation to step into the limelight proved too great to resist. Watching Malfoy scamper off eagerly to pose with Lockhart, Hermione shrugged. See, people are indeed complex and peculiar. I think you're the one who is truly complex and peculiar. Everyone silently echoed in their minds. After taking numerous photos, Malfoy returned, unable to conceal the joy radiating from his face, and Harry suddenly appeared much more agreeable in his eyes. Approaching Harry and the others, he wrestled with his emotions, finally mustering the courage to express his gratitude, only to be interrupted by a wand thrust across his chest. Draco, be a bit friendlier, a sardonic voice emanated from behind. A pallid man stood behind Malfoy, condescendingly gazing down at Harry. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy, the epitome of arrogance, a Death Eater, and the notorious owner of Malfoy Manor. Draco Malfoy thought to himself, I was just being friendly. You, father, are the one who appears truly unfriendly now. Shoving his son aside, Lucius scrutinized Harry for a moment before extending his hand. Lucius Malfoy. Harry instinctively shook the offered hand, but was abruptly pulled closer by Lucius. Gazing at the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, Lucius sneered. Because of this scar, you have become a legend, much like the wizard who left it upon you, who is also a legend. The audience seethed with anger at Lucius's veiled jab, yet he refrained from any overt aggression or blatant provocation, leaving them unsure how to respond, merely glaring back at him. Hey. Hermione suddenly interjected, Mr. Malfoy, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? Lucius turned his attention to Hermione, his eyes narrowing slightly. You must be Miss Granger. Hermione executed an elegant bow. Surprised by her impeccable wizarding etiquette, Lucius paused before continuing. Draco has mentioned you to me. Draco's eyes widened in horror, nearly shouting, I didn't don't say such things. However, Lucius seemed oblivious to Draco's distress, continuing nonchalantly, I've heard that both your parents are muggles. His insinuation was unmistakable, barely veiled. Draco felt a wave of panic wash over him. No, when school starts, I still want to be with her for several months. Father is ruining my life. In an apparent effort to maintain the family's dignified image, Lucius refrained from uttering any crude remarks in public. Yet Hermione was undeterred, pressing further. You still haven't answered my question. What did you mean by legend? We didn't quite catch that. Lucius frowned, perplexed by Hermione's insistence, but he replied coolly, Mr. Potter's scar is indeed legendary, as is the wizard who bestowed it upon him. Hermione suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her composure vanishing in an instant. Everyone heard that. She conjured a small notebook, swiftly jotting down notes while muttering to herself. Mr. Lucius claims that the Death Eaters, who instigated terror, sparked the Second Wizarding War, and slaughtered countless innocent wizards, are all virtuous individuals. Their leader, Voldemort, is even a legend. Huh, no, my friend. Suddenly realizing something, Lucius widened his eyes, ready to protest, only to be interrupted by Hermione. I've heard that you once claimed at the Ministry of Magic to have been under the Imperius curse, controlled against your will, and that your allegiance to Voldemort was not by choice. Yet, the Imperius curse has been lifted for many years now, and you still regard Voldemort as a legend. I now have reasonable grounds to suspect that you, Mr. Lucius, willingly became a Death Eater. I urge the Ministry to reopen your case, should the facts be substantiated. I recommend a life sentence in Azkaban. As cold gazes from those around him bore down upon him, Lucius could no longer maintain his haughty demeanor. That is not what I meant. Do not misconstrue my words. He exclaimed. Wow, who would have thought a remnant of the Death Eaters would show up here? Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to catch a whiff of something intriguing and sprang forth. It appears even Death Eaters are fond of my books, having concealed themselves for so long, yet risking capture to attend my signing event. Alas, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin and honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, cannot allow personal favoritism to cloud my judgment merely because you are a fan of my work. Witness as I bring him to justice, Lockhart declared, his face brimming with righteous indignation, directly labeling Lucius. He grinned widely, relishing the unexpected publicity. Hermione nudged Mr. Arthur, who comprehended her unspoken message. It seems the original judgment against Lucius was indeed flawed. I shall return and submit a request. With so many witnesses, it is sufficient to initiate a new inquiry into your case. Lucius's face twitched with frustration as he glared at Hermione. Let us go, he bellowed, striding away with Draco, not bothering to look back. Regrettably, lacking immediate evidence allowed him to escape this time, but rest assured, I shall seek justice sooner or later. Lockhart continued to perform, raising his hands to endure the onslaught of reporters, inadvertently allowing Lucius to slip away. Ron looked at Lockhart with evident displeasure, feeling the depths of his malice. Harry and Arthur exchanged glances with Hermione, both pondering the situation. Ignoring their thoughts, Hermione's gaze fell upon a dark-covered diary that had mysteriously appeared in Ginny's book bag, her expression shifting. Voldemort's diary and Horcrux. Due to Lucius's focus on his own household and disregard for the greater good, Voldemort had placed a modicum of trust in him. Thus, when Voldemort entrusted the diary to him, the information he gleaned was that this book could unlock the long-sealed Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, unleashing something to prey upon Muggle-born students. As for the concept of Horcruxes, that was beyond Lucius's comprehension. With the Ministry's recent stringent scrutiny of dark magical artifacts, and the Malfoy family facing repeated scrutiny with no recourse, Lucius suddenly recalled the diary, and a plan was born. He intended to covertly pass the diary to a student at Hogwarts. Firstly, to open Salazar Slytherin's chamber and eliminate the Muggle-born students he despised. Secondly, to shift the blame onto Dumbledore, the supposed champion of Muggle rights, for poor management, thus seeking to remove him from the headmaster position. The chosen student was none other than Ginny Weasley. Chapter 65. When, pray tell, will Harry meet his demise? Even if events were to unfold, Ginny could serve as a scapegoat, striking against the Weasley family she loathed. It was a plan that achieved 3 objectives with one stroke. Of course, aside from the minor drawbacks of Voldemort's soul fragment being destroyed, exposing his immortality, Dumbledore initiating an investigation into Horcruxes, ultimately leading to Voldemort's demise, the plan was undeniably flawless. Suddenly, Hermione paused. Could it be that Lucius was to achieve great acclaim? Silently apologizing to old Lucius in her mind, Hermione departed the bookstore alongside the Weasley family. At King's Cross Station, crossing through the barrier, Hermione and Ginny arrived at Platform 9, swiftly boarding a compartment. After a lengthy wait, with no sign of Harry and Ron, Ginny began to sense something amiss. Hermione, where's Harry? You're not mentioning your brother at all, Hermione replied, observing the train that was now beginning to move. He is probably stuck in the barrier, no need to worry. Ginny. Outside the platform, Harry and Ron were not trapped in the wall, but rather barred from entry. Chaos ensuing all around them. After deliberation, the two ultimately decided to take the flying car to catch up with the train. Following an exhilarating chase, they successfully managed to position themselves behind the train. In a bid to avoid detection, Ron jerked the steering wheel, accidentally opening one of the car doors. Harry found himself clinging to the door, perilously close to falling out. Ron, panicking, shouted, "Grab hold," extending his hand towards Harry. "Grab my hand." Amidst the roaring wind, their hands drew nearer. Baki. Oh no, Harry. Just as they strained towards one another, Harry caught a glimpse of Hermione. watching with a bemused expression from inside the carriage. Hermione, lend a hand. Why are you just watching? Inside the carriage, Hermione and Ginny were peering out the window. The former intrigued, the latter in a state of distress. Hermione, think of something. Harry, Ginny was on the verge of tears. Don't panic. Have a snack. Hermione offered Ginny a piece of chocolate. I have a question, Hermione suddenly interjected, recalling the two running alongside the tracks. If the train travels at 80 miles per hour and the car at 60 miles per hour, with an initial distance of 20 meters between them, when will? Ginny, clearly distracted, interrupted before Hermione could finish, answering. I know when the train will catch up to the car. They teach that in Muggle school. A classic problem of collision. Hermione shook her head slightly. I ask you, when will Harry die? Ginny. Distracted by Hermione's sudden interjection. Ron failed to pull Harry up, instead losing his balance and tumbling down, crashing onto Harry, sending both spiraling into a gasp-inducing fall. Ginny screamed, covering her eyes, unwilling to witness the scene. Swallowing her last bite of snack, Hermione raised her wand. Apparate. In an instant, she vanished from the carriage, reappearing in midair, grasping both Harry and Ron by their arms, deftly opening Hedwig's cage. With a resounding crack, the three figures vanished from the air and reappeared inside the carriage. Ginny looked on in astonishment, while Harry and Ron remained in a daze until Ginny called out to them repeatedly, prompting them to snap back to reality. Are we safe? Harry asked, still shaken. Is this the school bus? Ron remarked, noticing the unusual surroundings as he looked at Hermione and Ginny. Ginny exclaimed, if it weren't for Hermione's apparition saving you, you would have been pancaked by now. You should thank her. Thank you, thank you. They both responded in unison, before realizing something, and exclaimed simultaneously, when did you learn to apparate? Last year. Both individuals inhaled sharply, and the atmosphere within the carriage instantly grew warmer. Ron suddenly cast his gaze out the window. Oh no, my car. In the depths of his despair, he witnessed the vehicle plunge into the woods with a thunderous crash, startling countless birds into flight. It was over. He was certain of his doom. He could already envision how Molly would express her notion of familial warmth to him. Oh no, Fong. He shrieked upon catching sight of Hedwig soaring nearby. Hermione shrugged, indicating her powerlessness in the situation. They both understood that it was already a stroke of luck for Hermione to have saved them. The fate of the car and the rat hardly registered in their minds. In the wake of losing his beloved vehicle and pet, Ron appeared as though he had been struck by a soul-draining curse, the sparkle in his eyes extinguished. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, having successfully boarded the school bus, the group was not late and thus participated smoothly in the sorting ceremony for the new academic year. Most of the names were unfamiliar to Hermione, save for one that caused her to look up suddenly when Professor McGonagall called it out. Luna Lovegood, a beautiful girl, seemingly in a daze and lacking focus in her gaze, stepped forward. With her dark blonde hair, silvery eyes, and fair complexion, she was soon sorted into Ravenclaw. Following this, Ginny was also sorted into Gryffindor, prompting a cheer from the Weasley family. Refocusing her attention, Hermione once again immersed herself in the feast. As the festivities wound down, Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, please visit Professor Snape's office shortly. Pitying glances were cast their way. The scene observed above the train was not only witnessed by Hermione and Ginny, but by most of the occupants in the carriage. It was clear that the two boys were in for a severe reprimand from Professor Snape. The thought of having to face him on the very first day of school left Harry and Ron looking as though they had lost their last hope. After a pause, Dumbledore added, Miss Granger, please come to the headmaster's office afterward. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. She was not surprised. Although the trouble was instigated by Harry and the others, she was the one being called upon publicly. Furthermore, using apparition required a specialized license, and technically, she was operating without one. While it was not a grave issue, it still necessitated an explanation of the circumstances. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a stir erupted among the first-year students as they began to murmur excitedly. Granger? Is that the Granger? It seems so, the one with the brown curls. Seated at the Gryffindor table, the one with a rather cool demeanor. Wow, it's really her. She looks even more stunning in person. The newcomers reacted with a mix of astonishment, admiration, and exhilaration. Even Luna, with her dreamy disposition, turned to gaze at Hermione, staring for a moment before turning back, lost in her own thoughts. In the corridor, observing Harry and Ron, who appeared ready to face their doom, yet frequently glanced back at her, Hermione smiled softly. Ignoring the two, she made her way to the end of the corridor, ascending the spiral staircase to enter the headmaster's office. Chapter 66. The new Assistant Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Hermione Granger. Inside the headmaster's office, Hermione felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze of the portraits surrounding her, all depicting former headmasters of Hogwarts. However, as they were the school's illustrious leaders, She felt it inappropriate to voice her discomfort, enduring their pointed stares in silence. "Just a moment," Dumbledore said without looking up. "I need to sign a few documents." Hermione nodded and began to wander aimlessly. Suddenly, a vivid crimson figure caught her eye. Next to Dumbledore, a magnificent, blood-red bird perched on its stand, pecking at its somewhat bald feathers. Hermione gently picked up a feather. Magical creatures. Phoenix rises from the ashes after death. Tears can heal and counteract poison. "I presume you know what it is," Dumbledore remarked, lifting his gaze and stacking the documents in his hand. Hermione nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I just didn't expect you to have one here. Fawkes has been my family's guardian for over a century. He is nearing the time of his rebirth, which accounts for his current appearance." Sensing Hermione's curiosity, Dumbledore elaborated on Fawkes. She was already aware but patiently listened to his narration. Once he finished, he handed her the stack of documents. Upon opening it, an exaggerated gif caught her eye, accompanied by numerous texts. "Gilderoy Lockhart. This is Lockhart's resume. He will be the professor for defense against the dark arts this academic year." Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes at Dumbledore's phrasing. "I hear you encountered Lockhart in Diagon Alley. What are your thoughts on him?" Dumbledore inquired. "Well," Hermione pondered her words. "How to put it? He is quite the storyteller." Dumbledore chuckled, a remarkably accurate assessment. "To be frank, I believe he possesses no genuine talent. His fame is merely a result of appropriating others' experiences, rendering him unfit to teach defense against the dark arts. Yet, I still invited him to teach at Hogwarts. Initially, he was apprehensive about being exposed. But once I mentioned he would be teaching you and Harry Potter, he was immediately hooked. Indeed, you are aware of the curses associated with this course. It appears you intend to use Lockhart as a scapegoat while dispensing a dose of justice. You crafty old Dumbledore, or rather, old Dung. So, your reason for summoning me is to discuss this?" Hermione asked, perplexed. Initially, she thought he might inquire about the train incident. But Dumbledore bypassed that entirely to explain how to ensnare Lockhart. "Of course not. The primary reason I called you here is to request your assistance. And Lockhart is the main issue," Dumbledore clarified. "You may want to look at what you have in hand. Beneath Lockhart's resume is another document that requires your signature." A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Hermione. Below the resume lay a letter of employment. Hermione quietly read aloud. "We sincerely invite Miss Hermione Jane Granger to assume the position of Assistant Professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, assisting Professor Lockhart in teaching this subject." Before she could finish, she abruptly lifted her head, throwing the employment letter back onto the desk and stepping away repeatedly. "What are you trying to do? I'm not a lapdog. If there's a curse like Voldemort's lying in wait, you can deal with it yourself." Observing Hermione's reaction, Dumbledore recognized her train of thought and appeared somewhat surprised. "It seems you are aware of something. I'm not sure. But I noticed a dark aura lingering around Quirrell's head, and upon seeing Lockhart at Flourish and Blots this morning, I noticed he had the same ominous presence. I was puzzled until he announced his intention to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and then it all made sense. It seems this course has been cursed." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with astonishment. "Your magical talent continues to astound me. In over a century, I have yet to encounter anyone with your capabilities." Hermione remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at him. Dumbledore nodded with a sense of resignation. "You are correct. The one who cast this curse is none other than Voldemort. Years ago, he sought to return to Hogwarts to assume the position of this subject's professor, but I denied him, and thus he placed a curse that prevents anyone teaching this course from serving more than a year. This curse is formidable, and I find it quite challenging to break." Hermione shot him a glare, her irritation palpable. "Then why did you allow me to?" "Rest assured," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "The fact that you are permitted to take this position indicates my confidence. Voldemort's curse applies solely to the official professors of Hogwarts. Teaching assistants are exempt." After scrutinizing him for a moment, Hermione stepped forward slowly, glancing at the employment document. She noted the absence of any mention of professor, which eased her concerns somewhat. "Moreover, I remember you promised me a condition when you took the Philosopher's Stone. This is that condition." A glimmer of brilliance flickered behind Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles. "Oh, so you were indeed waiting for me, old friend. Given that Lockhart is incapable of fulfilling his teaching duties, I understand your need for a substitute," Hermione continued. "However, what led you to believe I possessed the capability for such a task?" Dumbledore explained. "I was initially hesitant. Although your talent is unparalleled, and you triumphed over Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, you are still quite young, and I was uncertain of your current abilities. Yet, upon hearing today that you executed 2 precise apparitions while bringing Harry and Ron along, I am convinced you have achieved a level of magical proficiency that far exceeds that of an average adult wizard, sufficient to instruct any student at Hogwarts. As for the unauthorized apparition, do not worry, I will handle that." Hermione was momentarily speechless. It was evident to her that Dumbledore had been contemplating this matter since that fateful night. He had refrained from expressing his thoughts then, uncertain of her capabilities. But after the train incident, it was clear he had made up his mind. With a soft sigh, she nodded in agreement. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. She had accepted his treasure, after all. In truth, her magical prowess was merely at the level of an ordinary adult wizard, not quite as elevated as Dumbledore had surmised. However, apparition was an exceptionally unique art. Thanks to the existence of magical tomes, the risk of mishap was virtually non-existent, allowing her to engage in high-risk, rapid short-distance teleportation even in the heat of battle, much like Dumbledore had done with Grindelwald in the past. Chapter 67. Potions with meticulous care. Hermione dripped ingredients into the cauldron from a small vial. Tony, you really should refrain from speaking to a congressman in such a manner. Although he may be a fool, it's unwise to embarrass him publicly, considering his position. All right, I understand. Are you trying to kill me? But only I am Iron Man. The suit and I are one. I will never relinquish my technology to those greedy politicians, he retorted. Just then, familiar sounds of argument echoed from the doorway. With a loud bang, the door swung open. Hermione jumped, her hand trembling, causing her to add an extra portion of Frog's brain. Boom. An explosion followed, and the cauldron immediately belched forth thick black smoke, accompanied by a noxious odor. Ugh. Hermione glared fiercely at the two figures in the doorway. Tony Stark. She gritted her teeth, her eyes narrowing at him. Did no one ever teach you to knock before entering? Thanks to you, I wasted 5 portions of glycerin and Frog's brain. Although her potion making was guaranteed to succeed due to the magical tome, it was essential that the material placement phase proceeded without error. Thus, caution was still warranted during potion brewing. Tony and Pepper stood in the doorway, bewildered, taken aback by Hermione's furious demeanor, which suggested she was ready to unleash her wrath. What on earth happened? Why does my laboratory look like this? After regaining his bearings, Tony surveyed the room, his eyes widening in disbelief. His miniature arc reactor, armor components, and various high-tech devices had been unceremoniously shoved into a corner, while the original 3D projection platform was cluttered with jars, disorganized animal entrails, and an ominous cauldron filled with substances he couldn't even begin to identify. The air was thick with colors and an indescribable scent. What the hell happened here? He exclaimed. I was brewing potions, Hermione replied nonchalantly. I intended to borrow your lab, but seeing that you weren't here, I simply utilized what was available. Tony pointed at Hermione's hand, trembling with a mix of disbelief and frustration as he observed the cauldron's contents bubbling ominously on the ground. Hermione Granger. He roared. Why are you shouting? Didn't you say I could use whatever I wanted from your place? Hermione shot him a sidelong glance, continuing to stir the cauldron. The viscous, dark purple liquid gradually took form. Tony was rendered speechless. True, he had made that statement. But he never anticipated that a young girl would bypass games and films to concoct dark culinary experiments, transforming his laboratory into this state. At that moment, he understood that Hermione's ire stemmed from his abrupt entrance, which had startled her and led to her potion mishap. Just as he was about to apologize, a realization struck him. Wait a minute, isn't this my house? Why should I need to knock? Damn wizards. You'll pay for this. Just as Tony prepared to don his suit and engage in a duel with Hermione, he paused, intrigued by the array of jars before him. Wait, did you say potions? Hermione nodded, casually tossing a small glass vial to him. For example, this one is called Felix Felicis. Consuming it can enhance your luck to a certain degree. She lifted another vial. This is the Draught of Living Death. Drinking it guarantees 3 days of deep slumber. And this is a Mandrake Restorative Draught, which can reverse petrification. As he surveyed the colorful concoctions, skepticism clouded Tony's expression. Do these really work? They won't poison you, will they? Hermione's irritation was evident. Are you questioning my potion-making skills? Tony shook his head. Look at your ingredients. Chrysanthemum, caterpillars, leeches. None of it has any basis in medical science. How could it possibly have the effects you claim? Hermione shot him a disdainful glance. Muggles simply could not comprehend the wonders of magic. You little girl, Tony muttered under his breath, his frustration mounting. I'll crack this nonsensical magic of yours one day. Just as he was about to pull Pepper away, an idea struck him, and he leaned closer to Hermione, lowering his voice. Do you have any, potions that could improve health? Hermione abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with astonishment, darting back and forth between Tony and Pepper. Then, with an exclamation, she blurted out, You can't perform? Cough, cough, cough. Tony nearly choked on his own saliva, and upon catching Hermione's sympathetic stare, he felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. I, the illustrious Tony Stark, am certainly capable. What nonsense are you spouting? Beside him, Pepper's cheeks flushed crimson. Let us go. Not wishing to engage further with Hermione, Tony grasped Pepper's hand and made to leave, adding as they walked. We'll open a bottle of champagne later. Your birthday is just a few days away, and I have a surprise for you. A glimmer of joy flickered in Pepper's eyes as she inquired, "What is it?" "A surprise, and you shall soon find out." Tony winked at her. Observing Tony's playful demeanor, Hermione interjected, "He intends to make you the CEO of Stark Industries." Pepper. Tony. Stunned for a moment. Tony finally registered Hermione's barely contained smirk and erupted, You must be doing this on purpose." He had meticulously prepared for this surprise for several days, waiting for the perfect moment to unveil it to Pepper. He never anticipated that Hermione would inadvertently reveal it so casually. Before Tony could say anything further, Pepper covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Tony could only nod in resignation. "Wait, Pepper, speaking of which, I just remembered." Hermione pulled a necklace from her pocket. "This is your birthday gift." Pepper accepted the necklace that floated towards her. The pendant was a small metallic sphere, while not unattractive. It lacked elegance and appeared somewhat mundane compared to high-end jewelry. Nonetheless, upon a brief glance, Pepper removed her original necklace and donned the new one. "Ugh, so ugly." Tony began to voice his opinion, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Pepper. Chapter 68. The Emergence of Hatred. "Thank you, little Hermione. I absolutely adore it," Pepper exclaimed, beaming as she fastened the necklace around her neck. The two departed the laboratory and entered the bedroom. 5 minutes later, only Tony returned, with Pepper nowhere in sight. Just 5 minutes. That was quick. "Where's Pepper?" Hermione, engrossed in stirring a cauldron, did not look up. Tony paused, then glared. "She's gone to prepare. We're heading to Monaco for business. The plane is ready, and we're departing shortly. You stay here and guard the place." Hermione remained focused on her potion, suddenly realizing something. "You're going to Monaco?" "Yes, why?" Tony replied, perplexed. Hermione hesitated, ultimately shaking her head. "Nothing. Are all wizards as peculiar as you?" Tony muttered as he departed. Gazing at the palladium detector in the corner, Hermione's eyes sparkled. Phew, finally accomplished. She surveyed the neatly arranged potions in the box, nodding in satisfaction. Though success was guaranteed as long as she followed the steps, it still required time. And before she knew it, twilight approached. As she stowed the box into her bag and was about to leave, her phone rang. Expecting it to be Tony once again pestering her not to wreak havoc in the laboratory, she was surprised to see that the caller ID displayed Nick Fury. After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call. "Miss Wizard, it's wonderful to finally hear from you." Fury's tone was one of relief. "Get to the point. If there's nothing urgent, I will hang up." Hermione's voice was icy. Fury felt a surge of irritation, not towards Hermione, but towards Pierce. Ever since the last attack incident, Hermione had unilaterally severed contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. During this time, all their calls went unanswered, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attempting to approach Stark Industries were intercepted by Tony. In essence, she had become unreachable. Pierce, in turn, reaped what he had sown. Miss Wizard had ceased to share any mystical intelligence with S.H.I.E.L.D. After finally winning her trust, they had now regressed to square one. Fury immediately sensed Hermione's lingering anger and hastily continued. "First, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I sincerely apologize. And I ask you to believe that we never intended to target you. It was merely the actions of a few individuals acting unilaterally. Such occurrences will not happen again." "I understand. Is that all?" "Wait, there's one more thing." Just as she seemed ready to end the call, Fury revealed his true intent. Dr. Banner has secretly returned to New York, and his whereabouts are now known to General Ross, who is preparing to dispatch troops to apprehend him. I hope you can intervene and discreetly bring Dr. Banner back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent irreparable consequences. He refrained from elaborating too much, knowing that since granting Hermione access to classified information, she was already aware of the Hulk's existence and knew that his true identity was Dr. Bruce Banner. He trusted that this one statement would convey the gravity of the situation. "Humph, you should seek Iron Man for this." Hermione's tone was defiant. "I've tried. But Stark hasn't," he answered. "Miss Potts informed us that he is already in Monaco, and based on our assessments, he is not a match for the Hulk. Among those known to S.H.I.E.L.D., only you possess the capability. Therefore, I implore you." Understanding Hermione's character, Fury, like a skilled negotiator, resorted to flattery. Hermione's lips curled slightly upwards. "Flattering me, are you? I do enjoy such compliments. Do continue." After a moment of silence, just as Fury began to grow anxious, she finally spoke. "I will do my best. Where's Banner?" Fury breathed a sigh of relief. "At Greyburn Academy." After hanging up, Hermione revealed a sinister smile. "You still expect me to clean up your mess? You'll regret this." On the helicopter, General Ross observed the situation below with a hint of apprehension. Despite having devised meticulous plans, The previous 2 attempts to capture the Hulk had left him feeling uneasy. Fortunately, with the authorization of the World Security Council and access to SHIELD's intelligence system, he had learned that Banner had sought out Dr. Samuel Stern, alias Mr. Blue, at Greyburn Academy, to create a serum capable of temporarily suppressing the Hulk. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to gain complete control over Banner. Moments later, seeing the unconscious Banner being carried out, Ross finally exhaled in relief. Blonsky, Banner has been secured. Withdraw immediately and do not linger. Ross pressed the intercom button, issuing commands. For some unknown reason, after capturing Banner, his elite soldier, Emil Blonsky, did not comply with the plan to retreat, but remained in Mr. Blue's laboratory for reasons unknown. This displeased Ross, though considering Blonsky's formidable combat skills and the fact that he had survived an encounter with the Hulk, he was the only successful super soldier among his ranks, which increased Ross's tolerance for him. Noticing the prolonged silence from the other end, Ross frowned, glanced at Banner beside him, and decided to leave, intending to address Blonsky's situation later. The helicopter ascended slowly, having barely taken flight when Banner began to regain consciousness. What is this? The unfamiliar surroundings disoriented Banner, and after a moment, he recalled the preceding events, casting a resigned glance towards Ross. Bruce, you're awake. Beside General Ross, his daughter, Betty Ross, who also happens to be Banner's former girlfriend, hurriedly rushed forward to assist him in standing up. The Hulk had completely vanished, and it seemed that the ambition to replicate the super soldier serum was destined to falter. Banner gently patted Betty's arm and turned his gaze toward General Ross. This no longer concerns you. You should first focus on your own well-being. Just as he began to speak, a tremendous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by explosions and flames. A massive, foul-colored giant rampaged through the streets. The Hulk. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Banner, they realized it was not the Hulk. What is that? The grotesque giant, with a menacing visage and spines protruding from its back, appeared even larger than the Hulk. With a casual swing of its arm, it obliterated cars on the street. Banner, equally bewildered, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It's Mr. Blue. He has collected a substantial amount of Hulk's blood. Someone must have injected it. Who could it be? The onlookers were left in confusion, save for General Ross, whose expression turned ashen, as if he had come to a dreadful realization. In the next moment, his suspicions were confirmed. The grotesque giant seized a car and smashed it into a tank across the street, ruthlessly slaughtering as it bellowed, "Hulk, come out. Face me, Emil Blonsky." Blonsky. The crowd gasped in unison, directing their astonished gazes at Ross. You allowed him to inject such a perilous substance? Are you not afraid he'll spiral out of control and become the next Hulk? What are you plotting? Unable to contain his fury any longer, Banner shouted at Ross. I never issued that order. He acted on his own volition. Ross's countenance was grave. Blonsky, or rather, Abomination, had completely lost control, transforming from a soldier into a relentless force of destruction. Deploy all soldiers to Harlem. Eliminate the beast below. Feeling the distrustful gazes of those around him, Ross gritted his teeth. The previous attempts to capture the Hulk had already stirred discontent among military higher-ups. He had promised the potential of the super soldier program to quell calls for impeachment. If another catastrophe occurred, his position would be perilous. Shortly thereafter, numerous tanks and armored vehicles arrived, encircling the Abomination. Soldiers, armed with assault rifles, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the creature. Unfortunately, the bullets merely sparked against its hide, failing to even break the skin. Infuriated by the military's assault, the Abomination leaped several meters high, crashing into the throng of soldiers, commencing a savage massacre. With each punch, several soldiers were reduced to bloody pulp. Within the crowd, the Abomination harvested lives as effortlessly as one would reap wheat. Ross's expression grew increasingly dire. Observing the Abomination navigate through the chaos of artillery and rockets, reveling in the escalating surge of soul energy, Hermione felt no pity, only a desire to laugh. What era are we in, still clinging to firearms, obsessed with the notion of super soldiers? Now it's all about superpowers. Without super abilities, one stands as nothing in future iterations. Ross, you truly are a talent, disregarding civilian lives and the well-being of soldiers, all for the sake of a so-called super soldier. Such a person must be preserved. Before long, the soldiers below had been entirely slaughtered, and as the Abomination set its sights on the remaining armed helicopter, everyone inside felt a chill run down their spines. Banner could no longer restrain himself and turned to Ross. I must go. Ross hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He understood that this was not the time for reluctance. They could recapture the Hulk, but if the creature broke through their defenses, there would be no turning back. Betty grasped Banner's hand, shaking her head vehemently. We still don't know if Hulk can emerge again. You might die, but I must try. Otherwise, you will, Bruce Betty. Observing the life and death situation and the two of them lost in their emotional exchange, Hermione could no longer tolerate it. Without waiting for Banner to finish, she kicked him out of the helicopter. Down you go. To the astonishment of everyone, Banner found himself plummeting from the aircraft mid-sentence. Hermione leaped after him, conjuring a flying broom midair and hovering above the abomination's head. A few seconds later, another thunderous roar erupted from the ruins. The Hulk had finally made his entrance. Upon seeing the Hulk, the abomination, consumed by rage, abandoned all else, focusing solely on his adversary. The fierce battle commenced. The two titans, one yellow and one green, exchanged blows, causing buildings to crumble, vehicles to explode, and streets to ignite in flames. The cacophony of destruction was relentless. A large rock flew past Hermione, scraping against her protective shield and bouncing aside. Fortunately, everyone's attention was riveted on the clash between Hulk and Abomination, rendering the minor anomaly unnoticed. Moments later, the Hulk was sent flying by a punch from the Abomination, pinned to the ground and rendered immobile. The Abomination, with a sinister grin, plunged its internal spikes into the Hulk's chest. You do not deserve such power. Only I am worthy of it. The Hulk attempted to resist, but the excruciating pain in his chest hindered his movements, leaving him at the mercy of the Abomination. Observing the scene from above, Hermione nodded slowly. Her suspicions had been confirmed. The Abomination's baseline stats surpassed the Hulk's, yet it was capped, unable to grow stronger with anger as the Hulk could. Furthermore, the Hulk had yet to shake off the effects of the previous suppressive serum, and without the augmentation of rage, he was temporarily no match for the Abomination. Just as the spikes were about to pierce the Hulk completely, Hermione finally raised her wand. Remove your weapon. A beam of red light struck the Hulk. In the next instant, the Hulk's shorts disintegrated, leaving his green, glistening rear exposed for all to see. Hermione exclaimed, "Wow!" The arena fell into an eerie silence. The Abomination lowered its gaze, staring at the exposed appendage just inches away, and the position it held over the Hulk, rendering it utterly speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Stand down, you brutish oaf." The Abomination's bravado dulled. "I'll kill you." "Yes, sir." The Hulk, bewildered, glanced down at the swaying appendage. Feeling the cool breeze against his bare backside and the weight of the Abomination pressing down on him, an inferno of rage ignited in his eyes, and his demeanor morphed into one of brutal ferocity. Fueled by anger, the Hulk's form began to swell, quickly matching the Abomination in size, and even appearing slightly larger. "If I said your pants have nothing to do with me, would you believe it?" The Abomination snickered, its previous savagery evaporating. In the next moment, a colossal fist hurtled toward its face. "Wait," was all it managed to utter before the fist collided with its nose. The Abomination was sent flying, green blood spraying into the air. Before it could rise, the Hulk descended from above, crashing down and raining blows upon its face. "You dare to strip me of my shorts? I, bam, you, bam, dare, bam, to speak, bam, listen when others talk," roared the Hulk. Unjustly burdened with a grievous accusation, the Abomination, after enduring a barrage of punches, erupted with fury, bellowing as he delivered a powerful kick that sent the Hulk flying several hundred meters away. Regrettably, the Hulk, consumed by rage, had lost all reason. His eyes ablaze with fury, rendering him impervious to any form of persuasion. The two colossal titans clashed once more, but this time, it was the Abomination who found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Observing the chaotic scene below, Hermione was taken aback. Her intention had merely been to provoke the Hulk, yet the outcome was far more effective than she had anticipated. She mused that even if Betty were to perish before the Hulk, it would be less impactful than this spectacle. As the two behemoths exchanged blows, Hermione watched with rapt fascination, particularly captivated by the diminutive Hulk, who drew attention with his erratic movements. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered the call. "I apologize for my tardiness. By the time I arrived, the situation had already escalated to this." She initiated the conversation, preempting any remarks from Fury. "It is of little consequence now. I wish to know if you can subdue the Hulk and the other creature." Fury's voice bore an urgent tone, emphasizing the need to halt their confrontation before New York lay in ruins. "You're correct, but I cannot act recklessly at this juncture, lest I attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, which would jeopardize the delicate relationship between Muggles and wizards," Hermione replied, her tone suggesting a sense of helplessness. "Pierce, you are utterly reprehensible." Fury gasped, nearly losing his breath. "You dared to threaten the wizarding community and bypassed me, the rightful director, to deceive Miss Granger. Now she believes your words. What shall we do?" Taking a deep breath, Fury forced himself to remain calm. Miss Granger, some within S.H.I.E.L.D. possess a limited perspective. They fail to see that fostering communication between ordinary people and wizards is the true path. Please do not be misled by such rhetoric. Oh, I see. Hermione's voice was somewhat muffled. Crunch, crunch, slurp, slurp. What is that noise on your end? Before Fury could finish his sentence, a series of rustling sounds emanated from the phone. It hardly resembled the clash of the Hulk and Blonsky. Were they gnawing at each other? Oh, pay it no mind. What were you saying? Hermione, engrossed in an apple, observed the spectacle below with keen interest. I mentioned that you should not be swayed by such statements. Fury's words were once again interrupted by the crunching sounds. Miss Granger, please. What would it take for you to intervene? Sensing Hermione's obstinacy, he relinquished control, placing the decision in her hands. Hermione discarded the apple core, which landed squarely on the Hulk's nape, and after a moment's contemplation, she declared, I have heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has recently acquired numerous rare plants and materials. Fury exhaled in relief. As long as there was something to negotiate, they could proceed. However, he realized that following this incident, Miss Granger was decidedly less amenable than before. It would take more than mere persuasion to mend the rift between them. While she was not malevolent, she, like S.H.I.E.L.D., was aligned with order yet possessed her own temperament, resembling a cunning little fox. Fury knew that after her initial agreement, she would likely engage in some bargaining. Gritting his teeth, he responded, Indeed, we have collected a variety of suspected magical materials. I kindly request that you visit S.H.I.E.L.D. afterward to assist us in identifying them. Do you have time? Absolutely, I have plenty of that. Hermione's heart leapt with joy. After previously providing S.H.I.E.L.D. with information about various potions and alchemical materials, she was finally reaping the rewards. However, she noted that Fury had not been entirely forthright. Had it not been for this predicament, he might have continued withholding information to see if S.H.I.E.L.D. could make any significant discoveries first. Fortunately, Ava was currently in the good graces of Hydra and privy to many confidential details, having discreetly informed Hermione of all intelligence tagged with wizard within S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Fury spoke of identification, both were acutely aware that it would likely result in Hermione walking away with the treasures. No problem, I shall head over immediately, Hermione affirmed eagerly. Thus, a transaction was consummated. Shall they live or perish? Hermione hesitated before descending. Are you so confident? One simple phrase left Fury momentarily speechless. After all, this was the Hulk, and the other creature was equally formidable, capable of matching him blow for blow. Even a rocket launcher could scarcely breach their defenses. Yet, Hermione's tone suggested a casual disregard for the situation. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current intelligence, her magical prowess was indeed considerable, but only against ordinary individuals. Facing an adversary like the Ironmonger would prove exceedingly challenging, not to mention the Hulk, whose defenses far surpassed those of any armored suit. Concerned that Hermione might underestimate these supernatural entities outside the wizarding realm, Fury cautiously advised, if possible, capturing them alive would be ideal, but your safety must take precedence. The value of a wizard far exceeds that of the Hulk in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. Only a fool like Ross, lacking perspective, would remain fixated on the notion of super soldier serum, trailing after the Hulk without foresight. Even if a legion of super soldiers akin to Captain America were created, could they withstand a fire dragon? Supernatural abilities and mystique were the true answers, Fury firmly believed. Understood, Hermione nodded, casually dispelling her invisibility charm as she dove toward the fray below. Thunderous explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Hermione initiated her offense, unleashing 3 fireballs that detonated upon the faces of Hulk and Abomination. Both creatures howled in surprise, abruptly separated by the sudden onslaught, thus concluding the boy next door narrative. As the smoke cleared, a young girl in a black robe perched atop a broomstick hovered in midair, her legs swinging playfully. Hermione's arrival momentarily quelled the chaos, and for a brief moment, the 3 combatants exchanged bewildered glances, neither daring to make a move. The Abomination, puzzled, turned to the Hulk, only to meet his equally confused gaze. Who is that? I don't know, do you? I don't know either. They silently communicated at lightning speed. In the next instant, both creatures disregarded Hermione entirely, resuming their ferocious battle, trading punches and kicks with unbridled intensity. Hey, could you at least acknowledge my presence? Hermione implored. I am a significant threat, yet your focus remains solely on each other. On the helicopter, Ross and Betty, along with the others, stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Hermione. What on earth? Why is there a girl flying on a broomstick in the sky? Is this some sort of children's animated show? Before Ross could voice his thoughts, his phone rang. Ross here. Upon answering, he recognized the familiar voice and frowned. His tone sharp. Nick Fury, why are you calling me? Are you here to mock me? Fury replied calmly. If I intended to mock you, I wouldn't have bothered calling. Listen, do you see that girl flying? I specifically summoned assistants to deal with the two monstrous entities below. If you possess any wisdom, you should refrain from intervening, regardless of her actions. Ross, upon hearing this, retorted with anger. The Hulk is a military project. It is not within the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. to interfere. We will manage it ourselves. Fury coldly replied. Do you presume I am willing to clean up your mess? You fool. Your soldiers have already been led to their doom by you. What more does the military intend to do? Allow them to wreak havoc on the civilians of other districts. You ought to focus on preparing for the congressional inquiries. Although Ross was furious, he recognized the truth in Fury's words. The situation was beyond his control. After a brief silence, he could only concede. Even the military is powerless against Hulk and Blonsky. What can a mere girl possibly do? Chapter 71. Hulk's Revulsion, a fraternal bond of misery. Do you have any idea what I have sacrificed to enlist her aid? Fury's tone was curt. Since I have called upon the sorceress, I am confident we can subdue these two monsters. Let me reiterate, whatever transpires next, you are to merely observe. This is not a suggestion, it is a warning. Should you provoke her, do not blame me for the consequences. Ross furrowed his brow. It was his first encounter with Nick Fury's unyielding stance. Clearly, this young girl had instilled a remarkable confidence in him. However, he wondered, what did he mean by sorceress? Was that a codename for some superpower? Surely. Fury did not mean to imply that this girl was an actual sorceress, did he? In the arena, Hermione watched as two hulking forms, one yellow and one green, rolled from left to right, then back again, showing no inclination to acknowledge her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she cast a disarming charm. A red beam struck the abomination, instantly shredding its elastic pants into pieces. As the fragments fluttered in the wind, the two titanic beasts fell silent once more. Hulk finally realized that it was this little creature who had caused the ruckus. In the next moment, both of them, now bare, turned to face Hermione. Their eyes aflame with fury. Roar! United in their wrath, they charged towards Hermione. With a thunderous explosion, another series of blasts ensued. Unsurprisingly, both emerged unscathed. Yet their forward momentum was disrupted. Hermione had not intended to defeat them with a level 3 explosive charm. She merely sought to delay their movements. Mirror space. Seizing the moment while the two monsters were momentarily dazed, Hermione waved her wand, and the space around Hulk shattered like broken glass, enveloping him within. As Hulk vanished from sight, the abomination looked around frantically, failing to locate Hulk's figure, and bellowed, "Hulk, come out." Then, as if realizing something, it turned its gaze upon Hermione, demanding, "Where have you hidden Hulk?" With a playful smile, Hermione replied, "Don't you enjoy fighting? Forget about that Hulk fellow. I will engage you instead. If you win, I will release Hulk to continue the battle." Seeking death. With a vendetta against the stripping of his pants and a grudge against Hulk's captivity, the abomination could no longer contain itself. Its eyes turned savage as it leapt high, intent on crashing into Hermione. Imagining the impact of Hermione's fragile form being reduced to pulp, Blonsky revealed a cruel smile. All petrified. Just as the abomination was about to collide, a chill coursed through its veins as its limbs were inexplicably bound, rendering it powerless. It fell rigidly from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! Web-like cracks spread out beneath it. Huh, what is happening? The abomination struggled against the binding spell, shaking its dazed head. Upon seeing Hermione unharmed above, its already limited intellect could not process what transpired, and it continued to leap. All petrified. Once again, a sudden chill enveloped it, and it crashed down. Thud! This repeated several times. Each time it was inexplicably struck down from the air, the abomination finally grasped the situation and roared, "It's you. What have you done?" With a mocking flourish, Hermione flicked her wand, signaling that it was incapable. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. She felt somewhat helpless. Having initially hoped to subdue the abomination in one fell swoop, but that was an overestimation. Against entities of Hulk and Abomination's caliber, a level 3 binding spell could only hold them for a fleeting moment, insufficient to completely restrain them. Yet, to onlookers, it appeared she was toying with them. The abomination's massive form was tossed around like a mere ball as the cloaked girl played with it. Enough of this game. Sensing Hulk's turmoil within the mirror space, Hermione felt her magical energy depleting rapidly. Shaking her head, she prepared to get serious. Disarming charm. In an instant, deep, visible wounds appeared all over the abomination's body. Green blood gushed forth, splattering into the air. The abomination staggered and fell to its knees, staring in disbelief at the blood pouring from its wounds. "I am injured? How can this be? With such formidable strength, I have been wounded by a mere girl. What kind of power is this?" Hermione was not surprised by the outcome. She had mastered the disarming charm, and thus far, it was her most potent piece of dark magic outside of her other exploits. In contrast to the fragmented slashes of a sharp strike, the disarming charm essentially functioned as spatial cutting, preventing the closure of wounds with magical force. It had no trajectory, could instantaneously affect a designated target, making it nearly impossible to defend against, and its lethality surpassed that of similar spells. Professor Snape truly was exceptionally talented, yet nasty slug. As the abomination attempted to struggle, Hermione unleashed a white beam. Seconds later, the abomination's eyes widened in horror as its complexion drastically changed. A stream of slimy slugs erupted from its throat. The abomination could no longer muster the will to engage Hermione. Its yellow-green face paled as it collapsed to the ground, violently retching, as if its very intestines were threatening to surface. The slimy slugs splattered everywhere. As it continued to vomit, its form gradually shrank until it reverted back to its human shape, Blonsky. Hermione chose not to continue her assault. Partly because she deemed him unworthy of significant energy, partly because she had promised to capture him alive, and partly due to a certain fondness she felt for him, akin to the admiration for a master of micro-expressions. After some contemplation, she decided to spare his life. With a flick of her wrist, the space shattered once more, and Hulk burst forth with a loud roar. "You too shall spew slugs." Hermione repeated her earlier spell, and Hulk found himself kneeling, retching uncontrollably. Hermione nodded. All those petrifying spells are mere child's play. The slug charm is the ultimate control. Vomited out. However, the furious Hulk clearly had a higher tolerance than the abomination. While retching, he still struggled to approach Hermione, growing increasingly agitated. Seeing this, Hermione produced a small vial and tossed it into Hulk's mouth. Moments later, Hulk's gaze cleared significantly. Then he retched even harder. With a thud, Hulk collapsed to the ground, trembling as he pointed at Hermione, his eyes wide with terror. His lips moved, but he could utter not a sound, only letting out a few more slugs. "Revitalizing elixir, specifically prepared for you. How does it feel to be awake?" Hermione approached Hulk, lifting her petite leg to deliver a few kicks. Hulk wished to feel anger, yet under the influence of the potion, he sensed none, reduced to lying on the ground. Unable to rise, his eyes devoid of glimmer, resembling a lifeless corpse. "TSK, how dull," Hermione huffed. As Hulk transformed back into Banner, he caught sight of Blonsky's miserable state beside him, and instinctively cast a sympathetic glance. The latter, sensing Banner's gaze, struggled to turn his head, his expression one of utter desolation. The two, sprawled on the ground, extended their arms towards each other with great difficulty. Moments ago, they had been fierce adversaries, yet now they shared a bond of mutual suffering, gazing at one another as if they were long-lost brothers. "Brother, hold on." They both understood the unspoken message in each other's eyes. Then, simultaneously, they expelled a stream of mucus. Chapter 72, Hermione's Treasure Assessment. On the helicopter, Ross, Betty, and the others were left agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. Hulk and Abomination, two formidable beasts, had effortlessly obliterated half a city block, annihilating the military forces in the process. How could such monsters be subdued by a mere girl with just a few strikes? And what of the shattered space and the myriad of colors? Was it wizardry? How could their world suddenly become so fantastical? For the first time, Ross felt that the military super soldier program could be deemed unnecessary. The two most powerful super soldiers in history were bested by a girl wielding a stick. What justification remained for its continuation? Upon landing, Betty immediately rushed out. "Bruce." She helped Banner up, only to have him expel a stream of mucus onto her. Betty, looking at Banner's pale visage, which bore the marks of near collapse, directed a pleading gaze towards Hermione. "Don't worry, it will pass. He won't die," Hermione reassured, crossing her arms and leaning against her broom with a cheerful smile. Though she appeared an adorable girl, her smile struck terror in the hearts of those present, akin to a little demon. Gathering his thoughts, General Ross stepped forward. "Young lady, I thank you for your assistance. The military must take these two criminals into custody." "Oh no," Hermione interjected resolutely. "These two are part of my transaction with Abomination. You cannot take them." Ross, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped whom she referred to. He adopted a stern expression. "Impossible. This is a military experiment. It cannot be handed over to outsiders." "I don't care. I simply want to allow it." Hermione turned her head defiantly, snorting dismissively. A flicker of anger flashed in General Ross's eyes, yet he suppressed it. "I must take them. Whatever promises Nick Fury made to you are his concern." Hermione let out a cold huff, and then flames began to coalesce around her, transforming into a menacing serpent that stared intently at the onlookers below. The searing heat washed over their faces, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Compared to her bizarre methods, This sheer display of power instilled a suffocating sense of dread. What is this? Betty stood frozen in fear, while Banner and Blonsky exchanged glances, both wearing bitter smiles, and simultaneously expelled more mucus. Even Ross, who fancied himself well-versed in the extraordinary, found himself rendered speechless, staring blankly at the fiery serpent. It was then that he recalled Fury's earlier warning and instinctively shivered. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the oppressive silence. Ross answered the call, and after a few exchanges, found himself embroiled in an argument. Hermione could hear the faint voice of abomination on the other end. After a brief conversation, Ross hung up. His expression darkened as he glanced at Banner and Blonsky before taking a deep breath and turning to leave. Betty, too, was reluctantly pulled away by accompanying soldiers. Once they departed, a bored Hermione pulled an apple from her backpack and began to munch on it. Crunch, crunch. After finishing, she casually tossed the core, which fortuitously struck Blonsky on the forehead. Thud. Blonsky, visibly annoyed, muttered, "You're impressive, just do as you please." Before long, a fierce wind arose as a stealth fighter slowly materialized in the sky and descended. Abomination, clad in leather, emerged from the aircraft. Meanwhile, several agents bound the two naked men securely and led them aboard. True to his nature as Abomination, Blonsky's robust physique allowed him to adapt, seeing his wounds bleed profusely. He instinctively closed off internal blood vessels, sacrificing external flesh to reform his bodily structure and effectuate an alternative form of self-rescue. "Thank you, Miss Wizard. Without your assistance, New York City would have faced dire consequences tonight. I extend my gratitude on behalf of all citizens," Fury stated formally once the dust settled, turning to Hermione. She nodded in acknowledgement, feeling pleased with herself. The soldiers had indulged her appetite, granting her over 5,000 energy points in one meal. Anticipating further opportunities to eat and collect, she bestowed a rare smile upon Abomination. Fury observed Hermione, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. He had witnessed everything through the helicopter's cameras, initially believing that fire was her most potent attack. Yet, to his surprise, that intangible blade had effortlessly breached Hulk's formidable defenses, something even missiles struggled to accomplish. Moreover, the kaleidoscopic realm had effortlessly contained Hulk, rendering him utterly powerless. He realized he had underestimated her capabilities and was grateful for having heeded Natasha's advice to cultivate a rapport with the young sorceress. If Hermione possessed the strength to effortlessly overpower Hulk, what magnitude of power did Dumbledore, whom she regarded as superior, wield? Just how formidable was the wizarding community? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, even the joy of recently unearthing the long-frozen Captain America waned considerably. "Miss Wizard, please board the aircraft. We are headed to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters." "No need," Hermione replied nonchalantly, then waved her hand, conjuring a portal that shimmered with sparks. Gazing at the familiar scene on the other side of the portal, Fury's heart sank. It was his own office. "What is this? A portal, cannot you discern?" Hermione retorted. Stepping through, Fury had learned from Coulson that Hermione possessed some form of spatial teleportation spell, yet he had imagined it to be limited to mere dozens or hundreds of meters, and only within sight. Who would have anticipated that Hermione's portal could traverse hundreds of kilometers from New York directly to Washington, D.C., and pinpoint his office with such precision? That was indeed terrifying. This implied that, should she desire, she could infiltrate any secure location, rendering any security measures utterly futile against such magic. The young sorceress consistently managed to redefine his understanding with each encounter. Fury's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his composure and followed Hermione through. With a wave of her hand, the portal vanished. Pressing a button on his desk, Fury turned to Hermione. "In a moment, someone will bring the items." Moments later, dozens of metallic boxes were delivered in succession, opening before Hermione. Each contained various items, from stones to plants, and everything in between. Hermione cast a cursory glance, her eyes lighting up with surprise. She never anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would, following her blueprint, actually uncover quite a number of genuine artifacts. Items such as unicorn blood and fire ash snake eggs, which are unique to the Harry Potter universe, are indeed rare specialties. However, most conventional potion ingredients and alchemical materials can similarly be found within the Marvel realm, dismissed as trifles simply because this world lacks wizards and specialized alchemists. Now that she has arrived, does this not imply that all magical materials in this world belong solely to her? S.H.I.E.L.D. has truly not been deceived in vain. Chapter 73. Online Literature Master Lockhart. Her solitary efforts were proving to be far too inefficient. Harnessing the strength of Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. To rally everyone into collective labor was the only way to maximize the acquisition of materials from the Marvel Universe. African tree snake skins, liquid grass, sun orchids. Moonstone's Hermione meticulously counted the usable materials, packing them one by one into her seemingly bottomless backpack. Nick Fury observed with a pained expression, yet felt utterly powerless. Is this all? Hermione inquired, glancing at the scrambled egg. Indeed, this represents the utmost effort H-I-E-L-D has been able to muster over these past days, he replied. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Hermione nodded. Very well, should there be any further discoveries, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall assist you in identifying them free of charge. She was well aware that these were certainly not all the materials S-H-I-E-L-D had managed to procure, but she was too apathetic to expose the truth. A steady flow of resources was the true path to success. Moreover, even if these items were in their possession, they would ultimately be unable to decipher them, and would eventually have to beseech her for assistance. Even if we ascertain that these are indeed magical materials, what use is that if they are already packed away in your bag? Fury's face darkened as he regarded the dwindling boxes. What about these? Fury tentatively inquired, gesturing towards the remaining materials. Oh, those are merely refuse. You may dispose of them. Hermione replied nonchalantly. I knew it. Fury responded, unperturbed. How could she possibly be so magnanimous as to leave anything for S-H-I-E-L-D? Fortunately, he had the foresight to secretly stash away a few items for himself. Though he was uncertain of their potential utility, their scientist would undoubtedly unearth something through relentless study. In light of your sincere intentions, Gus, humor him for a while, Hermione cheerfully suggested, releasing Gus from his confinement. Meow. A large ginger cat descended from above, landing squarely on the director's desk. Gus, upon spotting his familiar feline companion, even the black egg could not suppress a flicker of delight. While the two engaged in their intricate exchange, Hermione turned her attention to her spellbook. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV3, 15973, 50,000. Soul energy, 5,768. Quite commendable. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that a significant number of individuals had perished this evening. Poor citizens of New York, how pitiful. She scoffed. What concern was it of hers whether they lived or died? It was not her hand that caused their demise. The hatred and Hulk were not conjured by her either. She had merely arrived a tad late, witnessing the chaos unfold. Such events were bound to transpire along the original timeline. It sufficed that she did not exacerbate the situation. Which just as Hermione was tallying her spoils, the disheartened voice of the black egg drifted over. Gus seems to have forgotten me. Turning around, Hermione observed Fury attempting to lift Gus, who promptly raised a paw and swatted at him, refusing to be held. Is it possible that he does not wish to be held because he recognizes you? Fury appeared struck by lightning at her words, as if a sharp blade had pierced his heart. Very well, should any further delightful opportunities arise, feel free to summon me, Hermione declared, making a fist and signaling encouragement. To uphold justice and ensure the safety of innocent lives, I, Hermione Granger, shall not shirk my duty. With that, amidst a burst of orange sparks, Hermione cradled Gus and vanished from sight. Your sense of justice seems rather impure. How can it come with a fee? Fury murmured softly as he surveyed the now empty office. Herbology class. As a complementary course to potion making, this class was taught by Professor Sprout, the amiable head of Hufflepuff, who was short and plump with gray hair. However, the greenhouse, which also served as the herbology classroom, was currently in a state of disarray. Just moments ago, dozens of mandrakes had been uprooted from their pots, their piercing screams causing the students to stagger in shock. Many distracted young witches and wizards had neglected to wear their earmuffs, resulting in them fainting outright. Observing the scattered young wizards sprawled across the floor, Hermione shrugged in resignation. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Hogwarts was notorious for its teaching mishaps. Finally reaching the end of the class, everyone fled in a frenzy, leaving only Professor Sprout and Hermione behind in the greenhouse. Today's young witches and wizards are far too delicate. Professor Sprout shook her head in exasperation, grumbling as she waved her wand to restore the overturned items to their original state. Restored to their former glory, Hermione lent a hand. Hermione, do you have any further inquiries? Professor Sprout asked curiously, noticing Hermione had not yet departed. Professor, I came across some particularly intriguing plants in a book that I have yet to see in the greenhouse, such as venomous tentacula and the man-eating cabbage. Might you have any here? Professor Sprout regarded Hermione with a peculiar expression. Those are exceedingly dangerous plants. Even mandrakes can be perilous, as you witnessed today. While mandrakes can be used to brew the potion for reversing petrification, the other two are rather what do you desire them for? Merely research, Hermione replied, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. You know, if mandrakes can be utilized for creating antidotes, there is no reason the other two cannot be developed for new purposes. Professor Sprout scrutinized her suspiciously. Just research? Hermione nodded fervently. Only research. Observing Hermione's adorable countenance and sincere expression, Professor Sprout, somewhat swayed by the charm of youth, ultimately retrieved 2 packets of seeds from her satchel and handed them to Hermione. Very well, I possess little of this dangerous material. These 2 packets are my last stock. I hope you will make good use of them. Thank you, Professor. Hermione exclaimed joyfully as she departed. As she watched Hermione's retreating figure, Professor Sprout felt a sense of unease, as though she had just made a regrettable decision. Defense against the Dark Arts Professor's office. Having severed ties with the ghost, Hermione flipped through the book in her hands, marveling. Initially, it was merely a casual glance. Yet despite its lack of authenticity, she unexpectedly found it quite engaging. It bore a striking resemblance to the popular literature of her world, surprisingly captivating. Hermione muttered under her breath, growing increasingly intrigued. Little did she expect to find web literature in this alternate reality. No wonder Lockhart's books had gained fame. Setting aside the adventurous material of others, his writing ability would rank among the finest in her previous life. In a sense, he was indeed a talent. This fellow should not be a professor. He is inherently a writer and performer. Meanwhile, Lockhart noticed Hermione's engrossment in reading and, with a smug expression, boasted. This recounts my early experience in vanquishing the Banshee, wailing Wanda. I know that young witches and wizards like you surely admire my wealth of adventures. As he continued to boast, he could not help but admire his reflection, meticulously adjusting his ostentatious golden robes. Hermione glanced at the book for a moment longer before folding down the corner of a page and closing it. Professor Lockhart, as your teaching assistant, I must remind you that in 10 minutes, your first defense against the dark arts class is about to commence. May I inquire whether your lesson plan is indeed prepared? Please do not tell me you intend to regale them with tales of your marvelous adventures for the entire class. Chapter 74. Teaching mishaps. Upon hearing this, a spark of confidence flickered in Lockhart's eyes. Of course not. Besides my thrilling tales of adventure, there will certainly be a quiz. It is essential to gauge their abilities for future tailored lesson planning. As he spoke, Lockhart picked up a stack of test papers from the desk and handed them to Hermione. Do not think that just because you are my assistant, you are exempt from knowing these crucial points. If you cannot answer them, you will still require supplementary lessons. Taking the papers, Hermione merely skimmed through them before narrowing her eyes. What does knowing Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color have to do with assessing one's proficiency in defense against the dark arts? Lockhart momentarily faltered, then quickly regained his composure, as if he had not comprehended Hermione's critique. As the defense against the dark arts professor personally appointed by Dumbledore, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, an internationally renowned figure and author, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, believe that fostering an understanding between teacher and students is far more significant than directly teaching the subject matter before us. Would you not agree? He stated this without a hint of embarrassment, bestowing upon Hermione what he deemed a charming smile. Here we go again, Hermione sighed. Though you may have defeated Quirrell, I assure you I am no match for such a fool. I have prepared a little surprise for you all. And you shall witness my formidable side, Lockhart declared, patting a cage draped in black cloth beside him with an air of confidence. Indeed, in terms of foolishness, Quirrell pales in comparison to you. By the way, it seems you both hail from the same house, correct? First Quirrell, then Lockhart. The reputation of Ravenclaw suffers. 10 minutes later, in the defense against the dark arts classroom, a group of young wizards stared blankly at the test papers in their hands, casting bewildered glances at Hermione. Leaning against the second-floor railing, Hermione subtly shook her head in Lockhart's direction, conveying a silent message. Don't look at me. The questions he devised have nothing to do with me. Previously, Lockhart had informed the class that Hermione would be his assistant, a decision made personally by Dumbledore. After the initial shock, they quickly accepted it. After all, she was the witch from Gryffindor, quite normal. You see, while I possess the most charming smile in the wizarding world, it is not my smile that dispels the Banshee, Lockhart remarked. Indeed, you relied on others to do that, Hermione thought to herself. After enduring 30 minutes of endless self-introduction, Lockhart finally concluded this phase of his presentation. In terms of narcissism, the only person she had encountered who could rival him was Tony Stark. In addition to theory, practical lessons are of paramount importance in defense against the dark arts. Now, as your professor, I shall demonstrate how to confront the darkest and most malevolent creatures in existence. Lockhart lifted the cloth covering the cage, his expression grave. You shall face the most terrifying entity within this classroom, but fear not, for with me present, you shall not come to harm. Given your description, I have reason to suspect that Voldemort resides within that cage. Hermione rolled her eyes. Feeling the collective tension in the room, Lockhart dramatically unveiled the cloth, revealing a swarm of chattering blue pixies before the young wizards. Uffed. Many students could not suppress their laughter. Cornish pixies? How dark, how evil, how terrifying! Seamus exclaimed, unable to contain his amusement. Indeed, do not underestimate them. These are troublesome little mischief makers. Watch how I handle these dark creatures. As he spoke, Lockhart flung open the cage door. Countless pixies burst forth, creating chaos within the classroom. Instantly, the room devolved into pandemonium, with screams echoing throughout. Hermione leaned over the railing, observing the chaos with a resigned sigh, pressing her fingers to the bridge of her nose. At least Lockhart was correct about one thing. These little creatures were indeed quite troublesome. As a lesson for second-year wizards, choosing them was rather appropriate. After all, dealing with dark creatures is a key theme of the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. One could say Lockhart's theoretical knowledge was somewhat adequate, at least in theory. As for practical application, watching the chaos unfold as the students were harried, Lockhart wore a satisfied smile, reveling in their newfound understanding of the pixies' terror. Finally, the moment had arrived for him to showcase his prowess. If he could subdue these pixies, he would surely earn the adoration of the young wizards. In theory, he was correct. If he could manage this situation effortlessly, no one would doubt his capability as a professor. However, having spent years boasting of his exploits, he had deceived not only others, but also himself. Until the moment came when Lockhart realized he had no idea what to do. Pescapixie pesternomy, he stammered, watching the pixies dart about in disarray. Panic set in as he began to blurt out nonsensical incantations in an attempt to salvage his reputation. Yet, in the next moment, the pixies snatched his wand away. The classroom was in complete disarray, a chaotic medley of flapping wings and shrieks. Teaching mishap 20. Lockhart thought to himself that this was dire. Instinctively, he wished to flee. But he caught sight of Hermione out of the corner of his eye. She was leaning against the railing, seemingly unfazed, watching the spectacle unfold. At that moment, he saw her as a beacon of hope and called out, "Miss Granger, my dear assistant, do hurry and deal with these little creatures." Sighing, Hermione lamented, as if she had already foreseen the challenges of the academic year ahead. Dumbledore had truly presented her with a formidable dilemma. With a swift flick of her wand, she declared, "Immobulus." In an instant, the entire classroom seemed to be paused, with all the pixies suspended mid-air, utterly motionless. Even bottles and books floated in place. The startled young wizards gradually emerged from beneath their desks, gazing up in awe. Upon seeing Hermione with her wand raised, they erupted into cheers. "Wonderful. It's the witch. We're saved." Seeing the shift in the student's demeanor, Lockhart regained his vigor, straightening his somewhat disheveled attire and proclaiming, "Indeed. This is my first lesson for you. Never underestimate any dark creature, no matter how harmless they may appear." Everything that just transpired was a carefully orchestrated plan with Miss Granger to leave you with a profound impression. As your professor, I naturally know how to handle them. However, I feign being at a loss to provide my beloved assistant with an opportunity to shine, merely testing how you would react in an emergency. I must admit, your performances have left me rather disappointed. Lockhart endeavored to salvage his dignity. In the audience, the young wizards stared blankly with lifeless eyes, their expressions betraying a skepticism that seemed to say, "Do you really expect us to believe this?" Chapter 75, The Sorceress and the Mad Girl. Aha! As a professor personally appointed by Dumbledore, my teaching abilities are beyond question. Surely you must trust in Dumbledore's discerning eye. Indeed, it was evident. Noticing the crowd's utter lack of response, Lockhart hastily continued, "Otherwise, why would the headmaster appoint Miss Granger as my teaching assistant? Only she can keep pace with my thought process. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Granger?" To which the assembly collectively thought, "I believe Dumbledore appointed Hermione just to clean up your mess." Hermione, feeling somewhat weary, pressed her forehead and murmured, "Yes, you are absolutely right." Observing Hermione's compliance, Lockhart beamed. "I believe today's lesson was quite effective. We can certainly continue in this manner. With myself, Lockhart, and Miss Granger here, you shall undoubtedly acquire a superior understanding of defense against the dark arts." The young wizards widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions akin to that of impending doom. Having procured the seeds and gathered a variety of magical creatures and alchemical materials, Hermione pondered the need for mass cultivation as she unknowingly wandered into the library. Thanks to Dumbledore granting her access to the restricted section, she could now borrow any book from that area, provided she deemed it unsuitable for certain students, such as the volume in her hand, Introduction to Dangerous Magical Experiments. Upon entering the library, Hermione overheard a whispering commotion. "Who is that? Is she a first year? What audacity! Indeed, does she not realize that is the reserved seat for the Gryffindor sorceress?" Rumors had it that this sorceress was not known for her pleasant demeanor. Even Malfoy from Slytherin had learned to tread carefully around her. It appeared there was entertainment to be had. Shoo, the sorceress is coming. Be quiet. Someone alerted the others as Hermione approached. With a furrowed brow, she navigated through the crowd, reaching the large table she often favored in the corner. Many were aware that she preferred solitude while reading, so aside from Harry and Ron occasionally asking her questions, others had tacitly agreed to keep their distance. However, at her designated table sat an unexpected occupant, a young girl dressed in Ravenclaw robes, adorned with a necklace made from butterbeer caps, her platinum blonde hair cascading around her. Luna Lovegood. Hermione regarded her, but said nothing, merely settling down with her book beside her. Luna, engrossed in her own reading, did not notice the passage of time until half an hour later, when she finally set her book aside and, drawing her wand, waved it gently. Expecto Patronum. A faint blue light emanated from the tip of her wand, only to vanish almost immediately. After several attempts met with the same fate, Luna wore a puzzled expression, just as she contemplated reopening her book when a voice broke the silence. The Patronus charm requires concentration. Envision the happiest moment of your life. It cannot be conjured merely by uttering a spell. Only then did Luna notice Hermione beside her and tilted her head, seemingly contemplating the latter's words. After a moment, she waved her wand again, and a silvery light gradually morphed into the shape of a hair, but it dissipated as soon as it took form. Hermione remarked, impressive. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the setting, she would have applauded Luna, though the manifestation lasted but a moment. It indeed took on the complete form of a Patronus. Most adult wizards struggled to conjure a full Patronus, yet here was a mere first-year student achieving it. Even with Hermione's guidance, it seemed almost too extraordinary. Such talent rivaled that of Hermione herself. Witnessing her success, a rare smile graced Luna's face, accentuating her ethereal quality. She stowed her wand and turned to Hermione. Thank you. I recognize you. You are Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. Her voice was ethereal and delicate. Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. Luna Lovegood, we met during the sorting ceremony. Why is a first year like you perusing advanced spellbooks here? She inquired. Luna blinked her bright eyes thoughtfully before responding. I've nearly mastered the first 3 levels of standard spells, and I wanted to see if the library had anything novel. Hermione sighed inwardly, realizing that in this day and age, one would feel remiss calling oneself a genius without having studied several years ahead. However, if you seek novelty, you are in the wrong place. The truly fascinating content lies deep within the restricted section. The outer areas of the library are devoid of excitement. What with soul extraction, bone-shattering curses, and the infamous Avada Kedavra, all are merely tales spun of nonsense. I see. Then carry on, Luna replied, extending her neck to glimpse Hermione's book. Introduction to Dangerous Magical Experiments? Do you enjoy conducting magical experiments? I not only relish experiments, but also gardening, potion-making, alchemy, and transfiguration, Hermione responded, casting a sidelong glance at her. I'm merely a novice, just observing for now. Luna nodded. You must be cautious not to miscast a spell. You wouldn't want to accidentally meet your demise. Hermione replied dryly. Thank you for your well wishes. Yet, seeing Luna's earnest expression, she understood the girl meant no malice and was genuinely concerned for her safety. The two fell into a comfortable silence, engrossed in their books, while the surrounding wizards exchanged incredulous glances. My goodness, that first year is quite bold. She dares to speak to the library sorceress. Indeed, what has come over the sorceress today? Typically, aside from Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, no one would dare disturb her reading. They would have been sent flying to Knockturn Alley ages ago. Even Harry and Ron had faced her wrath on occasion when they were bothersome. Is the sorceress truly that ill-tempered? She seems quite serene to me. Huh. The Slytherin Quidditch team might have a rather different perspective. As Luna tilted her head, gazing at Hermione's profile, she appeared lost in thought. What on earth is this nonsense? In the classroom, Hermione scrutinized a stack of answer sheets, pinching the bridge of her nose as she incessantly marked them with crosses. How can those preparing for their OWLs not answer such basic questions? She murmured in despair. No wonder the original text mentioned that by the 5th year, many could not even comprehend a disarming charm. This is, for heaven's sake, second-year material. It must be said, the standard of defense against the dark arts instruction at Hogwarts was absolutely abysmal. Little Barty Crouch's credentials were on the rise. Indeed, she was currently assisting Lockhart in grading the upper-year defense against the dark arts papers. When asked why Lockhart did not undertake the task himself, the answer was simple. He was incapable. Of course, he would never admit such a truth. Instead, he claimed to be overwhelmed with fan mail needing his signature, thereby designating Hermione to train as his assistant. Hermione sighed softly, realizing Dumbledore had effectively conscripted her into servitude. In the Marvel universe, she had made S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries her subordinates. Now, the tables had turned. Truly, the wheel of fate spins in curious ways. Harry, Harry, Harry. Gilderoy Lockhart chuckled as he signed autographs, addressing the boy beside him. Can you think of a better way to serve detention than helping me respond to fan mail? Seated to his left, Harry offered an awkward yet polite smile. I can't imagine, Professor. After departing the library, not only Hermione, but even Harry found themselves conscripted into assisting him with his correspondence, under the noble guise of fostering communication among three illustrious figures. Thus, the trio remained in the classroom until the late hours of the night. Fame is a capricious companion, and one must remember the obligations that come with celebrity. Lockhart philosophized earnestly, completely disregarding the disheveled state he had been in earlier that day. What you call the obligations of a celebrity is merely abandoning students to flee. Hermione silently scoffed. Ahaha. Harry refrained from interjecting, instead casting a pleading glance towards Hermione. Noticing his gaze, Hermione raised a stack of test papers. Don't look at me. Shall we swap? Faced with the sea of red marks, Harry swallowed hard and forced a smile. I think I'll stick to my letters. Ahahaha. I say, Professor Lockhart, have you ever considered a career in the Ministry of Magic? Hermione suddenly suggested. With your heroic credentials, you should be more than qualified for a significant position there. Who knows? You might even compete for the role of Minister of Magic one day. Harry's head snapped up, his eyes widening as he stared at Hermione. No, are you serious? Hearing such absurd remarks from Hermione for the first time, he instinctively wanted to refute her. But considering the subject was right beside them, he suppressed the impulse. Lockhart paused for a moment, then visibly perked up, sitting up straighter as he leaned towards Hermione. Do you truly believe that? Indeed, Hermione nodded earnestly. I think you would make an excellent politician. Oblivious to the veiled sarcasm in her words, Lockhart rubbed his hands together with excitement. It seems great minds think alike. I had considered this myself. With my talents, it would be a cinch, but... He hesitated, then continued. If I truly joined the ministry, I fear I would no longer have time for adventures and to pen the new books that my fans adore. Alas, sacrifices must be made for the sake of my admirers. You're just afraid of being exposed, Hermione interjected, voicing the thought that lingered in her mind. Fans can be easily deceived, yet the ministry is filled with elites. While he may thrive as an icon in the entertainment industry, should he venture into a department like the magical law enforcement, dealing daily with nefarious dark wizards might cause his carefully crafted persona to crumble in an instant. Is that so? Hermione smiled enigmatically. But just imagine if you achieved something monumental at the ministry, like Alastair Moody, successfully apprehending notorious criminals or uncovering conspiracies that could upend the wizarding world. You could transform those tales into your next book. Compared to your adventures in dark creature lairs, these stories of good versus evil would resonate far more with readers, making them more marketable and immersive, surely outpacing your current works. She coaxed him gently. Moreover, with such accomplishments and your renown in the wizarding community, your popularity would undoubtedly surpass others, and ascension to the position of minister would be well within your grasp. I am, after all, your devoted fan. These heartfelt words are solely for your benefit. Her voice dripped with persuasion, echoing in his ears like a siren's call. Lockhart was enraptured, unable to extricate himself from her allure. If all else fails, we could stage an assassination attempt by a dark wizard during a speech, and you could sustain a minor injury. Then we could spread rumors that it was orchestrated by a rival. What on earth am I hearing? Is this something I should be listening to? Unlike Lockhart, who was lost in reverie, Harry looked at Hermione with sheer terror. What are you planning? Can I leave before you two continue this discussion? Please stop. Having been half friends with Hermione for a considerable time, he understood her concealed darker tendencies better than anyone. What a benevolent intention for others. This expression is clearly meant to lead someone to their doom. Granger, do you truly believe I could achieve such greatness? Lockhart gulped, his gaze fervently fixed on Hermione. Of course, as long as someone is there to support you, you can absolutely do it, Hermione replied, her smile widening as she gazed at him. Harry was drenched in sweat, closing his eyes in desperate prayer for Merlin's mercy, nearly burying his head beneath the desk. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the days spent at Uncle Vernon's house, which seemed rather appealing at that moment. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lockhart regained his senses and quickly shook his head. Ultimately, he possessed a clear understanding of his own limitations. While fooling students might be manageable, facing dark wizards head-on would certainly be a fatal endeavor, although he did not intend to act on those thoughts. This exchange of heartfelt sentiments had significantly heightened his regard for Hermione. This girl was a born strategist. Alas, if only his own abilities matched her intellect. Hermione was unfazed, having merely spoken casually, knowing full well that the repercussions would not befall her. The seeds of desire had already begun to sprout quietly. As Harry wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression suddenly shifted, and he jerked his head up, scanning the surroundings. Did you all hear something? His words jolted Lockhart back to reality. What? Someone is speaking. Harry's earnestness suggested he was not fabricating. Lockhart's gaze darted around, searching for the source. I don't hear anything. Professor, didn't you hear that? Harry's demeanor was grave. What are you talking about, Harry? Harry ceased speaking, instead scanning the room for the source of the voice. Lockhart turned to Hermione, only to find her frowning as well, seemingly observing the vicinity. Lockhart gulped, his body stiffening as he faced Harry. Something is nearby, whispering. Harry murmured. A chill crept up Lockhart's spine. All right, let us not frighten our defense against the dark arts professor. Hermione's voice rang out suddenly, a soothing melody amidst the tension. Chapter 77, Victim Number 1. Ignoring Hermione's emphasized title for Lockhart, he looked at her as if she were a savior, desperately seeking reassurance. There's no sound. Harry is just joking, right? He hurriedly confirmed, hope shining in his eyes. Yes, Harry is just teasing you, Hermione nodded. But Harry was alarmed. He had indeed heard the raspy whispers. Yet it seemed Hermione and Lockhart were oblivious, which left him in a state of panic. All right, we can discuss this later. Hermione waved her hand, calming Harry's agitation. Then turned to Lockhart. Professor, you've been writing letters for over 4 hours. It's time to rest and get some sleep. Upon hearing this, Lockhart sprang to his feet. Yes, I should indeed rest. I have lessons to prepare for tomorrow. Although he had received Harry's response, he still felt an eerie atmosphere in the classroom, eager to make his exit. With a swift motion, Lockhart snatched the letters from the table and fled as if propelled by a gust of wind. As Lockhart vanished through the doorway, Harry finally spoke up. Hermione, I truly heard someone speaking just now. You must believe me. Hermione, with an air of exasperation, replied, I never said I didn't believe you. But what does it matter if you heard something that the rest of us did not? Telling everyone will only make them think you've lost your mind. Even in the magical world, hearing things that others cannot is hardly a blessing. She was all too aware of what Harry had heard. The voice that could only be heard by Harry, a creature that slithered through the walls while incessantly chattering, could only belong to one entity within Hogwarts. That was the basilisk, a serpent that resided in the Chamber of Secrets. There was no other contender. Harry was left speechless. In the next moment, he heard something anew. His expression shifting dramatically, the voice proclaimed, Blood, blood, blood. I shall tear you apart. I will kill you. Kill, kill, kill. Harry's face paled. I think it wants to kill. The basilisk's internal monologue was quite vivid. Hermione rolled her eyes. She was not a parcel tongue and could not comprehend the ramblings of the chatty serpent. She merely found its dark, meandering path and incessant mutterings rather foolish. Perhaps it was simply venting its frustration over a lost game? Hermione extended her hand. Let us not concern ourselves with it. No harm has yet occurred. Nor has there been the sound of a body being discovered. It is merely a disoriented serpent, babbling nonsensically after being confined for too long. It is hardly a matter of great significance in the eyes of others. A sense of unease lingered in Harry's heart, an ominous feeling that something dreadful was about to transpire. Yet, given Hermione's demeanor, he refrained from further discussion. The following day, it was not the black and white cat that discovered the body, but rather Harry and Ron. Early in the morning, Hermione was roused by Lavender, who insisted that Ron needed her urgently. Yawning, Hermione stepped outside, only to find Ron pacing anxiously at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Hermione, come quickly. Something's happened. Ron's voice was laced with urgency. Harry's waiting at the scene. He wants to find you quickly. He suspects it's connected to the voice he heard yesterday. Unsurprisingly, Harry had shared the incident with his close friend, Ron, upon returning home the previous night. Hermione nodded slightly and followed Ron through the twists and turns until they arrived at a corridor. Upon seeing Harry, the latter pointed towards the wall before them. Hermione, look. Following the direction of his finger, her eyes were immediately drawn to two enormous blood-red words. The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemy. Hermione nodded. Well, how considerate. After committing a heinous act, it still reminds everyone. Harry and Ron were incredulous. Is this really the focus here? Beside the bloodied words lay a grim-looking cat, its tail hanging from a torch bracket, its body as stiff as stone. The first victim had made its appearance, Mrs. Norris. That's Filch's cat. If he finds out. Harry began, but before he could finish, a voice echoed from behind them. What have you done? The chill that ran through Harry at the sound of that voice was palpable as he slowly turned around to face Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. Filch was glaring intently at Mrs. Norris, his lips quivering before he directed an accusatory gaze at Harry. You killed my cat. Mr. Filch, I swear it wasn't me. You have the audacity to murder my cat. Filch seized Harry by the collar, his voice a mix of anguish and fury. I will kill you. I will kill you. The commotion before the morning classes soon attracted the attention of nearby students, who began to gather. What is happening? Isn't that Filch's cat? How did it end up here? It looks like Harry Potter did it. Filch adored his cat, and this was bound to provide a spectacle. Look, there's blood on the wall. The chamber has been opened. What does that mean? Malfoy, observing the scene with his deep-rooted family background, quickly grasped the situation and smirked. Glancing at the nearby muggle-born wizards, he spat. You lot are next, mudbloods. Just as he was reveling in his own cleverness, he suddenly spotted Hermione, yawning leisurely not far away, and his eyes widened with alarm. Oh no! Little Malfoy trembled, nearly losing his footing, but fortunately, Crabbe and Goyle were quick to steady him. I'm doomed. At that moment, he wished he could slap the version of himself from 10 seconds prior for being so reckless with his words. How foolish of him. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Hermione showed no reaction, which caused Malfoy to feel a flicker of hope. Perhaps she hadn't heard? Splendid. He had narrowly escaped. He would surely mend his ways from here on out. I almost died from fright. Thank goodness that terrifying witch didn't hear me. Otherwise, I might end up like Mrs. Norris, hanging lifelessly from the lamp. While Malfoy engaged in this frantic internal dialogue, the altercation between Harry and Filch escalated. One insisted he was innocent while the other was resolute in accusing him. Observing Harry's predicament, Hermione stifled a laugh. Oh, how he enjoys playing detective. Even going so far as to protect the crime scene. Trouble is surely afoot. Does he not realize that the first person to discover a crime scene is always the one most suspected? As Harry stubbornly denied the accusations, Filch, now furious, was about to unleash a curse when the professors finally arrived. Argus, stand down. Dumbledore intervened, then turned his attention to the bloodied words. In the next moment, both he and the other professors were taken aback, their expressions turning grave. Only the comedic Lockhart remained oblivious, glancing around in confusion. Regaining his composure, Dumbledore addressed Filch. Argus, we cannot yet ascertain who the culprit is, so please, exercise patience. Dumbledore's words held weight, and reluctantly, Filch released Harry. Isn't it just about finding the culprit? Hermione's voice suddenly rang out. I know. All eyes turned to her. What? You know? Filch stepped forward eagerly, pointing at Harry. Quickly, tell us it's him. Oh, please. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. The culprit is quite obvious. Did you all not hear the voice earlier? Whose voice? As Hermione spoke with conviction, the crowd fell silent. Watching her intently, even Dumbledore's expression betraying surprise. In the stillness, Malfoy suddenly felt a sense of unease. I remember someone saying, you read next, just now, right? Hermione replied coolly. Who, upon first seeing a crime scene, would utter such a phrase? Clearly, the murderer had just finished off their first victim and was making a follow-up declaration. The crowd turned their gaze towards Malfoy. The Slytherin's face paled. Well, the killer has inadvertently revealed themselves. We can close the case now. Hermione clapped her hands. Professors, please call for the Aurors to apprehend the perpetrator. As she spoke, she walked over to Filch and patted him on the shoulder. No need to thank me. Just call me Detective Granger. What a compelling argument, everyone thought inwardly. I. As Draco Malfoy surveyed the suspicious gazes surrounding him, he was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, it's not me. While he harbored a desire to be the heir of Salazar Slytherin, he certainly did not wish for such a method of inheritance. He remained oblivious to the identity of the true culprit, but at that moment, one thing was abundantly clear. The witch had undoubtedly heard his earlier words. Malfoy slapped his own face twice in exasperation. Why was his mouth so troublesome? Stop it. Stop it. As he prepared to inflict further punishment upon himself, Crabbe and Goyle hurriedly intervened. Hermione, too, was somewhat taken aback. How did things escalate so quickly from normalcy to chaos? A few chuckles erupted among the onlookers at the sight of Malfoy in such a state. Harry laughed. Ron laughed. Lockhart laughed. Malfoy did not find it amusing. Ginny was speechless. Luna appeared puzzled. Dumbledore, observing Hermione's amused expression, could not help but cover his face, finally commenting, all right. Miss Granger, let us refrain from jesting. Heads of house, kindly escort the students back to their dormitories. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger, please remain. Once the crowd had dispersed, Dumbledore turned to Filch. Madame Loris is not dead. She has merely been petrified, and there is still hope. Filch's face lit up with joy, but before he could speak, Lockhart interjected. Yes. I knew it. I coincidentally know the counter curse to save her, but regrettably, I wasn't present at the time. Dumbledore remained silent. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Hermione looked incredulous, feeling the peculiar gazes of the three upon him. Lockhart felt a pang of guilt, letting out an awkward laugh as his gaze darted about. Only Filch took him seriously, eagerly stating, Professor Lockhart, I knew you possessed this ability. Please, save Madame Loris at once. Oh, Lockhart was instantly petrified, more thoroughly than any cat. Goodness, think before you lie. How can you utter such a transparently falsehood? Hermione shook her head in resignation and stepped forward. Allow me. She raised her wand, pointing it at Madame Loris. Petrificus totalis. Undone. A flash of white light emanated from the tip of her wand, Yet nothing transpired. Hermione glanced at Dumbledore and shook her head. It's not a petrification curse. It's something else. The petrification curse she referred to was not the common body-binding spell, but rather a genuine dark magic petrification. The latter could transform a person into actual stone, as was the case with Madame Loris before them. The counter-curse for the common petrification could only negate the effects of the spell, not any petrification caused by other means. This was a fact known to Hermione, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape alike. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. However, what a splendid counter-curse. It appears your time in the restricted section has yielded fruitful results. Thank you for the compliment, Hermione smiled. In that case, what could be the cause? Snape inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded Madame Loris. There could be numerous reasons. Further investigation is required, Dumbledore replied calmly. Snape seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly looking at Harry. What were you doing last night? Harry shot Snape a glare, about to respond when Hermione interrupted. Last night, Professor Lockhart and I were preparing lessons in the classroom, and I happened to ask Harry for assistance. Snape scrutinized Hermione before nodding. Since Miss Granger can vouch for you, there are no immediate concerns. I can also vouch for him. Lockhart immediately chimed in, ever the professional performer, never missing an opportunity to assert his presence. Snape ignored him entirely, addressing Dumbledore. Once the mandrakes mature, we can brew the antidote for petrification. When Professor Sprout's new batch of herbs is ready, I can assist. Very well, then. I shall entrust this to you, Severus, Dumbledore began, but Hermione, hearing Snape's words, suddenly recalled something. Oh right. I happened to brew a potion for petrification antidote not long ago. Saying this, she opened her bag and dumped its contents onto the table. Apples, clothing, books, a flower pot, a broom, galleons, a cauldron, snacks, until the items formed a small mountain. Dumbledore was taken aback. McGonagall was speechless. Snape was astonished. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. In that fleeting moment, Dumbledore was reminded of another one of his students who was equally resourceful. He gazed at Hermione, his thoughts drifting far away. After rummaging through her belongings, Hermione finally produced a glass vial filled with a yellowish-brown liquid. Snape immediately took it, uncapping and sniffing it. Indeed, this is the antidote for petrification. He looked at Hermione, then back at the vial in disbelief. Did you brew this yourself? Hermione shrugged. The materials were limited, so I only managed to brew one vial. Upon her admission, Snape appeared momentarily dazed, but once he regained his composure, his expression softened, and he surprisingly remarked, well done. Harry and Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, the day has come when Snape actually praises someone. Was this truly the Snape they knew? Surely, he hadn't been possessed by something. The potion was administered to Madame Loris, and soon enough, the cat revived. Filch rushed forward, embracing it, and then approached Hermione, beaming with gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Hermione waved her hands, somewhat overwhelmed by his exuberance. After all, she had only one vial. She chose to save the cat, and the others would have to fend for themselves. Chapter 79, Poisoned. Snape stared at the empty potion vial, still in a state of disbelief. Dumbledore sighed softly. Let us go, Severus. He then turned to Harry and Ron. You two should exercise caution. Try to return directly to your dormitory after class. Once the professors had departed, Harry, infuriated, exclaimed, It wasn't me. That wretched Snape is deliberately trying to make my life miserable. If it weren't for Hermione vouching for me, I would have been falsely accused. Poor Snape, Hermione ventured. Do you think there's a chance he asked about your whereabouts last night to actually help you? As long as anyone can vouch for you, he might be able to eliminate your suspicions. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by her novel perspective. In the next moment, both recalled Snape's grim visage. And Harry vehemently shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ron echoed. Hermione, are you feeling all right? That is Snape we're talking about. Sensing their resolute emotions, Hermione sighed with resignation. Well then, Snape, you're on your own. I can't assist you. I can't fathom why Snape always targets me. Harry grumbled, feeling unjustly persecuted. Perhaps it's simply because he graduated from Slytherin, and they tend to be like that. Just look at Malfoy. Ron expressed the Gryffindor disdain for the Slytherin house. Hermione's eyes twinkled with an idea as she suddenly asked, Harry, would you like Snape to treat you more normally in the future? Harry nodded. Do you have a plan? Hermione smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to Harry's ear and whispering 2 words. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Are you serious? Trust me. Just go back and give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, it won't be worse, will it? Hermione coaxed. As Harry grappled with his conflicting thoughts, Hermione glanced down the deserted corridor. It felt oddly familiar since she had arrived that morning. Only just now did she recognize it. Wasn't this the very spot where she had once vanquished a troll? Truly a place prone to calamity. She took a moment to pay her respects to the late Quirrell. With her moment of remembrance concluded, Harry seemed to regain his focus, as if he had reached a decision. What should we do now? He began the search. Awaiting the judgment of the school authorities, Hermione left a parting remark, not looking back as she departed. Harry turned to Ron. What about Marvel? Upon landing, Hermione received a call from Pepper. Little Hermione, it's Tony. Pepper's voice was tinged with urgency. Take your time. Don't rush, Hermione soothed, though a sense of concern welled within her. It appeared that Tony had encountered quite the electrical shock. But why was Pepper so anxious? Surely, he couldn't have truly been incapacitated. Given that he carried a portable suit, he shouldn't be so easily defeated. After a moment, as Pepper calmed down, she finally explained. Tony was attacked in Monaco by someone wielding a whip, seemingly utilizing his miniature reactor technology. Thankfully, he is safe now and has returned to New York. The police are still investigating the assailant's identity. But isn't that a good thing? Hermione questioned, perplexed. She was well aware of who the attacker was, Ivan Vanko, whose father, Anton Vanko, had once collaborated with Tony's father, Howard Stark, on reactor designs. However, the former had later defected from S.H.I.E.L.D. After his father's death, Ivan blamed the Stark family and created his own reactor and electric whip to exact revenge on Tony. In summary, it was merely a convoluted web of familial rivalries. While Tony was safe this time, I had just learned that he had been poisoned for quite some time without informing us. Pepper's voice was a mix of anger and urgency. Hermione finally understood. It was palladium poisoning that had been discovered, which explained Pepper's distress. Don't worry, I have a solution, Hermione assured. Really? Pepper's voice was laced with surprise. Little Hermione never failed to deliver. Yes, rest assured, I'll see if he can still breathe. After receiving Pepper's coordinates, Hermione prepared herself and opened a portal, stepping through. Stark, I need you to get off that donut. Hermione observed Tony, clad in his iron armor, seated atop a giant donut advertisement while devouring a donut, her tone exuding exasperation. 2 minutes later, 4 individuals were gathered around a table in the store: Black Widow, Pepper, Tony, and Natasha. So, you're actually with S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony glared at Natasha, seemingly irate. And you knew all along, but never told me? His gaze shifted to Pepper, his anger intensifying. Pepper stood her ground, glaring back at Tony. And what about you? Did you tell me and little Hermione about your poisoning? She had feigned ignorance of Natasha to allow her to infiltrate Stark Industries as CEO's secretary to protect him. Had Natasha not discovered something and informed her, she would still be in the dark. This provided clarity regarding Tony's erratic behavior in recent days. Tony was momentarily speechless. You all should be used to this by now, a voice chimed in, accompanied by the rustling sound of footsteps and sparks as Hermione stepped through the portal. Little Hermione. Both Pepper and Natasha stood up simultaneously. Sister Natasha, it's been a while, Hermione waved, giving Natasha a light embrace before turning to Tony. Tony widened his eyes, staring at the portal. What kind of new magic is this? I've never seen it before. There are many forms of magic you haven't encountered. This academic year has been quite busy for me. I'm not here to discuss that but to save your life, Hermione replied calmly, rummaging through her bag. Save. Tony chuckled bitterly. How do you plan to do that? Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s specialized antidote can only temporarily alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning. As long as it persists, the radioactive substances in my body will never disappear. He seemed resigned to his fate, merely wishing for one last hurrah. Hermione's pupils glowed with an ethereal blue light as she scrutinized Tony. Under the weight of her penetrating gaze, Tony felt as if all his secrets were laid bare before her enchanting eyes. Just as he could no longer restrain himself from speaking, the blue light in Hermione's eyes gradually faded, returning to normal. Indeed, the poisoning is severe, Hermione observed without addressing him directly. She merely continued to pull out a cauldron and a haphazard assortment of ingredients, while others remained oblivious to her intentions. Only Tony recognized the familiar scene and began to suspect what was forthcoming. Chapter 80. Drink. Why not drink? The 4 of them dared not interrupt, intently watching Hermione's process. Hermione poured a mysterious liquid into the cauldron, tossing in some rather unappealing substances, and began to stir slowly. Observing Hermione nonchalantly gathering ingredients from the floor, many of which were coated in dirt and dust, Tony's eye twitched uncontrollably. What are you doing? He protested. Oh, don't worry, it won't affect the efficacy. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. That's not what I'm worried about. Tony internally shouted. Producing a small vial, Hermione carefully added a drop of liquid. Boom. With a loud explosion, a cloud resembling a skull billowed from the cauldron. Hermione picked up an iron spoon from the table, stirred it, and upon lifting it, noticed that the lower half of the spoon had vanished, revealing a satisfied expression. The others widened their eyes in astonishment. It's done, Hermione cheered, pouring the dark purple liquid into a vial and thrusting it into Tony's hands. Drink. Tony swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Before I drink, could you at least tell me what this concoction is? It's an antidote. Hermione replied. What do you think I was making? No. I mean, I'm suffering from radioactive element poisoning, not chemical poisoning. Tony attempted to protest. He naturally deduced that it was an antidote. But the entire preparation process was etched deeply in his mind, causing his body to instinctively resist this vial in his hands. Whatever kind of poison it is, this is a potion. It can cleanse any harm to the body, Hermione asserted. Stop trying to apply your knowledge to explain magic. Hurry up. Why haven't you drunk it yet? Tony feigned a laugh. How about you take a sip first? Hermione shook her head. This potion is incredibly precious. How could I, a mere little witch, drink it? It should be given to the poisoned individual. Observing Tony's prolonged inaction, Hermione's patience finally wore thin. She seized his collar with one hand while brandishing her wand threateningly at his head with the other. Do you disdain it? I painstakingly concocted this. Drink it now. Why aren't you drinking? Drink. Drink. If you refuse, I shall cast the soul-binding curse upon you. A look of distress crossed Tony's face as he glanced towards Pepper. Did you not witness the explosion earlier? Drink. Pepper's expression remained as cold as iron. Tony then turned to Natasha. The skulls emerged. Drink. The Black Widow's gaze was piercing. Tony's eyes shifted to Rhodey. The iron spoon has corroded away. It dissolved faster than sulfuric acid. Drink. Fury appeared as unyielding as a judge in his resolve. Overwhelmed by despair, Tony shut his eyes and gulped the potion down in one swift motion. Farewell, Pepper. Surprisingly pleasant. Upon swallowing the elixir, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an unexpected delight. Far better than the vegetable juice I've been consuming for months. And how do you find it? The three looked at Tony, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Tony blinked, seemingly sensing something, and quickly retrieved the palladium detector. Zeroed out. He exclaimed, staring at the screen displaying a content of 0. The palladium in my bloodstream has vanished completely, and my physical condition has improved significantly. It seems to have eradicated other toxins as well. Hermione shot him a sidelong glance and huffed. Indeed, what I brew is of the finest quality. Yet some individuals were just now hesitant, treating my good intentions as if they were worthless. Tony chuckled awkwardly. Pepper enveloped Hermione in a tight embrace, squeezing her affectionately. Thank you, little Hermione. Watching Hermione, unresisting in Pepper's grasp, Natasha felt a pang of jealousy, but ultimately refrained from stepping forward. This is splendid. With this, Iron Man shall be reborn. Tony rubbed his hands together, eager to replace the palladium core and soar through the skies in his armored suit, combating crime. Hey, focus. Hermione wrapped her wand against his reactor. My potion only cleansed your body of toxins. It does not sever your dependency on that thing. Overusing the armor will lead to poisoning once more. Tony nodded. I understand. But you're here, aren't you? Just bring me 10 or 8 bottles each month. And what problem can't we solve? Hermione displayed a look of utter disbelief. 10 or 8 bottles. Are you jesting? Do you realize how precious the raw materials for this are? A plethora of strange liquids and animal innards. I see no value in that, Tony muttered. Isn't it just money? $1 million per bottle. Surely that's acceptable. He waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Hermione scoffed. It seems you didn't grasp my words. I said precious, not expensive. Crafting this requires unicorn blood. Do you understand what unicorns are? Do you realize how difficult it is to obtain their blood? This is the substance used to concoct the elixir of immortality. Many wizards struggle their entire lives to acquire even a single drop. And you expect me to provide it to you daily for detoxification? An elixir of immortality. The group gasped in astonishment. Is there truly a potion that grants everlasting life? Fury exclaimed, suddenly standing in shock. Hermione nodded. Indeed, though it is exceedingly arduous to concoct. However, with sufficient materials, one's lifespan can be extended indefinitely. Some wizards have lived for centuries due to it. Fury and Natasha exchanged glances, suppressing their shock as they turned to Hermione. Stating solemnly, Miss Witch, please be extraordinarily cautious with this information. While it may be common knowledge among your kind, do not underestimate the yearning of ordinary people for immortality. If greedy politicians were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly seek to acquire it by any means, even resorting to violence. His concern was not for Hermione's safety, but for the reckless politicians, blinded by ambition. Hermione, who typically presented herself as quite reasonable, capable of upholding justice and protecting the innocent, would transform into a fearsome sorceress if anyone dared to threaten her, utterly indifferent to their identities among the ordinary. The SHIELD agents had witnessed this firsthand. Should these foolish, greedy politicians be slaughtered, it could easily escalate into a war between ordinary folk and wizards, a scenario he could never accept and had long sought to prevent. Understood, Hermione replied. I may be small, but I am not foolish. This trope has been played out in television far too often. Fury's anxiety eased slightly. Tony, however, felt a jolt of realization. While he was indifferent to the notion of immortality, he now understood the true value of the raw materials for a potion that could grant such a gift. It was something far beyond monetary worth. Even if Hermione were willing to provide it, he doubted she could produce more than a few bottles. Reflecting on the potion he had just consumed, Tony's gaze softened as he looked at Hermione. Despite their frequent bickering and her occasional irresponsibility, she had willingly sacrificed something so precious to save him during this critical moment. And even if there were ample materials, I would not agree to produce it indefinitely. Hermione's voice took on a somewhat chilling tone. Why not? Tony truly did not comprehend. Do you think palladium poisoning is the only concern? Magical poisoning is no less dangerous, Hermione replied coolly. Wizards can consume potions without side effects because their bodies are vessels of magic and do not reject it. However, your mundane bodies are different. If too much potion is consumed, it could prove fatal before the ailment is even cured. Therefore, the elixir of immortality cannot grant perpetual life to mortals, nor can the antidote be provided without limit. Hermione began to elaborate. Ah, I see. The group finally grasped the situation. Thus, what I can do is secure ample time for you, ensuring you do not perish before a solution is found. Hermione pointed at Tony. Now, focus on finding a remedy and stop wasting my potion with your existential musings. Feeling the weight of their expectations, and recalling the potion Hermione had already expended, Tony took a deep breath, his resolve fortifying as hope rekindled within him. While motivation surged, the pressing question remained: how to discover a new element to replace palladium. Recognizing Tony's predicament, Fury stepped forward. Your father, Howard Stark, left you some items, which are currently housed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Our scientists have yet to derive any conclusions, but perhaps you could succeed where they have not. That is the purpose of my visit today. Tony nodded, a surge of determination flooding through him. What are we waiting for? Let us move. As Tony and Rhodey departed, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the remaining trio, an uneasy silence lingering. Little Hermione. After a prolonged pause, both Pepper and Natasha spoke simultaneously. You go first. No, you go ahead. Hermione interjected. I still have classes to attend. If you have nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Can't you skip class? Natasha looked at Hermione with hopeful eyes. How about we take a drive around the city? I could show you some of New York's landmarks. Well, that is not possible. I'm not attending class. I'm teaching others. Leaving Lockhart to his own devices certainly leads to some rather troublesome scenarios. Hermione scratched her head, noticing the golden snitch hanging around Pepper's neck, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. She then produced a metallic bracelet and handed it to Natasha. This is a little trinket I concocted a few days ago. It contains a disillusionment charm that can distort one's appearance, allowing one to blend into the surrounding environment. Please give it a try, Hermione said with a cheerful smile. She had created a whole truckload of similar items during her alchemical experiments, and today was the perfect occasion to bestow one as a gift. Is this a magical item? I can't believe you would part with something so precious, Natasha exclaimed, taken aback and feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. After all, it was Pepper who had been taking care of her during these days, while she had been preoccupied with her missions, unable to spend quality time with her. Pepper, noticing the moment, recalled something and glanced at the golden snitch around her neck. Wait, isn't this the snitch you caught during the Quidditch Cup? Hermione nodded. Exactly. As champions, it was left as a trophy for the Gryffindor team. Are you truly willing to give me something so significant? Pepper hesitated, pondering whether the little boy with glasses, who caught it, would have any objections. It's fine. He wouldn't dare to complain, Hermione assured her. Pepper. Natasha. Isn't little Hermione supposed to be the adorable, diligent student? What's with this schoolyard bully rhetoric? As time pressed on, Hermione waved goodbye to the two with a smile and vanished with a flicker of apparition. Pepper and Natasha exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. This child, always bustling about, never seeming to pause. Is the academic pressure at Hogwarts truly that overwhelming? Natasha caressed the bracelet, and suddenly her phone rang. Upon answering, Fury's voice came through, sounding rather urgent. Agent Romanoff. There's an emergency on Coulson S and that requires your assistance. Natasha furrowed her brow. Coulson? ISNT in New Mexico? Has something mysterious occurred there? She understood that Fury would not reach out to little Hermione unless the situation was extraordinary and closely tied to the arcane. Fury continued, Indeed. I've dispatched Sitwell and Barton to assist Coulson. They can handle most matters, but there's one particular item that requires the expertise of the young witch herself. I've sent the photo to your phone. If possible, it would be best for her to examine it in person, and by the way, I've gathered some magical materials here that need her appraisal. Natasha sighed. You're a bit late. Little Hermione just left, and I have no idea where she went. Sigh. There's nothing to be done now. I acutely feel that S.H.I. LDS understanding of the mystical realm is pathetically limited. Whenever such situations arise, we invariably have to rely on Hermione. After hanging up, Natasha glanced at the photo she had just received and muttered to herself, "What's this? Hey, hammer? Hogwarts, 8th floor, 8th floor." Hermione wandered through the castle, glancing left and right, searching for something until she spotted a tapestry depicting a troll clobbering a hapless Barney. A spark of recognition lit up her face, prompting her to stop. Approaching the wall opposite the tapestry, Hermione closed her eyes, focused her mind, and began to move along the wall. It was only on her third pass that she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, a smooth door had appeared on what was once an empty wall. It felt reminiscent of a whimsical incantation that required a few turns and a shout to open. Found it, Hermione thought, elated, as she pushed open the door and stepped inside. As the door closed behind her, it gradually shrank until it vanished into the wall, as if it had never existed. Surveying her surroundings, Hermione found herself in a spacious hall filled with alchemical tables and planting stations. Not too far away, she spotted a glowing inner door, through which she could faintly see green grass and a stretch of ocean. Overcome with joy, she hurried over to examine each station. After some contemplation, Hermione closed her eyes and concentrated. It was as if the vast room sensed her intentions. The decorations and layout began to shift. Tapestries rose, carpets appeared, chairs and tables arranged themselves, and even the ceiling seemed to ascend. Minutes later, she opened her eyes to behold the transformed arrangement, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. If one were to inquire what this place was, it could only be the wondrous room of requirement. Chapter 82. Why is your head so pointy? In Hogwarts Castle, the most extraordinary location was undoubtedly the room of requirement. One could only enter when they truly needed it, and the room would perfectly align itself with the needs of the seeker. It also happened to be a frequent site of mishaps. Coincidentally, Hermione was in dire need of a space at that moment, so after learning the specifics of its activation from someone, she made her way here and found the entrance door. Upon arriving at a row of planting stations, Hermione began to sow seeds of mandrakes, venomous tentacula, and puffskein, then drew her wand and pointed it at the pots. Grow swiftly. With a wave of her wand, a growth charm sent hundreds of seeds bursting forth from the soil, sprouting into seedlings at a visibly rapid pace. Wingardium Leviosa. Watering cans and fertilizer floated into the air, tending to each planting station in succession. On the other side, Hermione opened her backpack, and countless alchemical materials began to levitate out, arranging themselves neatly across the alchemical tables. With a mere thought, a gem, as red as blood, materialized before her, hovering over the alchemical table and emanating a faint crimson glow that enveloped the entire area. Hundreds of strands of magical energy extended from the stone to the alchemical materials. Glimmers of light began to extract from the materials, gradually flowing toward the stone. Though the stone could serve as a substitute for the alchemical materials, each use would deplete its energy. Especially after centuries of use by Nicholas Flamel, its power had waned significantly. Fortunately, her notes contained methods to replenish its strength. By refining alchemical materials or magical items, combined with the alchemical techniques devised by Flamel, it was possible to recharge it. This was precisely why Hermione needed SHIELD to gather various materials in the Marvel Universe. Moments later, Hermione reclaimed the magical stone, which now radiated an even brighter red glow, resembling crystal and exuding a mysterious aura, clearly more vibrant than before. With the room arranged to her satisfaction, she stepped into the inner door. Upon entering, Hermione felt as though she had stepped into another realm. Gentle breezes, verdant grass, towering cliffs, and azure waters. Is this the breeding ground that the room of requirement conjured based on my imagination? Hermione mused aloud. Opening her pocket, a white horse galloped out. Hermione retrieved a vial of unicorn blood and injected it into the creature. Shortly thereafter, the white horse fell into a deep slumber, motionless. Gently stroking the horse's flank, Hermione glanced at her spellbook. Unicorn in transformation. Nodding, Hermione observed the horse's forehead beginning to protrude slowly. She could only wonder how long it would take for the transformation to complete. Why is your head so pointy? After laboring for what felt like hours, she returned to the hall and surveyed the chaotic pile of items and cabinets in the corner, deciding to leave them undisturbed for the time being. Although this place has transformed into her form under the influence of her thoughts, the remnants left by others do not simply vanish into thin air. Focusing her mind, the door reappears, and she departs without hesitation. In the corridor, Hermione clutches a notebook, contemplating her next course of action. Suddenly, mocking laughter echoes from around the corner. With a flicker of thought, the object in her hand disappears, and Hermione strides forward. Approaching closely, she sees three girls standing in the corridor. Two stand opposite the other. Laughing loudly, We won't tell you where your shoes are hidden. Go find them yourself, you oddball Lovegood. The other chimes in, you should take a look in the mirror. You look ridiculous, daring to sit in the witch's seat. We only dare to look from afar. What makes you think she would be patient with you? The platinum-haired girl opposite blinks, about to retort, but upon spotting Hermione emerging from around the corner, she waves her hand vigorously. Hi, she exclaims, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing bullying, her face adorned with a smile. The two girls, facing away from Hermione, turn around upon witnessing her reaction. A jolt of alarm courses through them. Granger, they stammer. Seeing Hermione remain silent, merely observing them, their anxiety escalates. I was just joking with her. It's her fault for interrupting your reading, one stutters. Hermione has already grasped the situation from their earlier words. It appears that during her previous time in the library, she had patiently chatted with Luna and even taught her the Patronus charm, which had displeased some individuals. Given Luna's eccentric nature and unconventional views, it's no surprise that she has faced ostracism, even bullying, from other first years. Such phenomena are inescapable in any world. Hermione waves at Luna, who bounces over to her side, exuding a lively energy. Noticing Hermione's disinterest in their antics, the two girls hastily bow and scurry away. I still want to ask them where they hid my shoes, Luna remarks, glancing at the retreating figures. A quick peek reveals that she wears a shoe on only one foot, the other bare, her smooth, white foot glimmering. Do you think they would tell you? Hermione queries. Luna shakes her head. Then why ask? Hermione poses a soul-searching question. Luna gazes at Hermione. How can I get my shoes back? What about your wand? Hermione asks. Luna retrieves her wand from behind her ear, presenting it in her palm. Can you use magic? Luna nods, her expression somewhat perplexed. Should I use the summoning charm? But I don't know where it is. Before she can finish, Hermione interrupts. What summoning charm? Find an opportunity to give them a good thrashing. I assure you, you'll never have trouble losing things again. This is far more effective than a summoning charm. Luna's eyes widen in surprise, as if hearing such a novel idea for the first time, her head tilting in contemplation. With a flick of her wand, Hermione uses the summoning charm to retrieve Luna's shoe from the rafters, then makes to leave. Having made eye contact with the two girls earlier, she had already employed the legilimency spell to locate the hidden shoes. As Hermione walks away, gradually fading from view, Luna finally snaps back to reality, picks up the shoe from the ground, and, without even putting it on, rushes after her. Feeling the alternating footsteps behind her, Hermione, without turning, senses her wrist being seized. Follow me. Luna pulls her in a particular direction. At least put your shoe on first, Hermione sighs, resigned to following her, drawing curious glances along the way. 10 minutes later, they arrive at the edge of the forbidden forest. Luna finally releases her grip and slips on her shoe. What are we doing? Hermione inquires, perplexed. Just a moment, Luna insists, still grasping Hermione's wrist as if afraid she might flee, her eyes directed skyward, seemingly awaiting something. After a brief interval, a dark shadow appears, soaring towards them from the horizon. Chapter 83, Dark Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts. The shadow draws nearer, diving towards the two. Hermione squints, about to raise her wand, but retracts it upon a clearer view. A skeletal black Pegasus, sporting a dragon's head and massive bat-like wings, descends beside them. Luna smiles and strokes the horse's back, which emits a soft grunt. A thestral. Hermione immediately recognizes it. Hogwarts indeed keeps a few, but they are exceedingly rare, and Hermione has never seen one until now. I come here daily to feed it some raw meat, Luna explains, glancing at Hermione. Observing her calm demeanor, Luna beams. You can see it. Hermione nods silently, listening intently. My mother passed away due to a magical experiment gone wrong 2 years ago. Since then, I have been able to see them. Luna reminisces. Father said these are thestrals, visible only to those who have witnessed death. By the way, she turns to Hermione. You were reading that book, An Introduction to Dangerous Magical Experiments, at the time. Since you can see it, you must have encountered death. Luna studies Hermione's face intently. But my intuition tells me that you've experienced more than just that. Hermione affirms. You're correct. I have not only witnessed death, but have also caused it. To her surprise, rather than recoiling in fear, Luna claps her hands in delight, as if thrilled by her correct deduction. I knew it. I was right. Hermione smiles, retrieving a piece of raw meat from her bag to feed the thestral, taking the opportunity to collect a vial of its blood. Thestral, collected. Although Luna is unaware of Hermione's intentions, she does not intervene, waiting until the thestral is well fed before pulling out a magazine from her clothing and handing it to Hermione. Thank you for helping me find my shoes. This is a token of my gratitude. Hermione opens the magazine, which prominently displays the title Sing a Different Tune. Well, promoting your own product, are we? Hermione realizes that Luna's family is the editor of this magazine, which often contradicts the ministry-approved The Daily Prophet, yet surprisingly enjoys high sales. No wonder Luna has been a conspiracy theorist since childhood. Oh dear, it's almost time. Let us talk more later. Luna bounces away, suddenly recalling something mid-stride, waving goodbye before continuing on. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Hermione observes Lockhart across the room, seemingly rehearsing lines for the upcoming lesson. Stealthily approaching the impassive Snape beside her, she whispers, "I say, Professor Snape, do you have some leverage over him?" Ever since the petrification incident, Lockhart seemed to have seized an opportunity, rushing to Dumbledore to propose the establishment of a dueling club, claiming it would enhance students' self-defense skills. Strangely, Dumbledore actually agreed. Thus, the upcoming defense against the dark arts lessons will be conducted in the dueling club, and today's theme is practical wizard dueling. It remains unclear how Lockhart managed to drag Snape into serving as his sparring partner. In response, Snape's lips twitch slightly. After a long pause, he finally manages to utter 2 words, "Ask less." Hermione remained unfazed, likely having surmised the reason behind it all. If it were anyone else making the request, Snape might not have acquiesced. However, with Lockhart soliciting his presence, he had no choice but to comply. After all, what awaited them was a practical combat lesson. Should Lockhart decide to orchestrate some sort of student dueling practice, drawing Harry into it, Snape harbored no confidence that the man could ensure Harry's safety. Thus, he deemed it imperative to oversee the proceedings personally, for his peace of mind was at stake. Hermione, perceptive as ever, refrained from exposing him. This old bat still possessed a sense of pride, and was reluctant to let anyone know how much he truly cared for Harry. Upon arriving at the dueling club, students from all houses had already taken their places. Given that today marked a significant lecture, students from 3 entire years had gathered, encircling the dueling stage in a tightly packed throng. Lockhart ascended to the platform, chest puffed out. "My dear students," he proclaimed, "today, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, have personally arranged a practical lesson in defense against the dark arts for you all. I trust you will eagerly anticipate what is to come." Despite the lingering doubts from the previous teaching mishap, the prospect of engaging in wizard dueling sparked glimmers of excitement in their eyes. Amidst the crowd, Hermione spotted a familiar face. Seizing the moment while Lockhart was still engrossed in his grand speech, she quietly made her way to the back. "What brings you here?" Hermione inquired, recalling that first years were not meant to participate in practical lessons. "I just felt compelled to see you," Luna replied. "I heard Professor Lockhart was conducting this class, so I thought I'd drop by." She then held up a paper bag. "Look, I even brought you a chocolate frog. Do you take me for Ron?" Hermione retorted, somewhat exasperated. Yet, upon gazing into Luna's clear and sincere eyes, she accepted the bag. At that moment, Lockhart concluded his opening remarks. "Now, before we delve into practice, I would like to invite my esteemed assistant, Miss Hermione Granger, to enlighten you all on some fundamental aspects of dark arts." Hermione stepped onto the stage. This was not an impromptu act. She and Lockhart had discussed this arrangement beforehand. Since the last class, perhaps realizing his inability to teach effectively, or perhaps owing to the trust he had developed in Hermione after that evening's charade, Lockhart had entrusted her with the entire lesson plan. Though he remained the nominal professor, their roles had effectively reversed. With all eyes upon her, Hermione began. "The essence of defense against the dark arts is to teach you how to safeguard yourselves against dark magic and malevolent creatures. I trust that through previous lessons, you have encountered and gained some understanding of dark creatures." She paused, scanning the crowd. "Now, who can tell me what constitutes dark magic?" The students exchanged glances. Despite Hermione being nearly their age and typically reserved, her few words emanated an undeniable authority. The aura she projected far surpassed that of Quirrell and Lockhart, even eclipsing the oppressive presence of Snape. "Is this truly the Witch of Gryffindor?" they mused internally. A male Hufflepuff student raised his hand. "Your name?" Hermione inquired. Feeling the weight of her gaze, the boy swallowed hard and mustered his courage. "Justin Finch Fletchley, Miss Witch." Hermione paused for a moment. It was the first time she had been addressed in such a manner in public. "Very well, continue." With her encouragement, Justin grew bolder. "Dark magic is specifically used to harm, control, or even kill others. It is exceedingly malevolent." Hermione nodded. "Now, who can tell me what the 3 unforgivable curses are?" Upon hearing the mention of the unforgivable curses, the students collectively held their breath. Taking a deep breath, Justin replied, "The unforgivable curses are the Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and," he hesitated, "the Killing Curse." "Precisely," Hermione affirmed. "These are the 3 spells favored by wicked dark wizards, corresponding respectively to control, torment, and murder. I have always believed that to defend against these dark magics, one must first understand them. How can one discuss defense without knowing their effects?" As Hermione's smile gradually widened, Snape felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. Surely, she wouldn't dare. In the next moment, his fears became reality. Let us witness firsthand what the unforgivable curse entails. Hermione opted to draw upon Barty Crouch Jr.'s lesson plan. Ah, what a remarkable lesson plan. No need to feel regret. As her words echoed, every eye widened in shock. Lockhart nearly choked, staring at Hermione in terror. You were instructed to prepare a teaching plan. And this is what you chose to teach. Even he understood the taboo surrounding such knowledge. The ministry had always insisted that young wizards were unfit to know about these 3 forms of dark magic. Yet Hermione countered, I disagree. To defend against dark magic, one must always be ready to confront it. She then produced a small box and opened it. A palm-sized spider emerged. Grow. The spider instantaneously transformed into a creature the size of a half-man. This is an acromantula I captured in the Forbidden Forest last night. A quintessential dark creature. It is cruel and bloodthirsty, relishing human flesh. I shrank it down and placed it in this box. What you see now is its true form. The half-man-sized spider raised its venomous fangs and hissed, inciting a wave of screams as the crowd recoiled in horror. Ah! Parvati shrieked, gripping Lavender's hand tightly. Justin's face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Just as the acromantula lunged at the nearest Justin, its fangs poised to pierce his skin, a haunting voice rang out. Soul-sucking curse. Hermione's wand pointed at the spider, causing it to halt its attack and stand still, while Justin gasped for breath, still reeling from the shock. Go. With a flick of her wand towards the window, the acromantula moved as if manipulated by strings, trudging past the crowd and climbing the window. She then directed her wand at Lockhart, who froze in place. Professor Lockhart, you are indeed our legitimate instructor in defense against the dark arts. Here I am, an assistant striving to support your teaching. Do not tell me you are about to do something ill-advised. Move again, and I shall lift the soul-sucking curse, allowing you to deal with this creature yourself. Lockhart, sensing the threat in Hermione's gaze, forced a smile, fighting back his terror as he remained rooted in place. Feeling beads of cold sweat trickle down his back. As the acromantula crawled onto Lockhart, obediently heeding Hermione's command, gasps erupted from the onlookers. Indeed, this is the soul-sucking curse. Those afflicted lose their will and become mere puppets, knowing only to obey the caster's commands. Hermione stated coolly. I suspect none of you would wish to become like this. So pay careful attention to all that you witnessed today. Suddenly, Hermione turned her gaze towards Neville. Neville was taken aback, his body trembling slightly. Hermione, can I? He stammered. No, Hermione replied coldly. It pierces the heart. Without allowing Neville to finish his sentence, she acted decisively. The air seemed to freeze. A flash of red light flickered across the 8-eyed giant spider, which then contorted and curled up, rolling on the ground incessantly. Ah! The spider emitted a scream akin to a human's, as if enduring immense suffering. Though this anguish was not directly inflicted upon the onlookers, merely witnessing it sent chills down their spines. Neville could hardly bear the intensity, his face turning pale and his body shaking. Snape's gaze darkened. The crowd's eyes flickered with compassion, yet under the oppressive aura of the witch, they dared not speak, merely turning their heads away. Among the throng, only Luna regarded Hermione with curiosity, devoid of fear, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Hermione approached Neville and crouched before him. I am aware of your home circumstances, but what has transpired in the past is irrevocable. If you cannot overcome this, when similar events befall your loved ones in the future, you will regret your weakness today. Her calm voice echoed in the hall. Neville bit his lip fiercely, gradually lifting his head, forcing himself to confront the scene before him. His eyes were filled with turmoil. Only when the effects of the Cruciatus curse faded did he finally collapse, unable to withstand it any longer, sweat pouring from him like rain. Feeling better? Hermione's voice was gentle. Neville slowly raised his head. Though his expression was frail, he managed a faint smile. Much better, thank you. Harry and the others exchanged glances. Now understanding Hermione's good intentions, yet questioning whether her methods were perhaps too extreme. Ron swallowed hard, discreetly stepping back. Ignoring the thoughts of others, Hermione continued. As for the most malevolent and darkest of the unforgivable curses, she slowly turned her gaze to Harry. Snape's eyes widened in alarm. What was she intending to do? This was not good. He abruptly stood up. Unfortunately, before he could intervene, Hermione had already acted. Avada Kedavra! A flash of emerald green light surged forth. The air became saturated with the scent of death. The giant spider, which had been writhing moments ago, suddenly halted and fell to the ground, devoid of life in an instant. The entire hall fell into a terrifying silence. Yet, it was not just the spider that had lost its breath. Under the green glow, it seemed as though everyone held their breath, afraid to exhale. Harry felt the familiar sting of pain at his scar. He clenched his fists, but after years of fortitude, his expression merely flickered before returning to normal. He then nodded gently at Hermione. Seeing this, Hermione's face lit up with satisfaction. Harry had indeed matured rapidly, outpacing his peers. Snape, observing the scene, felt his expression shift from anger and worry to a semblance of relief. However, when he looked at Hermione, his brows remained furrowed, his gaze oscillating between danger and nostalgia. Immensely complex. He could not comprehend this girl. Kicking the lifeless body of the giant spider, Hermione remarked indifferently, "This is a dark creature. Attacking humans is their innate instinct. Do not waste your limited compassion on such beings. There are far more worthy matters for your concern." Ron nodded in agreement, appearing enlightened. Thank goodness this frightening spider was finally dead. Hermione had done splendidly. He discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, Luna spoke up. "But won't using these curses lead to imprisonment in Azkaban?" Hermione nodded. "It is only prohibited when used against humans." Therefore, before she could finish her sentence, Luna's eyes lit up as if she had come to a realization. As long as it remains undiscovered, it is permissible. At this utterance, even Hermione was momentarily taken aback. The room fell silent, all eyes turning towards Luna. Hermione's lips twitched slightly. In truth, she had intended to suggest that using them on dark creatures was acceptable. She had not anticipated Luna's direct interpretation. Chapter 85, Hogwarts, Durmstrang. This Luna seemed somewhat different from her previous impressions. Why did she suddenly feel a bit peculiar? Hermione shook her head, casting aside this unusual sensation. "All right, that concludes our discussion on the 3 unforgivable curses." Her voice regained clarity, drawing everyone's attention back. "Due to their extreme danger and the near impossibility of defense against them, I personally advise that when encountering dark wizards..." Hermione paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her tone steady yet tinged with an unsettling chill. "Strike first." Hey, what are you saying?" Snape could no longer contain himself, his dark cloak swirling as he advanced to halt Hermione's continuation. "Are you teaching defense against the dark arts or dark magic? At this rate, Hogwarts students will instinctively respond to any encounter with Avada Kedavra. You intend to turn Hogwarts into Durmstrang." Snape's complexion darkened ominously, an icy aura enveloping him. "Thus, the disarming charm will become an essential defensive spell for you." Just as Snape was about to erupt in fury, Hermione suddenly shifted her focus to Gilderoy Lockhart, standing nearby. "Now, Professor Lockhart, please demonstrate for us the proper usage of the disarming charm." Snape abruptly halted, the fury that had consumed him cracking slightly. Thank goodness. This girl had not yet become so audacious as to publicly teach the unforgivable curses. Snape silently sighed in relief. However, it was astonishing that she had indeed mastered these 3 forbidden dark spells, and the Avada Kedavra she had just cast had taken form to the extent of being lethal. It was difficult to imagine how much killing intent resided within this young girl. Snape's gaze towards Hermione grew increasingly complex. Scattered applause erupted from the audience. Most students remained enraptured by the shock of the 3 unforgivable curses, momentarily unable to regain their composure. With the spotlight finally on him, Lockhart raised his hands to quell the non-existent fervor. "To ensure that you all have a successful learning experience, I have decided to have your beloved potions professor assist me in a dual demonstration, allowing you to deeply appreciate the power of the disarming charm." With that, under Snape's deathly glare, Lockhart beamed as he stepped onto the stage. Originally, Lockhart had planned to spar with Hermione, but after witnessing her prowess with the killing curse, he promptly abandoned that idea, focusing instead on the seemingly easy target of the potions professor, Snape. After all, having taught potions at Hogwarts for so many years, Snape's combat abilities were likely far from exceptional. Even Lockhart felt confident he could easily handle him. With unwavering confidence, Lockhart took his stance opposite Snape. Observing the expression of concern etched upon Harry's face, Lockhart deliberately turned his head and assured, "Fear not, Harry, I possess considerable restraint. I shall undoubtedly return your beloved Professor Snape to you whole and unharmed." Snape's impassive countenance twitched slightly, choosing silence as he silently withdrew his wand from his robes. The two bowed to one another before promptly turning to each walk to the edge of the dueling platform. Upon turning back, Lockhart struck what he presumed to be a remarkably elegant pose, cleared his throat, and languidly proclaimed, 3, 2, 1. No sooner had he uttered the last word than a clear, deliberate voice resonated, "Disarm you." A flash of red light streaked across the room. Amidst the spectators' unperturbed gazes, Lockhart was predictably sent sprawling backward, his wand slipping from his grasp and landing some distance away. The gathered wizards collectively wondered, why does this elicit no surprise? Lockhart lay awkwardly on the ground, a look of bewilderment and confusion flickering across his handsome features. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? As realization dawned upon him, his expression shifted slightly. Yet, in an instant, he sprang to his feet, dusting off his robes and feigning nonchalance, stating, "Allow me to demonstrate the effectiveness of the disarming charm, though, If I may be candid, Professor Snape, your intent to attack was rather overt and easily discernible. Stopping you was a trivial matter. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and others watched Lockhart's futile attempt to salvage his dignity, unable to suppress smiles of amusement. Even the ethereal Luna could not stifle a soft laugh. They all recognized that Snape had cast his spell as slowly as possible. Yet Lockhart remained utterly defenseless and was struck directly. Snape maintained his stoic expression, clearly disinterested in Lockhart's antics. Realizing his embarrassment, Lockhart awkwardly shifted the topic. Now, let us find a pair of volunteers to engage in battle using the spell we just witnessed. He had fully recognized that he was no match for anyone present and was unwilling to participate himself. Lockhart glanced around, noting that no one was eager to step forward, creating an awkward silence. Reluctantly, he turned to Snape. Professor Snape, might you recommend a student from Slytherin? While I fetch a volunteer from Gryffindor. He was acutely aware that a duel between Gryffindor and Slytherin would surely captivate the student's interest. Snape nodded, surveying the crowd until his gaze fell upon Malfoy, whom he addressed indifferently. Malfoy, you shall go. Lockhart, noticing Hermione sharing chocolate frogs with Luna, quickly added, Miss Granger, perhaps you should take the stage instead. I am certain everyone is eager to witness your remarkable prowess once more. However, before he could finish his sentence, Malfoy stumbled, his legs weakening as he fell unceremoniously to the ground. No, I don't want to. Switch. Malfoy cried out in terror. Don't let her come near me. As he shrieked, he scrambled backward until his back pressed against Snape's leg, clutching it desperately as if it were a lifeline, neglecting all semblance of the pride and image of a pure-blood Slytherin. Snape, taken aback by Malfoy's exaggerated response, raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hermione, his eyes silently questioning. What on earth have you done to him? Chapter 86, Parseltongue. Hermione shrugged helplessly, then picked up a chocolate frog to feed to Luna. Lockhart, utterly exasperated, turned once more to the Gryffindor side and called out, Harry, perhaps you should step up. Among all of Hogwarts, he was most familiar with Hermione and Harry, and he had no choice but to rely on acquaintances. Harry nodded and did not object. Despite Lockhart's lack of real skill, his vanity and flamboyance did not harbor malice. Upon hearing that Harry would take the stage, Malfoy, who had been terrified moments earlier, suddenly regained his vigor. He sprang to his feet at lightning speed, brushing off the dust and adopting a mocking expression directed at Harry. Seeing Malfoy's rapid change of demeanor, Harry's temper flared. Oh, so you fear Hermione, but not me? Is that it? I'll show you what I'm capable of. Their ongoing rivalry had finally led to an official duel, a prospect both eagerly anticipated. They approached each other until they were close enough to share a whisper. Are you afraid, Potter? Malfoy sneered ominously. Dream on, Harry retorted defiantly. With both parties intent on delivering a sound thrashing, the tension between them intensified. Wands at the ready. Hermione's voice rang out, interrupting their silent standoff. Both of you may only use the disarming charm. The first to disarm, the other wins. After briefly outlining the rules, Harry and Malfoy eagerly turned away from each other and assumed their dueling stances. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the words left her lips, Malfoy launched his attack. Levitate. A white beam shot forth, striking Harry, who was sent tumbling through the air several times before crashing to the ground. Malfoy wore a look of disdain. Harry quickly rose, unwilling to be outdone. Repel. His wand emitted a similar white light, targeting Malfoy, who was sent flying backward, grimacing in pain. Fortunately for both, their magical prowess was insufficient to cause real harm, leaving them both in a state of disarray. Watching their round-based exchange, Hermione couldn't help but smirk. Malfoy regained his footing, re-establishing his stance, evidently incensed at being publicly bested. Serpent out of the hole. A beam of light shot from his wand, transforming midair into a snake that landed before Harry. Snake, attack. The serpent, flicking its tongue, slithered toward Harry. Snape, witnessing the scene unfold, stepped forward and instructed. Do not move, Potter, I will handle it. Allow me, Professor Snape. Lockhart interjected, seizing the moment to showcase himself, and hastily cast, vanish into thin air. The spell struck the snake, causing it to shoot upward into the air and land, seemingly unscathed, before the astonished onlookers. The crowd murmured, well, that's not a total failure. Although the vanishing didn't occur, at least it ascended. Before Lockhart could formulate an excuse, the snake, seemingly provoked, opened its mouth to reveal sharp fangs, targeting the nearest Justin. Hiss. This sound appeared to trigger something in Harry, whose gaze became unfocused, his lips trembling as he emitted a low, hissing sound that was far from human speech. SSSSSS. Whispering softly, Hermione found herself unconsciously drawn towards the cobra. Blimey! She nearly exclaimed. The serpent exhaled, its eyes reflecting a bewildered humanity, staring vacantly at Harry before hissing twice. Instantly, The classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even Lockhart appeared taken aback, momentarily forgetting to defend himself. Snape gazed at Harry with incredulity. No, it cannot be, he thought. Hermione sighed. Well, that's teaching incident number 30. Vanishing Snake. With a flick of her wand, the cobra was reduced to mere ashes. However, it was too late. Every student's gaze bore a palpable, unspeakable dread directed at Harry. I explicitly instructed you to use the disarming spell only. Did you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Hermione suddenly raised her wand, aiming it at Harry and Malfoy. In the next moment, both felt an invisible hand grasping their throats, lifting them slowly into the air, rendering them immobile. Hermione emanated an aura of terror. Harry and Draco flushed crimson. Feeling the invisible force intensify, their breaths becoming labored, the sound of choking escaping their throats. Enough, Miss Granger. Are you intent on killing them? Snape, witnessing Hermione's refusal to relent, could no longer restrain himself, his wand subtly shifting direction. Hermione's piercing gaze shot towards Snape, who felt a shudder run through him. Momentarily disoriented by her fierce presence, regaining his composure, Snape's expression darkened to an extreme. He, the illustrious master of potions, an expert in dark arts, the Half-Blood Prince, was utterly intimidated by a second-year girl. What a disgrace. Yet, Hermione had indeed instilled a fear in him reminiscent of encounters with that individual. Perhaps in terms of power, she fell short, but in other respects, she surpassed. Yes, I apologize, the two suspended individuals managed to utter weakly. Upon hearing this, Hermione finally released her spell, and they fell to the ground, greedily gasping for air. Following such a commotion, the class fell into a hush. Yet, the fear had evidently shifted from Harry to Hermione. At that moment, no one was inclined to continue their studies. After a brief silence, Lockhart announced an early dismissal. Hermione, accompanied by Luna, exited without a backward glance under the scrutiny of their peers. Ron and Harry exchanged glances and hurried after her. In the corridor, Hermione, wait. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Harry and Ron reached Hermione, breathless. I'm sorry, Hermione, I shouldn't have. Hermione waved her hand dismissively, her impatience evident. A single apology suffices, but should you dare ignore my words again, I shall not be so accommodating. You call that accommodating? Ron and Harry were somewhat speechless. What would it be like when you were not accommodating? Only Luna appeared unfazed. And thank you, Harry added. Oh, I understand. You did this to assist me. Harry's expression turned serious. Though still young, his life experiences had rendered him quite mature. While others assumed Hermione was merely venting her anger, he keenly perceived that she was drawing attention away from him. Although he was unaware of why the others had suddenly altered their attitudes towards him, he recognized that the most direct way to divert attention was to present a more dangerous and terrifying presence. Hermione had successfully demonstrated that, in comparison to Parseltongue, she was the true source of fear. Hermione huffed, remaining silent, which could be interpreted as tacit agreement. Luna regarded her with a gaze imbued with inscrutable significance. Chapter 87, Dumbledore's Stance. There's another matter, Harry began. I wish to understand why their attitudes towards me shifted so drastically just now. Did you not notice? Hermione retorted. What? Harry was bewildered. Ron nudged Harry and explained for Hermione. Because you were speaking to that snake. You're a parcel mouth? Why didn't you tell us before? What mouth? Harry was utterly confused. Let me clarify, Hermione interjected, shaking her head. A parcel mouth is a wizard who can naturally understand and communicate with snakes. You thought you were speaking human language, but to us, it merely sounded like hissing and hurling noises. As for why they fear you, it is because parcel mouths are exceedingly rare, long associated with dark wizards. Most crucially, Salazar Slytherin was a parcel mouth, and now everyone believes you must be his descendant. Harry stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Had he heard this news previously, he might have felt indifferent. However, following the petrification incident, Professor McGonagall had already informed them of the legends surrounding Slytherin's chamber in class. Without a doubt, he was being perceived as Slytherin's heir, the mastermind behind the chamber and the petrification events. A heavy burden had been placed upon his shoulders. No, I truly am not. Fearing Hermione might misunderstand, he hurriedly explained. I know, you need not clarify, Hermione reassured him, allowing him to feel at ease, until he suddenly recalled something and looked up at Hermione. So, the true heir of Slytherin is still hidden among the students. Doesn't that mean we are all in danger? Enough, why are you worried? Hermione retorted nonchalantly. The first person that so-called heir will likely want to eliminate is me. What are you afraid of? Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Luna all changed their expressions in unison, finally grasping the severity of the situation. They had each been preoccupied with their own concerns, one with worry, one with shock, and the last with amusement, completely overlooking the gravity of the matter. Salazar Slytherin's long-standing ambition was to eradicate all Muggle-born students from Hogwarts. They all knew of Hermione's heritage. Thus, it meant she was indeed the most endangered. Hermione, you can rest assured, we will protect you, Ron declared resolutely. Hermione, she responded, if I ever find myself in need of your protection, then I shall be doomed. Waving her hand dismissively, she turned away amidst their anxious gazes. In the headmaster's office, Severus, speak your mind slowly. There's no need for such haste. Dumbledore observed the irate Snape storming in, his tone calm. Dumbledore, that girl is far too dangerous. She cannot remain by Harry's side any longer. Snape leaned forward, his hands braced against the edge of the desk. His voice low and urgent. With so many students at Hogwarts, whom are you referring to? Dumbledore raised his eyes to meet Snape's, his demeanor still unhurried. You know whom? Snape replied icily. The only person Harry is close to at Hogwarts, aside from that Weasley boy, is Granger. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. Severus, referring to a young girl as that girl is hardly polite. Besides, he shifted his tone. I recall you holding Miss Granger in high regard. That's because, Snape began but seemed to recall something, abruptly swallowing his words. That's because Miss Granger resembles Lily, does she not? Dumbledore articulated Snape's unspoken thoughts. As Lily's name was mentioned, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Snape's eyes, and the aura surrounding him gradually diminished. After a considerable pause, he resumed speaking, his voice low and somber. Though I cannot fathom your reasons for appointing her as the assistant for the Dark Arts Defense class and granting her access to the restricted section, there is no denying that Granger is perilously dangerous. We must devise a means to distance Harry from her. Surely you recall the last student who emerged from the restricted section? Initially, Snape believed that apart from her appearance, Hermione mirrored Lily in many respects. Both were Gryffindors. Both hailed from Muggle origins. Both possessed a remarkable talent for potions, and both were equally bright and eager to learn, with a Potter by their side. Yet, aside from those striking eyes, Harry bore no resemblance to her. Now, however, Snape realized that the chasm between Hermione and the image he held of Lily was insurmountably vast. This girl was nothing like Lily. Rather, she seemed to be enveloped by the very shadows of Voldemort. Oh, it appears Dumbledore is intrigued, a hint of curiosity glimmering in his gaze. What exactly has she done to elicit such a strong reaction from you? Snape recounted Hermione's actions in the Dark Arts Defense class, detailing every nuance as though he intended to enumerate her transgressions. Do you not perceive that she bears an uncanny resemblance to that individual in her youth? Snape questioned, hoping for resonance from Dumbledore. To his astonishment, Dumbledore merely nodded gently in response. I would argue that, compared to Tom, she bears a closer resemblance to Gellert, he murmured, a wistful expression crossing his features. Snape furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Dumbledore's reaction. Regardless of whom she resembled, her actions were undeniably outrageous, publicly demonstrating such behavior in class. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Dumbledore interrupted. Isn't that rather commendable? Snape's voice faltered abruptly. What did you say? He gazed at Dumbledore in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. You are aware that Lockhart is utterly incapable of conducting lessons. Granger has successfully made the students cognizant of the terror and malevolence of dark magic, enhancing their vigilance while also imparting countermeasures. I cannot fathom why you would consider her actions to be erroneous, Dumbledore stated, his tone unruffled. Snape felt as though he might explode. Was this truly the Dumbledore he knew? Such an unyielding defense of Hermione. Where did this inexplicable trust originate? Were it not for his knowledge of Dumbledore's lineage and Hermione's background, he might have suspected her to be the old man's great-granddaughter. If others were to learn of this, it would tarnish Hogwarts' reputation. Should she continue down this path, Hogwarts would inevitably transform into Durmstrang. Snape endeavored to reason with him, noting her evident proficiency, which indicated extensive research into dark magic. Even as a Slytherin, he was a product of Hogwarts and held affection for the institution. This aspect of Slytherins was commendable. Even Voldemort considered Hogwarts to be a cherished ideal, ultimately wishing to mold the school into his vision rather than destroy it. This was also the reason for Voldemort's unwavering obsession with Hogwarts. As for dark magic, you, in your youth, seem to have devoted considerable study to it as well, Dumbledore remarked, gazing at him with a hint of a smile. And I am quite knowledgeable myself. This rendered Snape momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for a rebuttal. Rest assured, nothing will come of it. You simply do not understand her, Dumbledore said with a reassuring smile, imbued with confidence. Chapter 88. Harry encounters Snape. I do not comprehend. Do you presume to understand? Snape, feeling weary, sought to change the subject, asking about another matter. Are you aware that Harry is a Parselmouth? Dumbledore's head snapped up, his eyes sparkling with fervor. In that instant, Snape perceived that the elderly man before him had transformed from the affable headmaster of Hogwarts into the most formidable wizard of the century, exuding an aura that eclipsed even that of Voldemort. "I see," Dumbledore replied, his demeanor swiftly reverting to its previous state, as though all that had transpired was mere illusion. Having been startled twice in one day, even someone as resolute as Snape felt a twinge of frustration. Observing the unyielding Dumbledore, he ultimately resigned to leaving the headmaster's office. He understood that Dumbledore had made up his mind, and further discourse would prove futile. The empty corridor echoed with oppressive sounds. Snape, his expression dark, strode purposefully forward. Suddenly, he froze. A familiar figure emerged ahead, clad in a pale yellow dress, with tousled hair. No, it was the Gryffindor robes, adorned with cascading red hair. It was she whom he longed for yet could never reach. Snape's heart raced, blood surging to his head, overwhelming him with dizziness. Could it be? A ludicrous thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head in self-mockery. How could that be? Surely, he was simply yearning for her so intensely that he was hallucinating. As Snape drew nearer, Lily's visage became ever clearer. Those beautiful eyes, wait. In those eyes, there flickered not the warmth of cherished memories, but rather, panic? Snape jolted back to reality. Although the eyes bore a striking resemblance to Lily's, this was not her. The individual before him was Harry. Harry, clad in a dress and donning a wig. Snape's mind went blank, and he stood there, dumbfounded. Harry, too, was taken aback, having not anticipated encountering the one person he most wished to avoid. Dressed as a girl? The words Hermione had whispered to him not long ago echoed in Harry's mind. At the time, he had found it absurd and had dismissed it entirely. Yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the parcel-mouth incident clouding his judgment, he had inexplicably gone through with it. Now, having been caught by none other than the dreaded Snape, he wished for nothing more than to vanish on the spot. Despair washed over him. Hermione has led me astray. He lowered his head, cold sweat soaking his back. The air seemed to thicken. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. Silence. A deafening silence. At last, Snape broke the stillness. His voice was hoarse, low, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. "Potter, what on earth are you doing?" Harry raised his head, casting a fleeting glance at Snape before hastily lowering it again. It's Hermione," he stammered. "She said that perhaps." He fumbled for words, unsure of how to explain, even to himself, what he was doing. Instinctively tugging at the hem of the dress in an attempt to conceal his legs clad in knee-high socks. I, Harry stuttered. Did he dare confess to Snape that he was merely seeking to experience what it felt like to be a girl, or that he simply found it amusing? Regardless of the rationale, both seemed utterly foolish. Snape fell silent once more, his expression a tempest of shock, confusion, and anger, but above all, an ineffable sense of loss. He fixated on Harry, seemingly attempting to glean something from those eyes that so closely resembled Lily's. Harry felt increasingly uneasy under Snape's penetrating gaze. A shiver of trepidation coursing through him. Snape's gaze, no longer as cold and piercing as usual, was imbued with an indescribable emotion. "Let's go back," he said suddenly. His voice slow, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. His gaze, so unlike his customary demeanor, left Harry utterly perplexed. Could it be that Hermione's method truly bore fruit? Harry dared not utter another word. He lowered his head and silently turned away, hastily making his way toward the dormitory. Yet, why did it seem as though he had caught a glimpse of a slight redness around Snape's eyes just moments before? Snape remained rooted to the spot, unable to look at Harry again, fearful of shedding tears in his presence. After a considerable time, his emotions finally began to settle. He pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that Dumbledore's earlier words were not without merit. It was merely a demonstration of dark magic, after all. Perhaps Harry could indeed benefit from having a friend like Hermione. Meanwhile, a new batch of magical materials required assessment. Hermione smirked slightly, entirely unaware that she had unwittingly acquired the shadows of 3 individuals in such a brief span of time as she listened to the voice on the other end of the phone. As adults, one must learn to resist temptation. Enough is enough. Let's get straight to the point. What is it this time? She inquired directly. Fury seemed momentarily caught off guard, responding with a cough. "Miss Witch, it is as follows. A small town in New Mexico has experienced some peculiar occurrences that may require your attention." Mysterious events? Hermione's interest was piqued. Wait, New Mexico? She thought, instantly recalling a certain possibility. Surely, it couldn't be that a hammer has fallen? Calculating the time, it seemed about right. A certain oaf should have already faced the wrath of his father and was now about to encounter his brother's heavy hand. A grand family drama was on the verge of unfolding. Perhaps this was an opportunity for some advantageous gain? "I see," Hermione said, the corners of her mouth curving upward. "Send me the address." On the other end of the line, Fury noticeably sighed with relief. "Splendid, Miss Witch. Coulson has already led a team ahead. I will ensure he fully cooperates with you. Yes, remember to send the report and identify the materials to Stark Tower. Understood, Fury replied. In New Mexico. Coulson spoke into his phone. Yes, Director Fury, I understand. I will arrange for a plane immediately to pick up the witch. A rustling sound came from behind. Hermione emerged from the portal. Coulson turned to see Hermione's sudden appearance. The words he had been about to speak abruptly caught in his throat. It appeared that there was no need for such trouble. The magic of the witch was far beyond what could merely be described as formidable. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Miss Witch, you have arrived. Coulson composed himself, striving to maintain the professionalism expected of an agent. Quickly retrieving the file on the anomalous events and handing it to Hermione. This is all the information we currently have regarding the unusual incidents. Hermione took the document and skimmed through it rapidly. Upon seeing a familiar hammer in the photographs, a smirk crept onto her face. Indeed, it's you, the Meow Meow Hammer. She whispered. Coulson and Fury were momentarily taken aback. Meow Meow Hammer? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Coulson scratched his non-existent hair. Hermione looked at them in astonishment. Haven't you ever heard of Norse mythology? Only in passing, Fury replied. Those tales should mention Thor and his hammer. Fury's single eye widened as if he had just realized something. Are you implying? Hermione nodded, pointing at the hammer in the photograph. This is Mjolnir, the legendary hammer of the god of thunder. Chapter 89. The confrontation of magic and divinity. Fury and Coulson's expressions froze instantly. The god of thunder, from Norse mythology? Coulson's voice trembled slightly. He felt his worldview crumbling. Hermione regarded the two men with a hint of disdain at their naivete. These so-called deities are merely more powerful extraterrestrials. Their technology and might far exceed yours, which is why they are regarded as gods. The two men regained a measure of clarity. More importantly, I am curious as to why Thor's weapon has appeared on Earth. Hermione closed the file, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After hanging up with Fury, Coulson turned to Hermione. Speaking respectfully, Miss Witch, from this moment forth, you hold the highest command authority at the temporary base. I shall fully cooperate with your endeavors. Additionally, we recently apprehended an individual who may be connected to the Hammer of Thunder, but he refuses to divulge any information. We hope you can assist in this matter. Hermione's smile was playful. Oh, is that so? Then take me to meet him. Upon getting into the car and driving a short distance, a massive pit abruptly appeared before them. Hermione disembarked and immediately spotted the distinctive bald head and glasses of Sitwell, along with the obsequious smile upon his face. Literally, long time no see, Hermione greeted casually. Miss Witch, you are too kind. How have you been lately? Are you resting well? Please do not hesitate to command me if you need anything, Sitwell said, bowing and rubbing his hands together. Now that you are here, the town will be at peace. We finally have a solid backbone. Hermione replied, I can discern loyalty from treachery. Even if Hydra is vanquished in the future, you shall remain unscathed. Mark my words. She then turned her gaze to the pit. Surrounding it was a temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D., with countless armed guards stationed, all meticulously monitoring the pit. At the bottom of the pit lay a short-handled hammer, ancient in style, resting silently. Little Baldy led Hermione into the meteorite pit. We have tried every conceivable method, but we cannot budge it even slightly. Coulson's tone was laced with resignation, yet tinged with awe for the unknown. Hermione's gaze fell upon the hammer. Its square head was etched with enigmatic runes, while the handle was crafted from some unknown material, wrapped in leather. Exuding a heavy and sacred aura, she reached out and grasped the handle. With a slight exertion, it remained immovable. As expected, Hermione understood that it was Odin's divine power at play. Only those deemed worthy by Mjolnir could lift it. Suddenly, the spellbook in her mind quivered slightly, its pages turning until it settled on a new entry, Runic Runes. Runic Runes, a form of magic from the Aesir, capable of bestowing various effects through language upon objects, with potency varying according to the user's strength. A description materialized within the spellbook. Hermione was struck with inspiration. It seemed the spellbook had recognized Odin's magic. She had inadvertently stumbled upon something peculiar. Perhaps she could utilize Odin's magic to unravel his incantation? Once more, she grasped the hammer's handle, channeling her inner magical energy. Feeling it surge and coalesce in her palm, she attempted to utter the language of the runic runes softly, lift the restriction. No sooner had the words left her lips than an unexpected transformation occurred. The runes on the hammer, which had previously been dim, suddenly blazed to life. A terrifying aura surged forth, and a formidable power erupted from the hammer itself. This formidable force collided with Hermione's magic, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Thunder roared as the once clear sky instantly darkened, enveloped by ominous clouds, fierce winds, and swirling debris, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Hermione's expression shifted. She sensed a powerful will bearing down on her through Mjolnir, an ancient and formidable presence that demanded submission. She promptly relinquished her grip. Almost simultaneously, the dark clouds dispersed. The tempest subsided, and the thunder ceased, restoring the sky to its former clarity. The surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before them, instinctively gripped by fear, with many trembling in their limbs. Indeed, Odin, that cunning old god, had a contingency plan. Even in his slumber, he monitored all. Hermione's countenance reflected her displeasure. Coulson's gaze was fixed upon Mjolnir. He had clearly witnessed the runes on the hammer illuminate. An unprecedented occurrence. Miss Witch, he said, glancing at Hermione with an air of incredulity, this hammer is imbued with magic. Hermione elaborated. I attempted to dispel the enchantment, which provoked its retaliatory response, thus leading to the earlier phenomenon. Coulson and Sitwell exchanged glances, both taken aback by the revelation. They had already experienced the might of Thor's hammer, yet the fact that the witch could contend with it raised profound questions. Did this imply that her power was on par with that of the gods? Miss Witch, can you lift it? Coulson inquired cautiously, his voice slightly unsteady. Hermione shook her head. Odin's magic surpasses mine. I am presently unable to unravel it. Coulson and Sitwell were once more astounded. Odin, was he truly the legendary All-Father? What manner of being was he? The thought was almost unfathomable. Simultaneously, they felt even more grateful that Hermione had been summoned to their aid. Otherwise, in the face of this enigmatic hammer, they would likely still be floundering without direction. Sitwell regarded Hermione with a gaze filled with reverence. He recalled the earlier plot devised by Alexander Pierce to apprehend the witch, which had ended with her decisively overpowering him, leaving him with a severed ear that, despite all efforts, had refused to heal, ultimately requiring self-inflicted harm to staunch the bleeding. In retrospect, such actions seemed incredibly foolish. How could the reckless Hydra continue to thrive? Doubts began to surface within Sitwell. As a senior member of Hydra, he was privy to numerous reckless schemes, and it appeared to him that the landscape had shifted. Yet many within the organization had failed to adapt. While others delved into superpowers and sorcery, Pierce remained fixated on firearms. Take that ill-conceived insight program, for instance. Did they truly intend to target the Hulk? Did they not realize that a single shot could result in the airborne aircraft being utterly dismantled by an enraged Hulk? Not to mention the witch herself. He had never been one to display unwavering loyalty. His initial involvement had been a navigational error onto his sinking ship. Fortunately, his competence had allowed him to ascend the ranks swiftly. Now, the prospect of betraying Hydra weighed lightly on his conscience. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the future. Aligning himself with the witch appeared to be a most prudent choice.